Chapter 3. Miracles and Sparks. Oh, how I wish for a fishing net, murmured Su Mei as she gazed at the shimmering fish shadows in the water, swallowing hard. Indeed, a fishing net would be splendid, Howda instinctively echoed, scanning the surroundings, but finding scarcely a vine to fashion one, rendering the notion of creating a net utterly fanciful. Just as his thoughts crystallized around the idea of a fishing net, that mysterious voice responded once more. The desert island creation system is activated. You may conjure one item from nothingness each day. Please direct your thoughts. As the voice faded, a profound silence enveloped his mind. Howda was momentarily stunned. Was it an illusion born of sheer exhaustion, or a miracle? Whether it was real or not would soon be revealed. He concentrated, vividly envisioning the form of the fishing net in his mind, and commanded with intent, "Create a fishing net." In the next instant, he felt an unexpected weight in his right hand. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find a tightly woven, robust fishing net had materialized out of thin air. "Wow! A fishing net!" he exclaimed, his heart racing with uncontainable joy. This was no illusion. His desert island system was indeed authentic. This extraordinary power was now at his fingertips. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, he quickly unraveled the net for inspection. The mesh was uniform, the ropes resilient, and the quality impeccable. "Howda, where did you get this fishing net?" Su Mei, perched on a rock, stared wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape, her face etched with disbelief. Howda turned to her, a hint of mystery in his smile. "What if I told you I suddenly awakened superpowers and conjured this net from thin air? Would you believe me?" "You're joking. There is no such thing." Su Mei, snapping back to reality, playfully rolled her eyes. "You must have found it somewhere and are just teasing me. Now, let's get to fishing. I'm starving." As she urged him on, she couldn't help but swallow again, as if she could already smell the delectable aroma of grilled fish. Howda wasted no time, securing the fishing net with sharpened sticks along a narrow section of the stream, setting a perfect trap. All that remained was to wait for the willing catch. During the wait, he pondered the issue of water storage. He attempted once more to conjure a bucket with his mind, but this time, his thoughts met with silence. It dawned on him that the rule allowed for only one creation per day. Be content, Howda, he reminded himself, acknowledging that being able to conjure an urgently needed item each day was an extraordinary ability. What more could one desire? "Fish are coming. Fish are coming. We've caught one." Su Mei's excited cry interrupted his reverie. Howda looked closely, and indeed, the net had successfully ensnared a fish, not overly large, but sufficiently plump. He joyfully retrieved the fish, skillfully scaling it and gutting it with the sharp edge of a metal rod beside the crystalline stream. Seated on a boulder, Su Mei watched his swift movements, unable to suppress another gulp, and sweetly inquired, "Howda, when can we go back to grill the fish?" "Just a little longer," Howda replied without looking up, continuing his task, aiming to catch a total of 5 for everyone. "Yes, Howda, you are truly capable," Su Mei praised earnestly. "Capable?" Howda paused, glancing up at her with a mischievous grin. "That term seems rather ambiguous." "Ah, you scoundrel," Su Mei gasped, momentarily taken aback before her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, and she playfully tossed a handful of grass clippings at him. "Honestly, carrying you earlier felt quite delightful." Howda seized the opportunity to tease further. "Your figure is quite impressive. Get lost. You won't have to carry me back later," Su Mei retorted, blushing with both embarrassment and irritation. "Your ankle needs proper rest. If you walk now and develop lasting repercussions, becoming a little limping one, that would not be a pleasant sight," Howda exaggeratedly cautioned. "Ugh, how annoying. You are such a rascal," Su Mei exclaimed in exasperation. Yet her charming demeanor only further delighted Howda. In their playful banter, the net ensnared 4 more fish, perfectly totaling 5. Howda cleaned all the fish, placing them carefully in the valuable net, and then squatted down to lift the alluring, graceful Su Mei onto his back, embarking on their journey home. Su Mei, still flustered from earlier teasing, felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as she lay against him, her cheeks and ears aflame. She could distinctly sense the contours and warmth of his muscular back, and inwardly scolded. This rogue, such a lecher, surely enjoying this too much. Yet, considering her injury needed recovery, she surreptitiously cast a glance at Howda's rugged profile, thinking, at least he is not unpleasant to behold, tall and strong, and seems quite reliable, especially since he actually caught 5 fish. With this thought, her exasperation inexplicably waned, replaced by an indescribable shyness. The return journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any venomous beasts. When their feet touched the familiar soft sand of the beach, both released a synchronized sigh of relief. They were momentarily safe, and soon they would indulge in delicious grilled fish. This thought invigorated Howda. As he adjusted Su Mei on his back and strode purposefully toward the direction of Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying. The three beautiful ladies on the far end of the beach had been eagerly awaiting their return, and upon spotting them, they immediately stood up excitedly, waving. Among them, Qi Yingying could no longer contain herself, exclaiming loudly, "What took you two so long? You've been gone for nearly 2 hours. I'm so hungry I could see stars." As Hao approached, carrying Su Mei and displaying the 5 fish caught in the net, Qi Yingying's eyes widened with astonishment, her gaze glimmering with hunger akin to that of a wolf starved for 3 days. She was on the brink of despair. Quick, quick, let us eat the fish. Right now? Immediately. Qi Yingying commanded impatiently, nearly drooling. We need fire to grill the fish, Che Yin interjected calmly, presenting a pivotal question. Shall we try to start a fire by friction? Her tone revealed evident uncertainty, suggesting a lack of experience. I brought back some dry grass and firewood. Let me give it a try, Hao replied, taking a deep breath as he prepared to face this ancient challenge. Soon, with the necessary tools at hand, Hao began his attempts to create fire by friction. The 4 stunning women, injured Su Mei, efficient Che Yin, demure Lu Yijiao, and restless Qi Yingying, squatted nearby, their focused gazes unwaveringly fixed on his every motion. Under the concentrated attention of such remarkable women, Hao felt his heart skip a beat. As a seasoned 25-year-old bachelor, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented highlight in his life. It must succeed, he silently urged, realizing that this was not merely a matter of survival, but one of a man's dignity. With the sharp end of a metal rod pressed against a softer piece of wood, he began to rotate vigorously, drilling with all his might. Time ticked away, sweat trickling down his brow and evaporating upon hitting the sand. After nearly 30 minutes, just when his arms felt numb and the 4 onlookers were nearly losing hope, a thin wisp of precious blue smoke finally began to rise. We have smoke, Su Mei exclaimed first, her excitement palpable. Hao Da's spirits soared, and he redoubled his efforts. Sparks finally emerged. Carefully, he transferred that glimmer of hope into the prepared pile of dry grass, treating it as if it were the most fragile treasure in the world. Gently blowing upon it, a tiny flicker of flame surged, wavering, then eagerly licking the dry grass, rapidly growing in strength. We did it. There's fire. The 5 of them erupted into joyous cheers simultaneously. At this moment, the flames provided not only warmth but also an infinite hope for survival. Hao, with his nearly worn-out arm, made a heartfelt vow in his mind. If the rescue team did not arrive by tomorrow, his first action would be to conjure a lighter using the system. To hell with the primitive method of friction. He had no intention of enduring such suffering a second time. The comforting campfire blazed brightly as Hao sat in a circle with 4 stunning beauties, each holding a fish skewered on a branch, patiently roasting it over the flames. The enticing aroma of grilled fish mingled with the salty freshness of the sea breeze, wafting through the air. The flickering firelight illuminated faces marked with soot yet alive with vibrancy. At least for this moment, the crisis had temporarily receded, and comfort and warmth became the symphony of the island night. Chapter 4. The saliva of beauties. The 5 of them were in high spirits, naturally inclined to jest. Su Mei, earlier when Hao carried you back, you must have felt quite pleased nestled against his sturdy back, teased Qi Yingying with a mischievous smile while roasting her fish. What nonsense are you talking about, Qi Yingying? I only tripped because I sprained my ankle, and it was Hao who carried me, Su Mei retorted, her charming face flushed. Not long after Su Mei and I entered the woods, she nearly got bitten by a venomous snake. She only sprained her ankle due to the fright. Hao explained seriously. There are venomous snakes in the woods. Damn it, Qi Yingying exclaimed, her face displaying evident fear. Yes, the vividly colored ones. They are definitely highly poisonous. That snake lunged at me. I was almost scared to death. Thankfully, Hao reacted quickly and knocked it away. Su Mei recalled with lingering trepidation, instinctively patting her ample chest, causing delightful ripples. You truly have great luck. If that deadly snake had bitten you, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially on this deserted island without any medicine. Che Yin remarked gravely. We should avoid the woods as much as possible. Lu Yijiao added her thoughts, silently grateful that she had not lost the previous game. Or she might have been the one nearly bitten by the snake. Why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? I don't want to stay on this godforsaken island for another second. Qi Yingying could not help but vent her frustration. We must be mentally prepared to wait for up to 7 days, Che Yin said, glancing at the sky. What? 7 days? What are we going to eat and drink? Qi Yingying exclaimed. We'll have to take it one step at a time, hoping the rescue team arrives soon. Hao stated pragmatically. At this point, everyone's fish was nearly done roasting, and with their hunger taking precedence, They focused intently on consuming their respective grilled fish. Although lacking in seasoning, each person savored every bite. However, since the fish were relatively small, it wasn't long before all 5 had finished their fish, licking the bones clean. If the fish bones were edible, they would have devoured them as well. In fact, fish bones can be consumed if roasted until crispy. However, as it was only their first day stranded on this deserted island, they were not yet reduced to such desperate measures. Having eaten a fish, they felt less hungry but still somewhat thirsty. "I'm feeling a bit parched," Yingying remarked, glancing at the other 4. "I am also a bit thirsty," Sume added, recalling that there was a stream near where they caught the fish, although they lacked a container to carry water. "I brought some water, but it's not much." Howda pointed to a long t-shirt he had soaked in the stream and placed on a metal plate. "Using the t-shirt to collect water is a good idea," Yin praised, suggesting that the amount of water extracted should barely suffice to quench their thirst, though it would need to be boiled first. Indeed, the stream water cannot be consumed directly, it must be boiled. Jiao concurred. "But what will we use to boil it?" Yingying inquired. "I will go to the plane wreckage and gather some metal plates. With enough plates, I should be able to fashion a square metal pot," Howda declared, standing up and striding towards the wreckage. "Howda go. Thank you for your hard work," Sume called out sweetly. "Thank you," Yin and Jiao echoed, watching his retreating figure. "It's no trouble," Howda laughed in response. Before long, he returned with several relatively large metal plates and, after some effort in assembling them, managed to create a small square pot that, while somewhat odd in appearance, was at least watertight and capable of heating water. He then placed several stones of similar size in the fire and set the small pot atop them, pouring the water extracted from the t-shirt into it. The 4 stunning beauties, Su Mei, Yin, Jiao, and Yingying, watched with bright eyes, eagerly awaiting the moment the water would boil to quench their thirst. Given that the total amount of water in the small pot was roughly equivalent to a standard cup, it quickly came to a boil. Howda used the damp t-shirt to move the pot aside to cool, and once it was slightly less hot, Yingying hurriedly took a small sip from the pot. She wished to drink more, but if she did, there would be none left for the others. So she restrained herself and only took a small sip that was hers alone. As a pampered young lady, she felt a surge of frustration after drinking just a small amount of boiled water. "Heaven, what kind of sin have I committed? Even water is so limited. Rescue team, hurry up and come," she nearly cried in despair. After Yingying took her sip, Su Mei, Jiao, and Yin each followed suit, and at this point, no one cared about hygiene while sharing the small pot. Quenching their thirst took precedence. Dehydration could be fatal more swiftly than hunger. In the end, only a small sip of water remained, which Howda drank without hesitation, relishing the fact that it was mixed with the sweet essence from the 4 beauties present. "Howda go? Why does your expression seem a bit strange?" Sume asked, noticing the peculiar smile on his face after finishing the water. "Because I had the fortune of tasting the sweet essence of all 4 of you," Howda replied with a mischievous grin. "Ah, pervert," the 4 beauties exclaimed in unison, with Yingying and Su Mei seated beside him, playfully pinching him several times in mock indignation. Laughter erupted, alleviating some of the earlier frustration from their limited water supply. However, after the laughter subsided, the stark reality of survival remained before them. "What should we do next?" Sume inquired, her voice soft as she anticipated another wave of hunger and thirst soon. "I will make another trip to the stream to catch some fish and gather more water. This time, I will go alone," Howda said resolutely, standing up. "Howda go?" Sume looked at him with gratitude, her eyes glistening. "Well done. As long as we are rescued, I will transfer 1,000,000 as thanks." The wealthy Yingying exclaimed with excitement. "I will do the same. I will reward you handsomely once we return." Yin expressed her gratitude. "Me too. I will do all I can to thank you when we return." Jiao added sincerely. The 4 beauties understood that Howda was risking his life, facing the peril of venomous snakes, to fetch fish and water for them. If they did not express their gratitude, it would be inhumane. "It's not as dangerous as you think. I'll be back quickly." Howda, moved by their enthusiasm, tried to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. He smiled and grabbed the small pot, metal rod, and a long stick, striding purposefully toward the woods. Chapter 5. Calmly pretending to be impressive, although Howda had spoken lightly earlier, as he stepped into the overgrown underbrush of the woods. Where venomous snakes could strike at any moment, he felt a surge of anxiety. Previously, he had the lively and spirited Su Mei by his side, which bolstered his courage. Now, however, he was not only venturing alone, but also felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. However, this was his own choice. He would rather confront all of this alone than have any of the 4 stunning beauties accompany him in facing the peril of life. Howda ceased to ponder further. his gaze resolute as he wielded a long wooden stick to strike the grass, while making his way towards the stream he had previously encountered. Along the way, he witnessed a vividly colored venomous snake slither past him. Unlike Su Mei, who would have screamed in terror, he remained as calm as possible, standing still and observing the snake. Noticing that it posed no threat, he continued his journey after it swiftly vanished from sight. After approximately 30 minutes, Howda reached the stream once more without incident. This time, devoid of Su Mei's joyful laughter, he focused intently on preparing the fishing net. While waiting for his catch, he filled a small pot with water. About an hour later, he managed to net 5 fish of similar size to those before and properly attended to them. Just as he gathered the 5 fish and prepared to return along the same path with the water-filled pot, a black bear suddenly appeared above the stream. It was slowly ambling towards his direction. Howda's scalp tingled with fear. Instinctively, he thought of sprinting into the woods. Yet, rushing would likely invite a snake bite. And should he startle the bear, it would pursue him, with little chance of escape due to its superior speed. If it caught up with him, he had no doubt that enduring a swipe from the bear would be a formidable challenge for him. Howda suppressed the urge to flee and, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, resolved to lie low and feign death. This decision stemmed from a vague recollection of black bear behavior, as he had heard that these animals possess poor eyesight, colloquially referred to as black blind. Thus, they often overlooked stationary objects. With that in mind, Howda decisively lowered himself to the ground, playing dead. After a while, the bear approached the stream, wading through the water, and came within a mere meter of Howda, who was lying still. He dared not fully commit to his act of death. Peeking with one eye at the bear's massive legs, contemplating the potential harm should one of those legs land on him. Yet he had no alternative but to maintain his facade of calmness while watching the bear's slow-moving limbs, the immense tension causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his back. To his dismay, the bear seemed to have detected his presence. It paused beside him, sniffing at his body with its bare snout. Thankfully, the 5 fish he had caught were pressed against him, or else he would have lost them and faced dire consequences. The bear sniffed around for about 30 seconds, which felt like an eternity for Howda, who was desperately feigning death. It must be said that Einstein's theory of relativity came into play once again. After approximately 30 seconds, the bear finally lost interest in the motionless Howda and ambled away, downstream. Howda struggled to rise, feeling as though he had been granted a new lease on life. He dared not linger, quickly gathering his belongings and retracing his steps into the woods. The return journey was smooth, and when he finally emerged from the woods onto the sandy beach, the immense relief he felt was beyond description. Due to the delay caused by the bear, his return took over 2 hours, so when he finally appeared at the edge of the woods, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying were all excitedly waving at him, warmly welcoming his safe return. As he approached them, Yingying exclaimed, "Howda? You've taken so long. I thought you might have perished." Just now, Su Mei was crying, saying you could have been bitten by a snake. She wanted everyone to search for you, claiming there might still be hope if found. If you had delayed any longer, we would have had to risk our lives to find you. Hearing Yingying's words, Howda glanced at Su Mei and noticed her reddened eyes, suggesting she had indeed cried. He felt a swell of emotion. "Fear not. Your brother Howda is quite resilient. It takes more than that to bring me down," he gently reassured, patting Su Mei's soft shoulder in comfort. "I'm just glad you're all right." Su Mei beamed a sweet smile upon seeing him unharmed. "Did you encounter any other troubles?" Che Yin inquired, noticing Howda's drenched shirt. "Not really. I managed to catch 5 fish and fill the pot with water. But then a black bear appeared unexpectedly." Howda replied nonchalantly as he placed the fish and other items down. "A black bear? Good heavens. Did you kill it?" Yingying gasped in astonishment. Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao stared at Howda, equally astonished. "How could I have killed a black bear? I merely played dead for a while to escape." Howda chuckled. In any case, the perilous moment had passed, and now he appeared remarkably nonchalant, almost boastful. "Oh, to feign death and evade a black bear's attack is indeed impressive," Su Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So, while you lay there pretending to be dead, the bear simply walked past you?" Lu Yijiao asked curiously. "Not quite. It stopped beside me and sniffed around for about 30 seconds before it finally moved on," Howda replied. The 4 stunning beauties, Lu Yijiao, Su Mei, Yingying, and Che Yin, were left in stunned silence for several moments before Yingying exclaimed, "Howda, you're incredible. You actually made it back alive. If it were me, I would have been terrified to death. And I assure you, once we return, I will express my gratitude to you most generously. You can count on no less than 1,000,000. Su Mei gazed at Howda with moist eyes, while Che Yin and Lu Yijiao looked at him with expressions of deep gratitude. All right, that's that. I'm perfectly fine now. I have fish and water. Dinner will be prepared shortly. Howda said, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. Haha, I'm starving. Let us get started. Yingying replied cheerfully. Influenced by the two, Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao, who had initially been in a complex emotional state, also tried to lighten up. And the five began to prepare dinner amidst laughter and chatter. Now that we have a full pot of water, how about we make a fish soup in addition to grilling the fish? Che Yin suggested with a smile. That is a splendid idea. Howda agreed. Naturally, Su Mei and the others had no objections. Thus, the five gathered around the beachside campfire, and soon, the air was filled not only with the aroma of grilled fish, but also the delightful scent of simmering fish soup. Although it was nearing 5 in the afternoon, the sun remained warm in the sky as Howda and the four beauties chatted and prepared dinner. At least for this moment, they all felt quite comfortable. As for what to do after this meal, that could be considered later. Chapter 6. Nighttime rest. After enjoying grilled fish and fish soup, Howda, along with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, sat around the campfire on the beach, resting and conversing. If only the rescue team would suddenly appear. That would be marvelous, Yingying said, her face alight with anticipation. But if night falls and the rescue team hasn't shown up, where will we sleep tonight? Su Mei remarked, her tone decidedly less optimistic. Su Mei, you have a knack for pessimism. The rescue team will definitely arrive before dark, Yingying replied with fervor. Observing her demeanor, Su Mei instinctively inched closer to Howda, feeling a bit uneasy. While it would be ideal for the rescue team to arrive before nightfall, we must prepare for contingencies, Che Yin stated pragmatically. Indeed, we ought to consider where we will sleep tonight. Lu Yijiao concurred with Che Yin's viewpoint. Where else could we sleep? We can simply lie around the campfire for the night. Yingying retorted, exasperated, and then directed an expletive towards the air. This is the first time I have endured such suffering. Why on earth did that cursed airplane have to crash? The temperature difference between day and night by the seaside is generally quite significant. Lying around a bonfire at night like this, we may very well freeze to death. Howda expressed his thoughts. What shall we do? Su Mei asked in a delicate tone. If we were to build a shelter, we would need timber. There are trees in the forest, but firstly, there are venomous snakes there. Secondly, we lack the tools to chop down trees, said Che Yin, furrowing her brow. What shall we do then? Lu Yi echoed Su Mei's question in a similar tone. Yingying stared blankly at the bonfire, remaining silent. Her mood seemingly on the verge of breaking. I have an idea, Howda suddenly exclaimed. What idea? Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yi all turned to him simultaneously. I once watched a wilderness survival show, the one with Bear Grylls. In one episode, he had to sleep in the snow at night. Can you guess how he did that? Howda teased. How did he sleep? Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yi, having not seen that episode, inquired with increasing curiosity. Yingying, who had been staring at the bonfire, couldn't help but perk up her ears, thinking about how one could possibly sleep in the snow. Wouldn't they freeze solid? Once he had sufficiently piqued their interest, Howda began to explain that he dug a pit in the snow, which could shield him from the wind and provide some warmth. Oh, I understand now. We can dig a pit right here on the beach. Su Mei exclaimed, enlightened. Che Yin and Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Yingying thought to herself, such a simple solution. Why didn't she think of it earlier? Clearly, her foul mood had severely affected her intellect. This beach is by the sea. We won't accidentally dig into water, will we? Che Yin raised another question. Let us choose a spot that is as far from the sea as possible, yet close to the forest, but not too close, Howda suggested. Everyone understood that we shouldn't be too near the forest to avoid the venomous snakes. Imagine if a colorful poisonous snake were to fall into the pit while we slept. That would be utterly disastrous. Would we even be able to sleep peacefully? Shall we select a spot and dig the pit now? Che Yin glanced at everyone. All right, let us dig the pit now. Howda stood up decisively, following suit. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yi, and Yingying all stood up as well. Despite her foul mood, Yingying recognized the importance of sleeping well at night. This was not the time for her to throw a tantrum. If she remained aloof, the situation would only worsen. The five of them walked toward the forest, selecting a location that was somewhat distant from the sea and the trees. Howda then marked out a length and width on the ground with a metal rod, indicating how 5 people could lie side by side, preparing to dig a pit that would be slightly larger. How deep should we dig? Su Mei asked. Dig a little over 1 meter deep. That should be enough to block the wind and retain some warmth, Howda replied. With this general idea in mind, the 5 of them worked together to dig the pit, with even the wealthy and pampered Yingying putting in the effort. Witnessing the positive team spirit, everyone felt more motivated. After a while, they had dug a pit approximately 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and over a meter deep. Howda was the first to lie down inside to test it out, finding it quite satisfactory. Damn, Howda, you're going to sleep with us four beautiful ladies tonight. You're not planning to take advantage of the situation, are you? Yingying suddenly raised this concern. Upon hearing this, Su Mei's face flushed slightly, while Che Yen and Lu Yi exchanged complex expressions. We five are now stranded on a deserted island, starving and unable to sleep properly, and we're all dirty. Who has the energy to think about that? Howda replied, somewhat speechless. The four beautiful ladies realized he had a point. When one is struggling with hunger and cold, who has the mind for such matters? They instantly dropped their guard against Howda, the only male among them. Subsequently, the five of them moved the previous bonfire about a meter away from the pit and sat around it, engaging in idle conversation. With no signal or internet on their phones, they had nothing else to do but warm themselves and chat. Yingying glanced at the sky from time to time, evidently still harboring hopes that the rescue team would arrive before dark. She could hardly bear to think about what would happen if the rescue team failed to arrive or never arrived at all. How long could the five of them survive on this deserted island? Howda, Su Mei, Che Yen, and Lu Yi were naturally also pondering this issue, which cast a shadow over their spirits. Fortunately, with five of them together, they could huddle for warmth. If there were only two or even just one person, they would face an unspeakable loneliness and panic. Having previously eaten only some grilled fish and drunk some fish soup, and with the effort of digging the pit, each of them now felt a pang of hunger. Yet, no one mentioned their hunger, including the pampered Yingying. Everyone endured it, knowing they had eaten something earlier, and could hold out a little longer. It was out of the question to send Howda into the forest again to catch fish, right? He had already ventured there twice today, and they were not close kin. He had done more than enough. The four beautiful ladies understood this logic. Howda himself did not mention hunger either, thinking that they could endure it a bit longer. Today had already been fraught with dangers from snakes and bears, and he felt a lingering fear. He feared for his life. If he could avoid returning to the forest, he would be overjoyed. As for what to do tomorrow, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. The five of them sat around the bonfire for about another 2 hours. Yet the rescue team still had not appeared, and night had completely fallen. The sky held stars, but no moon, and the entire beach was illuminated solely by the light of the bonfire. Various bird calls emanated from the forest, but thankfully, no sounds of wild beasts could be heard. It was indeed getting a bit cold. The warmth from the fire was hardly effective. Su Mei hugged her arms and said, "Why don't we lie down in the pit now?" Che Yen suggested. "I agree," Lu Yi replied. "I concur," Yingying added. "I have no objections either." Su Mei stated, "I have even fewer objections." Howda said, "You all go first. I will be the last to descend." Thus, Howda stood by the pit, holding a burning piece of wood for light, while the four beautiful ladies took turns lying down inside the pit in a row, leaving the farthest left spot open for Howda. He then tossed the torch into the fire and, relying on instinct, jumped into the pit, occupying the space they had left for him. As soon as he lay down, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. This was the feeling of sleeping alongside four beautiful ladies, and it seemed rather pleasant. Howda thought to himself with a mischievous grin. Chapter 7. Sleeping in the pit and bickering if Howda were now well-fed, warmly dressed, lying on a clean bed under a cozy blanket. He might indeed be tempted to act on the less than innocent thoughts he had about the four beautiful ladies beside him, as the saying goes. A full belly leads to lewd thoughts. He was no exception. However, in this current situation, stranded on a deserted island, starving, and sleeping in a sandy pit, Howda had no inclination to entertain such thoughts. The sand was a bit chilly. Su Mei, lying next to Howda, suddenly said in a delicate voice, "Cold is normal, but it's certainly better than lying on the cold sand above while being buffeted by the wind." Che Yen, lying to the right of Su Mei, comforted her with a sense of contentment. "In fact, given that the airplane crashed, the five of us are fortunate to be alive. Now that we can still sleep, we should be grateful." Lu Yi, lying to the right of Che Yen, reflected. "Indeed, we must not ask for too much." Su Mei replied softly, "Should we cover the top of the pit with a board?" Yingying, lying at the far right, suddenly suggested, "It is unnecessary to cover it. This way, it allows for proper ventilation. Otherwise, one might become unaware of oxygen deprivation while asleep," Che Yen remarked. "I am concerned about some creature descending upon us from above," Yingying added. Her words immediately conjured images of vividly colored venomous snakes in the minds of others, sending shivers down their spines. The thought made their hair stand on end. "How about we use some metal sheets to shield the top? It would provide adequate cover while allowing for some gaps for ventilation," Su Mei suggested timidly. "That sounds ideal." Yingying immediately supported the idea. "I will take care of it." Howda, being quite proactive, stood up and swiftly climbed up, retrieving several metal sheets from beside the fire. He then descended into the pit, which was over a meter deep, and positioned the sheets over the earthen hollow, leaving just a few small openings for ventilation. After setting it up, he lay back down. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Hao," Sume said sweetly. "It's no trouble at all." Hao replied with a smile. "After doing this, I indeed feel a greater sense of security. This way, no bizarre creatures can disturb us while we sleep." Yingying added. "This is still acceptable. Anyway, I do not suffer from claustrophobia," Yin remarked. "It feels a bit like being buried alive, but thankfully, there are 5 of us. Having more people makes it less frightening." Lu Yijiao teased. "However, I am not feeling sleepy at all," Sume stated. "It is only a little past 7 in the evening. It would be strange to be able to sleep now. Chatting for a bit is also nice. I estimate we could talk for 2 hours before dozing off," Yingying replied. "What should we talk about?" Yin inquired. "How about something a bit risky?" Yingying replied with a mischievous grin. "Given our dire situation, do you still have the mood for such topics?" Lu Yijiao expressed her disbelief. "Precisely because it is dire. We should indulge in something stimulating to awaken our senses." Yingying laughed even more wickedly. "Then you lead the conversation, and we will respond." Yin said. "Damn, it would be dull to talk alone. I need interaction, you know?" Yingying exclaimed. "Then you initiate, and we will follow along," Lu Yijiao suggested, suppressing her laughter. Yingying pondered for a moment and then boldly asked, "Brother Hao, do you truly embody your name?" Upon hearing this, Yin and Lu Yijiao burst into laughter, while Sume, who was next to Haoda, felt her cheeks flush and remained silent, relieved that it was dim and no one could see her blushing face. "You are truly tiresome," Yingying, Haoda retorted, albeit bemused. However, this ambiguous atmosphere certainly heightened his senses. "Answer me. Look into my eyes," Yingying said playfully. Yin and Lu Yijiao laughed joyfully once again. "There is absolutely no light here. Look at you." Haoda shot back. "Let me change the question. Now you are a man, and we are 4 beautiful women. With such a fine opportunity, don't you wish to indulge in some mischief?" Yingying continued with her playful smile. Yin and Lu Yijiao felt their cheeks flush slightly as Yingying's topic became increasingly daring. "If I were to come over and misbehave with you, would you cooperate?" Haoda countered. Yin and Lu Yijiao couldn't help but laugh again. Sume remained a silent bystander, yet unexpectedly felt uneasy at Haoda's mention of mischief towards Yingying. "Then come over," Yingying taunted. "Haoda probably wouldn't dare," Lu Yijiao added, fanning the flames. To their surprise, Haoda actually stood up and walked over to where Yingying lay on the far side. "Ah, what are you doing?" Although the pit was dim, Yingying sensed Haoda approaching. She exclaimed in a playful tone, "You asked me to come over to misbehave with you. I will ask again. Do you wish to cooperate?" Haoda replied with a sly smile. Yin and Lu Yijiao were now giggling breathlessly. "Get lost. I will not cooperate with you," Yingying exclaimed, now genuinely flustered. If Haoda were to touch her even once, she would feel that she had lost significantly. "Huh. I knew you couldn't handle it." Haoda sneered at her, then triumphantly returned to his spot. "That guy Haoda is truly infuriating. One day, when I am craving something, I will forcefully take him." Once he returned, Yingying immediately started her playful banter again. "Come over." Haoda chuckled in response. "You scoundrel," Yingying retorted angrily. Yin and Lu Yijiao were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Suddenly, Sume couldn't help but pinch Haoda sharply. "Ouch! Why did you pinch me?" Haoda cried out in pain. "Humph." Sume huffed with pride. "She likes you, you know." Yingying chimed in mischievously. "Really?" Haoda asked Sume. "Get lost." Sume snapped back. "Is that even a question?" Sume had nearly been bitten by a snake today. You saved her and even carried her, and she enjoyed it immensely. So she is contemplating offering herself. Yingying continued her playful antics. Seeing her say that, Sume's cheeks flushed even more, but thankfully, in the pit's darkness, no one could see. "In that case, considering I risked my life to catch the fish you ate and the water you drank to prevent you from starving or dying of thirst, Yingying, you should also offer yourself." Haoda retorted logically. "I told you I would transfer you 1,000,000 when we get back." Yingying replied assertively. "Compared to 1,000,000, I would prefer your offering of yourself." Haoda teased further. "Ha!" Seeing their banter unfold so amusingly, Yin and Lu Yijiao laughed heartily. "Get lost. You aren't even handsome enough, tall enough, and your charm is mediocre. I wouldn't even look at you," Yingying declared angrily. "Yet you just said you wished to force yourself upon me. You claim not to want me, yet still wish to misbehave. Your logic is quite contradictory." Haoda continued to counter. "Ah, Haoda, you rogue. Scoundrel." Yingying was now somewhat exasperated. Thus, this unique exchange ended with Haoda emerging victorious. After a while, the The five gradually began to feel sleepy and officially commenced their slumber. Uncertain of how long they had slept, Howda suddenly awoke to find Su Mei snugly pressed against him, seemingly absorbing his warmth. In that moment, he realized he was cradling a beautiful woman in his arms. Chapter 8. The Warmth of Beauty. As a 25-year-old single man, Howda relished the comforting presence of Su Mei in his embrace, feeling a sense of elation. He surmised that she must have subconsciously leaned against him for warmth while sleeping, but the reason was inconsequential. The sensation of holding a beauty was paramount. He found it hard to drift back to sleep, opting instead to enjoy the moment, letting his thoughts wander. Yet, as his mind meandered, the harsh reality swiftly confronted him. It was likely past midnight, and a new day had begun. Would the rescue team arrive today? If they did, it would be a cause for celebration. But if they did not, what would he and these four beautiful women do? What would they eat? What would they drink? Where would they sleep? Would they have to endure another night in this pit? Truth be told, sleeping in this pit was rather cold, barely tolerable. If they continued this way, even if he could withstand it, the four beauties would likely reach their breaking point. Howda speculated that if the rescue team did not arrive today, he might have to venture to the creek for fish and water, doing his best to avoid venomous snakes and hoping not to encounter a black bear again. He could likely continue this endeavor with sheer willpower. However, there were other pressing issues to consider, such as the fact that the dry wood available on the beach had been exhausted, and there was little firewood left to burn. To procure more wood for cooking fish and boiling water, he would likely need to chop trees, but at present, they lacked even the tools to do so. Howda, reflecting on his deserted island system, realized that it possessed the remarkable ability to conjure a single item each day. The previous day, he had summoned a precious fishing net capable of ensnaring fish from the creek. Today, he had initially intended to create a lighter, but his thoughts shifted dramatically. The fire he had kindled earlier should still be smoldering, and even if it had extinguished, he could patiently spend 30 minutes to create fire through friction. What he truly required was not a lighter, but a sharp axe capable of felling trees. With an axe in hand, not only would he secure firewood, but he could also construct a shelter from tree trunks, providing a place to sleep and protection from the elements. With this notion in mind, Howda eagerly attempted to manifest a sharp axe. He took a deep breath and savored the comforting presence of Su Mei, nestled against him. He then activated his deserted island system, envisioning the axe. Almost instantaneously, he felt a new object materialize in his right hand, the handle of the axe. It was metallic. In the darkness, he groped with his right hand until he grasped the sharp blade and the hefty metal body of the axe. Exhilaration surged within him. He finally had a tool for chopping wood. In a moment of capriciousness, he tried to summon a lighter once more, but to his dismay, there was no response. Even after several attempts, he realized that the island system indeed allowed for only one item to be conjured each day. Grateful for his fortune, he reminded himself that yesterday he had acquired a useful fishing net, and today a formidable axe. He had already achieved much. He envisioned the astonished expressions of the four beautiful women upon witnessing the axe when dawn broke. As he embraced Su Mei, lost in reverie, he inadvertently drifted back to sleep. When morning arrived, he remained oblivious, while Su Mei awakened first. She found herself comfortably nestled in Howda's embrace and gasped in surprise, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Fortunately, noticing that Howda was still asleep, she carefully extricated herself from his hold and lay beside him. Turning her gaze, she observed the still sleeping Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, relieved that they had not witnessed her intimate slumber with Howda. With nothing pressing to attend to, she closed her eyes to rest once more. Yet, lying there, she felt a chill and longed for the warmth of Howda's embrace. But the thought made her cheeks flush again. She had sensed a certain change in Howda's body, confirming her suspicions about him. How brazen, she chided internally. After a while, Yingying, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Howda gradually awoke. Damn, I froze to death last night, Yingying exclaimed. If the rescue team doesn't arrive today, I'll curse their ancestors. She continued. I hope they come. I was freezing too, Che Yin added. We must remain optimistic and filled with hope, Lu Yijiao encouraged herself. Howda stood up, moved several metal plates aside, and climbed out while holding the axe. The four beautiful women followed suit. It's so cold, Su Mei exclaimed as soon as she emerged. It's colder up here than in the pit, Yingying complained. Today might be overcast, Che Yin observed, glancing at the heavy clouds. It might even rain, Lu Yijiao concurred. If it pours heavily, we'll be drenched like drowned rats. Su Mei worried. Let's worry about that if it happens. Right now, I'm starving, Yingying remarked, glancing instinctively at Howda, who had resolved their food and water issues the day before. Upon looking at him, they noticed the sharp axe in his hand. What the hell? Howda, Where did you get that axe? Yingying exclaimed in astonishment. Her outburst drew the attention of Su Mei, Che Yan, and Lu Yijiao, who also noticed the axe. I have superpowers. I conjured this axe out of thin air. Do you believe me? Howda replied with a smile. Do you think we would believe that? Che Yan retorted. If you can conjure something else on the spot, like a bucket, then I might believe you. Lu Yijiao challenged. This ability allows me to create only one item per day. Today's item is the axe, so my quota is used up, Howda explained. Haha, Howda, you sound so convincing. I almost believed you. Yingying giggled. I am speaking the truth. He insisted, bewildered by their disbelief. I believe in you. Brother Hao, Sume declared earnestly. You're far too naive, Sume. This guy is both a rogue and a trickster. I bet he found that axe. Yingying scoffed. Che Yan and Lu Yijiao, while skeptical, chose to remain silent. I firmly believe that Brother Hao's axe was indeed conjured. I have my reasons. Sume countered. What reasons? Yingying teased. Have you considered where Brother Hao's fishing net came from yesterday? Sume said playfully. Her question left Yingying, Che Yan, and Lu Yijiao momentarily speechless. Indeed, where had that fishing net come from? Was it also found in this deserted island? How could such treasures be stumbled upon? Perhaps Howda is an avid fisherman and had a net in his pocket when he boarded the plane, Yingying speculated, attempting to rationalize. You're right. As long as you're happy, Howda chuckled, unwilling to debate further. The weather seems rather chilly today, and our firewood is nearly depleted. I will go chop down a tree of moderate size, he decided. I'll join you. I can help carry the tree. Sume chimed in, eager to contribute. We'll join as well. Che Yan and Lu Yijiao exchanged glances before agreeing. Only Yingying remained noncommittal. Aren't you afraid of snakes? Howda teased. Well, we'll stay at the edge of the woods while you chop the tree, then we'll help drag it back, Sume suggested thoughtfully. That sounds good. Che Yan and Lu Yijiao approved. Then I'll lend a hand too. Yingying smiled. Let's set off. Howda declared, waving his hand to signal their departure. Thus, the five of them marched towards the forest with determination. Given that the trees were intended for firewood to keep warm, everyone was invigorated. The temperature felt about 10 degrees colder than the previous day, and without a fire, the chill would be unbearable. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, the four beautiful women hesitated, clearly apprehensive about the potential snakes hidden among the tall grass. Howda took the initiative. Using a long stick to poke around and ascertain that there were no snakes nearby, he then selected a tree of moderate size, using the sharp axe to begin his work. The choice of a tree of this size was strategic. A larger tree would be cumbersome to transport, while a smaller tree would yield insufficient wood. The axe proved to be exceedingly sharp and efficient, and before long, Howda had felled the tree. With the assistance of the four women, they worked together to drag the trunk back to the sandy fire pit. There, Howda used the axe to chop the tree into manageable pieces of firewood, ensuring they had enough to last for at least 2 days, from dawn until dusk. After the physically demanding task of dragging trees, Sume, Che Yan, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying were evidently feeling hungrier. Yet none of them dared to voice their hunger, striving to endure. Meanwhile, the rescue team remained nowhere in sight. Howda took a moment to rest before standing up, volunteering to fetch some fish and water from the stream. Howda go? Do you want me to accompany you? Sume inquired. Che Yan, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying also turned their gazes towards him. I can manage the risk alone, Howda replied with a smile, saying no more. As he took the long wooden stick, axe, and small pot, striding purposefully toward the forest. Howda go? Be careful. The four lovely ladies called after him. Rest assured. Howda waved his hand behind him without turning back. Now that he possessed the abilities bestowed by the deserted island system, he was confident that survival would not elude him easily. Howda go is truly kind, willingly risking himself to catch fish and gather water while not wanting us to join him in the peril. Sume remarked with slightly moist eyes as she sat beside the bonfire on the beach. Then why not offer yourself to him? Yingying teased in response. Sume did not reply, lost in the flickering flames. Feeling somewhat bored, Yingying glanced at the sky, exclaiming, "Look at all these clouds. It seems a heavy rain is imminent. Once Howda returns, we can head into the forest together to chop more trees and drag them back, hastening the construction of a shelter that can shield us from wind and rain, as well as provide a place to sleep," Che Yan suggested, also peering at the sky. How do we set up a shelter on this beach? Lu Yijiao humbly inquired. We can drive tree trunks deep into the sand with the axe, forming an enclosed space, and then construct a roof using more trunks, while also laying some on the ground, Yingying envisioned. That requires quite a number of trunks. We will have to chop many trees, Sume replied. The enclosed space formed by the trunks should be kept small enough to accommodate our 5 basic activities, thus reducing the number of trunks needed, Yin stated. The roof formed by the trunks will also require clay to seal the gaps. Otherwise, heavy rain will seep through. Yingying added. It sounds quite challenging. Sume pouted. No matter how difficult it may be, we must persevere. Ultimately, it is Howda who bears the brunt of the effort, Yin remarked. Lu Yijiao remained silent, contemplating whether she should seize the opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Howda should the rescue team delay their arrival, aiming to secure his preferential treatment. Her notion of nurturing a relationship was, of course, of a romantic nature. Having been a beautiful secretary to a company boss, she understood well what men desired. As she pondered this, her naturally strong desires stirred within her, and her long, elegant legs felt somewhat restless, causing her to instinctively tighten them slightly. Howda's venture proved to be rather smooth. He returned in less than an hour, bringing back 10 fish as large as those from the previous day, along with a small pot of water. Howda, you are amazing, Yingying exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the abundance of fish. She was nearly starving. Sume, Yin, and Lu Yijiao also praised Howda for his capability. With a mischievous smile, Howda mused, the term capable can carry different connotations. However, with all four beauties present, rather than just Sume as before, he refrained from making any playful remarks about being capable. Chapter 10. Howda's advantages. The five gathered around the bonfire, grilling fish and preparing fish soup. Yin took the initiative to discuss the shelter construction, to which Howda readily agreed, suggesting they should chop trees after satisfying their hunger. Although the grilled fish and soup lacked salt, everyone felt content, recognizing that having food and drink was a considerable blessing given their current circumstances. While prolonged abstinence from salt could lead to issues, a day or two without it was unlikely to be detrimental. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, the five set forth toward the edge of the forest, where the four beauties halted while Howda ventured in to chop trees. He felled tree after tree, and despite the strenuous labor causing him to feel hungry once more, he persevered. Together, they dragged the fallen trees back to the beach bonfire. Howda then chopped each tree into 2 or 3 equal lengths, embedding them deep into the sand to form a small enclosure, including an entrance. Subsequently, he and the four lovely ladies placed additional trunks atop the embedded ones, creating a rudimentary roof for their shelter. Howda then made another trip to the woods to gather clay and large banana leaves, using the clay to seal the gaps between the trunks and layering the banana leaves on top, thereby rendering the shelter roof functional. Next, he, along with Sume, Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, laid down some trunks on the floor of their shelter, transforming the sandy ground into a wooden floor. Although sleeping on such a wooden surface felt peculiar, it was certainly an improvement over the previous night's experience of lying in a sandy pit. However, another issue arose. It was challenging to move the bonfire into the shelter, rendering it difficult to maintain warmth. To address this, Howda devised a plan to remove 2 of the outer trunks from the shelter floor, allowing the bonfire from outside to be placed on the exposed sandy ground within. After all, the thick trunks were unlikely to catch fire, so it remained feasible to warm themselves inside. Once all tasks were completed, the five felt utterly exhausted and comfortably sprawled out in a row on the slightly cramped but adequate wooden floor of the shelter. Suddenly, they heard the sound of raindrops on the roof. Indeed, it had begun to rain. The raindrops grew increasingly dense and loud, confirming that a heavy downpour was outside. Whether the shelter can withstand the rain will soon be put to the test, Howda said with a hint of nervousness. If it fails the test, we will all be drenched. Yingying remarked. Let us hope it holds up. Sume prayed. It's not leaking yet. It should be fine, Yin reassured, gazing at the shelter roof. Thank goodness we finished the shelter in time. Otherwise, we would be soaked. Lu Yijiao shared her thoughts. We're fortunate to have this axe. Without it, constructing such a fine shelter would have been impossible. Howda exclaimed. Howda, I'm starting to believe that this axe truly is your creation. Yingying stated. As long as you believe, that is enough, Howda replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow, when you create something new, do it in front of everyone. Yin earnestly suggested. No problem. Howda readily agreed. What should I create tomorrow? Lu Yijiao asked with interest. How about a helicopter? We could fly home. Yingying proposed. A helicopter of that size would likely be impossible to create, Howda speculated, adding, besides, someone needs to pilot it. I wouldn't want it to fall from the sky mid-flight. I can fly a helicopter. Yingying asserted. Really? Yin turned to look at her. Of course. I even have a pilot's license. Yingying replied proudly. Impressive. I don't even have a car license, Howda remarked. But you have your own advantages. Yingying complimented. What advantages do I possess? Howda asked with keen interest. You truly live up to your name. Yingying giggled. How do you know that? Have you experienced it? Lu Yijiao teased with a sly smile. I guessed, Yingying admitted with a mischievous grin. You are all so boring for discussing this. Yin chided playfully. Su Mei, with her delicate face flushed, refrained from voicing her thoughts. In truth, she was the first among the 4 renowned beauties present to ascertain that Lord Hao lived up to his name. Although she had yet to experience it firsthand, she had indeed spent the night in his embrace. Lord Hao chose not to elaborate on the matter, as it was undeniably lacking in refinement. However, should any of the 4 beauties wish to ascertain his reputation, he would undoubtedly be more than willing and might even develop feelings over time. Chapter 11. Casual Conversations on a Rainy Day. Lord Hao, what did you do before? After a moment, Yingying attempted to strike up a conversation again. Outside, the rain poured heavily, leaving them with little to do but chat. I worked various jobs, spent some time on an assembly line, lost interest, took a month off, delivered takeout for a while, then took another month off, and eventually worked in a small company handling sales. In short, I have been a lowly worker with little hope. Lord Hao reflected with a sense of melancholy. What is your educational background? How did you end up in such a predicament? Yingying expressed her astonishment. Just a diploma. Lord Hao replied somewhat defensively. Goodness, you call that an education? That diploma is akin to a brick, essentially relegating one to laborious tasks on construction sites. Yingying retorted with a laugh. And your qualifications? Lord Hao asked, slightly annoyed. I am currently pursuing my MBA at Yingying University, Yingying answered proudly. Oh, the daughter of a wealthy family truly stands apart. Lord Hao replied, a hint of envy in his voice. Humph, I earned my place there through hard work. Mind you. Yingying shot him a disdainful glance. She then turned to Yin. Yin, what was your educational background before becoming a young business owner? I hold a bachelor's degree from a reputable university in China, Yin replied with a smile. That is quite commendable, Yingying remarked, implying that although it paled in comparison to her own credentials, it was still far superior to Lord Hao's diploma. And you, Louis Jiao? What were your qualifications before becoming a secretary? Yingying inquired with interest. I graduated from a second-tier university in China, Louis Jiao replied with poise. That is acceptable. Yingying commented again. She then turned to Su Mei. Oh, Su Mei? I recall you mentioned during your introduction that you are currently a freshman at that university. I know it. It's neither a 985 nor a 211, so it must be a second-tier institution. Yes, a second-tier university, Su Mei replied confidently. Seeing that all 4 beautiful women held higher educational credentials, Lord Hao couldn't help but think, no wonder beautiful women have become increasingly arrogant, making it harder for men to find a partner. It turns out they are either graduates of prestigious foreign institutions or esteemed universities in China. He pondered how a young man like him, with only a diploma, no house, no car, and little savings, could possibly compete. But then he reflected on their current situation. They were stranded on this deserted island, relying on him to risk his life to catch fish and provide sustenance, while he also chopped wood to construct shelter, ensuring they had a refuge from the relentless rain. In this context, the man with a mere diploma was, in fact, the most valuable among them. With this realization, his earlier feelings of inadequacy faded, and he felt a surge of pride. On this deserted island, I believe education holds little significance. If it weren't for Lord Hao risking his life to catch fish, we 4 ladies would likely be too weak to move. Su Mei interjected. Indeed, what does a diploma matter? Lord Hao is currently the one with the strongest survival skills. Louis Jiao stated objectively. Too kind, too kind. I'm just average. Lord Hao replied humbly, elated by the praise from the 2 beautiful women. In reality, there are many capable individuals with diplomas, several of whom work at my company. Yin added with a smile. Haha, I never claimed that a diploma was worthless. I've eaten several fish you caught. How could I say anything negative about you? We're just chatting to pass the time since there's nothing else to do. Yingying explained, noticing Su Mei, Yin, and Louis Jiao were all siding with Lord Hao. Just remember to transfer me $1 million as a token of gratitude when we return. Lord Hao replied generously. Absolutely. Yingying's charming face was alight with enthusiasm. For someone with a wealthy father, $1 million was merely pocket money for a month. The rain began to lessen. Though we're warming ourselves, it's still rather chilly. Louis Jiao remarked. Right. Lord Hao, could you transform something into 5 down comforters tomorrow? Su Mei immediately suggested. If we had 5 comforters, sleeping at night would surely be much more comfortable. Yin looked on with yearning. With down comforters, sleeping naked would be even more delightful. Louis Jiao's face lit up with excitement. You enjoy sleeping naked? I share that preference. Yingying giggled. You 2 are quite daring. Su Mei couldn't help but chuckle. I suspect tomorrow I can only transform 1 down comforter, as 5 counts as 5 different items. But I will first attempt to transform a helicopter. If that fails, I will try for 5 comforters. If that fails too, I will at least manage one comforter, Lord Hao said with a plan in mind. Lord Hao, can you really conjure items out of thin air? Yingying asked, her eyes wide with intrigue, wanting to discern if he was jesting. Of course. This ability manifested suddenly after I failed to catch fish in the stream yesterday. I transformed it into a fishing net, and this morning, I turned it into an axe. I can change one item each day, Lord Hao replied calmly. Goodness. We'll have to rely on you from now on. I wonder when the rescue team will arrive. Until then, we must rely on your ability to conjure items. Yingying exclaimed with excitement. Yes, tomorrow I'll transform 5 down comforters. If I can't manage 5, then 1 will suffice. Yingying added enthusiastically. How will 5 of us fit under 1 comforter? Yin suddenly interjected. We can all snuggle together under 1. Louis Jiao laughed. Haha, Lord Hao will surely be in bliss, sharing a comforter with us 4 beauties. Yingying chimed in merrily. Then you 2 won't be able to sleep naked. Sume teased. Well, just like last night, you can sleep next to Lord Hao. And Louis Jiao, and I can sleep naked. Yingying declared boldly. I'll sleep naked too. After all, Sume will be between me and Lord Hao. Yin joked. But Sume can't sleep naked, or Lord Hao will have quite the laugh. Yingying giggled. Yingying, could you be a bit more serious? Sume snapped in irritation. Goodness. We've been stranded on this deserted island, and are turning into wildlings. What is there to be serious about? Have you ever seen wildlings dressed? Yingying retorted confidently. At least they cover up a bit with leaves. Sume countered. I only said no clothes, not no pants. Yingying continued to argue. As it seemed the two were on the verge of a quarrel, Yin intentionally remarked, speaking of clothes and pants. It seems we haven't bathed or changed clothes for 2 days. True. I feel a bit itchy, Louis Jiao admitted, sniffing herself with disdain. Now that you mention it, I'm about to lose my mind. I used to shower daily, sometimes twice a day, and now I haven't bathed or shampooed for 2 days. Thank goodness there are no mirrors, otherwise, I wouldn't dare look. Yingying exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 12. Conditions for upgrading if we want to wash quickly. There are ways, Lord Hao suddenly interjected. What methods? Sume, Yin, Louis Jiao, and Yingying looked at him with eager anticipation. It must be said that the allure of a quick bath to refresh their bodies is truly irresistible for them. I refuse to venture to the stream. I would rather forego bathing than risk a snake bite or encounter a black bear. Louis Jiao promptly weighed the pros and cons. And please, Brother Hao, do not endanger your life repeatedly fetching water from the stream for us. Sume kindly added. My suggestion is to dig a well at the edge of the forest. Brother Hao replied with a smile. What a splendid idea. How did I not think of that? However, we lack the necessary tools for well digging. Yingying exclaimed. Indeed, we must have tools, such as a hoe. Typically, digging a well requires burrowing down at least 10 meters before water is likely to be found. Yin remarked. Therefore, after transforming into a down comforter tomorrow, we shall need to acquire a hoe the day after. Brother Hao responded. Once we have a hoe and dig a well, we will also need buckets to store the water. Louis Jiao interjected. Hence, on the day after tomorrow, we must also procure a saw. With a saw, we can cut wood to create large and small barrels. Brother Hao added. But what will we use to boil water for bathing? In this cold weather, a cold water bath would be unbearable. Sume pointed out, noting that a small pot cannot heat enough water at once. Well, we will also require a large iron pot capable of boiling a significant amount of water. Brother Hao replied. But obtaining a large iron pot will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Goodness, if the rescue team has not arrived by then, our hopes of being rescued will become increasingly dim. Yingying could not help but exclaim. Let us not dwell on such matters. In any case, before the rescue team arrives, we should strive to make the most of each day and maintain a positive mindset. Yin said with an optimistic tone. Yes. Sume agreed. Lamenting will not resolve any issues. It is most important to live well in the present and do our utmost now. Before the rescue team arrives, it appears we will not be able to take a hot bath until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Louis Jiao furrowed her brow. Today marks 2 days without a wash. Tomorrow will be 3 days. The day after tomorrow will be 4 days. And the day after that will be 5 days. My goodness, 6 days without a bath. I will surely become a salt-dried fish. Yingying exclaimed in despair. Speaking of fish, I feel a bit hungry again. Yin could not help but mention. Then let us have an early lunch, chatting while we eat. Brother Hao replied generously. This morning, each of us had 4 grilled fish and a small pot of fish soup, which contained 1 fish. We still have 5 fish left, allowing us to share 4 grilled fish and a small pot of fish soup with 1 fish to drink. Thus, the 5 of them busily engaged themselves, roasting fish by the fire near the makeshift shelter while simmering fish soup in a small pot. They had finished the fish soup earlier and were out of water. But since it was still raining outside, they could conveniently collect rainwater to prepare more fish soup. If only we had a large iron pot. We could catch rainwater to boil for bathing right now. Yingying suddenly realized this issue. Indeed, if it rains tomorrow as well, we might as well transform a large iron pot first, and then a down comforter the day after. Brother Hao replied with a hearty laugh. Brother Hao, if your ability to transform objects were to level up immediately, allowing you to transform at least 2 items a day, that would be delightful. Lu Yijiao expressed, somewhat unsatisfied. I too wish to upgrade, but that is not within my control, Brother Hao replied. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in his mind. If 4 beautiful maidens each kissed him, the island system would immediately upgrade. The upgrade would allow him to transform 2 items daily. Today as transformation would not count. Upon hearing this voice and its content, Brother Hao was clearly taken aback, silently exclaiming that it could actually upgrade. Yet the method of upgrading was rather unorthodox. How could he ask the 4 beautiful maidens beside him to kiss him, despite his longing for such an opportunity? Brother Hao, why does your expression suddenly seem so strange? Su Mei, sitting to his right around the fire, noticed his unusual demeanor and could not help but inquire. Could it be that your superpower has transmitted your thoughts? Yingying teased with a smile. You guessed correctly. Brother Hao glanced at her. Huh, what did it say? Yingying laughed even more joyfully, clearly believing he was joking. It mentioned the method for immediate upgrade, which would allow me to transform 2 items daily. And today as transformation would not count. Brother Hao expressed with a delightful expression. So wonderful. This means that after upgrading, I could transform 2 items today. We would have both the down comforter and the large iron pot. What is the method of upgrading? Hurry and tell us. Lu Yijiao appeared noticeably excited. My goodness. Lu Yijiao, do you truly believe Brother Hao's claim about the upgrade? Yingying looked at Lu Yijiao with a somewhat incredulous expression. Why not believe? Lu Yijiao countered, stating that even if it were false, what harm would it cause? What if it were true? Yingying was momentarily speechless, pondering what if it were indeed true. That was hardly a valid reason. Let us first hear Brother Hao's explanation of the upgrade conditions. Yin, neither as excited as Lu Yijiao nor as doubtful as Yingying, maintained a semi-skeptical attitude. Su Mei gazed at Brother Hao with sparkling eyes, feeling that based on her initial understanding of him, what he said now should indeed be true. I feel a bit shy discussing the method of upgrade. Brother Hao awkwardly replied. Goodness. The condition isn't that we all have to sleep with you, is it? Yingying blurted out. Yingying, what are you talking about? Su Mei retorted angrily upon hearing the rather risky condition she suggested. Yin and Lu Yijiao remained silent for the moment, merely observing Brother Hao, curious to see how he would respond next. The upgrade condition is that 4 beautiful maidens must each kiss me once. Brother Hao, seeing that Yingying had guessed, had no choice but to reveal the correct answer quickly. That is quite excessive. Yingying exclaimed, if it were false, wouldn't we 4 be at a great loss? The upgrade condition I heard in my mind is indeed as I stated. Brother Hao defended himself confidently. Why not give it a try? Lu Yijiao suggested. I have no objections. After all, I have consumed several fish provided by Brother Hao and drank water. So even if it is a trick to make me kiss him, it would not matter much. Yin stated. I have no objections either. Brother Hao has saved my life. Su Mei said, her cheeks flushing. My goodness. You all fell for it so quickly. Now it seems I must kiss him too. Yingying appeared somewhat frantic, but then suddenly her eyes gleamed with mischief as she said, Brother Hao, you must promise me that if we all kiss you and your ability to transform does not upgrade, and you are unable to transform anything else today, you shall allow us to deal with you as we see fit. For instance, we might take drastic measures. Chapter 13, The Temptation of Beauty. Agreed. Brother Hao readily accepted. Firstly, he had confidence in his island system, and secondly, he did not believe that Yingying would truly take drastic measures, considering that the 4 beautiful maidens would still need him to catch fish and collect water. Seeing Brother Hao had consented, Yingying found it difficult to oppose further. But she turned to Su Mei, Yin, and Lu Yijiao, saying, You all go first. I shall go last. Su Mei, Yin, and Lu Yijiao exchanged glances. And Lu Yijiao asked, Who will go first? Noticing that Su Mei and Yin were still hesitating, Lu Yijiao added, Then I shall go first. Upon hearing this, Brother Hao thought to himself, Goodness, this sounds like she intends to take turns with the others. Lu Yijiao is going first. This feels rather thrilling. Subsequently, Lu Yijiao stood up and walked to Brother Hao's side, then crouched down, planting a delicate kiss on his right cheek with her charming lips. Brother Hao instantly felt a rush of fragrance enveloping him, followed by a tingling sensation on his right cheek from Lu Yijiao's soft lips. a delightful experience. He could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. If Lu Yijiao were to kiss him on the lips, it would surely be even more exhilarating, but evidently, such an intimate scenario would be unlikely to occur with everyone present at that moment. After Lu Yijiao kissed Hauda, she gracefully returned to her original position, displaying an air of composure that was unmistakably characteristic of someone who had previously served as a stunning secretary. She had contemplated that if the rescue team did not arrive after several days, she would need to cultivate a favorable relationship with Hauda, allowing him to experience the utmost pleasure of being a man, thereby ensuring her safety and survival would be prioritized. Given her resolve, it was likely she would follow through with her intentions. Next to Hauda, Su Mei, her cheeks flushed with warmth, leaned closer to him and gently pressed her petite, alluring lips against a different spot on his right cheek. Hauda savored the delightful fragrance emanating from the youthful and charming Su Mei, as well as the exquisite tingling sensation from her warm kiss. This reminded him of the enchanting experience of sleeping beside her the previous night, enveloped in her soft warmth. After her kiss, Su Mei returned to her seat, feigning interest in the fire to divert attention from her blushing face. She recalled the comfort of being held by Hauda while sleeping, causing her long, graceful legs to feel slightly heated. She quickly redirected her thoughts and focused intently on the flames before her. Then it was the turn of the young and beautiful businesswoman, Che Yin. Like Lu Yijiao, she rose with poise, approached Hauda from the left, crouched down, and leaned in to plant a kiss on his left cheek with her equally petite and seductive lips. Hauda again reveled in the delightful aroma of the stunning and elegant Che Yin, as well as the exquisite sensation of her kiss. His mind wandered to the intriguing thought of how pleasurable it might be to engage in intimate encounters with her. Following her, it was the turn of the wealthy young lady, Yingying. Seeing Lu Yijiao, Su Mei, and Che Yin kiss Hauda, she felt compelled to do the same. She stood up, approached him from the left, but instead of kissing him immediately, she admired his somewhat handsome profile and remarked, "Hauda, you are actually a bit handsome. I like handsome guys, so a kiss from me is not a loss. Consider it me flirting with you." With that, she leaned close to his left ear and whispered something softly before gently biting his ear with her petite, enticing lips. It must be said that her overseas experience made her kiss uniquely captivating. Su Mei, noticing Yingying's earlier reluctance to kiss Hauda now transformed into a flirtatious demeanor, felt a surge of displeasure. Thankfully, she did not hear the sultry words Yingying had whispered in Hauda's ear, or else her irritation would have intensified. Yingying had softly conveyed that as long as Hauda ensured her safety and comfort before the rescue team arrived, she would allow him to fully enjoy her pleasures. After teasing Hauda with a mischievous smile, she triumphantly returned to her seat. Hauda, though somewhat bewildered by the previously aloof Yingying now speaking such provocative words, felt a rush of excitement. The notion of a wealthy young lady whispering sweet nothings to him was something he had never dared to imagine. He suddenly realized that the plane crash that had left him stranded on this deserted island could, in fact, be a stroke of fortune. Having completed their kisses, Yingying resumed her demanding tone, stating, "Hauda, transform something useful quickly. If you can't, I'll have you castrated." This was a stark contrast to her earlier flirtatious demeanor, revealing her true demanding nature. Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao all regarded Hauda with keen interest, hoping that he would not deceive them and genuinely produce something useful. What should I attempt to transform first? A helicopter? The likelihood of that is slim, Hauda thought. Managing a smile. Yes, let us start with that. If that fails, I'll try to transform a large iron pot that can hold enough water for bathing. If I can't even manage that, while Yingying declared with a fierce expression, let us first try for the helicopter, then the large iron pot. I concur. Lu Yijiao added her voice to the discussion. Su Mei and Che Yin nodded, expressing their eagerness for those two items. All right, Hauda replied, and with focused intent. He activated the island system, attempting to conjure a helicopter. With a helicopter, Yingying could pilot it, and everyone would be able to leave the island and return to civilization. However, the island system showed no response to Hauda's request for a helicopter, which he anticipated without disappointment. He then tried to create a large iron pot, and this time, he succeeded. Suddenly, a sizable iron pot materialized beside the five of them gathered around the fire. Wow, you truly conjured a large iron pot. Hauda, you're incredible. Yingying exclaimed excitedly, striding over to the pot, examining it with delight. Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao quickly joined her, giggling and marveling at Hauda's miraculous ability to create objects from thin air. Hauda, too, felt a sense of achievement. Oh, with this large iron pot, we can boil water for hot baths. Hurry, Hauda, get it outside to catch rainwater. Yingying urged impatiently. Howda did not mind her commanding tone. After all, she had been teasing him, and he was willing to accept her high-maintenance personality. Though heavy, he managed to carry the iron pot outside to the sandy ground near their shelter, allowing it to collect rainwater at a reasonable pace. Chapter 14. Each has their strengths. The emergence of a highly useful iron pot significantly uplifted the spirits of the small team of 5. Haha, soon we can take hot baths. It's been 2 days without a shower, and that's enough. Yingying giggled. How will we wash? Lu Yijiao playfully inquired. Without shower gel, shampoo, or washcloths, we'll just stand beside the pot filled with warm water and pour it over ourselves, Yin suggested. That's still a decent way to wash. Sume replied, content with the thought. By the way, Howda, you mentioned your ability to transform items has upgraded, allowing you to create 2 items a day, and today's axe doesn't count, so you can still create 1 more item. Yingying said excitedly. Indeed. I should still be able to transform something else, Howda smiled, recalling his unsuccessful attempts at the helicopter. The next item he prepared to create was the down comforters that everyone had expressed a desire for. Yes, the down comforters. Ideally, 5 of them. Sleeping at night will be delightful. Oh, I want to sleep naked. Lu Yijiao remarked with a hint of audacity. Let us first try for 5 comforters. I doubt I can produce that many, but 1 should be manageable. Howda said, trying to suppress the heat Lu Yijiao's suggestion stirred within him. If 5 comforters fail, let us aim for 1 particularly large comforter. Sume suggested with her sharp intellect. That is a good idea. Howda agreed. Thus, under the watchful eyes of 4 enchanting women, he activated the island system with his thoughts, attempting to conjure 5 down comforters. As expected, there was no response. After several attempts yielded no results, he shifted his focus to creating 1 especially large comforter. This time he succeeded. An exceptionally large down comforter appeared behind the 5 of them gathered around the fire. Just how large was it? It was ample enough to cover all 5 individuals comfortably. Even when folded in 2 layers, sufficient to envelop them all. In other words, this magnificent down comforter can accommodate 5 individuals simultaneously. It is quite suitable for Howda and the 4 enchanting beauties to share a cozy slumber together. Oh, an oversized down comforter has indeed appeared. Once I finish bathing, I shall wrap myself in it for a refreshing nap. I barely slept a wink last night. Yingying swiftly approached the down comforter, exploring it with her hands and exclaiming, how Dage is truly remarkable. He just conjured a large iron pot, and now he has produced such a vast down comforter. Sume, radiant and alluring, praised while caressing the comforter. Tomorrow, he will surely transform 2 more items. I eagerly anticipate it. Lu Yijiao chimed in, her hands gliding over the comforter with a smile. What might those 2 items be? Yin mused, intrigued as she too explored the comforter. I believe he should create a hoe and a saw tomorrow. The hoe can be used to dig a well at the edge of the forest since we cannot predict when it will rain again after this storm. Thus, we must secure a stable source of fresh water. Howda thoughtfully remarked. Moreover, the saw will allow us to cut wood for crafting large and small barrels. The large barrel can store a considerable amount of water and serve for bathing, while the smaller barrel can hold water or various other items, such as fish. Indeed, tomorrow, let us have the hoe and the saw. Yin concurred. I adore the idea of using the saw to craft a large barrel for bathing. Yingying exclaimed dreamily. The large iron pot outside should be nearly full of water. Lu Yijiao flirtatiously remarked to Howda. I shall go take a look. Howda smiled as he stood up, opening the shelter's door and bringing in the heavy iron pot, which was almost filled with water, placing it atop the fire that the beauties had quickly assembled with stones. Once the water heats up, we shall be able to bathe. This large pot contains enough water for all 5 of us, Sume announced. But how shall we bathe? Yingying teased, throwing out the topic with a mischievous grin. It would be better to bathe 1 at a time, Yin suggested, as she was not accustomed to being seen naked by others, including other women. I'm fine with either bathing 1 by 1 or all 4 of us beauties bathing together. I can accept both, Lu Yijiao boldly declared. Including Howda? I would be open to bathing together. Yingying asserted even more boldly. Yingying, have you lost your mind? How could Howda bathe with the 4 of us women? That would be utterly inappropriate. Yin replied with a laugh. Do not forget, Howda is now a remarkable individual who can conjure 2 useful items from thin air every day. Yingying mischievously reminded them. That still does not justify bathing with all of us. It would be so embarrassing. Sume added her opinion. Howda, however, remained silent, enjoying the melodious voices of the 4 beauties as they discussed him. Due to Howda having previously felled numerous trees and split ample firewood, there was enough for 2 days. Thus, under the conditions of having sufficient firewood, the large iron pot heated the water relatively quickly, making it suitable for a warm bath. Howda effortlessly lifted the large pot of hot water and placed it at one end of the shelter. Although it was referred to as one end, it was not far from the fire, as the shelter was quite small. Yingying and Lu Yijiao went over first to bathe together. Both were bold and did not mind sharing the experience, which also saved time. Despite facing away from Yingying and Lu Yijiao, Howda found himself lost in thoughts. Imagining the playful words Yingying had whispered to him about experiencing her joyfully. If the alluring Lu Yijiao also allowed him to enjoy her charms, he would surely be receptive. As they bathed, Yingying and Lu Yijiao occasionally burst into fits of laughter, presenting quite the challenge for Howda, the only man present, as he struggled to maintain his composure. Eventually, Yingying and Lu Yijiao finished bathing and dressed, looking as radiant as water lilies as they returned to the fire. Next was Yan's turn to bathe, as she preferred to wash alone. Following her was Su Mei, who also favored solitary bathing. After Yan and Su Mei had completed their baths, it was naturally time for Howda to wash, yet he remained seated for the moment. Howda, why are you still not bathing? We can only rest under the down comforter after you finish. Yingying urged. It is not convenient for Howda to get up right now. Lu Yijiao seemingly guessed something, her face adorned with a playful smile. Ah, scoundrel. Yingying quickly reacted, casting a glance at a certain part of Howda's body as she playfully scolded him. It is entirely normal for him to have a reaction with four stunning beauties bathing unclothed behind him. Yan chimed in with a laugh, while Su Mei felt her cheeks flush. After a while, Howda, who could finally manage to stand, made his way to the large iron pot for his bath, while Su Mei, Yan, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying sat in a row with their backs to him. However, just as Howda had been bathing for a short while, Yingying suddenly turned to look back. What the heck? Yingying, what are you doing? Howda exclaimed in anger upon being caught by her gaze. Humph, it is an honor for you that this young lady is peeking. Yingying responded with a mischievous tone. You have gone too far, Yingying. Su Mei retorted angrily. Su Mei, you seem quite eager. It appears you truly like Howda. Yingying teased. After all, I just caught a glimpse of him. Truly, you live up to your name. Su Mei, annoyed by Yingying's antics, felt the urge to strike her. Noticing the tension in the air, Lu Yijiao attempted to lighten the mood, saying, Yingying is quite bold. She actually peeked at Howda bathing in public. Get lost. You're no less bold than I am. Yingying countered with a laugh. At least I did not peek at Howda bathing. Lu Yijiao replied with a playful retort. Oh, I just thought of something, Yingying said with a sly grin. What is it? Lu Yijiao asked, playing along. I was considering that if the rescue team never arrives, we will have to live on this deserted island indefinitely. However, among the five of us, for our women, and only Howda is a man. So, to whom does Howda belong? Yingying said nonchalantly. That is simple. Each of us can have Howda for 1 day a week, and he can rest for the remaining 3 days to regain his strength. Lu Yijiao laughed. Then teasingly asked Yan and Su Mei, what do you two think? I refuse to answer such a question. How tedious. Su Mei replied. Yan glanced at Lu Yijiao and then at Yingying before making a surprising statement. You two only have him once a week. That probably isn't enough. Haha. Yingying and Lu Yijiao burst into laughter, feeling that Yan's remark seemed rather accurate. In this flirtatious atmosphere, Howda finished his bath. Afterward, he took the large iron pot outside the shelter, rinsed it with rainwater, and then placed it on the ground to collect more rainwater, seizing this excellent opportunity to gather fresh water. Meanwhile, Su Mei, Yan, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, who had not slept well in the sandy pit last night, quickly nestled under the enormous down comforter for a collective nap. Howda also felt the urge to rest, especially since it was raining outside, making it inconvenient to fish, and there was little else to occupy his time. However, he hesitated to join the four beauties in slumber, having noticed that they had removed their outer garments and trousers nearby, suggesting that although none of them were completely naked, they were evidently clad in minimal attire beneath the comforter. If it were nighttime, he could have rationally shared the bed with them, especially since it was his conjured comforter. However, during the daytime, he felt less justified in slipping into the cozy warmth of their shared slumber. Feeling somewhat fatigued and rather bored, he reclined on the log by the fire pit, finding warmth in slumber. Howda slept for about an hour, awakening refreshed and rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Su Mei, Yan, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying remained nestled within their down blankets, their delicate faces appearing enchanting as they slept soundly. Howda pushed open the shelter door to glance outside, discovering that while the rain continued to fall, it had diminished significantly, now merely a light drizzle. Such a gentle rain would scarcely impede travel. Thus, Howda resolved to venture to the stream to catch some fish, lest the five of them find themselves without sustenance come evening. Armed with an axe and a long wooden stick, he secured the shelter door behind him and set off. Upon arriving at the stream, he pondered the ample time at his disposal. Several hours remained until dinner. He decided to linger longer, hoping to net more fish and thereby reduce the number of trips, minimizing the risk of encountering venomous snakes or black bears. Through his diligent efforts, he managed to catch a total of 30 fish, feeling satisfied and ready to conclude his task. Unbeknownst to him, however, a dramatic upheaval was unfolding at the shelter. Emerging from seemingly nowhere, 2 men and 2 women had taken over the shelter, subduing Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, who were still comfortably nestled in their warm blankets. The sudden intrusion of these 2 imposing men, with their fierce expressions, naturally instilled fear in the women. They speculated that had these men not been accompanied by 2 attractive young women, they might have resorted to violence against the 4 beautiful women clad in scant attire. They wondered where Howda had gone. Yet even if he were present, it was unlikely he could overpower these 2 larger men alone. The atmosphere was tense, and suddenly, Che Yin addressed the intruders, inquiring if they too were survivors from the ill-fated flight. "I believe I saw you on the plane," she remarked. "Indeed. I have a recollection of that as well," Lu Yijiao added. "Since we are all survivors, why must we make things difficult for one another? Stop trying to be friendly. We are stranded on a deserted island. Only the strongest will prevail." One of the men, Sun Quang, retorted harshly. Aged in his 30s, he had a history of street life before arriving on this deserted isle. The other man, Li Longbao, also in his 30s, was a fitness trainer prior to their misfortune. The 2 young women accompanying them, Lu Hui, aged 23, had been a live streamer before the ordeal, while Hua Jiaoqian, aged 25, had worked at a bank. Indeed, Che Yan's earlier deduction was correct. These 4 individuals were also survivors of the ill-fated plane, having landed on another part of the island just yesterday. Notably, the night before, Sun Quang and Li Longbao had violently assaulted their female companions, Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, coercing them to remain in their group. It was evident that individuals like Sun Quang and Li Longbao, inherently unsavory, revealed their twisted natures in the face of adversity, such as being stranded on a deserted island. While Howda and Su Mei's group sought to unite in solidarity, awaiting rescue, Sun Quang and Li Longbao aimed to seize control of the shelter and its resources, including down blankets, large cooking pots, and firewood. Chapter 16. No retreat. No surrender. Is there not at least one man among you? Where has he gone? Sun Quang glared ominously at Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, who had donned clothing yet remained partially wrapped in their blankets. Li Longbao similarly fixed a menacing gaze upon them. Despite the allure of the women provoking their desires, it was clear they intended to eliminate any potential male threats before indulging in their whims. They believed there must be at least one man in their group, reasoning that erecting such a shelter would require more strength than merely 4 women could muster. "It's just us 4, Che Yin replied nonchalantly. "Stop lying. There's no way you 4 women built this shelter." Sun Quang scoffed. "What of it? Are women incapable of constructing a shelter?" Su Mei countered defiantly. Seeing Che Yan's unwavering spirit, she felt emboldened to protect Howda's identity as well. "You harlots, reveal the whereabouts of your male companion, or face my wrath," Li Longbao threatened. "It's truly just us 4, Yingying affirmed. "There are no others," Lu Yijiao added. Their staunch defense brought solace to Su Mei and Che Yin, who felt a sense of relief knowing they were united in their silence regarding Howda. They understood that only he could potentially rescue them, and their best chance lay in concealing his existence from these 2 men, thus granting Howda an opportunity to turn the tide in their favor. Nevertheless, despite their resistance, Sun Quang and Li Longbao remained poised on either side of the shelter door, waiting for the return of any potential male companion to launch their ambush. Observing the cunning of their adversaries, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying felt an urgency, yet were left with no alternatives. Meanwhile, Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, who had come with Sun Quang and Li Longbao, seemed indifferent as they warmed themselves by the fire. Having been victimized the previous night and now coerced into alliance with these beasts, their spirits were dulled. Howda, having skillfully processed 30 fish, wore a mischievous grin as he stowed away the fish guts in his pocket for later use. He then began his return to the shelter, carrying the 30 fish along with his axe and wooden stick. Though the rain persisted, it was light and refreshing, invigorating him as he walked. Upon reaching the beach, he caught sight of the shelter in the distance, imagining the 4 beautiful women still nestled within their blankets. A feeling of returning home washed over him, as if they were his beloved wives and he their devoted husband. With this thought, the grin on his face widened, completely unaware of the turmoil that awaited him inside the shelter. As he approached within 5 meters of the door, the sound of crashing waves masked his footsteps, leaving Su Mei and the others unaware of his imminent arrival. Conversely, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, stationed at the door, spotted Howder returning through the gaps between the trees. Seeing only one man, they exchanged sinister smiles, thinking that if they could work together to eliminate him, not only would the shelter be theirs, but Su Mei and the other beautiful women would also be at their mercy. Having narrowly escaped death in a plane crash, they were determined to indulge their desires without restraint. How to approach the entrance of the makeshift shelter, completely unaware of any impending danger. Just as he pulled the door open and prepared to enter, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, lurking on either side of the entrance, were ready to strike him with their clubs. At that moment, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying shouted simultaneously, "Be careful!" Reacting quickly, How to step back just in time. As he retreated, the two thick wooden clubs struck the ground where he had just stood. Had it not been for the timely warning from the four beautiful women and his quick reflexes, he would have likely suffered a severe blow to the head, potentially fatal or at the very least, gravely injuring him. Realizing their attack had missed, Sun Quan and Li Longbao understood they should have silenced Su Mei and the others. However, the failure of their ambush was already a fact, and they rushed forward with their clubs, flanking Howda with malicious intent. Howda decisively discarded his fishing net and long wooden pole, gripping a sharp axe with his right hand. His gaze icy as he faced the two menacing figures before him. He was acutely aware that losing this battle could mean his death, and that the fate of Su Mei and the others would be equally dire. Thus, he could not afford to lose. The two men, with their serpent-like eyes, were both taller and stronger than him, and were now attacking in tandem, putting Howda at a significant disadvantage since he had no prior combat training. His only advantage lay in his weapon. While his adversaries wielded clubs roughly a meter long, he held a sharp axe, clearly a more formidable weapon. A blow from a club might cause pain, but would not likely be fatal unless it struck a vital area, whereas a strike from the axe could have catastrophic consequences. Bolstered by this advantage, Howda remained steadfast, observing the two men who stood about a meter away from him without making any aggressive moves. Sun Quan and Li Longbao hesitated to attack, intimidated by the axe in Howda's grasp. This stalemate lasted only a short while before Li Longbao, unable to contain himself, thought about the beautiful women he could ravage after defeating Howda. With that thought, he lunged forward, swinging his club at Howda. Almost simultaneously, Sun Quan launched an attack from the opposite direction. It must be noted that these two men displayed a surprising level of coordination. Inside the shelter, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying had quickly donned their trousers and picked up thick wooden clubs, positioning themselves outside the shelter to witness the unfolding fight. They watched anxiously as the two clubs descended upon Howda from either side, fearing he might be struck. As the vicious blows approached, Howda swiftly sidestepped to avoid them and, with tremendous force, swung his axe at Li Longbao. The explosive power of his strike was unparalleled, and he reached the limits of his speed, landing a direct hit on Li Longbao. With a pained scream, Li Longbao clutched his injured shoulder. Just as Howda prepared to withdraw his axe from the wound, Sun Quan lunged at him from behind, his arm bulging with veins as he attempted to choke. Howda, recognizing the imminent danger, Howda abandoned his intention to pull out the axe and instead elbowed Sun Quan forcefully. The pain caused Sun Quan to loosen his grip, allowing Howda to break free, and they became locked in a fierce struggle. Seeing that Howda had severely injured Li Longbao and was now engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Quan, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying exchanged glances and prepared to assist him with their clubs. Suddenly, Hui and Huojiao Qian rushed forward. Huojiao Qian reached Li Longbao first, who was now on the ground, his face contorted in agony. With a cold expression, she forcefully extracted the axe from his shoulder. The four women initially believed Hui and Huojiao Qian intended to use the axe against Howda, so they hurriedly moved forward with their clubs. However, Hui aimed the axe at the bleeding shoulder of Li Longbao, seeking revenge for the assault he had inflicted upon her the previous night. Li Longbao, realizing Hui's intent to kill him, instinctively rolled away, desperate to escape the pain. Huojiao Qian then took the axe from Hui, preparing to exact her own vengeance on Sun Quan. However, by this time, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying had surrounded the two women, ensuring their safety. "I want to kill that scoundrel," Huojiao Qian declared, pointing the axe towards Sun Quan, who had the upper hand over Howda. "Give me the axe," Yingying insisted resolutely. She and the others were uncertain whether Huojiao Qian was friend or foe and did not wish to take a risk based solely on her words, fearing she might turn against Howda instead of targeting Sun Quan. After a brief moment of hesitation, Huojiao Qian turned the axe around, and handed the handle to Qi Yingying, accepting it with a nod. Qi Yingying gripped the axe tightly and stealthily approached the fierce struggle between Sun Quan and Hao Da. The tension escalated as they watched Qi Yingying approach the fray, well aware of the risks involved. If she failed to strike Sun Quan and he seized the axe, she could very well meet her end. Yet, if no one intervened on Hao Da's behalf, his chances of victory were slim. Despite momentarily gaining the upper hand, Hao Da was soon overwhelmed again and found himself pinned beneath Sun Quan, who rained down relentless blows upon him. As Qi Yingying approached, Sun Quan was preoccupied with his assault on Hao Da, oblivious to her presence. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yingying swung the axe with fierce determination, striking Sun Quan in the back with a chilling thud. He let out a scream of agony as the axe bit into his flesh. Qi Yingying swiftly withdrew the axe, blood splattering her in the process. Sun Quan, now frenzied, sprang to his feet and fled into the woods, leaving his pursuer behind. "You are quite fierce yourself," Hao Da remarked with a grin at Qi Yingying, witnessing Sun Quan's hasty retreat. "You still need to improve your combat abilities. Otherwise, how can you protect all these beautiful women?" Qi Yingying quipped in return. "I will strive to enhance my skills," Hao Da replied humbly. "Well, we have finally survived the crisis. Are you all right?" Su Mei, Che Yan, and Lu Yijiao approached with concern, checking on Hao Da's well-being. "I'm fine. As long as you are all safe," he smiled in reassurance. They chased off the other scoundrel. Che Yan indicated towards El Hui and Hui Jiaoqian, who remained at a distance, suggesting they might have been coerced by the two men. "Indeed," Hao Da acknowledged. Hao Da nodded slightly, and then approached El Hu and Hu Jioqi in alongside Chyn and others. "We would like to join your team, if that is agreeable," El Hu proactively inquired. "I have no objections," Hao Da replied with a smile, glancing at Qi Yingying and the others. "Welcome aboard," Qi Yingying said with a cheerful smile. "Welcome." Su Mi, Chyn, and Li Yigio echoed, also smiling. Given El Hu's earlier decisive action in driving away LLNGBO with an axe, Hu Jioqi unhesitatingly handed the axe to Qi Yingying, as they had already fought side by side in life-or-death circumstances. Thus, after ensuring their surroundings were free of danger, Hao Da and the lovely ladies entered the makeshift shelter, carrying the axe and a fishing net containing 30 fish, and gathered around the fire to warm themselves. "Brother Hao, do you think those two birdmen will return? Perhaps tonight?" Su Mi asked with some concern. They were each struck by an axe, and without any medicine on this deserted island, their wounds will likely lead to infection. Hao Da objectively analyzed. Even if they don't succumb to infection, they probably won't dare to come back anytime soon. However, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down, Qi Yingying added, having dealt a blow to S.N. Kuing. Her words carried significant weight in light of their recent victory against external threats. Of course, the true hero of this battle was still Hao Da. Had he not severely injured LLNGBO with his axe, and then engaged in a standoff with S.N. Kuing, Qi Yingying would not have had the opportunity to strike S.N. Kuing from behind. "Before the rescue team arrives, we should take turns keeping watch tonight," Chyn suggested. "Yes, that's a good idea." Su Mi and Li Yigio immediately expressed their support. "We can have 2 people on watch each night. For instance, one person can keep watch until 2 in the morning, then wake the other to take over until dawn." Hao Da proposed a specific plan. The 6 beautiful women, Su Mi, Chyn, Li Yigio, Qi Yingying, El Hu, and Hu Jioqian, all voiced their agreement. "Great. Now, let us prepare dinner. I brought back 30 fish this afternoon. Let us roast some fish and make fish soup," Hao Da declared with enthusiasm. "Oh, dinner is being prepared." The lovely ladies cheered excitedly. The newly joined El Hu and Hu Jioqi felt fortunate to be part of such a harmonious team, grateful to have escaped the clutches of S.N. Kuing and LLNGBO, and to have joined such a wonderful group. After a while, Hao Da and the lovely ladies finished roasting their respective fish, and a small pot over the fire was bubbling with fish soup, filling the shelter with delightful aromas. They chatted and laughed while enjoying their meal. "If only we had salt, the roasted fish and soup would taste even better," Hao Da remarked. "There is salt in the sea, but extracting it from seawater yields coarse salt, which contains quite a bit of bitter impurities," Chyn explained. "Coarse salt can be further refined into fine salt, but the process is rather troublesome," Qi Yingying added. "For now, I'm quite content with the roasted fish and soup, even if it's a bit bland," Su Mi stated. If only Hao Da's ability to transform could level up again today. Excluding what he has already transformed, he could then create 3 new items immediately. Li Yigio mused dreamily. Curious, El Hu and Hu Jioqi inquired about this transformation ability, and so am I, and the others eagerly explained, leaving the newcomers both astonished and skeptical. I too wish to continue leveling up, but having already leveled up today, it would be somewhat greedy to wish for more. Howda chuckled in response. However, just then, a voice echoed in his mind from the island system, informing him that as long as he had one beauty with him, he could level up again immediately after the task was completed, allowing him to transform 3 items each day, excluding those already transformed. Feeling both bewildered and exhilarated by this revelation, Howda couldn't help but think how increasingly outrageous the system had become. Previously, the requirement for leveling up was merely a kiss from 4 beauties. Now, it directly required the presence of just 1 beauty. Howda, why does your expression seem so peculiar again? Is this related to your transformation ability leveling up? Yingying observed perceptively. You guessed it right. Howda replied. Really? You can level up again? You can transform 3 items a day, excluding those already transformed? Yingying asked excitedly. Indeed, Howda replied succinctly. What are the conditions for this upgrade? Chyin inquired with relative calmness. If I tell you, I fear you might strike me, Howda responded. Oh no. The previous requirement was for 4 beauties to kiss you. This time, it wouldn't be that you have to sleep with all of them, would it? Yingying exclaimed in disbelief. The other ladies gazed intently at Howda, clearly intrigued by the temptation of being able to transform 3 new items again, making the details of the upgrade conditions crucial. It's not all. It's just that having 1 beauty with me will instantly level up my transformation ability. I can then transform 3 items each day, excluding those already transformed. Howda clarified objectively. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yingying exclaimed repeatedly. Howda, your transformation ability is rather lewd. Yingying teased with a giggle. So am I, on the other hand. Blushed and remained silent. Chyin appeared deep in thought, as if contemplating whether any of the beauties would genuinely be willing to be with Howda to enhance his transformation ability. Elhu and Yingying wore complex expressions, thinking how they had initially perceived Howda as a good person, only to discover he had a rather mischievous side, claiming that the condition for upgrading his transformation ability was merely to have a beauty with him, presenting his lewdness in a rather grand manner. It was evident that they remained skeptical of Howda's words. If the conditions for upgrading are indeed like that, then it would be wonderful if everyone believes it. Otherwise, it's understandable if they don't wish to see 3 new items transformed today. In any case, I won't force anyone. After all, I have already transformed an axe, a large iron pot, and an oversized down comforter today, which is quite satisfactory. Howda said with a serious expression. So, who will step forward? Yingying asked eagerly. Oh my goodness. Yingying, you really want to step forward? Yingying teased with a laugh. If the rescue team doesn't arrive, sooner or later, we 6 beauties will succumb to the temptation of sleeping with Howda. Now that we can also transform 3 valuable items, why not? Yingying countered with a mischievous smile. Let us first discuss what each of us would like Howda to transform into 3 items, and then see if the allure is substantial enough, Yingying suggested, shifting the conversation. Noticing that Yingying and Yingying seemed inclined to sleep with Howda, and that so am I and Chyin showed no overt dissent, Elhu and Yingying found themselves internally exclaiming once more. They truly believed in what Howda had said about the upgrade. Oh my goodness, this team is too wild. I would like Howda to transform a large mirror, a big bottle of shower gel, and a large package of new underwear. Then I could take a hot shower with the shower gel, change into the new underwear, and admire myself in the large mirror. Yingying exclaimed dreamily. It must be said, she fully embodied the nature of a beautiful woman who loves to take care of her appearance. You all had hot showers here? Elhu and Yingying asked in astonishment. Indeed, this morning, Howda's transformation ability leveled up, allowing him to create a large iron pot and that oversized down comforter. We used the pot to collect rainwater and heat it, and that is how we took a hot shower. Yingying replied with a smile. May we also indulge in a warm bath? Elhu and Yingying eagerly glanced at Yingying and the other beauties, then turned their eyes to Hod. Outside, the rain poured heavily once more, and with an ample supply of fresh water available, there was no hindrance to their desire for a warm bath. It's no problem at all. I can boil water in a large iron pot, Hod replied cheerfully, rising to place a sizable pot filled with rainwater over the fire to heat it. Thank you, Brother Ho. Elhu and Yingying expressed their gratitude, yearning to cleanse themselves. Seeing Hod so readily agree to their request, they no longer held any objections to his earlier rather untoward conditions for upgrading the items. After this brief interlude regarding their wish for a warm bath, discussions resumed about which 3 items they wished HOD to transform. I would like HOD to change a hoe for digging wells, a saw for cutting wood to make barrels and beds, and a large down comforter. SMI articulated her practical desires. You share the same thoughts as I do? HOD replied with a slight smile. SMI blushed and glanced at him, choosing not to elaborate further. Oh my, you two are exchanging glances so flirtatiously, and your wishes are identical. Why not just retire to bed together and upgrade? Yingying could not help but exclaim. All right. HOD responded eagerly, then looked at SMI. I have no objections for the sake of upgrading, SMI replied, her beauty radiant. Oh, you two are such a scandalous pair. Yingying remarked with a hint of annoyance upon witnessing the harmonious understanding between HOD and SMI. No, I want to compete. Ygo suddenly interjected, a touch of urgency in her voice. Chapter 19. The Joys of Being a Man. Rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the victor. SMI retorted defiantly. Very well. Upon hearing SMI's acceptance of the competition, Ygo felt elated. Believing she had a 50-50 chance in this game of chance. Elhu and Hugioki observed in bewilderment, pondering the fervor with which 2 stunning beauties were competing for HOD's attention. Were they truly so desperate? CHYN observed the unfolding contest with calm detachment, as if the event had been anticipated. Yingying, on the other hand, wore a complex expression, contemplating whether to join the competition after SMI and Ygo settled their contest. HOD acted as the referee, and when he called out 3, 2, 1, start, Ygo and SMI both revealed their right hands simultaneously from behind their backs. Ygo chose a fist, while SMI revealed cloth. SMI emerged victorious. Though Ygo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her loss, she chose to remain composed and sat down. SMI cast a flirtatious glance at HOD, suggesting that the two could retreat to the comforter. HOD, suppressing his excitement, smiled back at her. Just as they prepared to move towards the comforter, Yingying declared, I also wish to compete. HOD, surprised by his newfound desirability, felt somewhat flattered. SMI, eyeing Yingying, replied, let us stick to rock, paper, scissors, 1 round to determine the victor. Very well, Yingying agreed, believing she had a decent chance of winning. However, at that moment, neither she nor Ygo realized that they were, in fact, at a distinct disadvantage. Prior to HOD's rather provocative conditions for upgrading, a voice had echoed in SMI's mind, informing her that she had gained prophetic abilities, enabling her to foresee the outcome of any specific event 5 seconds into the future. Thus, during her earlier game with Ygo, when HOD called out 3, 2, 1, she had already envisioned Ygo's fist, allowing her to choose cloth and secure her victory. With her newfound abilities, SMI readily accepted Yingying's challenge. Once again, HOD officiated as the referee. 3, 2, 1, start, he called. And SMI and Yingying revealed their hands simultaneously. Yingying presented scissors, while SMI revealed a hammer. SMI emerged victorious once more. Yingying, naturally displeased with her defeat, remained silent and returned to her seat with an impassive expression. SMI then glanced at CHYN, Elhu, and Hugioki, and sensing no further challengers, she and HOD made their way to the comforter, snuggling into the warm and relatively private embrace of the bedding. The rain continued to pour outside, leaving CHYN and the others unable to venture out, which meant HOD and SMI remained in close quarters with them. Fortunately, the comforter provided a degree of concealment. Otherwise, with CHYN and the others facing away, HOD and SMI would have found it challenging to engage in any intimate activities, and any attempts would undoubtedly be hindered by their surroundings. Elhu and Hugioki, having endured the aggressive advances of SNQing and LLNGB the previous night, now yearned for a warm bath to cleanse themselves thoroughly once HOD and SMI completed their endeavors. After a considerable time, SMI's soft gasps finally ceased, and HOD quickly tidied himself, donned his clothes and trousers, and returned to sit by the fire. SMI, having exhausted herself, fell asleep under the comforter, her body languid. Ygo and Yingying exchanged complex glances at HOD, as if he had betrayed them. HOD endeavored to maintain a demeanor of nonchalance while relishing the delightful memories of the exquisite experience shared with the youthful and alluring SMI. Brother HO, could you assist us in moving that large pot of hot water over here? We wish to bathe. Hu and Hu Jioki in implored sincerely. It's but a small task, Hod replied, quickly snapping back to reality with a smile, before rising to transport the pot of water to the shelter, placing it a respectful distance from where Smi lay sleeping. He then returned to the fire, turning his back to allow Hu and Hu Jioki in the privacy to bathe. Hod, have you upgraded yet? Chyn inquired suddenly. Yes, I have. I am currently transforming items, Hod responded. What are you transforming? Yingying, momentarily distracted from Hod and Smis affair, redirected her attention. I am transforming the hoe for digging wells, the saw for cutting wood to create barrels and beds, and a large down comforter, Hod explained. Wait a moment. Regarding the hoe, could we not first transform it into a drilling machine? A drilling machine would be far more efficient than a hoe for digging wells, Li Gio proposed, momentarily dismissing her earlier concerns. A drilling machine? That idea is indeed appealing. But the issue is that even if we succeeded in transforming it, it requires power to operate. Chyn interjected with her thoughts. Then let us attempt to transform it into a drilling machine equipped with a nuclear-powered supercharged energy source. Yingying added, her imagination running wild. I shall give it a try, Hod replied objectively. Chyn, Li Gio, and Yingying watched him intently. Meanwhile, Hu and Hu Jioki had already disrobed not far behind Hod and were using the hot water to wash themselves. Smi, nestled under the warm comforter, appeared utterly satisfied, reflecting on the delightful experiences she had just shared with Hod as she relaxed and prepared to drift into slumber. Chapter 20. Beautiful and alluring, Hod initiated the advanced island system, attempting to transform a drilling machine equipped with a nuclear-powered supercharged energy source. He had not held out much hope for this transformation, as the complexity of the item seemed daunting. However, upon his attempt, an object suddenly materialized beside him. The other beauties, including Chyn, observed in astonishment. My goodness, it actually worked. Yingying exclaimed in excitement. He was the first to approach the object and examine it closely. Howda and the others also gazed at the item in question. Is this the drilling machine powered by nuclear energy? It doesn't seem very large. Can this contraption actually bore a well? Lui Jiao expressed her uncertainty. If it can be manifested, since Howda has already brought it into existence, I believe it should be capable of drilling a well, Yin remarked. It is still raining outside. Once the rain ceases, we will know for certain, Howda replied with a smile. Not only was it due to the rain, but also because two stunning beauties, Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, were not far behind him, undressing to take a bath, making it inconvenient for him to turn around and step outside. Having just savored the exquisite taste with Sume, Howda found himself thinking of the alluring and graceful Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, igniting a desire that he quickly suppressed. Now, let us see if we can manifest a second item after this upgrade. Howda redirected the conversation. Since we have successfully transformed a nuclear-powered drilling machine, why not attempt to create a helicopter as well? Yingying exclaimed with excitement. With a helicopter, we would no longer need to wait 2 days for the rescue team. Who hasn't even made an appearance? We could simply fly home with her, who holds a pilot's license. Yin and Lui Jiao also felt a surge of excitement. Howda, however, remained relatively calm, feeling that such a complex machine as a helicopter might be beyond their reach. He activated the deserted island system to give it a try, but as expected, there was no response when he attempted to manifest the helicopter. After several attempts, he sighed, stating, a helicopter simply cannot be created. Yingying, though somewhat disappointed, maintained her composure and suggested, then let us create a nuclear-powered chainsaw. Upon hearing this, Howda's eyes lit up. This chainsaw would be far more efficient than a manual saw. It could easily cut wood for barrels, beds, and other items, and it would be much more effective at felling trees compared to an axe. Moreover, this device was structurally simpler than the previously transformed drilling machine. Thus, the likelihood of successful manifestation was high. Howda activated the deserted island system once more, and indeed, another object appeared beside them, a nuclear-powered chainsaw. The crowd gazed at the chainsaw with excitement. Howda, your ability to conjure objects is truly remarkable, Yingying praised. Though the upgrade seems rather reckless, Howda, you must have enjoyed yourself with Sume, right? Lui Jiao teased with a mischievous grin. Indeed, Howda answered succinctly. Next time, it should be my turn. Lui Jiao replied with a flirtatious smile. You are quite bold, Lui Jiao. Yingying couldn't help but comment. Oh please, you were just as eager to compete earlier. Lui Jiao dismissed her with a glance. Regardless, you're not as bold as I am. Yingying shot back. Perhaps Howda favors women who are both beautiful and daring. Didn't you hear how enchanting Su Mei sounded just now? Lu Yijiao remarked with growing excitement. How it truly lives up to his name, Yingying added, fanning the flames. Yin stifled her laughter, finding it somewhat difficult to contain herself. Watching Lu Yijiao and Yingying tease him so openly about Su Mei, how amused that if it were only he and these two stunningly bold women, he would surely indulge them one by one until they were completely satisfied. Should we try out the chainsaw first? Yin suggested, trying to shift the topic. We can give it a go later, Howda replied with a smile. Su Mei, already his woman, was peacefully sleeping under a down comforter. And he certainly didn't want to disturb her, especially since the noise from the chainsaw would be considerable. Oh, you've learned to cherish your woman. Lu Yijiao immediately guessed his reason for postponing the chainsaw's activation and couldn't resist commenting. Once you become Howda's woman, he will cherish you too. Yingying added with a smile. We'll see who manages to win over Howda first, Lu Yijiao replied with a laugh. Their banter left Howda feeling a bit heated. What should the third item be? A gigantic down comforter? Yin suggested, somewhat out of place. Wait. Let me think about what could be more important than manifesting another gigantic down comforter. Yingying exclaimed. I need to think as well, Lu Yijiao chimed in. Yin was also deep in thought. At that moment, the freshly bathed Hui and Huojiao Qian walked over, visibly revitalized, and joined the group by the fire. Upon seeing the newly manifested drilling machine and chainsaw, they were once again astonished, finally ceasing to doubt Howda's ability to conjure objects from thin air. As for the rather dubious conditions for his ability upgrade, they still remained skeptical, realizing it was merely his excuse to charm one of the beautiful women present. Now he seemed quite satisfied, especially since Su Mei was still resting beneath the comforter. Learning that Yingying and the others were contemplating what the third item should be, whether it should be another gigantic down comforter or something else of greater significance, Hui and Huojiao Qian were also intrigued and began to ponder quickly. They too were now part of this team, and what was manifested was closely tied to their needs. Thinking over it, Howda concluded that manifesting another gigantic down comforter was not of utmost importance, as the existing one was sufficient for him and the 6 beautiful women to snuggle together comfortably. In fact, such closeness would bring him even more delightful experiences. I believe it would be better to conjure a large bag of fine salt first, as it would enhance the flavor of grilled fish and fish soup, making it much more enjoyable. Yingying proposed after a moment of thought and added, besides, we Haven Tea had salt in 2 days. If we don't eat salt, we might lack the energy to walk. I think manifesting a large bag of salt is fine. We can always conjure something else tomorrow morning since Howda can create 3 items again. It would be better to first manifest a large bag of women's undergarments. As although we bathed in hot water, we still Haven Tea changed our undergarments, which feels quite uncomfortable, Lu Yijiao suggested. Upon her suggestion, Yin, Hui, and Huojiao Qian all agreed that manifesting a large bag of women's undergarments was indeed more pressing. Even Yingying, who had previously held a different opinion, seemed to waver. If we conjure a large bag of women's undergarments, what will I change into? Howda suddenly felt a bit speechless. You can change into women's undergarments too, huh? Lu Yijiao laughed heartily. Don't worry, if you wear women's undergarments, we won't think you're a pervert. Yingying added with a giggle. Oh, no way. With Howda's robust physique, he certainly wouldn't fit into ordinary women's undergarments. Lu Yijiao laughed again. Haha. Yingying burst into even more joyous laughter. Yin, Hui, and Huojiao Qian struggled to suppress their laughter, finding it somewhat difficult. Let us manifest a large bag of men's undergarments instead. Both men and women can wear them, Howda stated with a serious expression, adding, my concern now is whether we can produce a large bag, or if it will only yield a single piece. Goodness, what use is a single piece? There are 7 of us. It would be better to first manifest a large bag of laundry detergent. Let us not wear undergarments for now and wash them instead. Yingying exclaimed, imagining all the beautiful women sleeping without undergarments, nestled together under a gigantic down comforter at night. A peculiar smile spread across Howda's face. How can we dry the undergarments after washing them? Lu Yijiao raised another question. Ah, damn it. We don't even have a clothesline or a drying rack. Yingying suddenly felt a bit frantic. We can simply hold them by hand and dry them by the fire, Yin suggested. All right. Both Yingying and Lu Yijiao exclaimed in unison. Howda suggested, let's first attempt to transform a large pack of men's undergarments. If that fails, we shall try to conjure a hefty bag of laundry detergent. This proposition garnered unanimous agreement from Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Lu Hui, and Huojiao Qian. Consequently, Howda activated the deserted island system with his thoughts, and to his astonishment, He successfully materialized a substantial package of men's undergarments in one swift motion. It appeared that the deserted island system had advanced to a higher level, enabling not only 3 transformations per day, but also the ability to conjure more complex items. Had this occurred yesterday, he would have been limited to transforming merely a single undergarment at a time. Reflecting on this upgrade, Hao Da's mind wandered back to the enchanting image of Su Mei. With her strikingly beautiful and graceful figure, lost in blissful reverie under the comfort of the down comforter. "Oh, the undergarments," Yingying exclaimed, eagerly seizing the large pack of men's undergarments that Hao Da had just conjured. Upon opening the package, they discovered a total of 19 pairs, ensuring that each person could claim 2 pairs with 5 remaining. All 19 pairs bore the same design, differing only in color. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple among them. Yingying selected 3 vibrant pairs, and the other beauties followed suit, gravitating towards the more colorful options, revealing a shared aesthetic among them. Hao Da had little preference regarding the colors of the undergarments. He was simply content to have replacements, and he felt fortunate to secure 2 pairs. "I'm turning around. I need to change," Lu Yijiao playfully teased. "Are you all changing right here?" Hao Da replied, feeling a surge of heat. He had already been sufficiently stimulated by the beauties throughout the day. With Su Mei still asleep beneath the down comforter, he felt compelled to turn away. "No peeking, or I'll have to forcefully take advantage of you," Yingying provocatively warned. "I'll just take a look at the rain outside," Hao Da stated decisively as he rose and moved towards the door, cracking it open slightly to feign admiration for the rain-soaked scenery outside. Although it was past 5 in the afternoon, the sky retained a glimmer of light. Gazing out at the rain-drenched beach of the deserted island, he couldn't help but reminisce about his hometown, his parents, siblings, and friends, which filled him with a touch of melancholy. He pondered when, or if, the rescue team would arrive. If they did not come, it was highly likely that he and Su Mei would never return home. Grateful for the transformative powers of the deserted island system, Hao Da nearly burst into laughter at the thought. "Hao Da, we have finished changing. You can come over now," Lu Yijiao called out alluringly. Hao Da secured the door and returned to his spot by the fire. "Ah, pervert, pervert, pervert," Yingying exclaimed, momentarily exasperated, relieved that she hadn't entrusted her undergarments to Hao Da for safekeeping. Watching the playful banter between Hao Da and Yingying, Lu Yijiao, Yin, Lu Hui, and Huojiao Qian all shared soft, breathless laughter. Suddenly, a noise at the door caught their attention. "Someone's here," Lu Yijiao instinctively joked, but her expression changed abruptly. The others, too, exchanged concerned glances. What manner of visitor could arrive on this deserted island beach? If it were rescuers, they would first hear the sound of helicopters. Yet there was no such noise. The previously frightened Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, who had fled from the axe, were unlikely to return so soon for revenge. Eliminating these possibilities, what could be at the door? It might very well be a wild animal. The beauties' faces paled at the thought. Suddenly, the door to their shelter was yanked open with force. Standing outside was a robust black bear. Lu Yijiao and the other beauties were instantly frozen in fear. Hao Da, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and seized a powerful chainsaw with nuclear capabilities from nearby, activating it with a swift press of the button. The chainsaw buzzed menacingly as he approached the bear, which was still lingering at the door, poised to enter. Lu Yijiao and Yingying, now aware of the gravity of the situation, watched anxiously as Hao Da prepared to confront the bear. The bear, sensing the danger of the chainsaw, hesitated, growling menacingly at Hao Da, as if warning him to retreat and allow it to feast upon him. In response to the bear's aggressive growls, Hao Da brandished the chainsaw defiantly. Enraged by his provocation, the bear lunged forward through the door, roaring fiercely, and swiped its massive paw at Hao Da. In that life-threatening moment, Hao Da reacted swiftly, using the chainsaw to block the bear's powerful paw. The bear let out a piercing scream as its paw was severed, blood gushing profusely onto the ground. The immense pain sent the bear into a frenzied state, but Hao Da did not wait for it to recover. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded the chainsaw with both hands, delivering a deep gash across the bear's body, nearly cleaving it in two. The power of the chainsaw was formidable, reminiscent of the horror film series The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The black bear, once a formidable creature with immense strength, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the entire shelter. After a few convulsions, it lay still, lifeless. This bear, capable of delivering a ton of force, had ultimately succumbed to the prowess of human ingenuity embodied in the chainsaw. Of course, Hao Da's swift and precise actions were also crucial to his victory. The commotion had awakened Su Mei, who had been sleeping soundly. Astonished and delighted, She witnessed Hao Da's triumph over the black bear in its entirety. Meanwhile, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and He Jiaoqian had also witnessed how to effortlessly dispatch the bear with just 2 swift maneuvers. "Oh, Hao Da, you are incredible. You defeated such a large bear," Lu Yijiao exclaimed, her admiration evident. "Does this mean we have narrowly escaped another disaster?" Che Yin added, a hint of apprehension in her voice. The expressions of the other beauties reflected their relief. Had Hao Da not intervened, they would have been easy prey for the bear. "How'd it go? Are you all right?" Su Mei, still wrapped in the down comforter, inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Hao Da replied with a smile, turning off the chainsaw and placing it down. He then picked up the remaining bag of men's undergarments and approached Su Mei, offering, "I have transformed 3 new items, including this large package of undergarments. Would you like to exchange for a pair?" "Yes," Su Mei nodded, her beauty radiant with eagerness. "Are you going back to sleep?" he asked her affectionately. "Not anymore. If I sleep any longer, I'll turn into a pig," Su Mei replied with a playful laugh. With that, she donned her clothing and joined Hao Da by the fire once more. "Su Mei, you look radiant. It seems Hao Da has treated you quite well," Qi Yingying teased. "Indeed, Hao Da Gu is quite impressive. I feel utterly pampered," Su Mei responded with a proud and unabashed smile. A beautiful girl, only in her freshman year, has suddenly transformed into a stunning woman, exuding a distinctly different charm. Her boldness in conversation is captivating. Lu Yijiao cannot help but tease. "Being a woman feels truly exhilarating." Su Mei responds playfully with a giggle. Seeing her flaunt her newfound confidence, Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao feel a surge of irritation, almost wanting to confront her. "What about that black bear?" Che Yin abruptly shifts the topic. "I'll deal with it using the rainwater outside. Tonight, we can have a barbecue with bear meat and a hearty bear bone soup." Hao Da replies with a smile. "Oh, barbecued bear meat. Bear bone soup. I adore it." "Haha," Qi Yingying exclaims with delight, momentarily forgetting her annoyance at Su Mei's bravado. Staying with Hao Da means delicious meals and charming company. Lu Yijiao adds cheerfully. "When you mention charming company, are you referring to Hao Da?" Qi Yingying provocatively asks Lu Yijiao, casting a teasing glance at Su Mei. "Guess." Lu Yijiao responds with a subtle smile, her expression enigmatic. "Guess what? There's only Hao Da here. Who else could there be?" Qi Yingying retorts playfully. Su Mei, aware that Qi Yingying is purposely trying to provoke her, chooses to ignore the comment. Now, she possesses a prophetic ability, and her perspective has broadened. In fact, when the black bear startled her awake by tearing open the shelter's door, she had already activated her prophetic powers, foreseeing the scene of Hao Da using a chainsaw to dispatch the bear. After a brief pause, Hao Da rises and drags the bear outside the shelter. Utilizing the rainwater, he activates the chainsaw to slice through the bear meat and bones, tossing the processed pieces into a large pot filled with rainwater for cleansing. It is remarkable how efficiently the chainsaw handles the bear meat and bones compared to a knife, giving a true sense of cutting through steel. Fortunately, the chainsaw is powered by a strong nuclear battery. Otherwise, Hao Da would worry about it running out of power too soon. At this moment, the lovely ladies cannot assist, leaving Hao Da to manage the bear meat and bones alone at the door. The bear, weighing nearly a ton, has its skin peeled away and the inedible innards discarded, leaving hundreds of pounds of meat and bones, enough to feed Hao Da and the others for several days without the need to risk venturing into the woods for fish. If there were a way to preserve the bear meat, Hao Da estimates they could enjoy it for 2 weeks, as one person cannot consume much meat in a day. With both fish and bear meat available, Hao Da is nearly weary of meat. Suddenly, he craves rice or steamed buns. Even potatoes would suffice. He contemplates transforming 3 items tomorrow, aiming to turn 1 large bag of rice first. Having grown accustomed to rice, he feels something is missing after 2 days of only eating fish. He believes transforming a large bag of rice should pose no problem. Additionally, once the rain lightens, he plans to take the chainsaw into the woods to gather logs for crafting a bed, wooden barrels, and tables. As Hao Da processes the bear meat and bones, he devises various plans in his mind. Before long, he efficiently finishes dealing with the entire bear, cleansing the meat and bones in the rainwater-filled pot before carrying it to the fire pit to boil the bear bone soup. For barbecuing, the others can simply take small chunks of bear meat from the still-cool pot. With such a bounty of ingredients, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and He Jiaoqian joyfully engage in the barbecue. On this desolate island, entertainment is scarce, so a barbecue is a delightful event. Hao Da also washes the large, furry bear skin with rainwater and sets it by the fire to dry. Once dried, this splendid bear skin could serve as a blanket for 2 people. Hao Da can't help but let his imagination wander. At night, while guarding the fire wrapped in this bear skin, Should a lovely lady choose to emerge from her cocoon and snuggle under the bare skin with him, he would gladly relish the warmth and softness of her presence. After a while, the aroma of grilled bear meat wafts through the air, mingling with the delightful scent of bare-boned soup simmering in the pot. Everyone begins to savor their grilled bear meat, and soon the enticing fragrance of the soup tempts them to drink it. However, there is only one small pot for the soup, which feels quite inadequate for 7 people. I'll make each of you a wooden bowl. Howda smiles. But how? Su Mei and the others hope for individual bowls, yet the question of how to create them lingers. There is a rough log available, but without a knife. It seems impossible to carve bowls using only an axe. The 6 beautiful ladies watch curiously as Howda resolves the challenge. He drags the rough log out and activates the chainsaw, cutting it into 7 sections, each about the height of a large bowl. The crucial step now is to hollow out the centers of these sections to form the bowls. The 6 ladies never anticipated that this seemingly daunting task would be effortlessly resolved by Howda. He positions the 7 sections upright, then uses the rapidly vibrating chainsaw blade to pierce one log and swiftly rotate it. With a single turn, he removes much of the interior, creating a large wooden bowl. It turns out that the chainsaw has a unique function. So, by applying the chainsaw's edge to each upright log and rotating, Howda successfully crafts 7 large wooden bowls. The ladies excitedly each take one and head to the shelter door to wash them clean with rainwater. However, they soon realize another issue has arisen. There are no soup spoons. Howda quickly thinks for a moment, then cuts another section of log with the chainsaw and uses the same method to create another bowl, which now serves as a makeshift spoon. Given the current tools, crafting an actual spoon would be exceedingly challenging. This large wooden bowl can efficiently function as a spoon. Thus, Howda and Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian each fill their bowls with fragrant, steaming bare-bones soup, chatting and laughing as they enjoy their meal. As for the absence of chopsticks, everyone has clean hands, and once the warm soup is finished, they directly use their hands to eat the bare meat and gnaw on the bones. This sumptuous feast leaves everyone thoroughly satisfied. On this isolated island, having such a gathering is indeed a remarkable blessing. Surviving an encounter with a nearly 1-ton bear without being harmed, and then turning it into a nourishing soup is a cause for gratitude and happiness. After feasting, Su Mei and the other lovely ladies feel a bit languid. Howda rises and opens the shelter door to check outside, noticing that the rain has significantly lessened. He plans to rest briefly before, while it is still light, heading to the edge of the woods to dig a well with the drilling machine, ensuring a stable source of fresh water without the need to traverse the woods when it is not raining. Subsequently, he also needed to saw at least 5 larger trees in the woods with a chainsaw and bring them back. Then, he would cut the trees into planks to create wooden beds, barrels, tables, and the like. Upon learning about this plan from HOD, SMI, CHYN, Li YGO, HY Yingying, L Hu, and Hu Jioki in expressed their excitement and eagerness to assist. HOD readily agreed. Firstly, with more hands, the work would be more efficient. Secondly, it would provide everyone with a sense of purpose and involvement, alleviating the tedium for the beautiful women. For they could not simply eat and sleep after all. It was only a little past 5 in the afternoon, and even the impoverished villagers of the mountains did not retire so early. Once darkness descended, they would have ample time for slumber. Thus, the group rested briefly before boldly departing from their makeshift shelter towards the edge of the woods. HOD, this drilling machine appears rather unremarkable. Can it really bore a well? On the way, SMI could not help but inquire. It should be fine, HOD replied with a smile. Despite his own reservations about the seemingly ordinary drilling machine, he trusted it as it was a product of his desert island system, and the emergence of inferior goods seemed improbable. Recalling the exceptional performance of the chainsaw with its nuclear-powered source, HOD felt considerably more confident in this drilling machine as well. The truth would reveal itself through practice. As HOD and the lovely ladies arrived at the edge of the woods, he selected a suitable location for drilling, placed the machine there, pressed the power button, and everyone stepped back to observe its performance. HOD stood there with an air of calmness, while SMI, CHYN, Li YGO, HY Yingying, L Hu, and Hu Jioki In watched the drilling machine with keen anticipation. The machine slowly extended a rod, then began to rotate, tracing a circle approximately 2 meters in diameter on the ground before pausing momentarily. What on earth? Is it even capable? The impatient HY Yingying exclaimed. As if in response to her, the drilling machine suddenly emitted a loud humming sound and swiftly expanded, transforming into a cylindrical structure around 2 meters in diameter. It then began to spin rapidly. As it spun, soil began to fly, and it rapidly descended. In no time, It had bored a hole approximately 1 meter deep and continued its descent with astonishing speed. My goodness, it appears to be quite impressive now. The previously doubtful Yingying exclaimed in admiration. The drilling machine, seemingly imbued with vitality, was proving its worth and silencing the doubts of Yingying. The other beautiful women began to believe that the drilling machine was not only functional, but exceptionally so. With a staggering pace of 1 meter every 5 seconds, the machine created a well with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of approximately 10 meters in under a minute. However, no water had emerged yet, and the machine showed no signs of discouragement, persistently drilling at an incredible rate. In less than another minute, the formidable drilling machine drilled down about 9 more meters. Finally reaching water. Water gushed forth and quickly rose, stopping just 5 meters from the well's opening. The machine intelligently elevated itself and positioned itself beside the well, standing there with an air of sophistication. Well done, HOD praised with a smile. Just a trivial task, the drilling machine responded in a surprisingly articulate manner. What? It can talk? Yingying exclaimed in astonishment. Is speaking difficult? The machine retorted. Hey, you seem rather arrogant. Yingying replied, somewhat annoyed. I earn my keep through skill. What's wrong with being a bit proud? The machine countered. Humph, you're just a machine. What do you know about earning a living? Yingying shot back. What I meant by earning a living was merely a metaphor. If you can't grasp that, I don't wish to converse with someone of such low intelligence. The machine coldly replied, ignoring Yingying thereafter. How dare it call me dim-witted? I am a distinguished MBA student at the renowned GNQ University. Yingying fumed, cursing vehemently. Observing Yingying engaging in a verbal spat with the drilling machine, SMI and Li Ygo were thoroughly amused. Chyn, L who, and Hu Gioki and may not have laughed out loud, but their smiles were unmistakable. HOD remained unfazed. Bird-brained drilling machine. You better speak to me. Yingying shouted after a lengthy tirade, but the machine remained unresponsive, seemingly too proud to respond to her, which only fueled her anger further. She advanced towards the machine, preparing to kick it with fierce intent. Don't approach it, HOD suddenly cautioned, reminding her that the machine had just drilled about 19 meters in less than 2 minutes. If it were to strike her, she could very well be sent flying. Upon hearing this, Yingying halted in fear and retreated. Are you afraid of the drilling machine now? Li Ygo teased, reveling in the chaos. Humph, I won't stoop to a quarrel with a mere machine. Yingying retorted defiantly. If you want to challenge it, be my guest. Li Ygo laughed, clearly wary of being kicked by the machine. After this amusing interlude, HOD and the beautiful women stood by the well, admiring the water within. As the well had just been drilled, the water was somewhat murky due to the accumulated soil, but it had already cleared considerably. With the water level approximately 5 meters below the well opening, a wooden bucket was needed, tied with a vine over 5 meters long for easy access to the water. Next, we should saw a few thick trees to create wooden barrels, beds, tables, and so forth. HOD smiled in agreement. HOD. There is a risk of encountering venomous snakes while sawing trees in the woods. Instead, how about we first throw a torch into the woods to burn away the tall weeds? SMI wisely suggested. Excellent idea. I will fetch a torch from the shelter. You all stay here and do not wander off. HOD acknowledged the suggestion with humility. All right. SMI and the others nodded, aware that danger could lurk anywhere on this deserted island, and they certainly did not dare to stray. HOD quickly returned from the shelter with a burning stick, igniting the weeds at the edge of the woods. The weeds blazed and spread rapidly, and soon there was a small inferno at the edge, with colorful venomous snakes visibly fleeing into the depths of the woods. So many snakes, SMI said, feeling a chill at the sight. In truth, we are the intruders here. They have thrived in this environment. Now, we are driving them away with fire. A snake bite is merely a defensive reaction. The cruelty of some humans is far more terrifying than that of snakes. HOD replied with a tinge of reflection. HOD. Witnessing the fire chase away so many snakes makes me truly appreciate how easy it was for you to fetch fish and water for us from the stream. CHYN said, her eyes glistening. Previously, I had to find food and water for myself. Helping you all was merely a matter of convenience. Now that I am stranded on this deserted island, I must learn to survive. HOD responded with a smile. With the weeds nearly burned away and the snakes mostly gone, he declared, I am ready to saw the trees. You all wait here. With that, HOD took the chainsaw and ventured into the edge of the woods. The beautiful women remained in place, watching him busily at work. Although they could not provide assistance at the moment, they would soon contribute their efforts when it came time to drag the trees, thus reflecting their worth. No one desires to be deemed useless. Howda initially intended to saw 5 trees, each approximately 1 meter in diameter. But upon sighting a tree with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, he promptly revised his plans, deciding that felling this single tree would suffice for the time being. He activated the chainsaw and, in no time, brought down the towering tree. When sawing a tree, the direction in which it falls is of utmost importance. Firstly, one must never allow the tree to topple towards oneself. Otherwise, one risks being crushed by the very tree they sought to cut down. A clear case of being eliminated by evolution due to a lack of intelligence. It is equally critical to avoid letting the tree fall towards others nearby. For instance, Su Mei and the 6 other beauties stood at the edge of the forest, so this massive tree must not fall in their direction. After successfully felling the tree towards the forest, Howda cut it into 9 sections of roughly equal length, subsequently dragging each segment to the edge of the woods. Together, Howda, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hui Jiao, Qian collaborated to transport a section of the thick trunk towards their makeshift shelter. After 9 trips, they finally moved the 7 sections of the trunk outside their shelter. The trunk was impressively thick, with a diameter of at least 2 meters. Taking one section and trimming it to a height of over 1 meter, with a few turns of the chainsaw, they could easily create a large wooden tub suitable for soaking. This is so exciting, Qi Yingying exclaimed. Indeed, that was also my thought. Howda nodded in agreement. Using this method, Howda swiftly crafted a large wooden tub over 1 meter high and with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. This tub was clearly ideal for soaking in hot water, accommodating 2 to 3 individuals at once. As soon as the tub took shape, the 6 beauties, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hui Jiao Qian, were illuminated with delight. Soaking in the wooden tub would be far more comfortable than standing beside a large iron pot pouring hot water over themselves. How to go? If you could transform a large bottle of body wash tomorrow, it would be even more delightful to soak in this tub, Su Mei joyfully suggested. Transforming a large bottle of body wash might not be as impressive as creating a large barrel, Qi Yingying teased. Creating a large barrel would certainly be better. Su Mei chuckled. With fragrant body wash, Howda would feel even more inclined towards you, Lu Yijiao remarked with a mischievous smile. Indeed, Howda Gu enjoys my company immensely. He treats me exceptionally well, Su Mei replied with a hint of pride. Noticing the beautiful women discussing his relationship with Su Mei so openly, Howda felt a slight flush but maintained a semblance of calm. He redirected his focus, employing the chainsaw technique once more to create several more large wooden tubs, each about 1 meter high and over 1 meter in diameter. These tubs could serve not only for storing fresh water but also for other purposes, such as accommodating a large bag of rice he planned to transform tomorrow. In Chapter 25, The Temptation in Public, Howda crafted a large wooden tub for bathing, alongside several smaller tubs. He then prepared to fetch water from the well. However, he faced a dilemma. The tubs lacked handles, and the water surface in the well was approximately 5 meters below the opening. He needed to lower the tubs to draw water, but without handles or a means to tie them, how could he lower the tubs 5 meters into the well? Upon sharing this issue with Su Mei and the others, they pondered it thoughtfully. Suddenly, Qi Yingying, quick to respond, suggested drilling 2 holes near the top of each tub and tying long vines to them. Exactly. Everyone agreed, finding the suggestion practical. Although this approach appeared simple, it had eluded Howda until Qi Yingying proposed it, illuminating the solution for him. Thus, Howda used the chainsaw to drill holes in each tub and, accompanied by the beautiful women, they proceeded to the well. Howda gathered resilient vines from the surrounding woods and tied them to the holes he had drilled, allowing each tub to reach the water below. The vines doubled as handles, enabling the team to carry the water back. While Howda carried the largest tub filled with water, the 6 beauties worked in pairs, using the vines to lift and transport the remaining tubs. After successfully retrieving sufficient water for their needs, Su Mei cheerfully declared, "Tonight, we can wash our faces and brush our teeth before bed. If we could also transform a large tube of toothpaste and toothbrushes tomorrow, that would be perfect." Che Yin chimed in. "Howda, have you decided what 3 items to transform tomorrow?" Qi Yingying asked with keen interest. "My first thought is not toothpaste, but rather a large bag of rice." Howda replied with a smile. "Rice sounds wonderful. I've missed eating it for 2 days. Eating meat every day is becoming tiresome." Lu Yijiao immediately concurred. "What will we use to cook the rice?" "A large iron pot." El Hui eagerly joined the discussion. "For now, we can use the large iron pot, and we can decide later whether to transform a larger, advanced pressure cooker with nuclear-powered capabilities," Howda said, demonstrating his planning. I cursed the rescue team and their ancestors. It has been 2 days, and we haven't seen a trace of them. Yingying vented her frustration regarding the rescue team. Is it possible that we are in another dimension? My phone hasn't had signal this entire time. Sume expressed her worries. If this is indeed another dimension, then the rescue team may never arrive. Hua Jiaoqian's expression turned somewhat despondent. It's only the 2nd day. We must not lose hope. Howda encouraged. Indeed, we must maintain a positive mindset and harbor hope. Sume felt uplifted. At least we have a shelter to stay in, fish and bear meat to eat, fresh well water to drink, and a cozy down quilt to keep us warm at night. Yin remarked contentedly. And an impressive drilling machine. Yingying added. Still feeling grateful. Plus, we have Howda's remarkable ability to create things. Lu Yijiao expressed her admiration. What else should we transform tomorrow, aside from the rice? Sume, momentarily setting aside her concerns, asked playfully. What ideas do you have? Howda smiled in return. A giant tube of toothpaste. Brushing my teeth with just water feels odd. Yin mentioned toothpaste again. A large bag of salt. It would enhance the flavor of the bear meat and bear soup. Yingying suggested excitedly. We should also consider a large refrigerator. Otherwise, the bear meat will spoil in a couple of days. Lu Yijiao added. We have plenty of underwear now, but we still need more. Let's transform another large bag of underwear. Elhui said, unable to resist checking her own clothing. After washing the underwear, I could just wear a coat over it. Yingying mischievously suggested. Wouldn't that be too revealing? Howda would have quite the view. Lu Yijiao teased. Humph. Howda has already seen Sume, so what is the big deal if he gets a glimpse of a beautiful woman's upper body? Yingying countered provocatively. Howda Go is currently with me. You're just feeling envious. Sume shot back. Humph. Howda has been secretly admiring me. He has long desired my beauty. Yingying retorted confidently. When did I ever sneak a glance at you? Howda replied, utterly speechless. You subconsciously gaze at me quite often without even realizing it. Yingying retorted with confidence. Howda frequently indulges in inappropriate thoughts about me. Lu Yijiao provocatively added fuel to the fire. You know who I fantasize about? Howda responded, even more at a loss for words. Of course I do. My intuition is remarkably accurate. Lu Yijiao asserted with conviction. Intuition, my foot. Howda exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Listen, even the foot has made an appearance. Howda is truly a lecher. Lu Yijiao chuckled. You two are quite the vixens. Sume couldn't help but interject. No one is more brazen than you and Howda. Yingying quickly shot back. Previously, when you and Howda were under the down comforter, your sultry gasps lasted a full 30 minutes. TSK. What audacity. Lu Yijiao swiftly countered. Humph. You are simply envious and filled with jealousy. Regardless, I have already experienced pleasure, while you can only stare blankly and engage in verbal sparring. Sume retorted defiantly. Tonight, I will keep watch with Howda. Yingying shifted her strategy to retaliate. Tonight, I will keep watch with Howda. Lu Yijiao echoed. Then you two should fight it out first. Sume laughed, sensing the brewing internal conflict. Humph. Howda and I, along with Lu Yijiao, can keep watch together. Yingying said somewhat provocatively. A splendid idea. That would certainly add to the fun. Howda would be utterly delighted. Lu Yijiao's charming face was also filled with boldness. I am exhausted after a long day, and I need to get a good night's sleep. Howda decisively declined. Haha, you two have clearly failed to entice brother Howda. Sume smugly glanced at Yingying and Lu Yijiao. Howda merely refrained from agreeing in public. He truly yearns for the company of both me and Yingying. Lu Yijiao remarked mischievously. Moreover, as the sole male in this group, he must be included in the night watch. Otherwise, who could confront ferocious beasts like black bears? Yingying logically added. Chapter 26. Improper punishment keeping watch at night. But let us not create chaos. We will decide who keeps watch tonight before sleeping. Howda stated with a serious expression, promptly shifting the topic. Next, I plan to saw out some wooden planks to make a wooden bed and a wooden table. For the bed, besides the bedboards, we also need a bed frame, which seems simple but will likely be challenging to construct. Yin commented. For the wooden table. Aside from the tabletop, making the table frame will also not be easy, Hua Jiaoqian said. There is no need for a bed frame or table frame. We can simply saw out wooden planks. Just place a wooden stump with a diameter of about 2 meters and not too tall under the bedboard, and a stump with a diameter of about 2 meters and a height of about 1 meter under the tabletop, and that will suffice. Yingying said with quick wit. Great idea. Truly deserving of being a top student from Jianqiu University. Lu Yijiao praised. A trivial matter. Offering such constructive suggestions only showcases a fraction of my capabilities. Yingying happily accepted the praise, feigning modesty. This time, Sume refrained from verbally attacking her. as the suggestion of using tree stumps was indeed commendable. All right, let us proceed with that. Howda agreed, taking the electric saw and began sawing the wooden planks from the tree trunk. With so many tree trunks with a diameter of about 2 meters, sawing wooden planks is relatively easy. After all, one simply needs to place a trunk upright and saw off layers of a certain thickness to create a large wooden plank with a diameter of about 2 meters, which can serve as a large round tabletop. As for the bedboard, if we saw out another round wooden plank with a diameter of about 2 meters, it can serve as a circular bedboard. Given its diameter, it is spacious enough for 7 people to lie down simultaneously. Next, how to saw a stump with a diameter of about 2 meters and a height of about half a meter to support the bedboard, thus forming a simple circular bed. Then, he sawed another stump with a diameter of about 2 meters and a height of about 1 meter to support the tabletop, completing a simple circular table as well. The group then moved the bedboard, bed stump, tabletop, and table stump into the shed. Although the shed was not large, the 2 pieces of simple furniture still fit inside. However, the remaining space in the shed was now quite limited, with a large round bed and a large round table. The 6 enchanting beauties, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Shi Yingying, LV Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, were evidently excited. It was now a little past 7 in the evening, with at least 2 hours until bedtime. What shall we do during this long night? Lu Yijiao asked with a playful smile. There are 7 of us. Playing poker would be quite entertaining, but we have no cards. Su Mei said, how about we play dice? Shi Yingying suggested excitedly, but we have no dice. Che Yin replied, I have some. Shi Yingying proudly produced 3 dice from her pocket. Shi Yingying, you carry 3 dice with you even when flying. That is a classic gambler's habit. Su Mei couldn't resist teasing. Humph, a little gambling for fun, what is the big deal? Shi Yingying replied nonchalantly. I have been to places like Macau and Las Vegas many times. Those famous gambling cities are just like that. The wealthy young lady is indeed exceptional, Lu Yijiao said, filled with envy and jealousy. Enough chit-chat. Let us play dice. Shi Yingying skillfully tossed the 3 dice onto the wooden table, rolling a 2, 6, and 6. A rather high score. How do we play? Che Yin expressed her interest. We, the 7 of us, will each roll the dice once per round. Whoever rolls the highest score will receive a reward, while the one with the lowest score will face a punishment. Shi Yingying said with a mischievous grin. Haha, how fun. What are the rewards, and what are the punishments? Lu Yijiao responded with a laugh. If one of us 6 beauties wins, the reward is naturally to do something with the only male here, Howda, while if Howda wins, the reward is for him to do something with each of us 6 beauties. Shi Yingying said rather impertinently. Goodness, that would make me quite busy. Howda couldn't help but respond. Haha, you were trying to play innocent after taking advantage. The beauties collectively scorned him. I would eagerly wish to be that only male, Lu Yijiao said with longing, just imagining the pleasure of being able to indulge in the 6 beauties. You seem quite lewd. Howda retorted. Get lost, you big lecher. Lu Yijiao laughed and scolded. What about the punishment for the loser each round? Che Yin asked with a smile. If Howda loses, he will be punished to do 100 push-ups. If any of us 6 beauties lose, we will be punished to do 5 push-ups. Lu Yijiao quickly answered. What? If I lose, I have to do 100 push-ups, while if any of you lose, you only do 5? Is that fair? Howda protested. Have you even considered how delightful it would be for you if anyone else wins? Shi Yingying scorned him again. Each of us 6 is a beauty. It's already generous enough for anyone who loses to do just 5 push-ups. Do you expect us to do more? That is utterly insane. Lu Yijiao also scorned him. What I mean is, if I lose, doing 100 push-ups at once is excessive. You all think doing 100 push-ups is easy. Anyone who can do 30 in one go would earn my respect. Howda replied. Then you can choose to walk nude back and forth 5 times in this shed. You may select either of these 2 options. Shi Yingying teased, insisting there would be no further bargaining. Otherwise, you wouldn't be considered a man. After saying that, she immediately declared, let us start playing dice. Let us get started. And she was the first to pick up the 3 dice and toss them onto the table. When the dice settled, the result was 1, 3, and 5. Damn it, I didn't roll well this time. Shi Yingying exclaimed. That is what you get for trying to set me up earlier. Howda replied gleefully. Get lost, get lost. Although my 9 points aren't high, I won lose. Shi Yingying said haughtily. I'll see what you roll later, you naked man. Howda observed her self-satisfaction and, with an air of authority, seized the 3 dice from the table. He tossed them nonchalantly, and upon their cessation, the numbers revealed were 2, 3, and 5. Haha, just a tad more than you. No need to be bare or perform 100 push-ups. Howda chuckled with delight. Allow me. Lu Yijiao eagerly snatched the 3 dice from the table, shaking them playfully within her delicate hands while making a gesture of prayer. She then opened her hands, allowing the dice to tumble onto the table. The dice came to a halt, revealing 6, 6, and 5. "Ah, I have won," Lu Yijiao exclaimed joyfully. "TCH, how do you know no one will roll 6, 6, 6? Qi Yingying cast a disdainful glance at her. "My chance of winning stands at 999. Lu Yijiao retorted mercilessly, dismissing Qi Yingying, who had rolled a mere 1, 3, and 5. How outrageous. Qi Yingying felt a surge of anger at her audacity. Next, Su Mei rolled, achieving a 3, 4, 5. Following her, Che Yin rolled a 1, 2, 3. Haha, Che Yin only scored 6. I cannot possibly lose. Qi Yingying laughed maniacally. Che Yin, sensing her impending defeat, remained unperturbed, for it was merely 5 push-ups. And she need not be bare. However, at that moment, Hao Da's imagination wandered. The thought of the graceful and elegant Che Yin running bare would be a most enchanting sight. Just as he entertained this notion, Qi Yingying exclaimed that for the sake of fairness, whoever loses among the beauties must either perform 100 push-ups or run bare 5 laps. Chapter 27. Lu Yijiao's flirtation. No way. Not this round. Che Yin immediately opposed Qi Yingying's latest proposal, pointing out that she hadn't suggested this when she had the lowest score. Now that her score was the lowest, do you think I would agree? Fine. Then let us implement this new punishment in the next round. Qi Yingying, realizing her proposal was indeed excessive, consented to postpone it. Next, Hui Jiao Qian rolled the dice, scoring 2, 3, 5, neither high nor low. Following her, El Hui rolled a 1, 6, 6, a respectable score, but still not as high as Lu Yijiao's 5, 6, 6. After all 7 players had rolled, Lu Yijiao's 5, 6, 6 stood as the highest, while Che Yin's 1, 2, 3 was the lowest. Che Yin readily accepted her punishment, positioning herself on the floor of the hut, completing 5 push-ups at a moderate pace. Upon finishing, she was visibly breathless. It seemed that for most beauties, even 5 push-ups were quite a challenge. Haha. With the punishment concluded, as the victor of this round, I shall now relish my reward, indulging in what I desire from the only male present. Lu Yijiao exclaimed with excitement. What do you wish to do? How to feign shock as he gazed at her long, alluring legs. Haha. Witnessing Lu Yijiao and Hao Da's playful antics, Che Yin, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hui Jiao Qian could not help but laugh heartily. Although Su Mei joined in the laughter, she felt a twinge of discomfort, for she was the first woman Hao Da had encountered since being marooned on this island. Humph. With my stunning figure, what do you think I am preparing to do with you? You are about to be utterly delighted, understand? Seeing Hao Da pretend to be frightened, Lu Yijiao scolded playfully as she rose, striding her long, elegant legs beside him. Hao Da maintained his composure while Su Mei, Che Yin, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hui Jiao Qian all focused their attention on Lu Yijiao. Lu Yijiao flashed a mischievous smile. Casting a flirtatious glance at Hao Da, observing her combination of innocence and seduction, her striking figure, and feeling her warmth, Hao Da was undeniably stirred. Had he not spent time with Su Mei today, he would have succumbed immediately. Lu Yijiao, what are you doing? Su Mei suddenly interjected, unable to contain her anger. I am savoring the reward of winning this round of dice. Su Mei, do you truly think that you and Hao Da belong exclusively to one another? Lu Yijiao retorted with a playful, enraptured expression. The duration of the reward cannot exceed 5 seconds. Su Mei snapped with growing irritation, urging her to rise. The 5 seconds are up. Who decreed it must not exceed 5 seconds? Lu Yijiao countered, continuing to relish the moment. I am declaring it now. If there were no time limit, would we not be endlessly waiting here? Su Mei argued with conviction. All right. Su Mei, you are so bothersome. Faced with Su Mei's relentless verbal jabs, Lu Yijiao begrudgingly rose from Hao Da's side. Yet she had already resolved that during the night watch, she would seek an opportunity to engage with Hao Da more intimately. Lu Yijiao, you are truly flirtatious. After Lu Yijiao returned to her seat, Qi Yingying couldn't resist teasing. Flirtatious, you say? I won this round of dice. This is my deserved reward. Lu Yijiao responded with righteous indignation. Even if it is a deserved reward, TSK. Qi Yingying continued to jest. There was no time limit previously. Could I not enjoy it a little longer? Lu Yijiao declared with pride. You are merely envious and filled with jealousy. You are the one who is flirtatious. Qi Yingying succinctly retorted. You are even more so. Lu Yijiao shot back without hesitation. Well, why not commence the second round immediately? Che Yin interjected, sensing the potential for a quarrel between the two. The second round begins. Watch me dominate this time. Qi Yingying declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Humph. A defeated rival spouting bravado. The previous round's victor, Lu Yijiao, boasted with pride. The truth shall reveal itself. Lu Yijiao, what nonsense are you uttering? Qi Yingying scolded, while boldly rolling the 3 dice with her jade-like right hand, allowing them to fall freely. The 3 dice settled with the scores 3, 6, and 6. This time, I have barely passed, but there remains a 99 chance of victory. Qi Yingying proclaimed with an air of superiority. TCH, that is still 2 points less than my 5, 6, 6 from the previous round. What is there to be smug about? Lu Yijiao scoffed at her. The previous round is irrelevant. You should roll now. Qi Yingying retorted angrily. I wish to rest first, as a seed player. I shall roll after everyone else has had their turn. Lu Yijiao provocatively argued back. I see you are merely afraid. What an excuse you found. Qi Yingying challenged her. Say what you will. I simply wish to rest now, Lu Yijiao replied defiantly. Humph. Qi Yingying huffed in displeasure. Glancing around at the others present, Che Yin, sensing the lull in the atmosphere, picked up the 3 dice and tossed them onto the table. The dice settled with scores of 3, 5, 5. While her total was 2 points less than Qi Yingying's, Che Yin felt satisfied. For she had previously rolled a 1, 2, 3, the lowest score, resulting in 5 push-ups. This time, she was confident she would not finish last. 3, 5. 5 was a respectable outcome. Next, how to roll the dice, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Yet sometimes, a casual toss can yield unexpected results, and he rolled 5, 6, 6, just like Lu Yijiao's previous round. Now, Qi Yingying's 3, 6, 6 was overshadowed. What the hell? Howda has become invigorated. Seeing her chances of winning this round evaporate, Qi Yingying could not help but exclaim. Lu Yijiao then smugly remarked, just wait. If you roll the lowest score, you will have to run bare 5 laps in front of everyone, and we shall see if you remain so boastful. Qi Yingying retorted angrily. TCH, I am a seed player. I want to finish last even if I perform poorly. You can indulge in your fantasies alone. Lu Yijiao replied proudly. Next, Sume rolled, unexpectedly scoring even higher. She rolled 6, 6, 6. Haha, I am victorious. How to go is mine. Sume laughed joyfully. My heavens. Sume has indeed awakened the primal power. Lu Yijiao, the likelihood of you being the last one left to walk bare is increasingly high. Qi Yingying added fuel to the fire. Qi Yingying is a daydreamer, endlessly indulging in fantasies whenever she has the chance. Lu Yijiao retaliated once more. Following that, Lu Hui rolled the dice. With a casual toss, she also landed a 6, 6, 6. Chapter 28. Is it thrilling? What the heck? Lu Hui also rolled a 6, 6, 6. Have you all been pumped up? Qi Yingying exclaimed. Fortunately, I have 2 more points than Che Yin, otherwise, with my 3, 6, 6, I might have to walk bare. Seeing how high the numbers rolled by Hao Su Mei, and Lu Hui were, both Lu Yijiao and Hua Jiaoqian, who had yet to roll, felt a tinge of anxiety. Even Che Yin, who was currently in last place, felt a bit nervous. She couldn't help but exclaim. In the last round, her score was 1, 2, 3, and she was punished in silence. But this round she rolled a 3, 5, 5, which was relatively high, and yet she still found herself at the bottom. This is utterly absurd. She could only hope that either Lu Yijiao or Hua Jiaoqian rolled a lower number than hers. Otherwise, being in last place this round would mean having to walk bare 5 times in front of everyone. Next, Hua Jiaoqian rolled the dice. After the 3 dice settled, the result was 4, 4, 5. The total was 13, the same as Che Yan's 3, 5, 5. Now both Che Yin and Hua Jiaoqian were rather tense, as they were tied for last place. Naturally, Lu Yijiao felt anxious as well, as it all depended on her upcoming roll. She gracefully picked up the 3 dice with her delicate hands, shook them gently, then silently prayed for about a second. Afterward, she released her grip, and the 3 dice tumbled onto the table. Once they stopped rolling, the numbers displayed were 3, 4, 5. This was 1 point less than the total of Che Yin and Hua Jiaoqian. Haha, Lu Yijiao is in last place. The punishment is to walk bare 5 times. Qi Yingying burst into laughter. What the heck? 3, 4, 5, and she's in last place. This is insane. Lu Yijiao could hardly accept that she had gone from first place to being the last. Hurry up, strip and walk bare. Qi Yingying eagerly urged. Strip completely bare? Lu Yijiao asked with a rather odd expression. Of course. Otherwise, how can it be called walking bare? Qi Yingying replied without room for debate. Thinking back to when Lu Yijiao was so smug at the beginning of this round, she now found herself in last place facing the punishment of walking bare. Qi Yingying couldn't help but feel elated. If I must strip, then I shall. What's the big deal? However, Lu Yijiao quickly adjusted her mindset, and with an alluring grace, she began to undress one piece at a time while glancing in Hao Da's direction, as if in that moment, only she and Hao Da existed, and she was excitedly showcasing her exquisite body to him. Hao Da glanced at her twice, overwhelmed by the visual stimulus. He forcefully shifted his gaze downward, pretending to focus on the table. Yet, the image of Lu Yijiao's stunning and seductive figure was now etched in his mind, his body responding involuntarily. Had it been just the two of them, he might have rushed up to Lu Yijiao immediately. Lu Yijiao noticed that Hao Da had only glanced at her twice and quickly diverted her gaze, yet she still felt exhilarated and satisfied. She knew that with just those two glances, he would not forget her. Following that, she gracefully strode with her long, slender legs, under the watchful eyes of Su Mei. Che Yin, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian, and calmly walked bare 5 times in this not-so-large shelter. As she returned to her seat, putting on her pants and clothes, Qi Yingying mischievously remarked, "Haha, Lu Yijiao, you were seen in your entirety." Feeling excited about being seen by Hao Da, but indifferent to being gazed upon by the 5 women, Lu Yijiao replied haughtily, "So for me, walking bare is simply that. Being seen by Hao Da excites you? You're truly lewd." Qi Yingying teased again. Lu Yijiao retorted powerfully, "Qi Yingying, why don't you consider the next round and see if you end up in last place? Do you have the courage to walk bare?" "Humph. How could I possibly be last?" "Lu Yijiao, you're overthinking it." Qi Yingying responded proudly, "As long as it doesn't reach 1,000. The probability of anyone being in last place is the same. If you don't understand this, your so-called intellect as a top student is quite overrated." Lu Yijiao continued to counter. Playing dice involves not only probability, but also other influencing factors, such as hand feel. Lu Yijiao, you don't even understand this. Your intellect is truly concerning. Qi Yingying shot back. During their intense verbal sparring, the victors of this round, Su Mei and Lu Hui, who tied for first place, went to claim their rewards. The youthful and charming Su Mei walked gracefully over to Hao Da, then comfortably sat facing him, wrapping her arms around him as she savored the moment. Hao Da embraced her warmly, feeling no embarrassment in holding her tightly, even with 5 beautiful women watching. However, they had only embraced for about 5 seconds when Lu Yijiao called out, "Su Mei, 5 seconds are up. What are you still doing on Hao Da?" The 5-second rule was set by Su Mei herself, so it was inappropriate to violate it publicly. Thus, under Lu Yijiao's intentional prompting, she reluctantly descended from Hao Da and returned to her seat. Following her, Lu Hui also approached and sat facing Hao Da for about 5 seconds. As a newcomer, she felt a bit shy doing this, but seeing Lu Yijiao and Su Mei both do it, not participating would seem out of place. Moreover, she wanted to do this. Needing the physical closeness was one aspect, but building a relationship with the only male in the team, who possessed great survival skills and extraordinary powers, was another. She believed that through this brief encounter, Hao Da would appreciate her exquisite beauty and unforgettable charm, thus ensuring she received his care moving forward. "It's not easy for me either," Hao Da replied innocently. "Haha, taking advantage and acting coy." The beautiful women collectively giggled. In this joyful atmosphere, the dice game continued, and over the next 3 hours, Qi Yingying, Che Yin, and Hua Jiao Qian, who had yet to win first place, along with Hao Da, all secured at least one victory. In his winning round, he merely touched the hands of the 6 beautiful women for 5 seconds, refraining from any excessive actions. When Hao Da found himself in last place, he opted not to walk bare, but instead performed 100 push-ups on the spot. Witnessing his impressive strength, the beautiful women found it even more thrilling than if he had walked bare. As night approached, around 11 o'clock, everyone began to feel a bit tired. The delightful dice game concluded successfully. The group decided that Hao Da and Lu Yijiao would take turns keeping watch that night, while Hao Da remained seated to guard. The 6 beautiful women nestled under a warm, oversized down quilt, comfortably drifting off to sleep. Chapter 29, Cherishing Lu Yijiao. Hao Da sat wrapped in a freshly washed and dried fluffy bare skin by the fire in the shelter, occasionally glancing towards the entrance and the overall situation within, while trying to relax and let his thoughts wander. He was somewhat fatigued, having spent the day fishing, contending with Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, chopping trees to build the shelter, sawing wood to make beds and tables, battling a black bear that ventured into the shelter with a chainsaw, and engaging in a 3-hour dice game with the 6 beautiful women. However, he knew he could not sleep. As the night watchman, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. He must not fall asleep on watch and allow a wild beast to harm Su Mei and the others. He intentionally recalled the exquisite sensations he experienced during the day with Su Mei, as well as the delightful moments from the dice game, where the 6 enchanting beauties successively claimed their rewards from him. This brought him immense pleasure. While the 6 who fell behind in the game faced the consequences of having to traverse the shelter naked 5 times. He viewed their bodies with an artist's appreciation, finding the experience both stimulating and gratifying. This reminiscence invigorated him, alleviating his drowsiness. He then joyfully pondered that once the clock struck midnight, it would officially be tomorrow, and he contemplated which 3 items he should transform using his deserted island system. Previously, in discussions with Su Mei, Che Yan, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hou Jiaoqian, they had unanimously prioritized transforming a large bag of rice, a substantial bag of salt, and an extra-large tube of toothpaste, with alternative options including a large refrigerator or freezer for storing bare meat and a bundle of undergarments. How to believe that the first 3 items were indeed essential, while the alternatives were of lesser importance, and he could afford to delay those transformations until the day after tomorrow. He continued to indulge in his thoughts, contemplating how to ensure a life of luxury for himself and the 6 beauties on this deserted island before the rescue team arrived. He deemed it necessary to construct a 2-story wooden house adjacent to their shelter, as the beachfront location was prone to rising tides. Should a tide occur, their current shelter would be submerged. A 2-story wooden house would allow him and the beauties to reside on the 2nd floor, ensuring their safety. Furthermore, the 2nd floor with windows would provide a more pleasant living experience. Naturally, erecting a 2-story wooden structure would require a significant number of logs, but fortunately, he possessed a powerful chainsaw with nuclear energy, making the task of cutting trees relatively easy. The more challenging part would be dragging the logs to their location, which would certainly be arduous for him and the beauties. Additionally, building a 2-story house was more complex than constructing the current shelter, yet he believed the difficulty was manageable. Lost in these whimsical thoughts, he was unaware of the passage of time until it reached past midnight, approaching 1 o'clock. He needed to keep watch until 3 in the morning, at which point he could awaken Lu Yijiao, who was set to take over the night watch, allowing him to finally rest. However, he soon felt the weight of drowsiness wash over him once more. Even the alluring memories of the beauties, including Su Mei, could not fend off his fatigue. In a moment of desperation, he pinched himself to dispel the lethargy, which indeed revived his spirits. He then thought that rather than building a 2-story wooden house, it would be wiser to construct a 2-story villa made of reinforced concrete. This would provide enhanced security during the night, eliminating the need for night watch altogether. However, he would first need to transform a substantial amount of steel and concrete to create such a villa, thus postponing this endeavor for at least 2 to 3 days. As he mulled over this, he suddenly heard movement from the down comforter nearby. Turning his head, he glimpsed Lu Yijiao emerging from her cocoon, her bare feet silently approaching him in the dim light cast by the fire. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Lu Yijiao, who had chosen to practice her earlier claim of sleeping nude. Noticing she still had around 2 hours left of her watch before her shift ended, she approached him with a playful demeanor while the other 5 beauties remained sound asleep. Howda could easily surmise her intentions, especially given her previous flirtations with him during the day. With her long, graceful legs, she elegantly approached him, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Before diving beneath the plush bear fur he was draped in, Howda remained silent, occasionally glancing to ensure no one from the down comforter was aware of their interaction, while he relished the delightful presence of the alluring Lu Yijiao. After a while, he felt compelled to gently remind her to keep her voice down. "You naughty rascal," she playfully retorted, yet she complied and lowered her volume. Eventually, Lu Yijiao nestled against him, her body relaxed and radiating satisfaction. Howda embraced her, feeling the warmth of her soft skin against the cozy fur, allowing his thoughts to wander. "You are truly remarkable," Lu Yijiao exclaimed after a moment. "I'm utterly comfortable." "It is a necessity," Howda replied nonchalantly, attempting to maintain an air of composure. "Indeed, you live up to your name," she giggled softly. "You flatter me." He responded modestly. "Now that I am also your woman, you must protect me well," Lu Yijiao said, her expression one of deep intoxication as she leaned against him. "Of course," he replied with a sense of responsibility. With both Su Mei and Lu Yijiao now his women, he felt the weight of responsibility intensify. "I shall sleep in your embrace, but if I happen to be in a deep slumber at 3, please do not wake me. Help me keep watch a while longer," Lu Yijiao playfully requested. "All right," he readily agreed. Having just spent such an intimate time with Lu Yijiao invigorated him rather than exhausting him, and the soft warmth of her presence made his heart swell with care as he granted her request. Thus, Lu Yijiao allowed Howda to experience the profound joy of manhood, and willingly, he extended his watch through the night. He thought he could catch up on sleep during the following morning. As he continued to sit, wrapped in the bear fur while embracing the lovely Lu Yijiao. He felt relaxed and let his thoughts drift. Around 3 in the morning, he sensed something scratching at the shelter's wooden frame, and it was evident that multiple creatures were at work. He realized that something was clawing at each side of the shelter. Upon peeking through the gaps in the wooden frame, he spotted a pair of glowing green eyes. A wolf. He immediately recognized the creature outside. One wolf was not particularly frightening. After all, he had dispatched a nearly 1-ton black bear with just a couple of strikes from his chainsaw. However, the dilemma now was that there were sounds of scratching coming from all sides, indicating at least 4 wolves surrounding the shelter. Defeating at least 4 wolves would be significantly more challenging than taking down a single black bear, as he would have to contend with deadly attacks from multiple directions. How to quickly resolve to remain still and adopt a strategy of passive defense, as the wolves would likely be unable to breach the sturdy wooden frame of the shelter. The door was securely wedged shut by a heavy stump, preventing any entry. With no imminent threat, he felt a sense of relief. Of course, the chainsaw lay within easy reach on his right side, and he was prepared to seize it should the need arise. He continued to sit, embracing the soft Lu Yijiao beneath the warm bear fur, while keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the 4 wolves outside. As he anticipated, the wolves could not break through the shelter's wooden structure and soon ceased their scratching. However, they lingered nearby, their low growls and movements indicating they were still present. Howda mused that if they remained in the vicinity come dawn, he would be forced to confront them, as he and the beauties could not remain hidden indefinitely. He realized that his plans to transform 3 specific items would need to be reconsidered. The most urgent necessity is a submachine gun fully loaded with bullets. The reason it should not be a handgun or a machine gun, or even a rocket launcher or cannon, is primarily because the handgun cannot fire rapidly in succession, while the submachine gun can. It is crucial to have continuous firepower when facing at least 4 wolves. Although the machine gun can sustain fire and possesses greater firepower, it is relatively heavy and inconvenient to carry. The submachine gun, also known as a compact machine gun, is much easier to transport and can be wielded with both hands for sweeping fire. Rocket launchers, or cannons, on the other hand, are not only cumbersome to carry, but also serve well only for a single barrage in a specific area, making them ineffective against multiple wolves approaching from different directions. With this thought in mind, Howda efficiently activated the island system with his will, attempting to transform into multiple submachine guns, each loaded with as many bullets as possible. However, there was no response. He then tried to manifest 2 submachine guns, but still no response. When he attempted to transform 1 submachine gun loaded with as many bullets as possible, this time he succeeded. A submachine gun suddenly appeared on the ground next to the chainsaw. He removed the magazine with one hand and discovered it was equipped with a spiral magazine, the largest capacity for bullets, filled with an estimated 100 rounds. This was already the maximum bullet capacity for a submachine gun. With such a weapon in hand, even if faced with a pack of 30 wolves, as long as his marksmanship was competent, he could unleash a barrage upon the wolves. It is conceivable that before the pack could close in on Howda, they would be mowed down by bullets. With this submachine gun, Howda felt significantly more confident in battle. However, it was still not the right time to engage. He decided to wait for dawn. In this state of constant readiness for combat, sleep eluded Howda, and before he knew it, the clock struck past 3 in the morning. At that moment, something quite thrilling occurred. From beneath the down blanket, someone arose again. Howda calmly turned his head to glance and discovered that it was Yingying, emerging from the warm cocoon of the down blanket. She made her way to the wooden stump in the corner where the wooden bowls were kept, rinsed her mouth with water, and then drank some cool boiled water. She then turned to glance in Howda's direction, striding gracefully towards him with a mischievous smile on her face. She wore only a pair of men's boxers, leaving her upper body bare. As Howda watched Yingying approach, captivated by the visual allure, he quickly pondered her intentions. What would her reaction be when she discovered him embracing the delicate and alluring Lu Yijiao? Soon, Yingying elegantly arrived beside Howda and quickly noticed Lu Yijiao, who was comfortably nestled against him under the bear's skin. "Oh, Howda, you scoundrel!" Sneaking around with Lu Yijiao, Yingying playfully chided in a hushed voice. "What brings you here, Yingying?" Howda replied with a calm demeanor. "Bring her to the down blanket. I want to join you," Yingying provocatively suggested with a wicked grin. Although Howda felt her boldness was audacious, it was not entirely unmanageable. So he gently lifted the peacefully slumbering Lu Yijiao and walked over to the down blanket, carefully placing her inside. During this process, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. He feared Lu Yijiao might wake up unexpectedly and that one of the other beauties, especially Su Mei, might stir and witness him placing the unadorned Lu Yijiao into the blanket. Fortunately, neither scenario unfolded. After gently settling Lu Yijiao into the down blanket and watching her continue to sleep peacefully, Howda quietly returned to the warmth of the bear's skin by the fire. "Good job, you naughty boy," Yingying teased softly, suppressing her laughter. After a while, Howda sat in deep contemplation, gazing into the air ahead, strategizing how to deal with the wolves still lurking around the shelter once dawn broke. Yingying, meanwhile, appeared utterly satisfied, nestled against him on the fluffy bear skin. Howda mused that although he now possessed a submachine gun and had decent marksmanship from his previous target practice, charging out of the shelter with the weapon at dawn could lead to disaster, as he might be ambushed by the wolves lurking on either side before he even had the chance to fire. Such a risk was not to be taken lightly. What should he do instead? While he embraced the fragrant and soft presence of the young lady beside him, he continued to contemplate the best strategy to deal with the wolves wandering outside. Chapter 31. How wonderful it is, Howda. I'm going to sleep over there. Yingying, after enjoying the warmth beside him for a moment, said with a gentle voice. Howda replied, gazing at her with affection. "I want you to carry me over," Yingying continued, breathily whispering into his right ear. It would be better if you went over yourself," Howda politely declined, as carrying her posed a risk of being discovered by the other beauties. Howda, you don't love me enough." Yingying feigned disappointment. "I'll carry you." Howda decided to take the risk. "You're so beautiful." Yingying giggled softly, teasing him again before reluctantly stepping out from under the bear skin, her long legs slightly unsteady as she made her way back to the down blanket, where she burrowed back under the covers to continue sleeping. Howda savored the lingering fragrances of Yingying and Lu Yijiao within the bear skin, and the delightful scent of Su Mei as well, reveling in the blend of alluring aromas from the three beautiful women, each of whom had become his. He felt he had reached the pinnacle of life. Of course, with such fortune came greater responsibility. If the wolves outside were still there at dawn, he must eliminate them. He could not allow any harm to come to his beauties. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He would use the chainsaw to create small openings on each side of the shelter, just large enough to extend the submachine gun's barrel and sight through, allowing him to shoot the wolves threateningly circling outside one by one. However, he would have to wait until dawn to execute this plan. Howda continued to sit beneath the bear skin, keeping watch through the night. During this time, he couldn't help but indulge in thoughts comparing the immense joy each of Su Mei, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying brought him. Su Mei embodied youthful charm, and their shared intimacy intensified his possessive instincts. Lu Yijiao represented beauty and allure, and being with her was primarily about enjoyment, her figure captivating him visually. Yingying, on the other hand, possessed a wildness befitting a pampered lady, and his interactions with her evoked a sense of accomplishment and dominance. Immersed in this delightful reverie, time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was past 6 in the morning, with the sky outside beginning to brighten. Howda planned to wait for everyone to wake comfortably before using the chainsaw to drill holes and take down the wolves that had yet to leave. However, plans often change. Suddenly, a wolf outside howled loudly, startling all 6 beauties snugly sleeping under the down blanket. "Oh no, there are wolves!" Yingying exclaimed first. In truth, there had been wolves outside the shelter while she was with Howda, but she hadn't noticed. Meanwhile, Howda had been vigilant, keeping an eye on the wolves outside, not wanting to meet a grisly fate while enjoying a moment of bliss. "Brother Howda." Upon hearing the chilling howl of the wolf, Su Mei turned her gaze towards Howda and cried out delicately. Yin, Lu Yijiao, and other beautiful maidens collectively looked to him, seeking solace. "Do not fear, I have conjured a submachine gun. I shall now use a chainsaw to carve openings on all 4 sides, allowing the barrel and sight to extend. Then I will eliminate all the wolves outside." While exuding an air of dominance, Howda swiftly activated the chainsaw, drilling holes between 2 tree trunks on one side of the shelter. The sight of Howda manifesting such formidable weaponry visibly reassured the maidens, who quickly rose, washed up, and gathered behind him, intently observing as he drilled. In no time, Howda had created shooting apertures on all 4 sides of the shelter. He then extended the gun barrel through one of the openings, focusing on a wolf in the distance with one eye on the sight. Su Mei, Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Hui, and Huijiao, Qian all stood on this side of the shelter, peering through the gaps between the tree trunks at the wolf. With a resounding bang, the wolf collapsed. "Oh, Brother Hao, you are amazing!" the maidens exclaimed in excitement. Witnessing Howda's prowess in eliminating the wolf with a single shot was exhilarating. "You flatter me," Howda replied, grinning modestly. "Haha, my dear Howda, let me take the next shot." Yingying chimed in playfully. "Yingying, are you being flirtatious again?" Calling him Howda, Lu Yijiao teased. reflecting on the delightful night she had spent with Hauda. Indeed, he was her husband. Humph. I simply enjoy calling him Hauda. Lu Yijiao, what will you do about it? Qi Yingying retorted proudly, taking the submachine gun from Hauda and aiming it through the small opening to target another wolf not far away. Observing Qi Yingying's radiant beauty, Lu Yijiao couldn't help but wonder if she had also visited Hauda after she had fallen asleep the previous night, successfully enticing him. Otherwise, how could Qi Yingying, with her affluent background, so easily refer to him as Hauda? Suddenly, another gunshot rang out. Qi Yingying had also struck down a wolf. It appeared her marksmanship was impressive as well. However, this was within Hauda's expectations, for Qi Yingying, accustomed to luxury, had likely frequented shooting ranges in renowned gambling cities like Las Vegas, honing her skills. The next wolf is mine, Lu Yijiao declared, unwilling to be overshadowed by Qi Yingying's success. Mine too, Su Mei added. Che Yan, El Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian continued to watch with keen interest as spectators. It was remarkable how the maidens, previously startled by the wolf's howls, were now either eager to shoot or excitedly observing. With Hauda, such a powerful man, present, they felt an inexplicable sense of safety and reassurance. As Hauda beheld the captivating beauty of the maidens, he couldn't help but indulge in mischievous thoughts about the exquisite experience of being with all 6 of them. Chapter 32. Cherishing the beloved concubines. Rock, paper, scissors to determine who gets to take the next shot. Su Mei proposed. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Lu Yijiao responded, determined not to yield. Yesterday, she had lost to Su Mei in this very game, which had deprived her of being the first woman with Hauda on this deserted island. And the memory still lingered. Now, having another chance to challenge Su Mei, Lu Yijiao was resolute in her desire to win. However, once again, Lu Yijiao lost. Unbeknownst to her, Su Mei possessed a prophetic ability, foreseeing her move 5 seconds in advance. It was effortless for Su Mei to choose paper, leaving Lu Yijiao with no possibility of victory. Frustrated, Lu Yijiao could only watch as Su Mei confidently accepted the submachine gun from Hauda. Having had prior experience at shooting ranges, Su Mei felt a measure of confidence. Yet, when she extended the barrel through the hole in the wall and aimed at the distant wolf, her shot went astray. The wolf, startled, quickly retreated into the woods. Haha, Su Mei, your shooting skills could use some improvement. Lu Yijiao laughed heartily, witnessing Su Mei's miss through the tree trunk's gap. Humph, I was just a bit off. Su Mei retorted defiantly, retracting the gun and moving to the hole in the wall on the opposite side, preparing to try again. Everyone only has one shot. Now it's my turn, Lu Yijiao declared. Seeing her resolve, Su Mei refrained from demanding another game of rock, paper, scissors, as doing so would expose her prophetic ability. Instead, she smiled and handed the gun to Lu Yijiao. Hauda and the other maidens eagerly watched through the gaps in the wall as Lu Yijiao took her shot. With a loud bang, Lu Yijiao also missed her target, and the wolf fled. Both of you lack marksmanship. It's all up to me and my husband now, Qi Yingying proudly proclaimed. Although Lu Yijiao was annoyed at being mocked by Qi Yingying, she knew there was little to be said about her missed shot. Qi Yingying seized the gun from Lu Yijiao, and the other maidens, Che Yan, El Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian, showed no inclination to contest her. Finding a direction where wolves remained, Qi Yingying extended the gun barrel through the tree trunk's hole and fired, striking down another wolf. Haha, I am simply too skilled. One shot, one wolf. We shall feast on roasted wolf meat and enjoy wolf soup later. Qi Yingying laughed triumphantly. Su Mei and Lu Yijiao exchanged glances, feeling a desire to bring her down a peg. Meanwhile, Hauda appeared calm on the surface. Yet his mind drifted back to the enchanting experience he had shared with the alluring Qi Yingying beneath the soft bare skin the previous night, relishing her intoxicated expression. Qi Yingying, brimming with delight, peered out from the shelter, spotting yet another wolf. Excitedly, she aimed her gun once more and decisively pulled the trigger. However, this time she missed, and the wolf escaped. Darn it, how could I have missed? Qi Yingying exclaimed in frustration. Haha, looks like your shooting skills aren't so impressive after all. Lu Yijiao seized the opportunity to mock her. Humph, at least I hit 2 out of 3 shots. You haven't even grazed one. Qi Yingying retorted with pride. I've only taken 1 shot. Perhaps if I had 2 more, I would hit them all. Lu Yijiao countered hypothetically. The wolves are gone. You've lost your chance to shoot. Qi Yingying quipped as she glanced around. Oh, how unfortunate that there are no wolves left. Otherwise, I would have scored 2 more hits. Lu Yijiao chimed in cheerfully. Suddenly, Hauda spotted another wolf. Haha, here, take the gun. Qi Yingying joyfully handed the gun to Lu Yijiao, eager to see her attempt. Hauda, Su Mei, Che Yan, El Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian all watched with keen interest devoid of favoritism, merely enjoying the spectacle. Despite her previous miss, Lu Yijiao felt a surge of determination. She could not back down now. Gritting her teeth, she motivated herself, held her breath, and aimed at the distant wolf, decisively pulling the trigger. With a resounding crack, the wolf fell at her feet. "Oh, I am so skilled." Lu Yijiao cheered exuberantly, observing the enchanting and alluring figure of her. Hao was suddenly reminded of her exquisite and vibrant demeanor from the previous night, filled with sheer joy. Although Yingying felt a twinge of annoyance at Lu Yijiao's pride, she refrained from expressing it, considering she had just missed a shot while Lu Yijiao had successfully made one. For now, the threat of wolves seemed to have receded. Hao surveyed the 4 directions surrounding the shelter, reporting that 4 wolves had been slain, which signified a substantial increase in their food supply. Let us observe a little longer to see if any more wolves or other ferocious beasts approach. Venturing out now could be perilous, Su Mei suggested. Indeed. Let us wait for approximately 30 more minutes, Hao replied with a smile. Thus, for the next half hour, the team divided their tasks. Some kept watch outside the shelter, while others prepared breakfast by barbecuing bear meat and boiling bear soup, working in delightful harmony. However, Hao could not yet succumb to slumber. He planned to retrieve the 4 wolves once he confirmed the absence of further threats, and only then would he rest. "Darling, transform a large bag of fine salt," Lu Yijiao playfully urged while tending to the barbecue. "A large barrel of fine salt would be more appropriate," Yingying retorted, seeing Lu Yijiao addressing Hao as her husband. "Today, Brother Hao can still transform 3 more items. He has already conjured a loaded submachine gun, leaving room for 2 more transformations. We desperately need salt. It's been 2 days without it, and something feels amiss," Su Mei chimed in with a laugh. "I will attempt to create a large barrel of salt first. If that fails, I will then try for a large bag," Hao responded pragmatically. Yingying beamed with satisfaction upon hearing him consider her suggestion, while Lu Yijiao felt a hint of displeasure, thinking she should have first suggested the larger barrel. Activating his deserted island system, Hao effortlessly produced a large barrel of salt, not only manifesting the salt itself, but also a sizable plastic container to hold it. "Oh, so much salt. This plastic barrel is splendid and even has a handle," the women exclaimed with excitement. With salt now at their disposal, the barbecued bear meat and bear soup became even more delectable. As Hao, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Hui, and Hoi Jiaoqian savored their salted delicacies while keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings. They had yet to spot any wolves or other predators. As their bellies filled, Hao felt invigorated, his mind wandering to the delightful prospect of sharing a warm, plush duvet with the 6 beautiful women, akin to an emperor enjoying their company. Approximately 30 minutes later, having confirmed the absence of wolves or other beasts, Hao stepped out of the shelter with his submachine gun to retrieve the 4 wolves he had previously slain. "Oh, more wolf meat for our provisions," Su Mei exclaimed. Since wolves and dogs belong to the same species, barbecued wolf meat and wolf soup should be delightful. Yingying remarked with a gleam in her eyes. "Darling, we must quickly transform a large freezer or refrigerator. Otherwise, all this wolf meat and leftover bear meat will spoil within a day," Lu Yijiao cautioned. "I shall rest first and wake around lunchtime. Then I will construct a 2-story wooden house nearby and transform a powerful nuclear-powered freezer or refrigerator." Thus avoiding the need for transportation, Hao responded with a sense of planning. "Brother Hao, you've worked hard. You Haven T slept a wink guarding us all night. Please, get some rest." Su Mei expressed her concern, joined by Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Hui, and Hoi Jiaoqian, who looked at him with care. "Yes, I will sleep right away," Hao replied warmly, gazing at the lovely ladies. He then shed his clothes and nestled into the warm, fragrant duvet that still held the lingering scent of the women, drifting into a comfortable slumber. Before long, he was fast asleep. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Hui, and Hoi Jiaoqian secured the shelter door, propping it with a heavy wooden stump, and gathered around the campfire, talking quietly while roasting to keep warm. With no other tasks at hand, they passed the time by chatting, knowing that outside the shelter, wolves or other fierce creatures could appear at any moment, making their current refuge the safest place to be. Cursed the rescue team for not arriving yet. "It's already the 3rd day," Yingying muttered under her breath. "We have no choice but to wait patiently," Che Yin replied. "This is so boring. There are no entertainment activities." Lu Yijiao lamented softly. "A chat can alleviate the boredom," Su Mei suggested gently. "Brother Hao can still transform 1 more item today. What would you like him to create tomorrow?" Hui posed a question. "We still have a large bag of rice, a giant toothpaste, and a big pack of underwear to transform," Hoi Jiaoqian added quietly. I think we should urgently create a lot of sanitary napkins. My period is approaching, Yingying declared. We should also transform a substantial amount of toilet paper, or there will be no paper when nature calls, Yin remarked. Now that you mention it, I am somewhat inclined to heed nature's call. Lu Yijiao chimed in. We should quickly build a latrine, Hui suggested. I need to pee, Su Mei announced. Then hurry and go, Yingying teased, grinning mischievously. I feel a bit scared to go out alone. Su Mei glanced around, seeking a companion. Oh dear, you seem so pitiful. I'll accompany you with the submachine gun. Yingying chuckled softly. Thus, Yingying and Su Mei ventured outside the shelter. Su Mei squatted not far from the shelter to relieve herself, while Yingying held the submachine gun, remaining vigilant. Su Mei hurriedly completed her task, and on their way back, Yingying teasingly remarked, Su Mei, your figure is so fair and alluring. No wonder my how to couldn't resist you yesterday. What are you saying? Why is a woman concerned about my figure? Su Mei retorted, slightly flustered. Haha, seeing you so flustered brings me joy. Yingying laughed triumphantly. Upon returning to the shelter, they secured the door and joined the others by the fire, continuing their soft conversations. Unbeknownst to them, the time had slipped past 9 in the morning, and Howder remained comfortably ensconced in the fragrant duvet, unaware that another small group of 5 individuals, 2 men and 3 women, was emerging from the woods near a water well. Upon spotting the shelter on the beach, their eyes lit up with excitement. These 5 were also survivors from the same plane crash as Howda and his companions, but had landed on a different part of the island. Having struggled to survive for the past 3 days, they appeared somewhat disheveled. Among the men, one named Qian Fu, aged 35, had been a senior executive at a domestic company before the ordeal, while the other, Zhang Haohan, aged 30, had been the owner of a small firm. The 3 women were Ren Qian, Zhao Ai, and Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian, 19, was a sophomore at a domestic university, while Zhao Ai, 21, had just started working at a foreign enterprise a month prior. Ren Qian, 25, was a small internet celebrity. Despite their weakened state from days of hunger and thirst, their natural beauty shone through, each one a strikingly beautiful woman. Spotting the shelter on the beach, they instinctively quickened their pace toward it. The makeshift shelter symbolizes a place where one can sleep soundly. However, for the past 3 days, 5 individuals have lacked a stable resting point, leaving them anxious even during the night, fearful of encountering a ferocious beast or a venomous snake slithering nearby. They have an inkling that there may be others in the shelter, as such a structure would not simply materialize on a deserted beach. Each of them wonders whether the occupants of the shelter are fellow survivors like themselves, and if their intentions will be benevolent or malevolent upon meeting. In this brutal wilderness, anything is possible in the struggle for survival. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hoi Jiao, Qian huddled around a fire, when the most vigilant among them, Yingying, suddenly exclaimed that she thought she heard footsteps. Instantly, Su Mei and the others became alert, rising to peer through the shelter's wooden posts. They soon spotted 2 men and 3 women hastily approaching. Yingying quickly grabbed a submachine gun, while Lu Yijiao armed herself with a chainsaw, and the others picked up sturdy wooden sticks. Aware that the intentions of the approaching 5 were unclear, considering that Howda was sound asleep, the women decided against waking him. Before long, Qian Fu, Zhang Haohan, Lu Qianqian, Zhaoan, and Ren Qian arrived at the tightly shut wooden door of the shelter. A sense of tension hung in the air, both inside and outside. Qian Fu took the initiative to speak, asking if anyone was inside, introducing themselves as survivors of a plane crash and inquiring if the others were survivors as well. Su Mei and her companions exchanged glances, and Che Yin responded on their behalf through the closed door, confirming that they too were survivors and asking what assistance they required. Lu Qianqian, in a somewhat delicate tone, explained that they had just emerged from the woods, having scarcely eaten for 3 days, and pleaded for some food as fellow compatriots. If Howda were peering through the gaps in the wooden posts at the forlorn beauty outside, his feelings of sympathy would surely flow as endlessly as a mighty river. Chapter 34. A dedicated room. Although Howda remained asleep beneath the cozy comforter, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hoi Jiao were all beautiful and kind-hearted women, which stirred their compassion. Given that their food supply was relatively ample, they exchanged meaningful glances and quickly reached a consensus. They opened the shelter door, but to be cautious. Yingying held her submachine gun tightly, while Lu Yijiao wielded the chainsaw. Upon opening the door, they beheld the 3 distressed women, Lu Qianqian, Zhaoan, and Ren Qian, and 2 equally disheveled men, Qian Fu and Zhang Haohan. The newcomers recognized Su Mei and her companions, recalling having seen them at the airport before the flight. Despite being fellow survivors of the same crash, Su Mei and her group clearly appeared to be in better circumstances than Lu Qianqian and her companions. Che Yin, smiling sincerely, offered them a small pot of bear meat and some fresh water, along with firewood for cooking and a burning log for lighting. The gratitude from Lu Qianqian, Zhaoan, Rin Qian, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haohan was palpable as they expressed their thanks profusely. Thus, Lu Qianqian and her group accepted the small pot of bear meat, fresh water, and firewood, setting up a fire to roast the meat and prepare a soup nearby on the beach. Su Mei and the others securely closed the shelter door, propping it with a heavy stump, and resumed their quiet conversations around the fire. They look so pitiful. It's evident they haven't eaten in 3 days, Su Mei remarked. We've done our part by giving them some bear meat, a pot of fresh water, and firewood. However, we must remain cautious. In this food-scarce wilderness, human nature can falter under the weight of survival. Anything is possible, as we all remember the 2 men who coerced Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian yesterday. Yingying said with a serious expression. Everyone recalled Sun Quang and Li Longbao. The men whose fates could have turned dire had Hao not injured one and engaged in a fierce struggle with the other, while Yingying took the opportunity to strike a heavy blow from behind. If they seek to join our group today or tomorrow, Lu Hui began hesitantly. I suggest we refuse them outright. They have limbs and can form their own team on this beach, just as we have. I concur with Lu Yijiao. A firm refusal is necessary, Yingying asserted emphatically. Su Mei and Che Yin remained silent, while they agreed that a direct rejection would simplify matters. They recognized that the other group lacked tools to hunt and would likely struggle for food. They decided to wait until Hao was awake to address the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and her companions gathered around their fire, roasting bear meat and preparing soup while engaging in quiet conversation. They're impressive. A few young women managed to build a shelter and acquire bear meat. Lu Qianqian whispered in admiration. I suspect there is at least one man in their team who simply hasn't shown himself yet, Zhang Haohan speculated. What perplexes me is how they possess a submachine gun and a chainsaw, Qian Fu pondered. Perhaps they were fortunate enough to find them on this island, Zhaoan suggested. Having a submachine gun and chainsaw makes it easy to kill a bear for meat and to construct a shelter, Rin Qian added. What shall we do next? After this meal, we will soon be hungry again. Lu Qianqian posed a pressing question. There is a well covered with wooden planks at the edge of the forest, but the water surface is about 5 meters down. We need to find a long vine to lower the pot for water. With enough fresh water, we could survive for 7 days without food while waiting for rescue, Qian Fu explained. Even so, enduring 7 days on water alone will be quite a challenge. Zhaoan countered. We have no submachine gun, no chainsaw, not even a knife. Hunting for food would be tantamount to courting death. Everyone knows how perilous the woods were. We emerged from there by sheer luck, Zhang Haohan said with trepidation. His words reminded Lu Qianqian and the others of the vividly colored venomous snakes lurking in the forest. I wonder if there are fish in the shallow waters near the beach. If so, we could use wooden sticks to catch them. Zhaoan proposed a new idea. We'll have to check, but I doubt the chances are high, Qian Fu replied. If there are no fish, crabs or shellfish would suffice, roasted or boiled. They would alleviate our hunger. Rin Qian expressed hope for the shallows. Regardless of their circumstances, time pressed on, and before they realized it, 3 hours had passed, marking the lunchtime hour. Hao awoke comfortably from his slumber beneath the fragrant comforter, feeling rejuvenated. After a quick wash, he joined the group around the fire, receiving a warm welcome from the 6 beautiful women, 3 of whom had already formed a bond with him, while the other 3 were likely on the cusp of becoming his companions. Dear husband, did you sleep well? The charming and flirtatious Lu Yijiao asked with a mischievous smile. Indeed, the quilt is suffused with the fragrance of the 6 of you. It is utterly delightful. Hao responded with a peculiar smile. Rogue, lecher. The beautiful women chided playfully. They enjoyed roasted bear meat and sipped on bear soup, the flavors enhanced by the generous addition of salt earlier in the day. Hao 5 more survivors have arrived. They came seeking food. We offered them some provisions, water, and wood, and even gifted them a small pot. Su Mei brought up the matter first. As long as they are not malevolent, we should extend our assistance. Hao replied with a smile, rising to peer through the gaps in the shelter's wooden frame before returning to his seat. What if they propose to join our team? Che Yin inquired, her keen gaze fixed on Hao. It would be better for them to be self-sufficient. We can assist them as needed, Hao articulated his stance. Since Hao had spoken, Su Mei and the others naturally adhered to his judgment, for he was the leader of their group. Once everyone had their fill, Hao cheerfully remarked that the shelter felt a bit cramped. Next, we shall venture into the woods to saw some trees and construct a 2-story wooden house nearby. Wonderful. I love the idea of a wooden house. I want to live on the second floor. It will be spacious, airy, and offer a scenic view. Sume exclaimed excitedly. At least 2 rooms should be made on the second floor. One should be reserved for me and my husband Hauda, Yingying said rather provocatively. Yingying, you are so audacious. 1 room should be set aside for me and my husband Hauda, Lu Yijiao retorted with equal boldness. Chapter 35, Long Legs and Indulgence. No one is as brazen as Lu Yijiao. Yingying decisively countered. Yingying, you are the most flirtatious. Lu Yijiao swiftly responded. Let's get to sawing trees. Hauda immediately shifted the topic to prevent a potential squabble between Yingying and Lu Yijiao. Thus, armed with a submachine gun, Hauda, along with Yingying wielding a chainsaw and Lu Yijiao with an axe, the team of 7 set forth from the shelter, marching towards the edge of the woods. Meanwhile, the team of 5 led by Lu Qianqian had already visited the shallow waters near the coast, but after 3 hours, they had caught no fish. Only a meager collection of small crabs and shellfish, which they were now simmering into a broth, enough to provide a slight comfort to their gnawing hunger. Upon seeing Hauda and his companions emerge from the shelter, armed and ready, Zhang Haoan thought to himself that, as he had anticipated, there was indeed a man in this group, and he appeared formidable. Hello, are you going hunting? Lu Qianqian stood up to greet them warmly as they approached. Zhao Mai and the other 4 also stood, smiling at Hauda and his group. We are not hunting. We are going to saw some trees in the woods and build a 2-story wooden house, Su Mei replied with a smile. Lu Qianqian, a sophomore from a university in China, and Su Mei, a freshman from another institution, shared a similar aura that made them feel an innate camaraderie. You're building a wooden house. We can help. We can lift the logs. Qian Fu quickly seized the opportunity, smiling. Great. Let us work together. Hauda readily accepted their offer, assuring them that there would be bear meat and wood as compensation. He had noticed the small pot over their fire simmering with only meager crabs and shellfish, aware of their food predicament. Since they had volunteered to assist, he gladly provided them with the opportunity to earn food and firewood in exchange for their labor. It was a win-win situation. With 5 additional people to help lift the logs, it would save Hauda considerable effort. Fantastic. Lu Qianqian and her companions joyfully agreed to set off together. Thus, the original team of 7 swelled to a robust 12, merrily making their way towards the edge of the woods. Although the 2 teams had temporarily united, there remained an undercurrent of caution among Hauda and Yingying, for they knew that one could never be too careful. In Hauda's hands was the submachine gun, which he intended to pass to Yingying, who was quite adept with firearms, during the tree sawing. Should any member of the opposing team, like Qian Fu or Zhang Haoan, attempt to ambush them for the weapon, eliminating the threat would be the wisest course of action. The harsh reality was that if one harbored murderous intent, they could be more perilous than wild beasts or venomous serpents. Of course, this was merely a precaution, at least for the moment. The prospect of exchanging labor for food and would made it unnecessary for Qian Fu or Zhang Haoan to risk their lives for the submachine gun. Consequently, the 2 teams collaborated harmoniously, with Hauda sawing trees while Yingying stood guard with the submachine gun by his side. As each tree fell, the 10 of them worked together to drag the logs out of the woods and back to the shelter. After repeating this process several times, they had gathered more than enough timber, prompting Hauda to cease sawing and return with Yingying and the others to the shelter. True to his word, Hauda generously provided Lu Qianqian and her group with an ample supply of bear meat, sufficient for them to eat until the following evening, along with enough wood to sustain their fire until then. Seeing that they now had provisions and firewood secured before the next morning, Lu Qianqian and her companions were understandably elated. Compared to the previous 3 days spent deep in the woods with little to eat and the constant threat of venomous snakes and wild beasts, this was a stark contrast between heaven and hell. Notably, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Mai, and Ren Qian, the 3 downcast beauties, were not only grateful to Hauda for providing their group with food and wood, but also found themselves secretly enamored by his formidable presence, feeling he was sent by the heavens to rescue them. Had it not been for the 6 stunning women already in Hauda's group, they would have eagerly sought an opportunity to express their desire to join him. However, they chose to suppress their feelings for the time being, opting to observe the situation first. On Hauda's side, having secured ample timber, it was time to begin constructing the 2-story wooden house. Although building a 2-story structure was considerably more complex than erecting a shelter, the principles were similar. It was essentially constructing a shelter 3 times larger in all dimensions. Even though the bear meat and wood had already been compensated, Lu Qianqian and her group voluntarily returned to assist in the construction of the wooden house. Recognizing their gratitude, Hauda graciously promised to help them build 2 shelters afterward, ensuring they would have a place to sleep at night. Delighted by Hao Da's generosity, Lu Qianqian beamed with happiness. The spirit of noble mutual assistance among compatriots was vividly illustrated at that moment. Although later, the two teams would become adversaries for various reasons. For now, they coexisted harmoniously. With collective strength, they completed the construction of the two-story wooden house and 2 shelters for Lu Qianqian's group in just one afternoon. The decision to build 2 shelters instead of one stemmed from the fact that Lu Qianqian's team comprised 3 women and 2 men, making separate accommodations for men and women more appropriate. As for Hao Da's team, with 1 man and 6 women sharing a single shelter, it was a natural arrangement. Particularly since Hao Da had braved the dangers of traversing the woods to procure fish and water, thereby winning the admiration of the beautiful women. In addition, the robust and physically formidable Hao Da, endowed with the extraordinary ability to transform objects, gradually captivated the youthful and charming Su Mei, the stunningly voluptuous Lu Yijiao, and the pure, yet willful heiress Qi Yingying. He was also on the verge of winning over the alluring Che Yin, the graceful Lu Hui, and the enchanting Hua Jiaoqian, all of whom possessed captivating figures. Unbeknownst to Hao Da, the newcomers in the other team, the beautiful and innocent Lu Qianqian, Zhao En, and Ren Qian, were secretly intrigued by him, which ultimately led to the rivalry between the two teams. Chapter 36. The Beauty's demands. Hao Da's team resided in a 2-story wooden cabin. The first floor housed a spacious room for storing miscellaneous items, while the second floor contained 7 small rooms, each allocated to Hao Da, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, providing each person with their own private space. Additionally, there was a large communal room on the second floor, where the group could sleep together under a single, oversized down comforter and engage in activities, such as their previous dice games. Each small room on the second floor featured a small window for ventilation and scenic views, which could be blocked with wood as needed for protection against rain. The large room also had a sizable window for airflow and viewing the outdoors, which could similarly be secured. Once the wooden cabin was completed, Hao Da manifested a third item for the day, a powerful refrigerator with a nuclear-powered energy source, which he placed on the first floor. He filled it with wolf meat from 4 wolves and leftover bear meat, ensuring they had sufficient provisions for at least 9 days. However, his island system allowed him to create 3 items per day, so he planned to manifest a large bag of rice the following day to complement their meals of grilled bear and wolf meat, as well as bear and wolf soup. Currently, he could only use a large iron pot to steam rice, but he intended to create a smart pressure cooker with a nuclear-powered energy source, which would serve to cook rice and simmer soups. Among the items he planned to manifest were a large sack of potatoes, a substantial bag of cabbage, another powerful refrigerator, a large sack of white radishes, and a bag of chili peppers, among others. In essence, he aimed to ensure a comfortable life for himself and the beautiful women until the rescue team arrived. While he understood the importance of contentment, he also aspired for further enhancements to his island system, dreaming of producing not just 3 items a day, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or even more. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the voice of the island system resonated in his mind, announcing that meeting the demands of 9 beautiful women would elevate the system to the next level. He could now create 4 items each day, excluding those already manifested. Overjoyed by this delightful news, Hao Da felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of yet another upgrade. However, the conditions for this upgrade included satisfying 1 demand from each of the 9 beauties, which implied a challenge, as it required fulfilling the requests of his 6 team members and the 3 newcomers. Hao Da, what mischief are you pondering? Why are you smiling so strangely? Lu Yijiao teased as she approached him and sat directly upon him. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other beauties were gathered at the large window, chatting amiably while admiring the beach scenery. With their new abode, the beauties were filled with excitement. Qi Yingying suddenly glanced back and, upon seeing Lu Yijiao perched on Hao Da, exclaimed, "Lu Yijiao, are you being flirtatious again? Why are you sitting on my husband in broad daylight?" At her remark, Su Mei and the others turned to look at Lu Yijiao, who replied with a playful laugh, "Hao Da is our wonderful husband, and I'm merely rewarding him for building us this splendid cabin. You're simply being shameless, taking advantage of my husband." Qi Yingying retorted, "Not at all. Hao Da belongs to all 6 of us, not just you." Lu Yijiao countered, "Oh, my ability to transform objects is about to upgrade." Hao Da interjected suddenly, redirecting the conversation to prevent further conflict. Another upgrade means I can create 4 items in a day, and today as previous 3 1T count." Lu Yijiao exclaimed excitedly. "What are the conditions for this upgrade?" Qi Yingying inquired with keen interest, while Su Mei playfully speculated if the requirements would be rather outrageous. Although Che Yin, Lu Hui, and Hui Jiaoqian had yet to speak. Their intrigue was evident as they watched Hao De. The condition is to fulfill one demand from each of the 9 beauties. Hao De replied objectively. Huh, that sounds entertaining. Yingying giggled. We have 6 beauties here and 3 from the other team, making 9 in total. Make sure to think carefully about your requests. If anyone proposes something I can't fulfill, the upgrade won't happen. Hao De cautioned. Indeed, we must each consider our demands seriously, Lu Hui agreed. Thus, the 6 beautiful women pondered their individual requests for Hao De. I've made my decision. My request is simple. I want to sit on Hao Da's lap for 5 minutes. I was interrupted earlier after only sitting for 5 seconds. Lu Yijiao declared first. Lu Yijiao, you're just trying to take advantage of my husband. Yingying could not help but respond. However, with the other 5 beauties watching, Hao De maintained a composed demeanor, allowing Lu Yijiao to sit freely on his lap without making any inappropriate movements. Hao De is also my husband. What is wrong with me sitting on his lap and asking him to hold me for 5 minutes? It's a perfectly reasonable request, Yingying asserted, gracefully moving to sit on Hao Da's lap and delightfully exclaiming, Oh, husband, this is so comfortable. Hold me closely. To fulfill Yingying's request and progress towards the 9th requirement for upgrading the island system, Hao De naturally wrapped his arms around the beautiful and willful heiress. The expressions of Lu Yijiao and the other beauties were a mix of intrigue and envy, each appearing flushed with excitement. Chapter 37. Wordless communication while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Hao De continued as Su Mei, Lu Hui, and Hui Jiao Qian sequentially voiced their requests to sit on his lap for 5 minutes, bringing him immense joy as he endeavored to successfully complete the upgrade of the island system, with Che Yin being the only beauty yet to make her request. All eyes turned to her. I want to spend 30 minutes alone with Hao De in my small room, Che Yin boldly announced. What? Che Yin, what are you planning? Yingying exclaimed. You'll have to guess, Che Yin replied with a mischievous smile. Well, what else could it be? She wants to be with Hao De. Lu Yijiao chimed in. Had it not been for her prior encounter with Hao De, Che Yin would have proposed a similar request. In truth, Su Mei, Yingying, and Lu Yijiao, all in need of recovery, shared a similar state. Meanwhile, Lu Hui and Hui Jiaoqian, who had yet to be with Hao De, desired the same, but felt shy about voicing it publicly. And Che Yin exited the room and entered Che Yan's private chamber on the 2nd floor, closing the door behind them. Initially, Yingying and Lu Yijiao eavesdropped at the door, soon joined by Su Mei, Lu Hui, and Hui Jiaoqian. It was evident that both and Che Yin anticipated their presence outside, as they proceeded directly to the matter at hand without uttering a word. After a considerable amount of time, embraced the alluring and thoroughly satisfied Che Yin. Checking the time, he noted that only about 5 minutes remained of the previously mentioned 30. They relished the moment before the time was up. As the 30 minutes elapsed, Yingying and Lu Yijiao simultaneously called out from outside, announcing that the time was up. The composed and Lu Yijiao exchanged a knowing smile before opened the door, and they stepped outside with poise. Goodness, you two are outrageous, Yingying exclaimed indignantly. The door was closed. How did you know what and I were doing? Che Yin replied with a smile. What else could you be doing? You two shameless lovers. Yingying scoffed, shooting a disdainful glance at Che Yin before glaring at. Remained unfazed. Having already considered that as long as the rescue team did not arrive, all 6 beautiful women present would inevitably become his. After all, they all had their desires. He was no monk, and they were no nuns, thus he needed to acclimate to their playful banter over his attention. Che Yin, your complexion is evidently more radiant now, nearly matching mine, Lu Yijiao teased. We're both beautiful, Che Yin replied proudly. Su Mei cast a somewhat resentful glance at, as if he had forsaken her for a new affection. Unperturbed, playfully pinched her and elicited a soft gasp from her, which led to her playfully pinching him back in mock anger. After this release, her mood lightened, and she whispered in's ear that she wished to join him that evening. Readily nodded in agreement. Su Mei then whispered softly, Can you handle it? Assured her in a hushed tone, Rest assured, I will certainly satisfy you. Su Mei playfully scolded him, You naughty boy. Upon witnessing their close interaction, Lu Yijiao and Yingying could not help but inquire about their secretive whispers. Humph. This is a secret between and me, Su Mei replied proudly. You're quite the scandalous one, Su Mei, Yingying teased. Not as scandalous as you, Su Mei retorted confidently. The group found themselves back in the spacious room on the 2nd floor. Now, only the requests of the 3 beauties from the team remained unfulfilled. With a serious expression, proclaimed, What do you desire? You scoundrel. Yingying responded petulantly. What have I done? Feigned innocence. Humph. Are you planning to satisfy those 3 beauties as well? Lu Yijiao scolded playfully. Everything is in pursuit of acquiring more. Replied with righteous indignation. I would love to smack you. Qi Yingying glared at him. I would love to hit you. Lu Yijiao echoed, also glaring at. They're right below us. Che Yin remarked as she peered out the window. Everyone gathered at the window to look outside, and indeed, the three beauties from the team, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian, were on the beach below. Are you discussing us? Lu Qianqian called up, seemingly having overheard something, laughing. Indeed, replied with a smile. We were just chatting and mentioned that if each of you proposes a request I can fulfill, I will gladly satisfy you. Really? Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian exclaimed, their faces lighting up with excitement. It turned out that they had approached the wooden house with a request in mind. After encountering Su Mei and the other beauties, they deduced that the latter must have bathed in hot water since arriving on the deserted island. While they had not bathed for 3 days and yearned for a warm shower. However, their team lacked the means to heat water, prompting them to seek assistance. Before they could even formulate their request, had proactively offered to fulfill one of their wishes. How could they not be ecstatic? We wish to take a warm shower. Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian expressed eagerly, gazing up at and the others at the window. Not a problem. Replied promptly, finding the request exceedingly simple. The system upgrade on the deserted island was nearing success. The beauties, including Su Mei, were all abuzz with excitement. Contemplating what 4 items would transform next after his ability advanced. Quickly carried a large wooden barrel to the edge of the woods where the well was located and filled it with water. He then set a large iron pot over the fire next to the wooden house to boil the water. Once it reached the desired temperature, he poured it into the barrel, allowing Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian to bathe simultaneously in the ample warm water. Naturally, after pouring the hot water, stepped out of the shelter, as a man of high moral character would not wish to observe them undressing and bathing before they became his. Having fulfilled the request for Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian to take a warm shower, returned to the second floor of the wooden house. How did it go? Qi Yingying asked eagerly, having been watching him from the window. My ability to transform has leveled up again. I can now transform 4 items each day, and today's transformations do not count toward that limit. Replied with a smile. Let us quickly discuss what 4 items to transform next. Lu Yijiao exclaimed excitedly. I want a large bag of sanitary napkins. My period is coming soon. Qi Yingying was the first to declare. Your period is approaching. So doesn't that mean you won't be with me for at least a week? Lu Yijiao teased. It's coming soon. Not here yet. I should still be able to be with for the next couple of days. Qi Yingying replied haughtily. You two are truly scandalous. Discussing your affairs with so openly. Su Mei remarked, slightly displeased. What is wrong with that? Su Mei, keep pretending. Qi Yingying shot back. Su Mei is merely coy. Lu Yijiao laughed. You two are blatantly flirtatious. Su Mei countered. We also need a large bag of toilet paper. Since there's a small toilet nearby, we certainly need plenty of toilet paper. Quickly shifted the topic to prevent a quarrel among Su Mei, Qi Yingying, and Lu Yijiao. We also need a large bag of toothpaste and toothbrushes. We've only been brushing our teeth with water for days now. Our teeth can't handle it long term. Che Yin added with a smile, casting a flirtatious glance at. Previously, in her small room, had brought her immense joy, so merely looking at him now filled her with delight. A large bag of toothpaste and toothbrushes should be counted as 2 items, which means with the large bag of sanitary napkins and the large bag of toilet paper. We already have 4 items, Lu Hui noted. Why don't we come up with a few more items? Let us prioritize the more important ones first. And we can transform the less important ones later, suggested with a smile. I also want a large bag of rice, a large bag of cabbage, a large bottle of body wash, he continued, and a large bag of rubber slippers. Right now, we wear our original shoes when we go out. But we're barefoot indoors. If we had rubber slippers, we could wear them inside, Hu Jiaoqin chimed in. We also need a large bag of socks. Each person should have at least 1 pair, and if we wash them and don't dry them immediately, we'll be left without any socks to wear. Qi Yingying added. The shoes I wear when going out, after prolonged use, will inevitably wear out, and I must replace them with a large sack of men's and women's leather shoes or running shoes, Su Mei remarked. Merely having large cabbages is insufficient. I must also gather a large sack of potatoes, chili peppers, white radishes, carrots, cucumbers, green onions, ginger, garlic, and more. Additionally, I need to procure a large sack of sunflower seeds, dried tofu, chocolates, and various snacks for leisurely indulgence, Lu Yijiao revealed, exposing her foodie nature. Let us also gather a large sack of playing cards and mahjong tiles, so we can enjoy snacks while playing games during our free time. Qi Yingying expressed with a touch of poetic flair. It hardly feels like survival on a deserted island. It resembles a holiday retreat, instead. How chuckled, teasingly. Since the rescue team hasn't arrived yet, we must not deny ourselves. Let us live as comfortably as we can. Yingying asserted with confidence. Indeed, Yingying. You are absolutely correct. Hao grinned mischievously and nodded, then rose to fetch a large bag of men's underwear, suggesting that Lu Qianqian and the others assist us in upgrading our supplies, which is no small feat. They must be finishing their hot baths soon. I shall deliver them some items. With that, he descended the stairs with the large bag of men's underwear. Is Hao delivering underwear to the other three beauties? Lu Yijiao questioned with a somewhat peculiar expression. It seems that way, Su Mei responded, her face reflecting a similar sentiment. What the heck? Are we just going to watch Hao deliver underwear to other beautiful women? Yingying exclaimed in anger. Let us peek out the window. As long as Hao doesn't enter that hut to do anything inappropriate, we should be fine. Yan rose and walked to the window to look down, speaking boldly. Yingying and the other beauties crowded around the window to observe. Hao approached the hut's entrance, smiling, and inquired if they had finished their baths. Just done? Zhao replied with a smile from within. We are getting dressed. What brings you here, Hao Ge? Lu Qianqian chimed in sweetly. I brought some new underwear. Although they are all men's, they are completely new, and each of you shall have a pair, Hao stated, appearing serious while feeling a thrill inside. Oh, thank you. Hao Ge. Ren Qian's cheeks flushed as she responded, though she and Zhao had just worried about not having any underwear to change into. Hao's generous offer felt like a timely gift, yet they couldn't shake the feeling that it was somewhat odd. Just a moment, Hao Ge. I will open the door right away, Lu Qianqian said, her charming face evidently blushing. Soon, the door opened, and the three beauties, Lu Qianqian, Zhao and Ren Qian, appearing as fresh as water lilies after their hot baths, stood before Hao. He calmly picked up the bag of brand new men's underwear to let them choose. Lu Qianqian eagerly selected a pair, followed quickly by Zhao and Ren Qian, observing their exquisite and bashful appearances. How couldn't he help but fantasize about the delightful experiences that awaited him with them? Hao Ge, we're going in to change into the underwear, Zhao playfully said, noticing Hao's gaze. Oh, you all go ahead. I will head back upstairs. Hao quickly ceased his daydreaming, smiled, and returned to the second floor of the wooden house. It is worth mentioning that while Hao was delivering the new underwear to Lu Qianqian and the others, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan were seated nearby in their hut, watching Hao's direction with displeased expressions. That fellow seems to be courting our team's three beauties, Qian Fu whispered, clearly irked. He already has 6 beautiful women on his side, yet remains unsatisfied. He wants to lay claim to our beautiful female teammates. Zhang Haoan replied quietly, a gloomy expression on his face. Their dissatisfaction with Hao was clearly evident on their faces. Although Hao had provided them with considerable food and timber, they believed that most of it was earned through their labor of carrying logs, and thus, they felt no obligation to him. Should we not do something? Qian Fu suggested slyly. Of course, we must take action, Zhang Haoan replied, his gaze sharp as he fixated on Hao's direction. We cannot remain idle until the rescue team arrives. Instead, we should seize the opportunity tonight with our 3 beautiful teammates. It is better to strike first. Chapter 39. The Shameless Conspiracy. Excellent idea. Qian Fu replied with a smile. But how do we divide the 3 beautiful teammates between us? Tonight, we'll sneak into their hut. Each of us will randomly select one, and then whoever finishes first and still has the desire can go for the 3rd beauty. The one who finishes last, if still interested, can continue with the remaining beauty, Zhang Haoan shamelessly plotted. Then we should also take a bath, Qian Fu said with a lewd grin. That's easy. Once Lu Qianqian and the others come out, we'll use the hot water they just bathed in. Zhang Haoan confidently replied, feeling no shame in utilizing the large tub that Hao had provided for Lu Qianqian and the others. Agreed. Qian Fu immediately concurred. Thus, when Lu Qianqian, Zhao and Ren Qian, feeling refreshed in their new underwear, dressed in long pants and jackets, opened the door, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan swiftly approached, smiling as they offered to help dispose of the heavy tub of hot water, but they wanted to bathe first. Seeing the 2 male teammates' proposal, the 3 women glanced at the nearby wooden house, not spotting Hao through the window, and thus felt it inappropriate to refuse. They nodded and returned to their hut to wash the underwear and socks they had just changed out of and to dry them quickly. Meanwhile, as Hao returned to the second floor of the wooden house, he was immediately met with a flurry of pinches from Yingying and Lu Yijiao. What are you doing? Hao asked innocently. Humph. Delivering underwear to other beautiful women without considering my feelings. Yingying retorted angrily. You are still looking at what is in someone else's bowl while eating from your own. Lu Yijiao also wore an expression of indignation. Although Su Mei and Che Yin were also displeased with Hao's delivery of new underwear to Lu Qianqian and the others, They chose to watch for now since Yingying and Lu Yijiao were expressing their grievances. Meanwhile, Lu Hui and Hu Jiaoqian, who had yet to be intimate with Hao, had nonetheless sat on his lap and embraced him more than once. And thus they too felt a bit unsettled by his actions, choosing to vent their feelings through passive observation. Hao suddenly realized that presenting new underwear to Lu Qianqian and the others in front of them seemed inappropriate. So as he bore the brunt of Yingying and Lu Yijiao's frustrations, he reflected on how he should discreetly deliver good things to Lu Qianqian and the others in the future. As a person with grand aspirations, he had already devised plans to have Lu Qianqian, Zhao Wan, and Rin Qian willingly become his women. He mused that if the rescue team did not arrive, he could at least enjoy a comfortable life with all 9 beauties on this deserted island. At that point, as the king of the island, he would relish each night with Su Mei, Lu Qianqian, and the other concubines in blissful indulgence. Moreover, he had the island system to continuously provide various good things, ensuring a happy life with the beauties. After Yingying and Lu Yijiao had sufficiently vented their frustrations through pinching, Hao decisively shifted his focus to transforming 4 more items that could be conjured today. He thoughtfully created a large sack of sanitary napkins, filled with numerous packages, each containing many pieces. "Oh, how goo is truly wonderful," Yingying exclaimed, her joy evident as she gazed at the substantial sack of sanitary napkins. She desires this more than anything else at the moment, and she anticipates that it will arrive the day after tomorrow. "When will your physiological period commence?" Hao inquired with a mischievous grin directed at Lu Yijiao. "I won't tell you, you naughty boy," Lu Yijiao giggled in response. "And you, Mei?" Hao turned his gaze towards Su Mei. "It's still a few days away," Su Mei replied, her cheeks flushed. "And you, Yin?" Hao looked at Yin again. "How annoying. You're such a rogue," Yin playfully retorted. "Haha." Hao chuckled with satisfaction, then glanced at Lu Hui and Hu Jiaoqian. They, with flushed faces, deliberately ignored him. He then produced a large sack of toilet paper. "Oh, now we have paper for the restroom," Lu Yijiao laughed. "Currently, that outhouse is a makeshift latrine. Once more options become available, I will consider constructing a more modern restroom." Hao replied, thinking ahead. "We can install a flush toilet then," Yin suggested. "A flush toilet requires a matching septic tank, and as for the water pipes, we could initially do without them, directly pouring water into the toilet's reservoir." Yingying analyzed. "The excavation task is something that the intelligent drilling machine excels at." Hao commented with a laugh. "Oh yes, I completely forgot about the incredibly smart drilling machine." Su Mei giggled. "That bird drilling machine," Yingying said somewhat displeased, recalling her previous argument with the talking drilling machine, which had left her with no retort and subsequently ignored her, a rather vexing experience. Haha. Lu Yijiao also remembered that incident and couldn't help but laugh joyfully, to the point that Yingying felt like hitting her. "If we can transform 2 more items, we should immediately conjure a flush toilet," Hu Jiaoqian suddenly said. "I spent time in the countryside before, and that latrine is truly indescribable." "What do you mean by indescribable?" Lu Hui, who grew up in the city, asked curiously. "Just think about it. Excrement piling up there. First, someone goes in, and then it ferments, flies lay eggs, and a multitude of maggots emerge. Additionally, when squatting down, enormous mosquitoes swarm to bite your snowy white backside." Yingying expanded her imagination. "Ah, stop. That is so disgusting." Su Mei interrupted, unable to bear it any longer. "Right. Let us hurry and conjure a flush toilet and create a simple modern washing station." Yin and the other beauties were also disgusted and hurriedly chimed in. "Well, let us go to the outhouse now, conjure a flush toilet, then use the drilling machine to dig a septic tank, connecting it to the flush toilet's main water pipe." "Perfect. We can also transform another large sack of PVC piping," Hao replied, cherishing the ladies. Thus, Hao and the beautiful ladies, equipped with the drilling machine and a submachine gun, exited the wooden house to construct a simple modern restroom at the outhouse. With the drilling machine efficiently excavating, as nightfall approached, a basic modern restroom began to take shape. Although termed a modern restroom, it was merely a small latrine constructed from tree trunks, featuring a toilet conjured by Hao, connected to PVC piping that led to the dug septic tank, covered by large wooden boards and piled with sand. The toilet's reservoir could be opened at any time, allowing water to be poured in from a bucket, enabling the toilet to flush at the push of a button. After the beautiful ladies excitedly used this simplified modern restroom, they returned to the wooden house to prepare dinner for the evening. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Qianqian and her team were also preparing dinner, unaware that 2 male team members, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, intended to sleep with them that night. Chapter 40. The Roar of the Tiger at Night. However, after dinner, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian went to play at Hao Da's wooden house. I can't believe they won't suspect anything. Zhang Haoan frowned. They shouldn't to avoid complications. As soon as they return tonight, we must act. Qian Fu said, his expression sinister. Damn it. Why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? This cursed deserted island has no entertainment at all. Zhang Haoan cursed. Have you considered what happens if the rescue team never arrives? Qian Fu replied with a peculiar expression. Then we would be doomed. We are surrounded by endless ocean. Even if we made a bamboo raft, we would be devoured by sharks before we could row far. Zhang Haoan exclaimed. If the rescue team doesn't come, we'll have to find a way to eliminate that guy named Hao. Once he's out of the picture, all 9 beauties will belong to us. Having 9 beauties to spend our lives with on this deserted island would certainly be worthwhile. Qian Fu's expression turned lewd. That guy has a submachine gun and a chainsaw. It won't be easy to take him down. Zhang Haoan remarked. At least he probably hasn't suspected our intentions yet. He's in the light while we are in the dark. We just need to wait for a good opportunity and then strike unexpectedly to deal him a heavy blow or even eliminate him. As Qian Fu spoke, a cold, serpentine glint appeared in his eyes. When Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian entered the second floor of Hao Da's wooden house, Su Mei and the other 6 beauties, who should have harbored animosity towards them, were instead polite, as they were merely there to play, showing no intention of competing for Hao Da. As a result, Su Mei and the others felt it inappropriate to display hostility. Are you playing dice? Lu Qianqian asked with keen interest. To be precise, it's called a dice punishment game. Yingying replied with a smile. How does the punishment work? Zhao Man asked curiously. The one with the lowest points in each round must either do 100 push-ups or walk naked around the room 5 times. Lu Yijiao answered with a mischievous smile. Oh, you really know how to have fun. Rin Xian giggled, unable to resist glancing at Hao Da, thinking that whether it's the beauties or him who strips, he benefits either way. Haha, we won't participate, we'll just watch. Lu Qianqian said with a smile. Thus, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian became spectators for Hao Da's team's dice game that night. After a while, the results of this round were announced. Hui Jiao Qian rolled the highest, while Hao Da rolled the lowest and faced punishment. This time, instead of choosing to do 100 push-ups, Hao Da opted to walk naked around the room 5 times. I must admit, he was quite mischievous. This action not only revealed his identity to Lu Hui and Hui Jiao Qian, who had yet to know him well, but also showcased his impressive physique to the onlookers Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian. Although the 3 of them quickly averted their eyes after a single glance, that single glance had already made an impact. How da you exhibitionist? Once he put his clothes back on and sat down, Yingying and Lu Yijiao simultaneously scolded playfully. Their anger stemmed from the fact that Lu Qianqian and the other 2 were present, and Hao Da had chosen to walk naked instead of doing push-ups, showcasing himself to other beautiful women, which made them feel greatly disadvantaged. Wasn't I just facing punishment? Hao Da replied innocently, only to be pinched sharply by Su Mei, sitting right next to him. Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Rin Xian were once again left speechless, internally exclaiming that this could be elegantly termed a dice punishment game, but more boldly, it could be labeled as a gathering of debauchery. It was just that they hadn't yet reached the point of using real weapons. Lu Qianqian and her companions clearly felt their faces flush, yet none of them wanted to leave. Firstly, this activity was quite thrilling, and secondly, there was nothing to do if they returned. As the next round commenced, a sudden roar echoed from outside, resembling the fearsome growl of a tiger. What the hell? There's a tiger! Yingying exclaimed in alarm, her voice tinged with panic. The other beauties were equally terrified, for the menacing sound carried an unmistakable aura of death. Not far from the wooden cabin, within one of the makeshift shelters, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan were huddled around a fire, and upon hearing the nearby roar, they nearly lost control of their bladders. Damn it! There's really a tiger. Zhang Haoan muttered in a furious whisper. Silence. Qian Fu gestured for quiet, straining to peer through the gaps in the shelter's wooden frame. Though the outside was shrouded in darkness without moonlight, he discerned 2 pairs of glowing green eyes lurking not far away, exuding a feral menace. In that moment, both men sensed the chilling breath of death looming over them, realizing that a single swipe from the tiger could easily demolish their shelter. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the wooden cabin, Hao Da remained remarkably composed. He swiftly grabbed his submachine gun and positioned himself at the window to take aim. The beauties gathered around, peering out into the inky blackness, where they too spotted the faint glimmer of those predatory green eyes. There are 2 eyes shining in the dark. Yin whispered. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. Hao Da had fired a shot, and the tiger's roar echoed once more. this time laced with agony. His shot had struck true, but the beast was not yet dead. With unwavering resolve, Howda fired again, and the tiger's cry of pain grew more desperate. Several of the beauties, including Su Mei, felt a pang of compassion, yet Howda remained resolute. He knew that if he did not eliminate the threat, the tiger could pounce from the shadows and claim one of them. He fired again, his expression unreadable as he took aim. The tiger emitted a soft whimper, and with another shot, silence followed. It seemed the beast had finally succumbed. "I'll go retrieve the carcass," Howda declared. "A tiger weighs several hundred pounds. You'll struggle alone. I'll accompany you with the chainsaw," Yin insisted. "I'll join too, armed with an axe." Yingying chimed in. "I'll wield a sturdy wooden club," Su Mei added. "I'll take a club as well." "I'm coming too," Jiao said. "All right, that should be enough. Everyone else stay put," Howda replied. They descended from the second floor, securing the cabin door behind them. Howda led the way, submachine gun in hand, while Yingying followed, brandishing a torch in one hand and an axe in the other. The others trailed closely, their senses heightened as they cautiously approached the location where the tiger lay. After a while, they reached the deceased tiger, and while remaining vigilant, they worked together to drag it back. Inside the shelter, Qian Fu and Zhang Haohan sighed in relief upon hearing that Howda had dispatched the tiger. However, after the group departed, Zhang Haohan could not contain his thoughts. "That guy is insane. He can kill a tiger from such a distance in complete darkness. We need to get rid of him." His face twitched at the thought. "We'll quietly take his submachine gun first, then strike," Qian Fu replied, maintaining a brave facade. Once Howda and the others brought the slain tiger back to the cabin, he quickly secured the door and fortified it with a heavy tree stump. The exertion had left the beauties, Su Mei, Yin, Jiao, and Yingying, breathless. 5 more beauties, Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Rin Qian, descended from the upper floor. Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Rin Qian were astonished to see such a massive tiger, easily weighing 500 pounds, felled by Howda's gunfire. They gazed at him in awe. "We'll have tiger meat for our late-night feast and make a soup from the bones," Howda proclaimed with a grin. "I've never tasted tiger meat before," Jiao replied with delight. "But aren't tigers protected animals? Wouldn't it be illegal to eat it?" Su Mei asked playfully. "On this deserted island, what protection do tigers have? Let us feast," Yingying insisted, playfully tapping her assets for emphasis, causing delightful ripples among the group. "If it wants to eat us, it must accept being eaten in return," Yin added, voicing her agreement. Soon, Howda efficiently processed the tiger with the chainsaw, while the beauties assisted in cleaning the meat, preparing some for soup in a large iron pot, grilling portions over the fire, and storing the majority in a large freezer. "Where did you get that freezer? And how does it have power?" Lu Qianqian inquired curiously. She had assumed the submachine gun and chainsaw might have been scavenged from the island, but the freezer seemed improbable. "My husband, Howda, conjured it up. Impressive. Isn't it?" Yingying exclaimed proudly, but immediately realized she might have revealed too much. "Conjured? How could that be?" Zhao Ai and Rin Qian gasped, clearly skeptical. "It's scavenged," Howda chuckled. "That sounds a bit more believable," Zhao Ai replied. Yingying felt exasperated. Why believe a lie but not the truth? Yet, she decided to remain silent to amend her earlier slip. "If we can find a submachine gun, a chainsaw, and a freezer, it seems there were people here before," Rin Qian speculated. "But what about the power?" Lu Qianqian asked, still curious. "This is a nuclear-powered freezer with its own energy source," Howda replied with a smile. "Oh, that makes sense," Lu Qianqian said, enlightenment dawning upon her. "To find such treasures requires great luck." "Indeed, luck is essential," Howda laughed. The others, Su Mei, Yin, Jiao, Yingying, Hui, and Hu Jiaoqian, struggled to suppress their laughter, finding it somewhat challenging. After a while, the processing of the massive tiger was complete. "This tiger skin will become my cloak or cushion, symbolizing my dominance," Howda declared, washing the hide with an air of authority. "Brother Hao, you're quite boastful," Su Mei teased, her laughter ringing out. "I could just as easily toss you into a roasting tiger skin," Howda replied with a mischievous grin. "Bring it on. We'll see who overpowers whom," Yingying retorted boldly. "Yingying, you're so brazen," Jiao teased. "What is wrong with being brazen? We're stranded on a deserted island. What modesty is left? I want to be free," Yingying responded defiantly. The group erupted in collective laughter, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Thus, the night's feast commenced in the securely locked wooden cabin, where they gathered around the fire to grill tiger meat and sip on the bone broth. The tiger meat was undeniably invigorating. After only a short while, Howda felt warmth radiating through him, and he couldn't help but imagine the delightful experience of snuggling into a cozy, oversized down blanket with the 6 stunning beauties by his side. Of course, if Yingying and our Yingying also wished to snuggle beneath the grand down comforter, he could readily accommodate all 9 exquisite beauties, including the 3 of them. What are you thinking about, DG? Why does your smile seem so peculiar? Asked the beautiful and innocent SMI, her long, graceful legs nestled against him, as she glanced at his handsome face illuminated by the firelight. My beloved DG, I suspect you are contemplating some mischief. Teased Ygo with a playful laugh. After consuming tiger meat for such nourishment, it is only natural for my DG to feel a bit restless. Yingying added, fanning the flames. Yingying and our Yingying felt a rush of heat. Pondering the overly intimate atmosphere of the group, it seemed that nearly all the beauties here had some form of connection with DG. They could hardly bear it. They too longed to join in. They were quite fond of a man like DG. However, to propose joining this group seemed rather forward. Moreover, it was uncertain whether beauties like Yingying would agree, leaving Yingying and her companions in a state of hesitation. They thought to themselves, the key lies with DG. As long as they find an opportunity to successfully entice him, joining such a splendid island team would be almost assured. After several hours, the delightful late-night gathering came to a satisfying conclusion, and as the clock struck 11, SMI and the other beauties began to feel drowsy. They quickly washed up and ascended the stairs to prepare for sleep. Only DG, Yingying and our Yingying remained on the first floor. We shall return to our hut, the 3 beauties said, their allure undeniable. Although SMI and the others had retreated upstairs, it was clear that this was not an opportune moment to entice DG. I will gift each of you a large wolf pelt, freshly cleaned and dried. Use it as a blanket tonight, DG said with a smile, handing them 3 wolf pelts. Thank you, DG. Yingying and her companions gazed at him with glimmering eyes. DG returned their gaze with delight. Had it not been for the need to consider the feelings of the 6 beauties above, he would have certainly wished to keep Yingying and her friends with him that night. Chapter 42. The Twists of Human Nature. I will also give you these 3 simple daggers for self-defense, DG added, producing 3 metal dagger-shaped weapons and handing them over with a smile. Thank you, DG. Yingying and our Yingying felt a warm flush in their hearts as they accepted the makeshift daggers. I shall escort you, DG said, holding a torch in one hand and a submachine gun in the other. All right. The 3 beauties exchanged knowing glances with him. Thus, DG accompanied Yingying and the 2 other stunning beauties to one of the nearby huts, watching them enter the hut safely. He ensured the door was securely closed and propped it with a hefty tree stump before casting a meaningful glance at the adjacent hut and then returning to the wooden house. Torch in hand and gun slung over his shoulder, he locked the door on the first floor and secured it with a solid tree stump, then sat beside the fire, draped in the fluffy bear pelt against the wooden wall, officially beginning his night watch. Although their dwelling had been upgraded from a hut to this 2-story wooden house, DG deemed it still necessary to keep vigil through the night, albeit this time intending to do so alone until dawn, without needing any beauty to relieve him in the wee hours. As he comfortably sat, wrapped in the bear pelt, his thoughts wandered during the night watch. He certainly yearned to ascend to the 2nd floor and burrow into the expansive down comforter, reveling in the warm welcome of SMI and the other 6 beauties, indulging in the profound joys of masculinity with each of them. Yet, he resisted the temptation. After all, the duty of the night watch was paramount. Should he indulge, it could lead to peril if someone or some beast stealthily infiltrated the 1st floor. He would not allow such a calamity to unfold. Approximately 30 minutes later, in the hut to the right, not far away, Qian F and Zhing who had deliberately stayed awake, sat up with lewd grins, preparing to implement their plan to seize Yingying and her Yingying from the adjacent hut. They quietly pushed aside the tree stump blocking their door, opened it, and shone the torch around, confirming the absence of danger before stealthily making their way to the door of the hut where Yingying and the others were. Together, they gently pushed the door open and entered, holding the torch. Qian F and Zhing found Yingying and the 2 beauties fast asleep, each wrapped in a wolf pelt, looking utterly enchanting, which intensified their desires. However, instead of rushing forward, they first closed the door and secured it with a heavy tree stump, ensuring they had no worries from behind, as they certainly did not want a large tiger to suddenly appear while they were in the midst of their vile intentions. There was a fire burning in the corner of the hut, providing some illumination. Chi-NF placed his torch into the fire and, with a wicked grin, approached the youthful and alluring Qin, while Zhong made his way toward the captivating Zhong. They planned to deal with Qin, who lay prettily on the far side. After they had had their way with Qin and Zhong, just as they made their approach, Qin and Zhong suddenly awoke. Upon seeing the vile expressions of Chi-NF and Zhong, the two beauties shrieked in terror. Their screams only served to incite the two men further. Chi-NF violently ripped away the wolf pelt from Qin and lunged toward her. Meanwhile, Zhong forcefully pulled away the pelt from Zhong, pouncing onto her long, delicate legs. Naturally, Qin and Zhong struggled fiercely, but being somewhat delicate, they were no match for the strength of the robust men, finding themselves pinned down and unable to move. Just as Chi-NF and Zhong believed victory was within their grasp, both suddenly let out cries of pain. In their moment of desperation, Qin and Zhong had each seized the dagger-shaped metal pieces DG had previously given them, with Qin stabbing Chi-NF with hers, while Zhong did the same to Zhong. However, due to the limited lethality of the metal pieces, the two men, though wounded, became frenzied, ripping at the inner garments of Qin and Zhong, temporarily disregarding their minor injuries. As Qin and Zhong struggled valiantly, just as Chi-NF and Zhong were about to overpower them, a loud thud echoed. First, Chi-NF was kicked away from Qin, followed closely by Zhong being sent sprawling from Zhong. In that moment, Qin and Zhong were astonished to see DG, armed with his submachine gun, had entered the hut, having been the one to topple Chi-NF and Zhong. Seeing their plans thwarted, Chi-NF and Zhong were furious. But upon noticing DG aiming his gun at them with both hands, they were suddenly paralyzed with fear. Given DG's remarkable marksmanship, capable of taking down a tiger from a distance, they understood that if they attempted to attack DG, the only outcome would be their immediate demise at the hands of his gunfire. DG gestured to Qin, Zhong, and the still-dazed Qin, who quickly understood and hurriedly donned their clothing, taking their wolf pelts and other belongings, before moving to stand behind DG. DG maintained his cold gaze on the immobile Chi-NF and Zhong, contemplating whether to eliminate the two men to prevent any future threats. However, he still refrained from taking action, for after all, attempted J does not warrant the death penalty. He cast a cold glance at each of them, instilling such fear that they were nearly paralyzed with terror. Only then did he, along with Qin, Zhong, and Qin, exit the makeshift shelter and return to the ground floor of the wooden cabin. HOD firmly secured the door and propped it shut with a heavy tree stump. Just as he completed these tasks, Qin, Zhong, and Qin simultaneously enveloped him in their embrace. One clung to his left, another to his right, and the last from behind. HOD go, if it weren't for you just now. Qin began to weep softly while holding him. Zhong and Qin remained silent, their tears flowing as they clung to him. Although Qin had not directly faced violence, she was acutely aware that should Chi-NF and Zhong succeed in their vile intentions towards Qin and Zhong, she would inevitably suffer as well. Everything is fine now, he assured, attempting to maintain his composure amidst the warmth of their soft bodies surrounding him. Despite his efforts to remain calm, the three beauties continued to cling to him, seeking solace in his presence. After a while, as their emotions stabilized somewhat, Qin, Zhong, and Qin reluctantly released their hold on HOD. From now on, you will stay here with me and SMI while we await the rescue team. He comforted them, assuring them of their safety. I will keep watch each night. Would you prefer to sleep on the second floor or here on the ground floor? HOD go, where will you keep watch? Qin inquired. Right here on the ground floor, he replied with a smile. Then I will sleep here, she declared sweetly. I will sleep here too. Both Zhong and Qin echoed in unison. Very well then, wrap yourselves in the wolf skins by the fire. It will be warmer, he advised kindly. Thus, Qin, Zhong, and Qin nestled by the fire, each wrapped in their own wolf skins, forming a line as they drifted off to sleep. HOD positioned himself beside the fire, maintaining a vigilant watch while leaning against a tree trunk. secure in the knowledge that his close presence brought them comfort. With HOD's protective presence, the three beauties felt a profound sense of security and soon fell back asleep. Meanwhile, not far away in the makeshift shelter, after a considerable time had passed since HOD and the others had left, Yingying and Yingying, who were still trembling with fear, finally dared to move. Damn meddling fool. That son of a dog. Yingying muttered under his breath, filled with rage. That wretched Yingying. She even stabbed me. Thankfully, it was not deep. Yingying grimaced as he inspected his wounds. I can't believe we were so close to succeeding in J. The beauties we were about to seize have slipped away. Yingying seethed quietly. That HO's scoundrel seemed ready to shoot. He hesitated but didn't pull the trigger. Yingying expressed his lingering fear. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. I will undoubtedly eliminate that country bumpkin. Yingying's eyes glinted with venomous determination. Revenge must be well planned. We shall not act impulsively, but when we do, it must be for his life. Yingying agreed, his expression dark. It must be noted that these two men, one a corporate executive and the other a small business owner, appeared to be successful individuals prior to being marooned on the deserted island. However, the dire circumstances had unearthed the latent malevolence festering within their souls. HOD, relaxed by the fire in the wooden cabin, observed the three beauties, Yingying, Zhoming, and Yingying, wrapped snugly in their wolf skins, sleeping soundly. A sense of accomplishment washed over him, as he recognized that winning their hearts and having them willingly embrace him as their man was merely a matter of time. As for Yingying and Zhong, though he had spared their lives this time, there was no doubt they had become sworn enemies. He would have to remain vigilant against those two. HOD contemplated that while he had not killed them tonight, he would only grant them this single opportunity. Should they attempt any further vile acts, he would show no mercy. One bullet for each, and they would be finished. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard faint footsteps from above, and a sly grin spread across his face, suspecting that one of the beauties was attempting to sneak down to him. He delightedly pondered whether it would be SMI, Yingying, or perhaps Li Ygo, Hu, or Hu Jiuqian. He refrained from guessing Chyn, as she had been thoroughly satisfied earlier that day and would likely need time to recover. The soft footsteps descended the staircase, and aided by the glow of the fire, HOD discerned two long, graceful legs, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed the beautiful and willful heiress, Yingying. As she reached the bottom of the staircase, her mischievous smile faltered momentarily upon seeing the three beauties, Yingying, Zhoming, and Yingying, lying beside HOD. What are they doing here? Didn't they go back? She whispered playfully. They did. But Yingying and Zhong attempted to assault them, so I brought them back, HOD replied softly. I've suspected those two were up to no good. They proved me right. Did you shoot them with a submachine gun? Yingying asked as she slipped beneath the warm bear hide HOD was wrapped in. After a prolonged moment, HOD gazed into the air, contemplating a significant issue. All the beauties had desires, and they were indeed substantial. Just like Yingying, who had been with him the previous night and now sought him out again with fervor, he needed to ensure he could meet their needs. He glanced at Yingying, who was comfortably sprawled against him, and mused that if the island system could bestow upon him not only the ability to create items daily, but also one or more special abilities, perhaps of remarkable nature, it would be even more perfect. He would no longer need to worry about his capacity to satisfy them. After some time, clearly satisfied, Yingying playfully flirted with him for a while, then exited the warm embrace of the bear hide, her long, slightly unsteady legs carrying her back upstairs to continue her slumber. HOD watched her retreat with delight, relishing the memory of the immense pleasure she had just given him, when suddenly the voice of the island system echoed in his mind, proclaiming a random reward of endless power. Overwhelmed with joy, HOD immediately felt an overwhelming surge of boundless strength coursing through him. As for the extent of this power, he remained uncertain. After all, the island system had granted him this ability randomly, indicating that the focus was on inexhaustible stamina rather than infinite strength. Of course, while his strength may not be limitless, it had undoubtedly been significantly enhanced from its already considerable level. Given the island system's generosity towards him, HOD felt immense gratitude, pondering that if the system could transform into a beautiful woman, he would ensure she experienced unparalleled joy and satisfaction each day to express his thanks. Chapter 44. The diversity of beauties. With this extraordinary ability of boundless strength, HOD found himself completely alert even while keeping watch. He leaned against the bear hide, relaxed, allowing his thoughts to wander. He had long pondered a troubling question. Though he hesitated to explore it further, why had the rescue team not yet arrived after several days? Initially, due to the lack of signal on their satellite phones, Yingying had speculated that the island might be situated in another dimension. However, since the concept of time travel typically resided only within the realms of film or web fiction, they all dismissed its possibility. However, Howda felt that the most unlikely possibility might, in fact, be the most plausible. Of course, this was merely his intuition, as no evidence currently existed to substantiate this notion. Should he ever devise a device enabling communication across time and space, successfully interacting with individuals on Earth, it would serve as irrefutable proof. He resolved that before transforming anything else, he would first attempt to create this device. As Howda indulged in these thoughts, faint footsteps echoed from upstairs. A mischievous smile crept upon his face as he pondered who might be stealthily approaching him. Sumei, Lu Yijiao, El Hui, or perhaps Hu Jiaoqian. When a pair of elegant legs appeared at the staircase, Howda, recognizing the exquisite silhouette, confidently deduced that it was the attractive freshman. Sumei. Indeed, the slender legs gracefully descended the stairs, revealing Sumei's youthful and charming face. As she approached, her gaze fell upon the three beauties, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Ren Qian, wrapped in wolf fur and peacefully slumbering beside Howda, which elicited a hint of surprise from her. With an elegant motion, she nestled into the bear pelt that Howda was covering himself with and playfully inquired why they had not returned. They did go back, but those two men intended to harm them, so I rescued them, Howda replied with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. Then let them join our team. That way, they won't be bullied by the birdmen, Sumei kindly suggested. Mei, you are truly compassionate, Howda praised her. Sumei, feeling moved, began to act freely. Howda, once again, relished the experience of channeling boundless energy in a delightful manner. After a while, he gazed thoughtfully into the air, contemplating the extraordinary abilities of this seemingly infinite power. It was indeed ineffable. Brother Hao, do you think we will never be able to return? Sumei whispered softly, still closely nestled against him. What makes you think so? He replied, tenderly embracing her warm and delicate form. I suspect this place is another dimension, Sumei stated. Even so, one day I shall create a time-traveling vessel to bring everyone back, Howda reassured her whimsically. Is that truly possible? Sumei giggled softly. Of course. I am quite remarkable, aren't I? Howda chuckled in return. You were quite naughty just now. You make it so, I don't want to move at all. Sumei exclaimed, her expression one of blissful surrender. Then let us remain like this, Howda replied with a touch of pride. Let us stay like this for a while. I wish to quietly share this moment with you, away from prying eyes, Sumei suggested thoughtfully. Indeed, I too enjoy this secret rendezvous with you, Howda responded with a peculiar grin. Haha, you are unbearable. Sumei giggled softly. After a while, feeling thoroughly satisfied, Sumei reluctantly rose from Howda, casting him a charming smile before ascending the stairs with her slightly wobbly, elegant legs to continue her slumber. Meanwhile, invigorated by his seemingly endless energy, Howda remained immersed in thoughts, enveloped by the fragrances of Qi, Yingying, and Sumei, as he kept watch throughout the night. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, faint footsteps once again echoed from above, and this time, it was the alluring and flirtatious Lu Yijiao. Lu Yijiao approached with an audacious demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of waking Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, and Ren Qian, who lay sleeping beside Howda. He hastily draped the bear pelt over both himself and Lu Yijiao to muffle any sound, contemplating the diversity of personalities among beautiful women, an embodiment of evolutionary theory, indeed. After a moment, Lu Yijiao playfully called out, You naughty rascal, hold me like this until dawn. Aren't you going to sleep upstairs? Howda replied softly. Humph. Now that I am here, do you want to chase me away? You scoundrel. Lu Yijiao playfully scolded. Is it more comfortable to sleep under the fluffy duvet upstairs? Howda explained quietly. It's more enjoyable to sleep like this, snuggled against you, Lu Yijiao declared, clearly reluctant to change her position. Howda discerned the stark difference between Lu Yijiao and Sumei. While Sumei preferred their secretive encounters, Lu Yijiao openly embraced him, as if to declare to everyone that she was his woman. No wonder it is said that women's thoughts are often complex, beyond the comprehension of many men. For the majority of men, simply managing one woman is already a significant achievement, and even navigating between two can lead to chaos. Thankfully, Howda belonged to the rare breed of men who could handle multiple women, so he found amusement in Lu Yijiao's boldness and capriciousness. Very well. Then let's hold each other until dawn, he replied affectionately. Although he was not easily flustered, a hint of embarrassment washed over him. Fortunately, at that moment, only his head was visible, while Lu Yijiao nestled against him, remained largely concealed beneath the bare pelt. Sensing Hao Da's slight embarrassment, Lu Qian mischievously blinked her eyes and then feigned sleep once more. Chapter 45. The arrival of more wild women with Lu Qian pretending to be asleep. Hao Da felt less awkward than before. Being discovered by her while sharing an intimate moment with Lu Yijiao would have been somewhat damaging to his reputation. After a while, Lu Yijiao playfully called out, "Darling, carry me upstairs. Weren't you planning to stay nestled like this until dawn?" Hao Da smiled back. "I've changed my mind. I want to sleep under the duvet, so carry me upstairs." Lu Yijiao's voice was sweet and enticing. "All right then," Hao Da agreed wisely. Possessing boundless strength, he effortlessly lifted Lu Yijiao, whose slender figure stood at around 1.70 meters and weighed approximately 90 pounds, and carried her upstairs, placing her into the large duvet where the other beauties were sleeping. Although he tried to be gentle, he no longer worried about being seen carrying Lu Yijiao, who was unclothed, as he had already been acknowledged as the shared partner of all the beauties. After settling Lu Yijiao, he returned downstairs to continue his watch and reflect. Throughout the remainder of the night, no one else sought out Hao Da. He felt quite content, having already experienced considerable pleasure with Yingying, Su Mei, and Lu Yijiao. After all, too much enjoyment in a short span could lead to overwhelming bliss. Unbeknownst to him, the time slipped into the early morning hours, reaching 6 o'clock as the sky began to brighten. By 7 o'clock, it was considerably brighter, and the beauties gradually woke up, realizing that they had already rested well and that lingering in bed held little appeal. Hao Da decided to transform some objects before retreating to his small room on the second floor for a bit more sleep. Despite possessing limitless energy, he felt that staying awake without rest was somewhat unnatural, and he planned to lie down for a while. "Husband, transform a large sack of toothpaste and toothbrushes," the early rising Yingying suggested with a cheerful laugh. Having been thoroughly satisfied by Hao Da the previous night, she now radiated vitality. "Indeed, a sack of toothpaste and toothbrushes is urgently needed." Su Mei chimed in, equally vibrant and joyful. "Can you transform 2 items like that at once?" Yin questioned. "Let's give it a try. If a sack of both cannot be produced, we can first create a sack of toothpaste, then a sack of toothbrushes." Lu Yijiao suggested insightfully, her own delight evident after the previous night's satisfaction. "Wait, why not attempt to transform a large sack of toothpaste, toothbrushes, face towels, facial cleansers, shower gels, bath towels, rubber slippers, and cotton slippers?" Yingying suggested with a burst of creative thinking. "Do you truly believe it is possible to conjure so many items at once, Yingying?" Lu Yijiao retorted. "What if it actually happens?" Yingying confidently countered. Lu Qianqian, Zhaoan, and Zhao Qian, who had just joined the team, were utterly bewildered by the conversation, feeling like mere bystanders. "Let us give it a try. Though I also think the odds are rather slim for such a multitude," Hao chuckled, activating the island system with his mind and attempting to transform a large sack filled with those items. To his surprise, a bounty of goods materialized before him. The sack brimmed with an abundance of toothpaste, toothbrushes, face towels, facial cleansers, shower gels, bath towels, rubber slippers, and cotton slippers. "Haha, it really worked," Yingying exclaimed with glee. Su Mei, Yin, Lu Yijiao, Liu Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian were equally astonished, while Lu Qianqian, Zhaoan, and Ren Qian were left in sheer disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. "Oh, I'll take 2 tubes of toothpaste, 2 toothbrushes, 2 face towels, 2 bottles of facial cleanser, 2 bottles of shower gel, 2 bath towels, 2 pairs of rubber slippers, and 2 pairs of cotton slippers," Yingying declared joyfully, leading the charge. "What are you rushing for, Yingying? There's a whole sack of items. Everyone can at least claim 9 portions." Lu Yijiao laughed in response. "I'm just picking my favorite colors first, Lu Yijiao. Do you have a problem with that?" Yingying retorted. "I do have a problem." Lu Yijiao shot back. "Well, I've already taken my share. Your objections are of no concern to me." Yingying replied triumphantly. "You're a woman. Do you even have a say?" Lu Yijiao countered. "My husband, how does?" Yingying laughed. "You're quite lewd, Yingying." Lu Yijiao teased. "Not as much as you, Lu Yijiao." Yingying fired back. Amidst their playful banter and laughter, each member of the team claimed 2 items from the sack. With such a delightful bounty, the ladies joyfully washed up outside the wooden cabin. As they had a large barrel of fresh water on hand, there was no immediate need to fetch more from the well. Hao, after advising the ladies, took his submachine gun and bare hide to his small room on the second floor for a nap. The transformation of such a large sack counted as 1 item, and he planned to transform 3 more after his rest. Once the ladies had finished their ablutions, they secured the first floor of the cabin, propping the door shut with a heavy tree stump, before gathering around the fire to grill wolf meat and prepare wolf soup for breakfast. What should we do after breakfast? The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. Yingying exclaimed. With Hao napping, it's rather dull to play the dice reward game with just the 9 of us women. Lu Yijiao remarked. If we could add playing cards or mahjong to the mix, we could have some fun, Su Mei chimed in with a smile. We'll have to wait for Hao to wake up and transform more items, Yin replied. As they were discussing this, an eerie sound floated in from the distance. What is that noise? Yingying's expression shifted dramatically. It sounds like something wild. Su Mei echoed, her fear palpable. The ladies quickly rushed upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they peered out the window and spotted numerous wild men, bare-chested and only shielded by branches and leaves, emerging from the edge of the forest. Hao, with his keen hearing, emerged from his small room armed with his submachine gun and hurried to the window. Hao, there are so many wild men over there. Lu Yijiao said, her voice trembling slightly. Do not fear. They are armed only with bows and spears, while we possess submachine guns. Hao reassured them, maintaining his composure. His calm demeanor helped alleviate the ladies' fears. How many bullets do we have left for the submachine gun? Lu Qianqian inquired, posing an important question. All the ladies listened intently, knowing that without bullets, the submachine gun would be rendered useless against the armed wild men. Before Hao could respond, the wild men had already begun to advance towards the cabin. We have a total of 100 bullets, with 89 remaining, Hao answered, aiming his submachine gun at the 30 or so approaching wild men. The knowledge of having far more bullets than wild men instilled a sense of safety among the ladies. Though tension lingered, as the battle had yet to commence, Che Yan, Liu Hui, and Lu Qianqian took a moment to check the other 3 directions around the cabin, confirming that no wild men posed a threat from those angles. How, for safety's sake, transform another batch of bullets. The more, the better. I'll assist you in firing. Yingying suggested. Why not transform a whole sack of submachine guns and bullets? We can each have a gun and fight alongside you. How? Lu Yijiao added. Let us transform a large sack filled with submachine guns, handguns, machine guns, bullets, grenades, and rocket launchers. Su Mei further contributed. As the wild men approached within 30 meters of Qianfu and Zhang Haoan's shelter, Hao continued to aim at the wild men while activating the island system with his mind, attempting to transform a large sack containing submachine guns, handguns, machine guns, bullets, grenades, and rocket launchers. Once again, he succeeded. Another large sack of items appeared, filled with 9 submachine guns, 10 handguns, 1 machine gun, a multitude of bullets, several grenades, and even a rocket launcher. Oh, Yingying, Lu Yijiao, and Su Mei cheered as they each grabbed a submachine gun loaded with 100 bullets. Swiftly crouching in a row at the window alongside Hao, aiming at the advancing wild men. Previously, Yingying had fired 3 shots, killing 2 wolves, while Lu Yijiao had hit 1 wolf with 2 shots, proving their shooting skills to be fairly competent. Su Mei had only fired once without hitting her target, but at least she knew how to shoot. Che Yan, Liu Hui, Huo Jiaoqian, and Rin Xian, who had never shot a gun, crouched beside them, peering through the gaps between the wooden beams to observe the unfolding scene. Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan, having practiced marksmanship in the past, each selected a handgun from the sack and took positions at either end of the window, ready to contribute their efforts. The wild men, utterly oblivious to the submachine guns and handguns, continued their approach, unaware they were walking into a deadly trap. As the wild men neared the cabin, they paused upon arriving at 2 nearby shelters. 2 of them easily pushed open the door of the left shelter, finding it empty. Meanwhile, another 2 attempted to force open the door of the right shelter, which was temporarily blocked by something heavy. It seemed there were people inside. The 2 wild men immediately began chattering in their primitive language, and soon several others came to assist, collectively pushing the door open. Upon opening the door, they were met with the terrified faces of Qianfu and Zhang Haoan, each wielding a sturdy wooden stick and shouting threats at the intruders. However, the wild men surged forward, quickly overpowering them. In no time, they had knocked Qianfu and Zhang Haoan to the ground, with one wild man stabbing them repeatedly with a sharp spear. They dragged the nearly unconscious pair from the shelter as if they were lifeless animals. In the eyes of these savages, Qianfu and Zhang Haoan were not their kind, but merely their prey, captured during the hunt. Perched by the window on the second floor of the wooden cabin, Haoda and the enchanting women watched as Qianfu and Zhang Haoan were dragged out like dead dogs. There was little emotional response from the onlookers. After all, everyone was aware of the previous night's incident where Qianfu and Zhang Haoan attempted to force themselves upon Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan, albeit unsuccessfully. Since those 2 were not virtuous individuals, there was no inclination among the crowd to rescue them. Haoda and the beautiful women were now focused on the impending actions of the savages. The savages glanced towards the wooden cabin and began advancing in that direction. Unable to contain herself, Yingying fired the first shot, taking down the leading savage, thereby warning the others not to approach. Instantly, about 30 savages erupted into frenzied howls, hastily grabbing their bows to shoot arrows at the second floor of the cabin. However, before they could launch their attack, Hao, along with Su Mei, Lui Jiao, and Yingying, simultaneously opened fire with their submachine guns. The rapid gunfire rang out, and under such heavy firepower, the savages were felled before they could even release their arrows. The remaining savages, realizing the futility of their situation, turned and fled, disappearing into the distant woods. Abandoning their beaten prey, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who lay helpless on the ground, seeing that their gunfire had successfully chased away the potentially cannibalistic savages. The beautiful women erupted into jubilant cheers, while Hao wore a composed, smug smile. What a thrill it was to fire those shots. I must have taken down at least 5 of them. Yingying exclaimed with a laugh. I got at least 6. Lui Jiao playfully challenged. I knocked down at least 9. Su Mei added with pride. Uft, you're all exaggerating. There aren't even 20 savages lying down there. Yingying scoffed at Lui Jiao and Su Mei. You probably didn't hit a single one. Lui Jiao retorted happily. It's unlikely that Yingying missed. I estimate she hit at least once. Su Mei teased. Oh please, you all probably only hit once. Yingying shot back angrily. What shall we do with the savages below? Lu Qianqian, who had also taken down a savage with her pistol, shifted the topic. Let us take our guns and the drilling machine down to inspect the savages one by one, finish off the ones still alive, and have the drilling machine dig a large pit to bury the dead savages right here, Hao replied calmly. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of killing so many, he understood that if he and the beautiful women had not fired their weapons, they would have been under attack by the savages. It was either the savages or them. There was no alternative. After proposing this plan, Hao, along with the beautiful women, descended with their guns and the drilling machine, digging a large pit to bury the fallen savages on the spot. As for Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who were still lying nearby, Hao noticed they were still breathing, so he left them to their fate. Once they finished their grim task, Hao and the beautiful women returned to the wooden cabin and secured the door tightly. With an abundance of firearms, ammunition, grenades, and rocket launchers, their sense of security soared, though the management of these weapons, especially grenades, remained crucial to avoid self-harm. Hao, why not transform 2 more items today? Lui Jiao suggested playfully, while Hao had not yet taken a nap. What do you wish to transform? He replied indulgently. A large sack filled with playing cards, mahjong, chess, novels, magazines, and all sorts of stationery. Yingying exclaimed excitedly. I love novels and magazines. Su Mei added cheerfully. I adore playing cards and mahjong. Lui Jiao chimed in with a laugh. I enjoy stationery. Yin said joyfully. And let us add a sack of rice, potatoes, cabbages, white radishes, carrots, bamboo shoots, green beans, cucumbers, and chili peppers. Lu Hui suggested with enthusiasm. Plus, a frying pan and a nuclear-powered electric stove, along with barrels of oil, soy sauce, chicken essence, and chili powder. Hui Jiao Qian added contentedly. Hao smiled at the beautiful women and, seeing no further suggestions, activated his deserted island system. He initially attempted to transform the previously conceived interdimensional communication device, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he decided to transform a large sack filled with playing cards, mahjong, chess, novels, magazines, and stationery. This time he succeeded. A large sack materialized, containing multiple decks of cards, sets of mahjong, chess pieces, and an assortment of novels, magazines, and stationery. The beautiful women giggled as they rummaged through the sack, thrilled at the prospect of enhanced entertainment during their time on the deserted island. Hao then conjured another large sack filled with rice, potatoes, cabbages, white radishes, carrots, bamboo shoots, green beans, cucumbers, chili peppers, and a frying pan along with a nuclear-powered electric stove, as well as barrels of oil, soy sauce, chicken essence, and chili powder. Oh, we can have stir-fried dishes for lunch, Lu Hui said, her eyes sparkling with desire. Haha, I'll make spicy wolf meat stir-fry. Don't skimp on the soy sauce. Su Mei chimed in, equally eager for a cooked meal. Yingying and the other beautiful women also joyfully expressed their desires for stir-fried dishes, such as potato stir-fried tiger meat and white radish stir-fried bear meat. Having completed his task, Hao retreated to his small room for a nap. Yingying, Lui Jiao, Lu Hui, and Zhaoan gathered around a table to play mahjong, while Su Mei, Hui Jiao Qian, Lu Qianqian, and Rin Qian sat at another table playing cards. Yin, on the other hand, returned to her room to practice calligraphy with her stationery. The second floor of the wooden cabin had transformed into a vibrant hub of entertainment for the beautiful women. Howda had only napped for about an hour but emerged revitalized and brimming with energy. With his newfound ability to recover fully from sleep deprivation in just an hour, he felt a surge of happiness. This equated to gaining an extra 7 hours of wakefulness compared to others. Stepping out of his room in high spirits, he noticed Yingying and the others were astonished by how refreshed he appeared after such a short rest. However, engrossed in their games of mahjong and cards, they paid him little attention. Therefore, he took some novels and magazines back to his small room, preparing to read and pass the time. After all, idleness can often lead to boredom, akin to the modern tendency to scroll through videos for entertainment. Howda began perusing a magazine filled with excerpts, immersing himself in the elevation of wisdom and thought. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door was gently pushed open, revealing the youthful and alluring Lu Qianqian, a sophomore with long, graceful legs. She offered Howda a charming smile before closing the door softly and securing the bolt. Howda felt a surge of heat at her suggestive gesture of securing the door. Among the 9 beautiful women in their team, he had already shared intimate moments with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Yingying, but his anticipation for an experience with Lu Qianqian was palpable, eager for the unique delight it promised. At that moment, Howda was comfortably settled in his small room, his feet freshly washed and bare, lounging under a large bearskin quilt while engrossed in his magazine. Lu Qianqian, barefoot and clad in new cotton slippers, after securing the door, climbed onto the small wooden bed and nestled herself closely under the bearskin with him. Still not playing cards? Howda asked, wrapping his arms around her warm and soft form, a mischievous smile on his face. The game has shifted to Do Di Zhu, temporarily accommodating an additional player. Lu Qianqian's delicate face flushed as she softly responded. Howda, not one for idle chatter, leaned closer to her enchanting and innocent visage. Lu Qianqian initially held back, but eventually relented, pleasantly engaging with him. After a while, Yi Zhu lay back, his profound gaze fixed upon the air in the small room, pondering that despite being stranded on this desolate island, fortune seemed to smile upon him, as Lu Qianqian willingly offered her affection. What if they need to switch players during the card game and cannot find me? Lu Qianqian inquired sweetly. If someone knocks on the door looking for you, I shall inform them you are here with me. Engaged in conversation, replied Howda Humph. Who would believe that it's merely a conversation? She teased, her face slightly flushed once more. Let them think what they will. Eventually, you will be mine, Howda declared, his confidence unmistakable as he drew her closer. How'd it go? Can you handle so many women? Lu Qianqian asked with concern, recalling how he had spent the previous night with Yingying, Su Mei, and Lu Yijiao. Do not worry, my darling. I am more than capable, he assured her, referring to her earlier experience. You are incorrigible, Lu Qianqian playfully chided, her radiant demeanor indicating that the prior encounter was thoroughly delightful. As they exchanged playful banter, a sudden knock interrupted them. What is it? Howda responded with a calm smile. How'd it go? Have you seen Qianqian? Came the melodious voice of Ren Qian from outside. Qianqian is chatting with me, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, Ren Qian said sweetly. Could you accompany me to the restroom? One moment, please, he said, recognizing the request of another beauty and feeling obliged to comply. How'd it go? You should go. It is definitely not safe for Ren Qian to go alone. Lu Qianqian urged softly. After you leave, I will quietly exit the room. It is no trouble if someone discovers me, she added. It will be fine. Howda reassured her. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Lu Qianqian teased. Indeed, he replied, fondly caressing her radiant face before swiftly dressing and opening the door to step outside. Chapter 48. Ren Qian takes the initiative armed with a submachine gun. Howda descended the stairs with Ren Qian, ensuring the door to the first floor was secured before escorting her to a makeshift restroom nearby. As she entered and hesitated to close the door, she called out sweetly. How'd it go? You should come in too. Seeing her inviting gaze, Howda grinned mischievously and followed her inside, locking the door behind them. After a considerable time, they emerged from the makeshift restroom, Ren Qian appearing slightly unsteady, yet able to walk. Back in the 2-story wooden house, Howda retreated to his room on the 2nd floor, happily perusing magazines and novels, while Ren Qian rejoined the entertainment activities with the other beauties, replacing Lu Yijiao at the mahjong table. Upon her arrival, Yingying playfully remarked, Ren Qian, did my Howda go escort you to the restroom? He took about 30 minutes. Surely you two were not getting cozy in there? Howda go is our shared husband now, not just yours. Ren Qian replied with a smile. Such audacity. You must have taken the opportunity to be with him. Yingying teased further. You are just envious. How'd it go made me feel utterly blissful. Ren Qian laughed in response. You are quite the vixen. Lu Yijiao, who was resting by the window while admiring the scenery, could no longer contain herself. Haha. Rin Qian beamed with pride. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, engaged in a game of do di zhu, felt a surge of conflicting emotions upon hearing about Hao, harboring an impulse to confront him. Su Mei, also playing the game, shared similar sentiments. Suddenly, Lu Yijiao exclaimed, 10 individuals are approaching, to look like the ones from last time. Her urgent call drew the attention of Su Mei, Qi Yingying, and the others, who hurried to the window to observe. 10 figures were indeed advancing from the edge of the woods, the foremost being Li Longbao, who had previously suffered at Hao Da's hands, and Sun Kuang, who had met a similar fate at Qi Yingying's. The 2 men were accompanied by 8 others, and their intentions appeared ominous. They likely do not know we are armed, but they will soon find out, Hao Da remarked as he joined the others at the window. Gripping his submachine gun, the beauties, armed with firearms, stood ready for confrontation. As the group of 10 drew nearer, Hao Da noted that among them were 5 men and 5 women, all youthful and strikingly beautiful, yet their expressions hinted at a hardened demeanor shaped by harsh survival experiences. The men, particularly Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, wore grim faces, while the other 3 exuded an intimidating aura. Yet for Hao Da and the beauties, this posed no real threat. If they sought confrontation, their firearms would ensure a swift resolution. When Sun Kuang and Li Longbao reached the vicinity of the wooden house, they noticed the armed figures at the second-floor window. Their expressions shifted slightly, but they did not flee. Instead, Sun Kuang observed Qianfu and Zhang Haoan, who lay on the ground but had now opened their eyes. He crouched down, placing his hand on Qianfu's forehead, causing the latter to exhibit an unusual expression before springing to life. Sun Kuang then did the same for Zhang Haoan, who also revived with vigor. With an impassive demeanor, Sun Kuang instructed them to join him, a command that brooked no refusal. Very well, they replied, having narrowly escaped death. Sun Kuang and Li Longbao glanced back at Hao Da and the others, still armed and prepared, before turning away and retreating into the woods. The other 8, including the newly revived Qianfu and Zhang Haoan, following suit. Did those 2 cowardly flee? Qi Yingying speculated. On the surface, it appears so, Che Yin mused thoughtfully. How to go? Could you teach us to shoot? We seek vengeance against those 2. Liu Hui and Huijiao Qian expressed fervently, their resentment boiling over from prior encounters with those beasts. Would you like me to assist you in exacting your revenge now? Hao Da inquired, eyeing Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, who were still within range. We wish to avenge ourselves, they asserted resolutely. Very well, I shall teach you how to shoot at once. Hao Da responded eagerly. Hao Da, the man I struck with an axe previously, merely touched the foreheads of Qianfu and Zhang Haoan, who were on the brink of death, and it appeared as though they had been revived. I suspect that this individual possesses some extraordinary ability, Qi Yingying remarked with a serious expression. Furthermore, the wound on his back, inflicted by your axe, seems to have healed as well, Su Mei added. I have noticed that too. In any case, we must remain vigilant. From now on, at least 2 people must be armed with submachine guns or pistols, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. Should anything arise, we must be on high alert. Hao Da replied with a grave expression. All right. The beautiful women responded with spirited voices. Chapter 49. The old foe appears again subsequently. Hao Da instructed El Hui and Huijiao Qian on marksmanship at the window on the second floor, while Su Mei and the other beauties engaged in entertaining activities such as playing mahjong and poker in the spacious room upstairs. Although the earlier appearance of the enemy had left everyone somewhat perturbed, they had temporarily driven them off with their gunfire, and it was essential to enjoy leisure time. When lunchtime arrives, we shall eat. Life should ideally be lived joyfully in every moment, every minute, every day, regardless of whether one is stranded on a deserted island. On the second floor, Hao Da first guided the youthful and elegant El Hui in handling a handgun. Standing behind her, he meticulously demonstrated the correct stance for aiming and shooting. This naturally led to physical contact, which stirred excitement within him, especially since El Hui was clad in a loose t-shirt. As he lowered his gaze, he caught a glimpse of her enchanting figure. How to go? You've come to me, El Hui suddenly whispered. Oh, a normal reaction. Do not overthink it. Focus on gripping the gun and aiming. Hao Da replied with a serious demeanor. Seeing his innocent expression and feeling a desire for revenge, El Hui cast aside distractions and concentrated on her practice. Meanwhile, Hao Da, lost in fanciful thoughts, mused that if the beautiful and pure El Hui were wearing a revealing skirt, he could delve directly into the subject at hand. As for Huijiao Qian, the equally stunning beauty practicing nearby, it was evident that she was aware of his attentions towards El Hui. However, he thought nothing of it, reasoning that he could engage with her later. During this pleasant and imaginative teaching session, El Hui made rapid progress, firing 5 shots at a nearby shed, 3 of which struck the intended tree trunk. Encouraging her to practice independently, he shifted his focus to Hua Jiaoqian, standing behind her to instruct her on grip, aiming techniques, and breathing methods. The physical contact felt delightful, especially as Hua Jiaoqian wore a form-fitting t-shirt, providing a strong visual stimulus. How to go? You've come to me, Hua Jiaoqian playfully exclaimed. This is a normal reaction. Do not overthink it. Concentrate on gripping the gun and aiming. How to replied with a stern expression. How to go? You're quite naughty. Hua Jiaoqian teased with a sultry tone. I am a serious person. How to replied earnestly. Haha. She giggled softly. Despite her seemingly flirtatious demeanor, Hua Jiaoqian also progressed quickly, hitting 3 out of 5 shots aimed at a tree trunk near the shed, witnessing the rapid improvement of the two beauties. How to engaged in intimate instruction for a while longer before allowing them to practice independently, as there was a substantial supply of ammunition available. He then retreated to his small room on the second floor to indulge in novels and magazines. Before long, it was 11 o'clock in the morning, and Hauda, along with the beautiful women, busily prepared a sumptuous lunch. Some were cooking rice, others washing vegetables, chopping, frying, or preparing wooden bowls, while others kept watch for potential dangers around the cabin. Each person was bustling with activity. Shortly thereafter, steaming bowls of fragrant dishes were served, including spicy wolf meat stir-fry, potato stir-fry with tiger meat, winter bamboo shoots stir-fried with bear meat, sautéed cabbage, and cucumber, alongside wolf meat soup, tiger meat soup, and bear meat soup. Naturally, fragrant rice was included as well. It must be noted that had it not been for Hauda bringing multiple bags full of provisions earlier that morning, such a lavish meal would have been unthinkable on this deserted island. Gathered around the table, Hauda and the beautiful women enjoyed the feast, filled with laughter and conversation. Oh, I haven't had stir-fried dishes in days. These are delicious. Sume exclaimed joyfully. Sume, your expression while eating is quite indulgent. How lewd. Yingying teased. Go away. Among us 9 beauties, you are the most lewd. Sume retorted playfully. I agree, Louis chimed in with a laugh. Roll, roll, roll. Even if I am lewd, I am not as lewd as Louis. Yingying countered decisively. I am not the most lewd. I see Lu Qian has her share of flirtation as well. I saw you sneak into my how to go's room. Lu Yi shifted the focus of the teasing. Why am I being implicated? I am very innocent, all right. Lu Qian replied with a look of feigned innocence. Innocent, my foot. You went to the bathroom with how to go for 30 minutes. Do not say nothing happened. Ren Qian chimed in mischievously. Humph. You and how to go went to the bathroom for 30 minutes. Don't say nothing happened. Lu Qian quickly shot back. I am innocent, all right. Ren Qian replied with a playful grin. Oh, I see now, my how to go is the most lewd. Yingying exclaimed with newfound understanding. I am an honest man. How to smiled. Honest, my foot. Big lecher. The beauties collectively teased. Since I am a big lecher, I must be wary of the day when you all lie in a row to sleep, for I may indulge as I please. Hauda said with a dreamy expression. At that time, we'll all gang up on you. The beauties laughed in response. Being ravaged by 9 pairs of delicate hands would feel rather nice. Hauda mused. Appearing enchanted. Pervert. Masochist. The beauties playfully scolded. Haha. Ouch. Hauda laughed proudly, only to suddenly let out a cry of pain. It turned out that Su Mei and Yingying, seated beside him, had pinched his thigh fiercely. Haha. Now it's the beauties' turn to laugh. The group is back. Yin pointed towards the window. Upon hearing this, everyone rose and moved to the window to look outside. They noticed several individuals in the nearby woods transporting tree trunks. Although the view was not entirely clear, it was evident that they were the same group led by Sun Kuang and Li Longbao. It seems they are also preparing to build a cabin. Hauda deduced. How to go? Our marksmanship has improved significantly. We must take our revenge. El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian asserted resolutely once more. Yes, after we finish eating, I will lead you there. Let us eat first. With that, Hauda returned to the table and sat down to eat. The beautiful women followed suit, sitting down to continue their meal, given that they would soon enter battle. The atmosphere shifted. Everyone ate silently, their expressions serious. El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, anticipating the moment they could aim their weapons at the men who had previously harmed them, wore determined expressions on their lovely faces. Chapter 50. Can endure gunfire. I will take the submachine gun and bring Ah Hui and Jiaoqian along to seek revenge. Who else wishes to join? How to address the group after their lavish lunch. We must go as well. We must seek revenge. Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Last night, they had been with Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who had attempted to assault them. Although they were saved just in time by Hauda, they had come perilously close to being violated by those two scoundrels. The psychological trauma inflicted upon them still lingers. Now, they have joined the team of Sun Quan and Li Longbao. Hui and Hua Jiaoqian intend to confront Sun Quan and Li Longbao for revenge, and they will accompany them to seek vengeance on Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan. While they do not wish to kill them outright, at the very least, they aim to inflict a shot to a non-fatal area to vent their frustrations. Indeed, I will set off with a Hui, Jiao Qian, Qian Qian, and An. The others will stay here to guard our home. How to decide it? To be cautious, I must also join. If the opposing 12 suddenly retaliate, we need at least one other skilled marksman aside from Hauda. Experience has shown that my marksmanship is quite proficient. Yingying suddenly declared. Very well. You may join us. Hauda nodded in agreement. Thus, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Ren Qian remained in the wooden cabin to safeguard their home. While Hauda, Yingying, Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhaoan each armed themselves with submachine guns loaded with 100 rounds, along with 2 handguns strapped to their waists, and they departed the cabin, advancing purposefully towards the edge of the forest where Sun Quan and Li Longbao's team awaited. The 12 individuals, including Sun Quan and Li Longbao, who were preparing to construct a wooden cabin by manipulating logs, quickly noticed Hauda and his companions approaching with submachine guns. Bosses, that scoundrel Hao is coming toward us with a submachine gun. It is clear he harbors ill intentions. Should we not retreat? Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, recognizing Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan, whom they had nearly assaulted the previous night, hurriedly urged Sun Quan and Li Longbao. You can evade for a moment, but not for eternity. Let us see what they intend to do, Sun Quan replied, his face devoid of emotion. When it comes to vengeance, the animosity of Hui and Hua Jiaoqian towards them far exceeds that of Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan towards Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, for they had previously succeeded in violating Hui and Hua Jiaoqian. The reason Sun Quan and Li Longbao remained unperturbed was that they had developed extraordinary abilities. Although Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan were filled with fear and guilt, they felt compelled to remain silent and could not dare to flee, for the forest harbored deadly serpents that could easily claim their lives. The other 3 men in the team, along with 5 young, beautiful, and slender women, remained remarkably calm. They had survived 3 grueling days in the woods, which had fortified their mental resilience. After a while, Hauda, Yingying, Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhaoan approached the edge of the forest, ready to fire at any moment. What do you intend to do? Sun Quan coldly inquired, his gaze fixed on Hauda and the others. We have no desire to provoke you. Please do not provoke us. Li Longbao added, his expression impassive. It must be said that these 2 leaders exuded an air of arrogance. Some matters you may have forgotten, but we certainly have not. Hui and Hua Jiaoqian retorted icily, their submachine guns trained on Li Longbao and Sun Quan. The latter 2 maintained their haughty demeanor, showing no sign of remorse or acknowledgement. Bang! Bang! Perceiving the audacity of these 2 scoundrels, Hui and Hua Jiaoqian's expressions hardened as they pulled the triggers. Hui's shot struck Li Longbao in the left shoulder, while Hua Jiaoqian's bullet found its mark in Sun Quan's right shoulder. Astonishingly, neither Li Longbao nor Sun Quan emitted a sound. Even more terrifying was the fact that their wounds did not bleed. The bullet holes visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this spectacle, Yingying could not help but exclaim internally, what manner of monsters are these? Hui and Hua Jiaoqian were equally astonished. In a frenzy, they continued to fire at Li Longbao and Sun Quan. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets from their submachine guns rained upon Li Longbao and Sun Quan. Yet, aside from being pushed back a few steps by the impact, the bullet holes on their bodies healed rapidly. Observing this terrifying scene, Hauda remained relatively composed and decisively fired a shot that struck Sun Quan in the forehead. Sun Quan collapsed instantly. Hui, recognizing Hauda's intent, swiftly followed suit and shot Li Longbao in the forehead, causing him to fall as well. Hua Jiaoqian then delivered a finishing shot to Sun Quan's forehead, thus alleviating her anger. However, Yingying noticed that the wounds on Sun Quan and Li Longbao's foreheads also did not bleed. Their injuries were healing automatically, albeit not as swiftly as those on their bodies, which is why the 2 remained motionless on the ground. What would happen if we took the opportunity to sever their heads? Yet Hauda refrained from acting hastily. He lacked a weapon and wished to gauge Hui and Hua Jiaoqian's intentions. He glanced at them, and they indicated that even if these 2 were to awaken later, the enmity would be resolved. Respecting their wishes, Hauda then looked at Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan, who nodded in agreement, and they simultaneously opened fire. Ouch! Qian Fu, struck by Lu Qianqian, and Zhang Haoan, hit by Zhaoan, both cried out in agony, blood gushing from their wounds. Clearly, these 2 lacked the ability to heal as the others did. Yet suddenly, Sun Quan and Li Longbao opened their eyes. The wounds on their foreheads had healed. They sprang to their feet, coldly regarding El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian from a distance of about 3 meters, as if silently conveying that even if they had violated them, their sins had been absolved. El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian exchanged icy glares with them for about 5 seconds, and their hatred had indeed diminished significantly. Their ability to revive from head wounds was their gift. They had already endured ample gunfire, and their vengeance had been duly meted out. The animosity of Lu Qianqian and Zhao towards Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan had also been addressed with their shots. Although it was likely that Sun Quan and Li Longbao would swiftly heal their wounds again, Hao surveyed the opposing group, then glanced at Yingying, El Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhao before retreating slowly back into the wooden cabin. Hao, those two monsters possess such formidable regenerative abilities. This poses a significant risk, Yingying remarked. However, we have discerned the flaw in their powers. A shot to the forehead will incapacitate them, and their healing is not instantaneous. If we seize the moment to sever their heads, they should meet their end. Therefore, should they dare to provoke us again, we will strike decisively. Hao analyzed. Upon hearing this, Yingying, El Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhao felt considerably reassured. Chapter 51. Zhao's provocation at that moment. As anticipated by Hao De and the others, Sun Quan placed his hand over Qian Fu's gunshot wound, quickly healing it. While Li Longbao did the same for Zhang Haoan's injury, restoring him as well. Despite the extraordinary abilities of Sun Quan and Zhang Haoan, they were acutely aware that their vulnerability, particularly the slow self-repair following a gunshot to the forehead, constituted a significant flaw. Consequently, they refrained from launching an immediate assault on Hao De and his companions in the wooden cabin. Had they managed to eliminate this weakness, they would likely have dispatched Hao De by this morning, for once he was gone, the 9 beautiful women and the abundant supplies within the cabin would belong to them, sparing them the arduous task of hunting for food in the forest. Yet, for the moment, they had to exercise patience. Hao De and his enchanting companions ascended to the 2nd floor of the cabin, bringing their quest for vengeance to a temporary conclusion. They resumed their usual activities, playing mahjong, engaging in a few rounds of landlord, and enjoying a game of chess. Afterwards, Hao retreated to his private chamber, reclining comfortably as he perused magazines and novels. In this languid afternoon, he found his life rather enjoyable. When the slightly ajar door was pushed open again, it was the alluring and elegantly long-legged Zhao Yin who entered. Heightening the ambience, Zhao Yin gently closed the door and secured it, flashing him a captivating smile before slipping under the bare skin blanket that he had been covering himself with, playfully teasing him with her delicate hands. That shot you fired earlier at that birdman must have felt exhilarating, didn't it? Hao inquired, relishing the warmth of Zhao Yan's soft presence. The birdman he referred to was Zhang Haoan, who had attempted to assault Zhao Yan the previous night and had just been struck by her gunfire. It was indeed gratifying to exact revenge. And in gratitude, I intend to offer myself to you, Zhao Yan replied coyly. Your flirtation with me seems to stem from more than mere gratitude. Perhaps my striking handsomeness and charismatic demeanor have something to do with it, Hao responded, feeling quite pleased with himself. Indeed, you live up to your name, Zhao Yan said with a soft, amused laugh as she continued her playful advances. You are rather provocative, Hao teased with a mischievous grin. How insufferable. You take advantage and then feign innocence, Zhao Yan retorted playfully, her expression one of deep enchantment. As they engaged in this light-hearted banter, a soft knock at the door interrupted them. Brother Hao, may I come in? Came the sultry voice of Hua Jiaoqian from outside. I'm busy at the moment, Jiaoqian. Could you please wait a bit? Hao replied with a smile. Humph. I just saw Zhao Yan enter your room. You scoundrel. Hua Jiaoqian exclaimed angrily before storming off. She seems rather upset, Zhao Yan remarked, slightly breathless. Not to worry. Once I finish with you, I shall attend to her, Hao replied with a devilish smile. Ah, you rogue, Zhao Yan pouted playfully. You're thinking about other beautiful women while still with me. I'll deal with you later. After a considerable time, Hao gazed contemplatively at the air above him, allowing his thoughts to wander. He mused about the extraordinary resilience of Sun Quan and Li Longbao, who could withstand gunfire. Their ability to rapidly heal their own injuries and those of others through touch was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he had discovered a significant flaw in their powers. A gunshot to their forehead resulted in a delay of at least 5 seconds before they could recover, leaving them vulnerable. Moreover, he possessed a rocket launcher and numerous grenades. Even if those two could survive a grenade explosion, they would likely not withstand a rocket's assault. What are you pondering? Zhao Yan, nestled closely beside him, inquired sweetly, her demeanor one of utmost satisfaction. I was contemplating how delightful you are, how to compliment it. Yes, you make me feel quite comfortable as well, Zhao Yin replied with a hint of passion. Another gentle knock echoed through the room. Brother Hao, are you finished yet? Hu Jiaoqian's voice chimed in again. It will be a little while longer, Hao responded with a smile. Humph, it has been 30 minutes. I want to take no for an answer. I'm coming in, Hu Jiaoqian declared obstinately. Hao glanced at the warm and soft Zhao Yin in his arms. If she wishes to enter, let her, he said nonchalantly. Very well, Zhao Yin replied generously. With that, Hao stood up and slightly opened the door, allowing Hu Jiaoqian to enter before gently closing and securing it again. Hu Jiaoqian dove into the bearskin blanket, and Hao followed suit without hesitation. The youthful and strikingly attractive Hu Jiaoqian ignored Zhao Yin entirely, focusing her attention on Hao. Hao observed the wildness of Hu Jiaoqian while also glancing at the blissful Zhao Yin, internally marveling at how difficult it was to describe this scene. After some time, Hao once again found himself lost in thought, gazing at the room's ceiling. He reflected on the necessity of planning to construct a concrete beach villa nearby, as the two-story wooden cabin had numerous limitations. It lacked durability and provided insufficient protection against the heat or cold, issues that a concrete house would easily resolve. Such a villa would offer a modern living experience, keeping the heat at bay during the summer and maintaining warmth in winter, while also providing security from intruders and wild animals. Darling, Hu Jiaoqian cooed, snuggling closer to him after a while. What is it? Hao asked, looking affectionately at her radiant and satisfied expression. Being with you is truly delightful, Hu Jiaoqian exclaimed with a smile. You are quite the temptress. Zhao Yin couldn't help but tease from the side. Humph. You were enjoying the view just as much as I was. You are the real temptress, Hu Jiaoqian shot back defiantly. Chapter 52. Another 5 beauties is Hao embraced both the warm and enticing Zhao Yin and Hu Jiaoqian. Engaging in playful banter, he allowed his thoughts to drift. He recalled the moment he had brought Hu Jiaoqian and the other beauties to seek revenge on the team, noticing that despite their somewhat cold expressions, the 5 female members of that group were undeniably beautiful, pure, and possessed striking figures. He contemplated that if they wished to become his women, he would be more than willing to accept them. With his boundless power, satisfying the 9 women he currently possessed while also accommodating an additional 5, making a total of 14, posed no challenge at all. Fortunately, the youthful and alluring Zhao Yin and Hu Jiaoqian were unaware that he was now contemplating those 5 captivating women from the team. Otherwise, they would surely be furious with him. Ironically, as Hao pondered those 5 beautiful women, they too were thinking of him, despite having only encountered him on 2 occasions and not having exchanged any words. Their names were Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao. The reason they were preoccupied with thoughts of Hao was that their team had just worked together to construct a wooden cabin at the edge of the forest, providing them with shelter. Their 2 leaders, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, urged them to quickly wash up with the water from the well and then join them in their rooms for the night. If no other options were available, Miao Rong and the other 4 beauties would likely have no choice but to comply, as survival on this deserted island was exceedingly difficult for just the 5 of them, with securing food being a daily struggle. Currently, their food supply relied heavily on the daring hunts conducted by Sun Kuang and Li Longbao in the woods. Moreover, if they refused to comply, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao would not let them off easily. Where could they possibly escape to? If this area had only 1 team, then Miao Rong and the other 4 beauties would have little choice but to acquiesce to Sun Kuang and Li Longbao's demands for companionship. Allowing them to share their nights might afford them a chance to survive until the day a rescue team arrives. However, there exists another group, led by Hao, who possess several submachine guns. The 5 women had just witnessed Sun Kuang and Li Longbao being subdued by Hao's team with gunfire. Despite Sun Kuang and Li Longbao's remarkable ability to heal from their wounds, it was evident they were at a disadvantage. Thus, while bathing in a large wooden tub in their room on the first floor of the cabin, Miao Rong and the other beauties quietly deliberated their next move. I believe once we finish bathing and dress, we should hastily head towards that team's cabin, Miao Rong whispered. What if they refuse to accept us? Kong Jing replied softly. And what if we haven't fled far before Sun Kuang and Li Longbao catch up to us? Qin Baiyu added quietly. Even if we are caught or not welcome there, the outcome would still be sharing their bed. At least for the time being, they are unlikely to kill us, but the future may pose challenges with food scarcity. Himi analyzed softly. However, if we successfully reach them and they accept us, it would be like a rebirth. Yao Yao whispered. Indeed, it is worth the risk. Miao Rong affirmed quietly. After a brief discussion, the 5 women reached a consensus. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cabin, the leaders of the team. Sun Kuang and Li Longbao were also soaking in a large wooden tub, engaged in conversation. Just think about how delightful it will be to have those 5 beauties with us, Sun Kuang said with a smug expression. When we mentioned sleeping with them, they seemed rather reluctant, Li Longbao remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Once we have our way with them, they will be more than willing. Sun Kuang replied with a lewd grin. Food is something we have bravely hunted for. We have contributed the most to building this cabin. It is their honor to share our bed, yet they act as if they are unwilling. How ungrateful, Li Longbao muttered angrily. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. New team members Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan shouted, "Boss, those 5 beauties are running away. De Zhuang and De Niu are in pursuit. But they have not caught up yet." Sun Kuang and Li Longbao were instantly enraged, leaping from the tub and donning their undergarments before jumping out of the window to chase after the fleeing beauties. De Zhuang and De Niu, who were also pursuing, were soon overtaken by Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, left far behind. As Miao Rong and her companions sprinted towards Hao Da's team's cabin, they could sense the imminent threat of being caught. However, to their relief, they noticed the door to the cabin on the first floor suddenly swing open. Hao Da and several female team members emerged, each wielding a submachine gun, seemingly ready to rescue them. Hao Da had swiftly responded to the commotion outside, bringing his team along, all armed and prepared. Miao Rong and her companions felt a surge of hope and accelerated towards the safety of Hao Da's group. "This is our team's matter. Stay out of it," Sun Kuang and Li Longbao shouted in fury as they confronted the armed women led by Hao Da, who stood defiantly with Su Mei, Qi Yingying, Lu Yijiao, and Lu Qianqian, all ready to block their path. "Since they are running towards us, it shows they trust us. And that makes it our concern," Hao Da replied coldly. "Damn you, I must take those 5 beauties back today," Sun Kuang shouted. "Try cursing again, and see what happens." Hao Da retorted without hesitation. "I will call you a bastard." Sun Kuang continued to shout defiantly, but was abruptly silenced. Bang! Hao Da fired a shot, hitting Sun Kuang squarely in the forehead. Sun Kuang fell to the ground. Li Longbao, enraged, attempted to seize Qi Yingying's weapon, but she swiftly retaliated, firing 3 shots, 2 striking Li Longbao in the forehead, and he too collapsed. Yet within moments, both Sun Kuang and Li Longbao's wounds began to heal, and they rose, visibly agitated. "Your firearms cannot harm us. We are impervious," they boasted. "Impervious?" Hao Da scoffed. "What if I were to sever your heads with an axe during your 5 seconds of healing? How would that fare?" At this, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao's expressions darkened significantly. They turned and retreated, fearing that Hao Da might act on his threat. Though their animosity towards Hao Da was profound, they realized they had no means to confront him at that moment and reluctantly returned to their cabin, suppressing their frustration. Hao Da observed the retreating figures of his adversaries. Aware that their enmity had deepened considerably, he began to contemplate ways to eliminate them entirely to prevent future threats. Chapter 53. The possibility of an undercover. Hao Da welcomed the voluntary allegiance of Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, He Mi, and Yao Yao with open arms, thus adding 5 new members to his team. Naturally, the prospect of sharing their leader Hao Da with 5 more beauties caused some discomfort among Su Mei, Lu Yijiao, and the others. However, since Hao Da was the unequivocal leader of the team, his approval of Miao Rong and her companions essentially set the tone. Moreover, upon interacting with the new arrivals, Su Mei and the others found their rapport with Miao Rong and her friends to be quite harmonious, fostering mutual affection. Lastly, with Hao Da's ability to satisfy every female member's needs, Su Mei and the others saw no compelling reason to oppose the addition of 5 more women to their ranks. That afternoon, the activity center on the 2nd floor of the cabin buzzed with energy, as the group had now grown to 14 beauties. They engaged in various games, from mahjong to poker, and even found time for chess. As Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, He Mi, and Yao Yao quickly adapted to their new team, they felt a sense of clarity in their decision to join. This was largely due to Hao Da, the only male member, who not only possessed a kind nature but also remarkable abilities, able to conjure items seemingly out of thin air. His capacity to transform resources was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, the 5 beauties contemplated how best to cultivate their relationship with Hao Da to showcase their value. Thus, that afternoon, while Hao Da played a game of mahjong in the entertainment center, he took a break in his small room to peruse magazines and novels. The slightly ajar door was quietly pushed open, revealing Miao Rong, one of the new members, with her long, graceful legs. She entered and flashed a charming smile at Hao Da, gently closing the door and securing the latch before elegantly slipping under the furry bear skin that he had been draped in. Previously, when Sun Kuang and Li Longbao had demanded Miao Rong and her companions share their nights, She had been reluctant to comply and chose to flee, primarily due to her disdain for the two men, who epitomized the type of individuals no woman would genuinely desire. Now, as Miao Rong sought out Hao, it was clear she held a favorable view of him and sought to cultivate a closer relationship, thereby affirming her worth as a beautiful woman. Hao, comfortably embracing the soft and fragrant Miao Rong, did not rush into a profound discourse on the meaning of life. Instead, he leisurely engaged her in light conversation. After some time, Miao Rong playfully initiated a deeper discussion, prompting Hao to set aside their casual banter and address the matter at hand. After a while, Hao, with a contemplative gaze, stared into the air above the room, pondering the plans for constructing a beach villa the next day. He realized that a considerable amount of materials would be necessary, such as abundant steel bars, a significant quantity of cement, and numerous doors and windows. Furthermore, building a villa was far more intricate than erecting the two-story wooden cabins. Typically, one would need to draft blueprints, an area in which he admittedly lacked expertise. He wondered if any of the women, particularly Yingying, possessed the knowledge to design the villa's plans. Meanwhile, Miao Rong, nestled beside him, radiated satisfaction, delighted by her experience with Hao, feeling as though she had discovered a great treasure. "Darling," she called softly. "What is it?" Hao replied, admiring her vibrant beauty. "Nothing much, just wanted to call out to you," Miao Rong giggled. "Your voice is truly delightful." Hao complimented. "Haha," he laughed, feeling a sense of pride. "Darling, do you suspect that the five of us might be undercover agents?" Miao Rong suddenly posed a surprising question after a moment of silence. "There are not that many undercover agents," Hao responded dismissively. "That's not a sufficient reason," Miao Rong playfully chided. "You really are mischievous. That explanation is quite lacking," she teased, her tone sweet and enticing. "The main reason is that being an undercover agent for those two foolish individuals, Sun Quang and Li Longbao, offers no advantages and carries too many risks. I, alone, am quite inscrutable. Aside from myself, no one knows the extent of my unique abilities." Hao replied confidently. After all, he was now the shared husband of 14 beauties, and Miao Rong could not monopolize him for too long. Once Miao Rong exited the room, Hao lingered for a moment, savoring her lingering fragrance before allowing his thoughts to wander. He contemplated the complexities of villa construction and mused that if he could simply transform an already furnished beach villa ready for occupancy, it would be much simpler. Of course, such thoughts were somewhat fanciful, but he resolved to attempt this tomorrow, and if it proved unsuccessful, he would resort to the more complicated methods. Unbeknownst to him, as Miao Rong rejoined the other beauties for various entertaining activities, she was inevitably teased. "Miao Rong, haha." Yingying laughed triumphantly as she saw Miao Rong in high spirits. "Come and look." Suddenly, Su Mei and Shay Yan, who were admiring the view from the window, called out. Chapter 54. The laughter of El Hui at their call. All the beauties crowded around the window to gaze outside, and Hao swiftly joined them, pressing close behind. In the distance, a mirage appeared above the sea. Within that mirage, the ghostly image of a ship was violently swaying, seemingly in distress. For Hao and the beauties, it felt like watching a performance, as that mirage was merely an illusion, likely to vanish at any moment. However, what happened next elicited high-pitched shrieks from the beauties. The ship's illusion suddenly materialized into reality. In other words, a real ship was now violently rocking on the sea. Then, to their horror, the ship disintegrated into pieces. It was evident that many people were aboard the vessel, which shattered and sank. As they witnessed the ship break apart and descend, Hao and the beauties saw numerous individuals tumble into the sea, engulfed by the waves, possessing boundless strength. Hao did not dwell on the perplexing transformation of the ship from an illusion to reality. His instinct was to save as many as he could. "Stay inside and don't move. I will go rescue them," he declared, leaping out of the window and sprinting towards the ship's location on the sea. It must be noted that, endowed with infinite power, his speed was akin to a fleeting shadow. While Su Mei and the other beauties watched in astonishment, they were also concerned that their shared husband might put himself in danger to save others. However, their worries quickly dissipated as they beheld Hao diving into the water, swimming with the swiftness of a yacht, a sight that was simply beyond imagination. In the water, moving with the speed of a yacht, Haoda's feats became even more astonishing. He swiftly gathered about 30 individuals who were on the verge of drowning onto his back, forming a heap of people, and in no time, he returned them to the shore. But that was not the end. After safely depositing those 30 individuals, he continued his rescue efforts with the same speed, soon accumulating another 30 onto his back, bringing them ashore as well. The beauties at the window on the second floor of the wooden cabin were left in awe. Hao, moving like a yacht, made 4 trips to the sea. quickly rescuing around 100 individuals who had fallen from the ship. The reason he only managed to save about 100 was that many others had sunk too rapidly, and he could only focus on those he noticed. Thus, rescuing this number was already a remarkable achievement. If saving lives is a virtue, he had amassed a considerable amount of merit. After all, anyone else would be fortunate to save even 5. In addition to the 100 individuals Howdah rescued, about 30 more either swam ashore on their own or managed to reach lifeboats before the ship sank, rowing them to safety. This meant that approximately 130 people reached the shore after the shipwreck. Suddenly, the deserted beach was bustling with activity. Among the 100 individuals Howdah had saved, several were in a state of unconsciousness. After performing resuscitation and artificial respiration, only one remained unresponsive. Just as Howdah feared that this individual might not survive, a voice resonated in his mind from the desert island system, informing him that his boundless strength could be transformed into island energy through sheer will. By transmitting this island energy, he could swiftly heal and detoxify others. Overjoyed, Howdah immediately channeled his infinite power into island energy and directed it towards the unconscious individual. Remarkably, within about 5 seconds, the person was revived. Onlookers, however, were unaware of the true nature of this miracle and believed that the individual had simply regained consciousness on their own. Naturally, Howdah felt no need to explain. His extraordinary abilities were a secret he preferred to keep discreet. Seeing that the approximately 130 people on the beach were now safe, Howdah returned to the wooden cabin, his work complete, choosing to depart without seeking recognition or glory. After a refreshing soak in a large wooden tub, he retreated to his small room on the second floor of the cabin to leisurely peruse magazines and novels as a form of relaxation. After a while, the beautiful and charming Hui gently pushed open the slightly ajar door and entered. She smiled alluringly at him and softly closed and locked the door behind her. "Howdah Ji, you saved so many people just now. Aren't you tired?" Hui inquired with concern, as she nestled under the plush bear skin he was draped in. "Saving around 100 people is a trivial matter," Howdah replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference before breaking into a mischievous grin. "I can still make you feel heavenly." "You are so naughty," she retorted, playfully admonishing him for his crudeness as she snuggled closer. "Hui, I haven't had my way with you yet." Howdah continued in a coarse manner. "How naughty? I am here now, aren't I?" Hui responded shyly. Seeing her so bashful, Howdah was instead filled with a greater desire to conquer. After a while, he gazed deeply at the air above the room, contemplating the fact that the beach had suddenly welcomed approximately 130 new individuals, undoubtedly increasing the liveliness of the environment. However, he surmised that this would inevitably lead to various issues. After all, the needs of so many people regarding food, clothing, and shelter would not be insignificant. Moreover, where there are people, there are conflicts, and the greater the number, the more numerous the disputes. Of course, he merely entertained these thoughts. Having already done his utmost to rescue around 100 individuals, how they would survive on this deserted island was primarily their own concern. Chapter 55. The island's romantic hero. After engaging in playful banter with the beautiful and slender Hui, who exuded an air of innocence, she gracefully stepped out of the room, her long legs slightly trembling. A short while later, Howdah followed her out and arrived at the entertainment center on the second floor, where a few beauties were gathered around a mahjong table. While Su Mei and others gazed out the window at the new arrivals on the beach, the survivors of the shipwreck, Howdah squeezed in front of the window, intrigued by the scene outside. His striking handsomeness and extraordinary charisma naturally drew the enthusiastic attention of the lovely ladies. Specifically, the delightful and charming Su Mei and the graceful Lu Yijiao were the first to claim their positions in front of him, leaning comfortably against him, allowing him to savor their warmth. On either side of him, the sweet-faced and long-legged Lu Qianqian and Miao Rong occupied their spots, one snugly pressed against his left side and the other comfortably leaning on his right. One could not deny that Howdah's favorable circumstances would certainly incite envy and jealousy among men. Naturally, Howdah's popularity among the beauties was contingent upon the ample affection he provided them. "Brother Hao, with so many people on this beach all of a sudden, what will they eat?" Su Mei, one of the beauties in his embrace, asked teasingly while gazing outside. "They are equipped with supplies, such as lifeboats. They can use these lifeboats and fishing nets to catch fish in the sea, which is quite feasible," Howdah replied with a serious expression. "Brother Hao, you're so close to me." Su Mei blushed. "You are so lovely and pressed so closely against me. My natural reaction is nothing to be overly concerned about." Howdah answered in a composed manner. "Darling, if they take the lifeboats and fishing nets out to sea, that sounds a bit unreliable. What if a large shark arrives? The people in the lifeboat would be in grave danger. Lu Yijiao, another beauty in his embrace, thoughtfully analyzed. Indeed, fishing in the sea entails certain risks. Encountering a shark would simply indicate bad luck. If they had a fishing boat, it would certainly be much safer. But the issue is that they do not have a fishing boat, Hao said, his gaze penetrating as he observed the groups of people on the beach. Darling, you're also close to me, but I like it. Lu Yijiao replied sweetly. With someone as stunning as you pressed so tightly against me, my reaction is merely natural. Do not take it too seriously. Hao maintained his calm demeanor. Next time, I'll wear a tantalizing short skirt, and you can get straight to the point. Lu Yijiao said flirtatiously. You are quite provocative, Lu Yijiao. Su Mei, Lu Qianqian, and Miao Rong exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their feelings. Humph, brother Hao loves me the most. You all are just envious. Lu Yijiao retorted triumphantly. A mouse on a scale, self-praising. Su Mei shot back. If I am the most beautiful female mouse, then brother Hao is the most handsome and manly male mouse. We are a perfect pair. Lu Yijiao added joyfully. Humph. You lack the insight to appreciate this. It's your own issue. Lu Yijiao replied haughtily. Darling, if so many people on the beach come to us asking for food and supplies, how should we respond? Lu Qianqian, who was comfortably pressed against Hao Da's left side, directly inquired, ignoring Lu Yijiao. They have hands and feet. They should feel embarrassed to ask us for things. Hao Da smiled as he analyzed. Not necessarily. Most people might not come to ask, but a small portion might, Lu Qianqian insisted. Well, if someone does come asking, we should politely refuse. Explaining that our supplies are also quite limited, Hao Da said after a brief moment of contemplation. What if it's a young and beautiful woman asking? Miao Rong, snugly leaning against Hao Da's right, mischievously posed this tricky question. Is that even a question? As long as it's a young and beautiful woman, brother Hao will gladly oblige. Yingying, who was at the mahjong table, interjected with a laugh. Just as they were speaking, 2 women and 3 men approached the wooden house from the beach. Although the 2 women appeared somewhat disheveled with their wet clothes, it was evident that they were naturally beautiful, youthful, and curvaceous. Darling, there are indeed young and beautiful women coming over, just like us. Su Mei, Lu Yijiao, Lu Qianqian, and Miao Rong, who were all closely pressed against Hao Da, intentionally held back their laughter. Meanwhile, the bold and wild Yingying momentarily set aside her mahjong to comfortably embrace Hao Da from behind, peering outside like an eager onlooker. Che Yan, El Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Zhao Man, Rin Xian, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao all crowded at the window, keenly observing how Hao Da would respond next. Hao Da felt a bit overwhelmed, knowing he was about to face a significant challenge. Soon, the 2 women and 3 men arrived directly at the front of the 2-story wooden house, right below the window on the 2nd floor. Hello. The 5 of them warmly greeted Hao Da and the beauties at the window. Hello. Hao Da replied with a smile as the representative. The beauties, however, remained silent, engrossed in their roles as spectators. Do you have any food here? We are quite hungry and currently struggling to find anything to eat. The 2 beautiful women boldly asked, their faces filled with anticipation as they looked up at Hao Da. Su Mei and the others eagerly awaited Hao Da's response. Our food supply is also quite limited. Hao Da gently but firmly declined. Then we apologize for the intrusion. The 2 beautiful women expressed their disappointment and turned to leave with the 3 men. After the 5 departed, Yingying teasingly remarked, Brother Hao, you are so heartless to reject 2 young and beautiful women like me. Our food is already limited, and I still have to support 14 beautiful ladies. Hao Da replied with righteous indignation. Brother Hao, you are so moved to reject other beautiful women for our sake. Lu Yijiao pretended to say, caring for you is a must. Hao Da responded passionately. However, what the beautiful ladies did not know was that after the 2 women had left, they quietly circled to the other side of the wooden house. Although Hao Da had publicly declined them, he quickly used his newfound ability on the island to communicate with them telepathically, instructing them to quietly come to the other side of the house to collect food without telling anyone else. One must acknowledge that Hao Da's chivalrous spirit undoubtedly earned him the title of the romantic hero of the deserted island. Chapter 56. The meaning of life. Following Hao Da's telepathic guidance, the 2 beautiful women arrived at the other side of the 2-story wooden house shortly thereafter. Suddenly, the door on the 1st floor gently opened, and Hao Da emerged with a smile, presenting 2 bowls of freshly prepared meals along with 2 pairs of chopsticks. At this moment, it was not yet dinner time, and Hao Dazarin found it inconvenient to use the nuclear-powered electric stove to heat the leftover lunch. Instead, he employed another method of heating, one he had ingeniously devised utilizing the energy available on his deserted island. Gratefully, 2 beautiful women each accepted a bowl of food and a pair of chopsticks from him. Just eat quietly. and try not to let others see you. You can shout if anything urgent arises. I will hear you, Hao Dazarin advised with a gentle smile. You are such a kind-hearted person. What is your name? The two lovely women gazed at him with moist eyes. Howda, he replied. And you? I am Yingying, said one woman, approximately 23 years old. I am Wang Shan, the other, around 21, added. Well then, let's leave it at that for now. We can chat more when we have the time. Hao Dazarin smiled slightly at them before softly closing the door to the first floor and propping it shut with a heavy tree stump. He was concerned that the approximately 130 people on the beach, if unable to find food, might soon cause a disturbance and attempt to raid the wooden cabin for sustenance. He needed to prepare for such an eventuality. The powerful nuclear-powered freezer was on the first floor, containing several hundred pounds of tiger, wolf, and bear meat. Meanwhile, the large sack of rice, potatoes, cabbage, peppers, and cucumbers he had transformed earlier was safely stored on the second floor of the cabin, which was relatively more secure. Peering through a gap between tree trunks, he saw Yingying and Wang Shan following his suggestion, each quickly entering one of the nearby shelters with a bowl of food. This brought him solace. He then ascended to the second floor, where he spent time reading novels and magazines in his small room. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other beautiful women were engaged in various leisure activities in the large entertainment area on the second floor, playing mahjong, poker, chess, or watching the scene of around 130 survivors on the beach. With their shared husband, Howda, as a strong support, they leisurely enjoyed their time. In his small room, Hao Dazarin blissfully read magazines and novels, relishing the connection to modern society through text and images, which alleviated some of his feelings of disconnection from the modern world due to the absence of mobile signals and internet on the deserted island. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door was gently pushed open by the alluring Kong Jing, possessing a captivating figure and long, elegant legs. She flashed a charming smile at Hao Dazarin and teasingly closed the door behind her, locking it with a mischievous grin before slipping under the fluffy bear skin he was covered with. Brother Da, Kong Jing stated directly upon entering. You are quite straightforward. Hao Dazarin teased with a quirky smile. You haven't even asked for my name. Kong Jing provocatively responded. Indeed, it's quite refreshing, Hao Dazarin replied happily. So what are we waiting for? Kong Jing gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Recognizing her earnestness, Hao Dazarin deemed it impolite to decline her advances, as he had always prided himself on being courteous. Thus, he promptly engaged with Kong Jing. After a while, he lay back comfortably, gazing at the air above him, embracing the utterly satisfied and relaxed Kong Jing, while allowing his thoughts to wander. Contemplation kept him alert, frequent reflection ensured his awareness at all times. At this moment, he pondered the boundless energy he had harnessed on the island. With each manifestation of this energy, he felt it invigorate his body, providing a source that could be readily utilized and would automatically replenish itself. Furthermore, he realized that this infinite power could continuously generate more island energy, thereby augmenting his reserves. Importantly, he had already discerned several uses for this island energy. It could swiftly heal ailments, transmit thoughts, and rapidly heat objects. He firmly believed that with time to explore, he would uncover even more applications for this remarkable energy. It was truly wise to escape that group and seek refuge with you. Kong Jing exclaimed, her voice filled with emotion. I love you so much, my husband. And I love you dearly, Ai Jing. Hao Dazarin admired her vibrant beauty. As dinner time approached, he eventually exited the room to assist the lovely women in preparing a sumptuous meal. Many ponder the meaning of life, but Hao Dazarin believed it to be about indulging in food, drink, entertainment, and work. Among the pleasures of entertainment, spending time with his 14 beautiful women was one of his most cherished and joyous activities. Together, they worked harmoniously, with some boiling rice, others washing vegetables, chopping, frying, and keeping an eye on the surroundings of the wooden cabin. It is worth noting that the enticing aroma of the cooking would waft out the windows, posing a potential risk to the approximately 130 survivors on the beach, who were already starving and had failed to procure any food. During the preparation of the lavish dinner, about 30 individuals approached the windows of the two-story wooden cabin. Mr. Hao, a few representatives called out. Hao Dazarin paused his tasks, allowing a nearby beauty to take over, and walked to the window to see the 30 hopeful faces below. What can I do for you? He smiled. We are immensely grateful, Mr. Hao, for rescuing us from the sea today. Once the rescue team arrives and we return, we will surely repay you. A robust middle-aged man, appearing to be a leader, expressed. It was my duty, Hao Dazarin replied modestly. They had previously expressed their gratitude verbally, but now they had come to convey it again, prompting Hao Dazarin to suspect they had more to say. Indeed, the middle-aged man continued. Mr. Hao, We all recognize your kindness. The food situation on this island is dire, as we have just discovered. With nightfall approaching, we are quite hungry and have no other means. We wonder if you might be able to assist us by lending us some food, just enough to last until tomorrow morning. We would be eternally grateful. If the rescue team has not yet arrived by morning, we shall find a way to procure food ourselves. Such a great favor will not go unacknowledged. I could offer at least 1 million as a token of my appreciation. How Dazarin looked down at the eager expressions of the 30 men, women, and children. Torn between compassion and practicality, he felt reluctant to disappoint them, yet he and the beautiful women consumed considerable food daily, and their supplies were not abundant. Despite his ability to manifest 4 items each day, he was uncertain how long this power would last, and he had no way of knowing if it would falter tomorrow. Moreover, if he provided food to these 30 individuals, the other 100 survivors on the beach might come seeking help as well. This led to an intense internal struggle within How Dazarin. Meanwhile, the beautiful women in the kitchen remained silent, fully aware of his predicament, regardless of his decision. They would support him. How Dazarin glanced back at Su Mei, Che Yin, and the others, noting their supportive expressions. He swiftly made a decision and called down. Please wait a moment. I will bring down some bear meat and firewood for you. Thank you so much. Mr. How, you are truly kind. The group below expressed their gratitude fervently. Swiftly descended the stairs, retrieving approximately 10 pounds of bear meat from the large freezer, along with some chopped firewood, and a burning torch from the corner fire pit on the first floor. He then exited through the door on the first floor and made his way to the wooden cabin, where he presented the bear meat, firewood, and torch to around 30 eager individuals awaiting his arrival. With bear meat, firewood, and a torch, they could kindle a fire and roast the bear meat, allowing each person a generous portion. Amidst their heartfelt expressions of gratitude, smiled at them and returned to the cabin, securing the door behind him to join the beautiful women on the second floor in preparing dinner. However, as they had completed an elaborate spread and filled each bowl with fragrant rice, laughter and chatter filled the room, when suddenly, someone called out from beneath the window, smiled and gestured for the lovely ladies to begin their meal, before moving to the window to peer down. Approximately 30 individuals had gathered below, and a burly man, who appeared to be part of a rough crowd, called up. The aroma of your food is delightful. Could you possibly spare some for my brothers? Cautiously replied. Our food supply is rather limited. The man retorted with irritation. You saved us from the sea, yet now you disregard our well-being? When firmly stated that there was indeed little food left, the man, unsatisfied, exclaimed, You gave so much bear meat to the others, yet we receive nothing. Is this favoritism? Remained composed, realizing that if the representative below spoke civilly, he might consider sharing more bear meat. However, given the rudeness in their request, he felt no obligation to waste food on such individuals. Suddenly, the burly man erupted with profanities, threatening to occupy the cabin if he did not receive food. His companions joined in the verbal onslaught, seemingly oblivious to the fact that had rescued them from the depths of the sea. Witnessing their ungratefulness, the lovely ladies were incensed. While appeared unfazed, he calmly retrieved a submachine gun and declared to the crowd below, Anyone who dares to enter and steal shall face the consequences. The moment they spotted the firearm, the previously boisterous group fell silent, ready to flee. Yet, the burly man, believing his gun to be unloaded, defiantly shouted, Who are you trying to scare with an empty gun? I'm not easily intimidated. However, his bravado was abruptly silenced when fired a shot at the sand, sending a plume of dirt flying. The crowd scattered like startled animals, while the burly man stood momentarily stunned before retreating with a venomous glare, then holstered his weapon and joined the lovely ladies at the table to savor their sumptuous dinner. That shot was quite effective. Praised. How dare they repay our kindness with such ingratitude? They even wished to seize our cabin. Fumed. Maintaining a calm demeanor, suggested they remain vigilant of their surroundings and not dwell too heavily on the darker aspects of human nature. Unperturbed by the recent altercation, the group resumed their meal with laughter and camaraderie. After dining and tidying up, they transitioned into evening entertainment, engaged in a game of chess with the beautiful ladies, showcasing his remarkable skill, prompting them to take turns challenging him. Notably, during the game, playfully settled into his lap, rewarding him with her warmth while he played. Recognized her intention to distract him, as he had been consistently winning, causing some discontent among the ladies. Nevertheless, enveloped in her soft embrace, he continued to outmaneuver them one by one. The lovely ladies surrounding him, attempting to disrupt his focus, varied from the spirited to the charming, the innocent, the poised, and the alluring, each taking turns in their attempts to sway his concentration. As their chess match reached an intense and flirtatious climax, distant arguments erupted from two nearby tents. It turned out that the beautiful women and, having been guided by, were the first to occupy the right side tent. Soon after, other survivors on the beach discovered the tents, which provided shelter from the elements and protection from snakes and wild beasts. Consequently, many women crowded into Ant's tent until it could accommodate no more. Conversely, the adjacent tent filled with men, reaching capacity as well. All the survivors eagerly awaited rescue. Considering the scale of the incident involving the large ship that had vanished with hundreds on board, although no rescue team had yet arrived, the likelihood of their appearance the following day seemed promising, as the darkness crept in and the chills settled over the beach. Ensuring a safe and relatively comfortable night became paramount. Thus, the two tents became highly sought after, quickly filling to capacity. While theoretically, S two-story wooden cabin could accommodate more individuals, the burly man and his entourage had created conflict when they approached for food and received none. After the incident with the firearm, no one dared to approach him for food or shelter thereafter. At the edge of the forest, and occupied their two-story wooden cabin, theoretically also capable of hosting more survivors. However, when a group of approximately 130 survivors approached, they were met with blatant discrimination, as the leaders declared they would only accept young, beautiful women while rejecting all men. This infuriated the men, who quickly departed, while the women fled in fear. Consequently, the two tents emerged as the most desirable lodging for the evening. Each tent could only accommodate about 30 people, leaving many to sleep outdoors on the beach. Though this was an unfortunate reality, those who failed to secure a spot began to act unruly. Among them was the burly man, who had previously clashed with, along with his makeshift followers, boasting of his past exploits, aimed to claim the tent occupied by, and, rather than the one filled with men. The approximately 30 women inside were unwilling to relinquish their hard-won shelter, leading to a heated dispute with and his gang. Amidst an intense yet ambiguous chess match, Howdah and a bevy of beautiful women were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a heated argument. The sky had yet to fully darken, and upon glancing out of the window, Howdah quickly discerned the source of the commotion. Yingying and his temporary lackeys were struggling to contend with approximately 30 women. As their frustration mounted and they prepared to resort to violence, Howdah, armed with a submachine gun, was joined by Yingying, who was similarly equipped. They arrived just in time. Howdah aimed his weapon at Yingying and bluntly demanded, "Are you so shameless as to invade a woman's sanctuary? Get lost." Yingying, having previously been humiliated under the threat of Howdah's gun, was seething with rage. Seeing Howdah brandishing a gun once more, he could not contain his bravado, shouting, "What does it matter to you if I take over this shelter? I built these two shelters, and I will decide who stays here." Howdah retorted coldly, "You dare to threaten me? Go ahead, shoot me." Yingying raged, his fury palpable. "You truly wish for death? I shall grant you that," Howdah declared as he prepared to fire. Yingying, grimacing in pain, shot a venomous glare at Howdah before turning to leave, his temporary lackeys hastily following suit. Having driven off Yingying and his crew, Howdah returned to the wooden cabin with Yingying and Lu Yijiao. The 30 women inside, including Jing Yi and Wang Shan, felt immense gratitude towards Howdah for safeguarding their refuge. After a brief game of chess on the second floor, Howdah indulged in some leisure time in his small room, utilizing the flickering flame of a torch mounted on the wall to read magazines and novels. After a while, the slightly ajar door was gently pushed open, and Qin Biu entered, casting him a charming smile before quietly shutting the door behind her. With grace, she nestled into the thick fur covering him and sweetly asked, "Howdage, may I simply hold you and chat tonight?" Howdah, embracing her warmth, responded, "What else could we do?" Qin Biu shyly nodded in agreement. "Just holding you and chatting sounds delightful," he smiled. "Except for anything else, I am open to anything," she replied with a playful tone, revealing her sincere desire to cultivate a closer bond with him. As a person of high moral character, Howdah felt compelled to fulfill her earnest request. Thus, he comfortably held the lovely Qin Biu, and they engaged in flirtatious banter for a considerable time. Eventually, Qin Biu exited the room, her countenance radiant with joy, having experienced a sense of happiness akin to being embraced by him. Upon her arrival in the entertainment center on the second floor, she was immediately teased by the others. "Qin Biu, what were you doing in my husband Howdah's room?" Yingying, taking a break from a game of poker, playfully inquired. "What else could we be doing but engaging in mischief with my husband?" Lu Yijiao chimed in with a giggle. "Humph, I merely chatted with Howdage." Qin Biu protested, unable to hold back. "Haha, who would believe that?" Yingying laughed. Ignoring her, Qin Biu stood by the window, gazing at the night scene outside, illuminated only by the flickering lights of campfires. These fires belonged to the survivors of the shipwreck who had no shelter for the night, serving to ward off the cold. Observing those flames, Yingying felt a sense of contentment, grateful for her provisions and the affection of her husband, Hauda, who had held her so tenderly. As the clock approached 9 o'clock, the beautiful women, having played mahjong and poker from day to night, began to feel fatigued. After washing up, they closed the windows and settled under a large down comforter, while Hauda, covered in a plush tiger skin, kept vigil by the fire on the first floor of the wooden cabin. Thanks to the boundless strength granted by the island system, he required only about an hour of sleep during the day to remain invigorated throughout the night. To stave off the monotony of the long vigil, Hauda had gathered a pile of magazines and novels to peruse, occasionally allowing his thoughts to drift as he contemplated various matters. He pondered what 4 items he would transform tomorrow and considered the impending plight of the approximately 130 survivors of the shipwreck, who would face starvation if the rescue team did not arrive. He knew he could not remain idle and contemplated how to assist those worthy of help without compromising his own interests. As he mulled over these dilemmas, the sound of soft footsteps from above caught his attention, prompting a mischievous smile as he eagerly speculated who might be descending to seek his company. Moments later, the mystery was unveiled as Mikai, along with Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, and Yao Yao, having just joined him, made their way down. With elegant strides, Mikai approached Hauda, flashing him a playful smile before curling up beside him under the thick tiger skin. "Are you the one responsible for keeping watch every night?" she inquired with concern. "Indeed," Hauda replied with a smile. "That must be quite tiring," she remarked thoughtfully. "Not particularly. I possess a unique ability that allows me to remain alert with only about an hour of sleep during the day," he replied with a calm demeanor. "That's impressive. No wonder you can create so many things." Mikai looked at him with admiration. "It is a necessity," he chuckled. "It's been 2 days since I arrived. I hope I haven't imposed on you," she said apologetically. "I understand. The probability of women experiencing their cycles is 7 out of 30. With 14 women, approximately 3 will be in their period simultaneously," he responded knowledgeably. "Howdage, you are quite inappropriate. You calculate such things so precisely." Mikai teased. "It is important to harness the power of science," he laughed. "Would you like to see me dance?" Mikai asked sweetly. "A folk dance?" Hauda recalled a previous conversation and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, the dance is from Yunnan," she replied with a sultry tone. "I would love to appreciate that," he responded enthusiastically. With a flirtatious glance, Mikai emerged from under the tiger's skin and, illuminated by the firelight, began to gracefully perform the Yunnan dance on the first floor of the wooden cabin. Hauda was captivated, realizing that watching a beautiful woman dance was an exquisite pleasure, akin to the delight of being in her enchanting presence. However, faint footsteps could be heard outside, indicating that more than one person was approaching. Hauda quickly realized that the visitors were none other than Zheng Gangpao and his temporary lackeys, who had previously clashed with him. Previously, his left shoulder had been shot by HOD, and instead of feeling remorse, he harbored an even deeper resentment towards him. Under the cover of night, he plotted to stealthily enter the wooden cabin while HOD lay asleep with the beautiful women, seize the gun, and eliminate HOD, thus claiming the cabin, its inhabitants, and the provisions for himself. It must be noted that among the roughly 100 individuals saved by HOD at sea, Yingying and his temporary subordinates epitomized the ungratefulness of a white-eyed wolf. As Yingying and his temporary subordinates reached the tightly shut door of the wooden cabin, he thought little of it, and, alongside his companions, pushed the door with all their might. The combined strength of the group proved effective, and the door, obstructed by a heavy tree stump from within, was soon forced open. A sense of delight surged within Yingying as he began to fantasize about the torment he would inflict on HOD once he obtained the gun. However, as he stepped into the cabin, a submachine gun was pressed against his temple from the side. The gunman, of course, was none other than HOD, who had deliberately concealed himself to the right of the door, with MCI standing behind him. "It seems you are truly seeking death," HOD said coldly, holding the gun firmly against Yingying's temple. Had he chosen to sleep instead of keeping watch, he might have fallen prey to Yingying's scheme. The flickering light from the fire in the cabin illuminated the scene, and upon witnessing their leader, Yingying, held at gunpoint, his temporary subordinates dared not move, nearly paralyzed with fear. Yingying realized that repeatedly challenging HOD's limits could lead to a fatal outcome. Yet, he mustered his courage and shouted, "This is a lawful society. If you kill me, you won't escape unscathed. Holding a gun to me isn't a display of skill. Dare to face me in a duel. HOD could hardly contain his amusement at this audacious display of bravado. Did Yingying truly believe he would fall for such taunts? In truth, he did. He recognized that he could not easily take a life, and he wished to avoid waking the slumbering beauties upstairs. Therefore, he coldly replied, "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity for a duel." With that, he pushed Yingying out of the cabin, stepping out himself, and without looking back, handed the gun to MCI, who nervously accepted it, puzzled by HOD's decision to engage in a bare-handed duel despite having the upper hand. Yingying, elated at this turn of events, thought to himself that HOD's foolishness exceeded his expectations. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a treacherous attack, throwing a rapid punch aimed at HOD's face. Drawing from his prior experiences in street fights, he anticipated that even a slight misalignment of HOD's nose would suffice as a victory. However, just as he relished the thought of HOD's impending defeat, a surge of pain shot through him as HOD's palm struck his face with remarkable force. HOD's boundless strength not only endowed him with great power, but also with incredible speed, revealing that the real fool in this duel was not HOD, but Yingying himself. Had he remembered HOD's earlier heroics in saving 30 individuals at sea and what that truly signified, he would never have dared to challenge him. As HOD's slap sent Yingying reeling, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, rendering him a caricature of a contorted figure. This outcome was a testament to HOD's restraint. Otherwise, Yingying might have been rendered an idiot or worse. "Get lost," HOD barked, and the disoriented Yingying, along with his temporary subordinates, hurriedly scrambled away. MCI, standing not far behind, began to comprehend HOD's choice of a duel. His confidence in his abilities was immense. Although he could not kill Yingying, leaving him with a crooked neck was a satisfying retribution. After this brief interlude, HOD and MCI returned to the cabin, secured the door, and propped it shut with a heavy tree stump. They then embraced each other by the fire, wrapped in a plush tiger skin. "HOD, your skills are truly impressive," MCI said, nestling comfortably against him, her voice filled with admiration. "Indeed, they are," HOD replied with a mischievous grin. "Was my dancing not captivating?" MCI asked, her tone laced with allure. "It was exquisite. I found myself longing for you," HOD remarked, his gaze penetrating as he looked at her. "I too desire to be with you," MCI replied, though she hesitated. "But if we were to go that far, fear not. Holding you like this is delightful," HOD declared confidently. Pulling her closer, MCI leaned against him, her expression one of blissful intoxication, as if they were immersed in an embrace that transcended reality. After a while, feeling drowsy, she smiled coyly at HOD, then slipped out from under the tiger skin to head upstairs to sleep. A short time later, gentle footsteps echoed from above, and descending was a new member, YOYO, who had yet to cross paths with HOD. Although MCI had recently enjoyed his embrace, the absence of genuine intimacy left her feeling unfulfilled. Now, YOYO, with her long and elegant legs, sought refuge beneath the tiger skin, as if she were destined to be the object of HOD's desires. As time passed, HOD gazed thoughtfully into the air, cradling the enchanting YOYO, who was utterly content and languid in his arms. He reflected on the time. It was already past 1 in the morning, marking the beginning of a new day, the 4th since he had been marooned on this desolate island. The rescue team had yet to arrive, and he was acutely aware that the longer he waited, the slimmer the chances of their arrival became. The likelihood of this place being a different dimension increased with each passing hour. Thus, he resolved to transform 4 things today, starting with a time-space communication device. If that proved impossible, he would attempt to conjure a helicopter. Should both endeavors fail, he would next endeavor to create a fully furnished 3-story or 2-story villa, as residing in a villa would undoubtedly surpass the comforts of this 2-story wooden cabin. "My dear, you make me feel so comfortable," YOYO suddenly exclaimed, interrupting his daydreams. "Indeed, it is a must," HOD replied with a wicked grin, echoing his own self-proclaimed catchphrase. Though perhaps a bit too rough, YOYO teased, sensing his intensity. "Roughness is merely a reflection of your beauty and allure," HOD complimented her. "Of course, my love. Do you adore me?" YOYO gazed at him with longing. "Oh, I love you dearly," HOD replied, his eyes sparkling. "And I love you just as much," YOYO responded, her voice filled with emotion. Chapter 61. An exquisite delight after a while. YOYO felt drowsy and, with a charming smile, slipped from the tiger skin to head upstairs to sleep. As dawn approached around 6 o'clock, no beautiful companions made their way down to join HOD or engage in any other activities. HOD mused that, during the previous 2 nights, the alluring Yingying and Li Ygo had visited him, yet tonight they had not. Yingying was likely preoccupied. As she had mentioned, she would be arriving soon, while Li Ygo may have needed rest to recover from the previous day's indulgences. With a mischievous grin, he pondered the 14 beautiful women currently slumbering under the large down comforter on the 2nd floor. Only QNBY and MC I remained untouched by him. The other 12 had already become his women, having been with him once or more. After indulging in these thoughts for a while, the clock struck 7, and the beautiful women on the 2nd floor began rising, refreshed and ready to prepare breakfast. Along with her companions, prepared breakfast, intending to transform 4 items after their meal before indulging in an hour's nap. What 4 items shall we transform today? Inquired Lu Yijiao, her interest piqued. What do you think? Responded Hauda with a smile, glancing at the 14 beautiful women. Let us attempt to turn into a helicopter first. Yingying exclaimed with enthusiasm. The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. Today marks the 4th day. With a helicopter, we can fly back ourselves. I will try immediately, replied Hauda efficiently. However, despite several attempts, he was unable to manifest a helicopter through his island system. He also endeavored to create a time-space communication device, but to no avail. After numerous attempts, I have yet to produce a helicopter, Hauda stated objectively. Although the beautiful women felt a tinge of disappointment, they understood the complexity involved in such a transformation. What do you wish to transform into now, Brother Hauda? Sume, who was used to sitting closely beside him, asked sweetly. I desire to create a fully furnished 3-story or 2-story villa, Hauda chuckled in response. Oh, that sounds splendid. Lu Hui praised with a bright smile. Living in a beach villa would be delightful, added Hua Jiaoqian, her face alight with longing. A fully furnished villa sounds rather complex, remarked Lu Qianqian, though she too yearned for the beach retreat. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, it's no loss, and I can attempt something else. Hauda replied with an open-minded attitude. Thus, he activated his island system once more, attempting to conjure a fully furnished 3-story villa in the adjacent open space. To his delight, the system confirmed success. It worked, exclaimed Hauda, suppressing his excitement. Really? The beautiful women were initially incredulous, rising to peer through the gaps in the wooden cabin's 1st floor. My goodness, he truly created a villa. Yingying laughed uncontrollably, rushing to open the door and brandishing a submachine gun as she dashed outside. Hauda, along with the other beautiful women, followed suit. There, approximately 5 meters from the left of the 2-story wooden cabin, stood a brand new 3-story villa, the well-finished exterior and glass windows indicating it was indeed move-in ready. Moreover, the villa featured a surrounding wall that enclosed a small courtyard, complete with a large set of new keys hanging from the lock on the gate. The expressions of surprise on the faces of Hauda and the beautiful women mirrored the astonishment of the early morning survivors on the beach, who gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the walled villa. Hauda and the beautiful women entered the courtyard through the gate and stepped inside the villa, which indeed boasted simple yet suitable furnishings for immediate occupancy. Oh, let us move in right away, exclaimed Lu Yijiao with excitement. I want to claim a bedroom on the 3rd floor. Yingying called out, quickly seizing one of the rooms. The other beautiful women joyfully scrambled to claim their own bedrooms. Although they had grown accustomed to sharing a large duvet at night, having individual bedrooms did not hinder their camaraderie. For instance, Yin sometimes preferred to practice calligraphy alone in her own room. Similarly, Hauda enjoyed retreating to his room to peruse magazines and novels, or simply to relax and let his thoughts wander. Before long, Hauda and the beautiful women efficiently transported a large refrigerator, a sack of submachine guns, pistols, machine guns, and ammunition, as well as a rocket launcher and numerous grenades, along with a substantial supply of rice, potatoes, cabbages, peppers, cucumbers, and more, to the 3-story villa. During their relocation process, about 130 shipwreck survivors on the beach observed in astonishment from a distance as Hauda and the others busied themselves. Given that Hauda had fired a shot at Zheng Gangpao the previous night, none of the survivors dared to approach, fearing they might be mistaken for looters. Once Hauda and the beautiful women had completed their move, and the 2-story wooden cabin stood nearly empty, a robust man resembling a boss approached Hauda with a smile. Mr. Hao, congratulations on your new home. He introduced himself as Lu Fugui, a mid-sized company owner in China. Although Hauda maintained a cautious disposition towards any of the survivors, he felt a certain fondness for Lu Fugui, appreciating his courteous and appropriate manner of speaking. The 2-story wooden cabin is a gift for you and your companions, Hauda replied generously. Thank you very much. Lu Fugui expressed his gratitude, joy evident in his demeanor. "You're welcome," said Hauda with a smile. "What plans do you and your companions have before the rescue team arrives?" "There are many venomous snakes in the woods. Foraging for food is too risky. If only we had a fishing boat, we could venture out to sea and catch fish to resolve our food issues," Lu Fugui replied sincerely. "Please hold on a moment." Hauda responded. Lu Fugui nodded. Though unsure of Hauda's intentions, he patiently awaited his next move. Hauda activated his island system once more, attempting to transform a fishing boat as large as possible in the nearby shallow waters. Once again, he succeeded. A relatively large fishing boat materialized in the shallow waters. "Look over there," Hauda suddenly exclaimed. Lu Fugui turned to see the large fishing boat, unable to contain his astonishment. "Where did that boat come from?" "I cannot give you the boat, but I can rent it to you. Come, let us take a closer look," Hauda replied with a smile. As they approached the boat, the other survivors on the beach, now aware of the sudden appearance of the vessel, followed out of curiosity. Observing this scene were Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, Rin Xian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao. A total of 14 beautiful women who immediately deduced that the large fishing boat must also have been conjured by Hauda. Witnessing their shared partner's remarkable abilities, creating a 3-story villa out of thin air and now a fishing boat, filled them with awe and wonder. Chapter 62. Su Mei placed 2 Hauda and Lu Fugui boarded the large fishing boat, and Hauda discovered that the vessel not only possessed a complete propulsion and steering system, but also included fishing nets. Lu Fugui cautiously operated the boat, quickly becoming adept at navigating it. "Mr. Hao, how does the rental work for this fishing boat?" Lu Fugui asked, suppressing his excitement. With this fishing boat, he and his 30 companions could sustain themselves by catching fish before the rescue team arrived. "For every 10 fish you catch, you may keep 9. I only require 1. Hauda smiled in response. "Excellent. A pleasant partnership." Lu Fugui grinned, shaking hands with Hauda. The arrangement was indeed quite favorable. "Your identification is still valid, correct?" Hauda inquired. "Yes," Lu Fugui replied. "I will require your identification as collateral," Hauda stated. "No problem." Lu Fugui readily agreed. Hauda accepted the identification card handed to him by Lu Fugui, glancing at it before continuing. "If you venture out on the boat today and have a good catch, but prefer not to set sail again, and other teams wish to use the boat, you can rent it out to them. For every 10 fish they catch, you shall take 2, 1 for yourself and 1 for me." He chuckled. What a splendid idea. Lu Fugui, having been a businessman prior to being stranded on this desolate island, naturally recognized the lucrative potential of this subleasing arrangement. Thus, they reached an agreement, and Hauda disembarked, merrily making his way to his 3-story villa. As he walked, he noticed a group of approximately 30 women approaching from the right, led by Jing Yi and Wang Shan, the same women he had discreetly offered a bowl of food to the day before. Hauda cast a cursory glance at them, observing that, among this group, there were several other young and beautiful women. Despite his internal admiration, he maintained an air of calm. "Brother Hao, did you just rent the fishing boat to Lu?" Jing Yi inquired with a smile as they drew closer. "Yes," Hauda replied. "Once they return from their outing today, if you wish to use the boat, you can directly rent it from Lu. For every 10 fish you catch, 2 shall go to them." Wang Shan, with her long, delicate legs, chimed in. "Brother Hao, do you have any logging tools for rent? We also need those. Beware of the poisonous snakes in the woods," Hauda cautioned. "After renting the logging tools, we can sublease them to others, taking a commission of 2 logs for every 10 they cut, 1 for you and 1 for ourselves." Jing Yi added with a smile. Hauda suppressed a laugh, nodding in agreement, thinking to himself how he appreciated women who were both beautiful and intelligent. Thus, Hauda entered the villa, retrieved an electric saw, and exchanged it for Jing Yi's identification card. Shortly thereafter, Jing Yi rented the saw to a group of around 30 men in an adjacent shelter, leaving the logistics of that arrangement to them. In any case, for every 10 logs they cut, Hauda would collect a commission of 1 log. The arrangement of 30 individuals crowded into a single shelter was merely a temporary measure from the previous night. With the dawn's light and the availability of the electric saw, they could now efficiently cut logs to construct a wooden cabin for a more comfortable living space. Meanwhile, the group of men approached Hauda seeking tools, to which he rented them axes. Although an electric saw is far more efficient, an axe could serve as a hammer during construction and also be used for splitting logs for firewood. Having concluded the rentals for the fishing boat, electric saw, and axes, Hauda returned to the 3rd floor of the villa, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the beautiful women who had waited for him to join them. "Hauda, you've become quite the capitalist," renting out the fishing boat, electric saw, and axes while effortlessly collecting commissions on the fish and logs others harvest. Yingying teased with a playful laugh. All that I earn is for you. Howda replied with a mischievous grin. Indeed. You are the shared husband of our 14 beauties. Louis declared with a flirtatious expression. Howda, can you satisfy all 14 of us? Zhao Yuan asked playfully. Absolutely. Howda proclaimed confidently. You may exhaust me. Hui Jiaoqian laughed. You'd better not knock me out. Howda retorted with a wicked smile. You're quite the rogue. Lu Qianqian teased with laughter. After enjoying the lively banter with the beautiful women and finishing a lavish breakfast, Howda retreated to his private bedroom on the 3rd floor for a nap. He had transformed 2 aspects of his life today. The villa and the rented fishing boat were just the beginning. He planned to rest comfortably before contemplating the next 2 transformations. His bedroom was far more spacious than the small room he had in the 2-story wooden cabins, furnished with a high-end bed, a solid wooden table, and a soft reclining chair. Lying there comfortably, he allowed himself to relax. Meanwhile, the women engaged in games such as mahjong, poker, and chess in a larger room on the 3rd floor, turning it into their new entertainment center. In contrast to other survivors, who were either at sea fishing or battling poisonous snakes in the woods for timber, they were evidently much happier. Of course, they understood the importance of appreciating their good fortune. After about an hour of restful sleep, Howda awoke feeling rejuvenated. He freshened up and gazed out the window of his 3rd-floor bedroom, which faced the 2 nearby shelters. He spotted Yingying and Wang Shan's group of women busily gathering firewood outside, while the men's team worked diligently to transport timber cut with the electric saw. As he leisurely observed the scene outside, the slightly ajar door swung open, and the beautiful, slender Su Mei entered, closing and locking the door behind her. She approached the window and gently embraced Howda from behind, enveloping him in a delightful warmth. Guess who I am? Su Mei playfully lowered her voice. Ame. Howda replied with precision. Oh, how did you guess? She asked, her joy evident. It's a feeling, he responded with a slight smile, exuding an air of mystery. Haha, what are you watching? Su Mei giggled, releasing him and standing beside him at the window. Just observing the teams at work, he replied with a smile. You're not watching other beauties, are you? Su Mei teased. How could I? With you 14 beauties, I can barely keep up. Howda feigned innocence, though he had indeed been admiring the captivating sight of Yingying and Wang Shan at work. I don't believe you. Su Mei pouted playfully. What would convince you? Howda asked with genuine curiosity. Right here at this window. Su Mei gazed at him with a flirtatious glimmer. Ame, you're quite the playful one. I like it. Howda chuckled. In this moment, Howda noticed that Yingying and Wang Shan had glanced toward the window, seemingly aware of what he and Su Mei were engaged in, their faces flushing as they quickly averted their gaze. Seeing them peeking at him, and Su Mei only heightened Howda's excitement. After some time, still embracing the exuberant Su Mei, Howda continued to enjoy the scenic view from the window, letting his thoughts drift as he contemplated what else he could transform today. With a villa to inhabit and an abundance of food including rice, tiger meat, wolf meat, bear meat, potatoes, peppers, and cabbage, his immediate needs were met. However, he recognized that certain essentials were still lacking, such as clean undergarments for the women, socks, outerwear, and a fully automatic washing machine with nuclear-powered capabilities. Just then, Su Mei playfully complained, "Why don't you call me husband anymore?" To which Howda grinned mischievously, "Because I like it." Su Mei chuckled, "Ame. I love you too." Howda responded cheerfully. It seems that 2 beautiful women were glancing over at us just now. Su Mei couldn't help but say, "It's nothing. They can't see much," Howda laughed. "But perhaps they've guessed something?" Su Mei continued, "Even if they have guessed something, it's of no consequence. I am your husband. After all, you're perfectly normal." Howda reassured her. "You're so naughty, husband." Su Mei teased with a playful giggle. "I am a serious person." Howda declared with a mock solemnity. "The less serious you are, the better." Su Mei quipped. Haha. Howda laughed with pride. "I need to catch up on some sleep. You've turned me into a complete softie." Su Mei playfully pouted. "Shall I carry you over?" Howda suggested earnestly. "Sounds good." Su Mei pleasantly accepted the offer. Thus, amidst Su Mei's delightful laughter, Howda swept her up in his arms and strode towards the door of the room. Su Mei, while affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck, gazed at his handsome and extraordinary demeanor. However, just as they exited the room, they encountered Hui Jiaoqian. Howda greeted with a smile. "Yes," Hui Jiaoqian replied. After Howda gently placed Su Mei on the bed in her room, she playfully pinched him several times before releasing him. "You scoundrel. You'll be off to another beautiful woman in no time." Su Mei chided in mock anger. "Am I not your shared husband?" Howda soothed, tenderly covering her with a blanket. Only then did Su Mei relent. After gently closing the door to Su Mei's room, he returned to his own, locking it behind him. Upon seeing Hu Jiaoqian, a mischievous smile spread across Hao Da's face. About 30 minutes later, he gazed deeply into the air above, comfortably allowing his thoughts to wander. He mused that with the deserted island system, he could transform for items daily, gaining boundless power and the energy of the deserted island that had only come after his arrival. Furthermore, the team members Sun Quang and Li Longbao, with their gunshot wounds, could heal rapidly and assist others through touch, evidently also possessing special abilities. Hao Da pondered whether Sun Quang and Li Longbao might acquire additional extraordinary powers that could pose a threat to him and his beautiful companions. He also considered whether others, like Zheng Gang Pao, whom he had injured, might suddenly gain special abilities that could jeopardize him. In any case, one must always be cautious. Hao Da firmly believed. Husband, what's wrong? Hao Da looked down at her, who was nestled against him like a warm, fragrant gem. May I ask you a question? Hu Jiaoqian inquired. What question? Hao Da smiled slightly. Everything's great, he replied objectively. Yes, I think so too. Hu Jiaoqian responded. I don't have any underwear or socks to change into. Can't you transform 2 items today? Why not create a large bag of women's underwear, socks, outerwear, long pants, body wash, and laundry detergent? What a splendid idea. Hao Da praised. Make it happen right away. Hu Jiaoqian said affectionately. All right, Hao Da indulged her, pulling her closer, and initiated the deserted island system with his thoughts, attempting to conjure a large bag of women's underwear, socks, outerwear, long pants, body wash, and laundry detergent. These items were relatively simpler to create than the entire 3-story villa, so they materialized instantly. A bag of women's underwear appeared by the bedside. Oh, let me pick some. Hu Jiaoqian excitedly selected her favorite underwear and outerwear, as if shopping in a high-end store. Hao Da watched with a mischievous smile, thinking of the elegant and proud figures of each beauty, their long, graceful legs, each possessing their unique allure. Chapter 64. The shark collides with the fishing boat. While Hao Da was indulging in this delightful scenario, Lu Fugui's team of about 30 had already set sail on their fishing boat. Fishing at sea is indeed a skill. It is not merely a matter of venturing out in a boat and casting nets randomly, then hauling them back to catch a significant number of fish. If it were that easy, every fisherman would be wealthy. In simple terms, one must choose a fishing area rich in fish to yield a good catch. The fishing boat provided by Hao Da, while labeled as a large fishing vessel, was only slightly bigger than a small boat, and could not be compared to true large fishing ships. Fishing with it was not very modernized. It primarily relied on manpower. Thus, all 30 members of Lu Fugui's team were deployed. Boss Lu, when shall we cast the nets? The crew inquired after sailing a certain distance. Head towards that area where the seagulls are abundant, and cast the nets there for a test, Lu Fugui suggested. Looking ahead, like his teammates, he lacked fishing experience. So he could only guess that where the seagulls gathered, there should be more fish beneath the surface. Accordingly, the fishing boat reached a location where seagulls were plentiful, and Lu Fugui and his team attempted to cast a net. After being towed behind the moving boat for a while, they began to retrieve the net. Together, they pulled it aboard, and upon inspection, they found they had caught about 30 fish of varying sizes, not a large haul, but satisfactory enough for each member to have a fish for a meal. If we cast the net 2 more times, we'll secure our 3 meals for today. Lu Fugui encouraged his team. Since we're out here, let us cast the net 5 more times to earn tomorrow's meals as well. One teammate suggested. This idea quickly garnered support from many others. All right, if we can achieve similar results 5 more times, we'll head back to shore. Lu Fugui grinned. Thus, the fishing boat sailed to another area teeming with seagulls and cast the net again, capturing another 30 fish of similar size. After repeating this process 6 times, Lu Fugui and his team had caught approximately 200 fish. After deducting about 20 fish as rental fees for Hao Da, they were left with about 180 fish, barely enough for 2 days' worth of food and drink for the team. Let us head back, Lu Fugui said contentedly. Haha, back we go? The team cheered in response. Having secured 2 days' worth of food through their own labor, everyone felt a sense of accomplishment. However, just as the fishing boat was preparing to return, Lu Fugui suddenly spotted what appeared to be a shark's fin rapidly approaching their vessel. Damn it, a shark! One teammate exclaimed upon noticing it. The others turned to see the swiftly approaching shark, which was alarmingly close. Accelerate to the maximum speed, Lu Fugui commanded, trying to remain calm. This is as fast as we can go, the helmsman shouted back. Realizing that even at top speed, the fishing boat could not outrun the shark. Most teammates exhibited expressions of fear. The shark was clearly large, and if it collided with their boat, the consequences would be dire. Look over there. Another crew member suddenly shouted. They all turned to see a figure gliding through the air towards them. It looks like Mr. Gu. He can actually fly. Lu Fugue exclaimed in astonishment. He was not mistaken. The one soaring towards them was indeed Howda. The reason Howda had arrived just in time was that Su Mei, possessing prophetic abilities, had suddenly foreseen that Lu Fugue's team would be attacked by a shark. She quickly relayed this information to Howda, who, without hesitation, rushed to their rescue. As for how he suddenly acquired the ability to fly, it was a discovery he made in an instant. His boundless strength, combined with the energy from the deserted island within him, allowed him to traverse the air with remarkable speed. Bang! Before HOD could reach his destination, the shark had already lunged forward, crashing heavily into the fishing boat. The vessel shook violently for a moment. Fortunately, it withstood the impact, remaining upright and intact. HOD managed to arrive just in time above the fishing boat, choosing to hover in the air rather than land. He seized a submachine gun and fired at the shark, which had already collided with the boat and was preparing for a second assault. Rat-tat-tat. After several shots rang out, blood erupted from multiple wounds on the shark's body. In merely 5 seconds, it flipped onto its back and floated lifelessly on the surface of the sea. Hurry, let us use the fishing net to haul it aboard. Having successfully shot the shark, HOD swiftly descended onto the fishing boat. The urgency in his voice was due to the fact that the shark's blood would attract other sharks. The members of Li Fgu's team decisively cast their nets and dragged the shark onto the boat. Once aboard, they discovered that this shark was quite sizable, weighing roughly as much as the 200 fish they had just caught combined. The fishing boat sped toward the shore. Mr. H.O., how did you know we were in trouble? Li Fgu inquired curiously. One of our team members had a sudden premonition, HOD replied with a smile. Then redirected the conversation, suggesting a share of the shark. How about half a person each? Sounds good. Li Fgu readily agreed, as this meant a significant increase in their food supply. After a while, the fishing boat docked, and everyone unloaded their haul of approximately 200 fish along with the shark. About 100 other survivors on the beach gathered to witness Li Fgu's team's impressive catch. Meanwhile, Yingying and Shn, two striking beauties, approached Li Fgu to discuss renting the fishing boat. Upon mentioning a commission of 20%, they quickly reached an agreement. HOD, however, felt a twinge of concern regarding the potential dangers of the sea, especially for Shn and their team of around 30 women, should they encounter another shark. Nevertheless, he concluded that the likelihood of another shark assaulting the boat was minimal. Besides, if such an event were to occur, SMI would likely sense it in advance. Thus, he refrained from voicing his worries, and after collecting his commission from Li Fgu's successful fishing expedition, he returned to the villa with the spoils. The beautiful women were delighted to see that he had brought back approximately 20 more fish along with half a shark. As food was never in excess, with the addition of fish meat, their variety of food increased. The exuberant members of Li Fgu's team were still reveling in their bounty when they faced a pressing issue: how to store so many fish. HOD had already contemplated this dilemma upon returning to the villa. While he possessed a massive freezer powered by a nuclear energy source, capable of storing bear, tiger, wolf, and fish meat, it was insufficient for the large quantity of fish caught by the other teams. With this in mind, he decided to alter his original plan of transforming into a fully automatic washing machine powered by nuclear energy. Instead, he resolved to create another large freezer. However, he did not rush into crafting a single large freezer. Instead, he activated his deserted island system, attempting to manifest 5 nuclear-powered freezers. Yet, there was no response. He tried 4, still with no reaction. He attempted 3, and once again, there was no response. He tried for 2, and this time, one appeared instantly. Seeing that he had produced one more than anticipated, HOD felt a sense of joy and accomplishment. Just then, outside the villa walls, Li Fgu called out, "Mr. H.O." HOD walked over and opened the large iron gate. "I wanted to ask about the difficulty in storing your fish. Is there any solution?" HOD replied with a smile. Indeed, Li Fgu was impressed as HOD anticipated his question without him having to speak. "I have freezers with power sources available for rent. Would you like to rent one?" HOD stated directly. "How is the rent calculated?" Li Fgu inquired. "1 fish per day will suffice," HOD responded. "Sounds good." Li Fgu immediately agreed, realizing that trading 1 fish for the preservation of so many others was quite a bargain. Thus, Li Fgu summoned several team members to transport a nuclear-powered freezer from HOD, and in return, HOD acquired another fish. One must say, he was increasingly embodying the essence of a capitalist. The remaining empty freezer was intended for Yingying and Shn's team, but they had set out to sea for fishing and had yet to return. HOD then ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa, where he spent some time playing mahjong, cards, and chess with the lovely ladies. Afterward, he retreated to his bedroom, leisurely settling into a rocking chair to read novels and magazines. After a while, the slightly ajar door to his bedroom swung open, and the exquisite and graceful Chyn entered. She gently closed the door and locked it, then elegantly approached HOD, who was seated in the rocking chair. "Are you reading?" Chyn asked playfully. "Yes, would you like to join me?" HOD replied, admiring her presence. "How do we read together?" Chyn inquired with a smile. HOD earnestly suggested, "We could share the experience." "You're so naughty," Chyn playfully scolded. Though she made no move to leave, HOD assertively pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. Subsequently, HOD and Chyn perused magazines together while engaging in profound discussions about the meaning of life. HOD momentarily set aside the magazine, embracing the warm and delicate Chyn as his gaze deepened, allowing his thoughts to wander. Chapter 65. The elegance of Chyn. HOD mused that while Chyn may not possess the flamboyance of Yingying or Ligo, she exuded a blend of beauty and elegance befitting a successful young businesswoman at the tender age of 25, the same age as him. With her, he experienced a uniquely refined and delightful sensation. After a while, Chyn's voice, sweet and melodious, broke the silence. "Call me husband." HOD smiled in response. "Just call me HOD for now," Chyn asserted with determination. "Very well," HOD replied, gazing at her, reminiscent of a beautiful CO, granting him a sense of conquest and achievement. "You make me feel wonderful." Chyn lifted her head, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. "It's only natural," HOD replied with pride. "Today marks the 4th day without the rescue team. What do you think?" Chyn abruptly shifted the topic. "The optimal rescue window is within 7 days. Let us wait 3 more days and see," HOD said objectively. "And if the rescue team hasn't arrived by then?" Chyn inquired once more. "Then we'll continue waiting while living our lives," HOD responded with a smile. "With 14 lovely ladies accompanying you daily. You truly have no need to rush," Chyn teased. "Rushing won't solve the problem," HOD replied, tightening his embrace around her. "Do you think there is a significant possibility that this is another dimension?" Chyn looked at him intently. "I'm uncertain," HOD replied, meeting her gaze. "Yesterday, the mirage of that ship suddenly became real, and now there are roughly 130 more survivors from shipwrecks. Perhaps this hints at something greater." Chyn's tone suddenly turned melancholic. As they hinted at the mirage of the ship, it was suggested that the vessel transitioned from one realm to another. "It must be so," replied HOD. "If this truly exists in another dimension, we are highly likely never to return." "Yn, you have forgotten something." HOD comforted her. "What is it?" inquired Chyn. "I possess the ability to transform objects," HOD chuckled. "Even if this is an alternate reality, perhaps one day I shall conjure a time-traveling ship to bring everyone back." "Are you confident?" Chyn gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "It should not pose much of a problem. It is merely a matter of time. Have you not observed that my abilities to transform objects have grown increasingly complex day by day? Indeed, like this 3-story villa, it appeared effortlessly." Chyn agreed, recalling how just 4 days prior, he could only create simple constructs like fishing nets and axes. "Thus, we must remain hopeful," HOD encouraged. "Yes, you are truly remarkable, my dear," Chyn whispered sweetly, pressing close to him. His soothing presence had noticeably alleviated her earlier melancholy. "Did you just have a moment of ecstasy?" HOD asked mischievously. "No," Chyn playfully retorted. "Then why were you joyfully calling out?" HOD observed her vibrant demeanor. "I do not know," she continued, maintaining an air of mystery. "One day, you shall spend an entire day and night." HOD teased. "No, I would never endure such a lengthy duration." Chyn laughed in playful reproach. As the couple embraced and exchanged sweet nothings, a sudden commotion erupted from afar, seemingly emanating from the edge of the forest. HOD pondered what chaos Sun Quan, Li Longbao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haohan were instigating. In that moment, the distant clamor was interspersed with the cries of wild men. HOD and Chyn exchanged a swift glance, then sprang to the window to observe the source of the uproar. Chapter 66. The mutated wild man at the forest's edge. A wild man was seen emitting strange howls while attacking multiple individuals. Among those assailed appeared to be members of Sun Quan and Li Longbao's group, along with survivors of the shipwreck who were attempting to saw wood with a chainsaw. "I shall take a look," declared HOD as he held the delicate Chyn close. "Be careful, dear," she replied, concern evident in her voice. HOD playfully patted her behind before leaping through the window, swiftly gliding, towards the commotion. Chyn, captivated by her husband's graceful martial prowess, could not help but reminisce about the immense pleasure he had previously bestowed upon her as a woman. Moments later, HOD landed lightly at the forest's edge, where several shipwreck survivors lay incapacitated on the ground, having been struck down by the wild man. Sun Quan and Li Longbao were engaged in a fierce struggle against the creature. Despite being struck by gunfire, their wounds healed rapidly, indicating their formidable abilities. However, HOD observed that the wild man's defensive capabilities seemed even more impressive. Every blow from Sun Quan and Li Longbao appeared to have no effect on the wild man, while any hit they received sent them staggering backward. HOD surmised that without their remarkable regenerative abilities, a single blow from the wild man would likely inflict severe injury. He continued to watch the unfolding battle with calm detachment. Before long, a significant turn of events transpired as the wild man delivered a powerful slap to Sun Quan's face, sending him flying several meters with a sickening crack. Though Sun Quan quickly regained his footing, his neck seemed slightly askew. The wild man then kicked Li Longbao, propelling him backward as well. Li Longbao hastily retreated towards the wooden cabin, clearly unwilling to continue the confrontation. Sun Quan followed suit, abandoning their fallen comrades. The wild man glanced between the cabin and those he had felled, then approached HOD with a blank expression, seemingly intent on delivering a similar fate to him. Suddenly, HOD drew a handgun from his waist and fired a shot at the wild man. The creature, a clear threat, warranted immediate action. However, to HOD's astonishment, the wild man's wound healed at an observable rate, revealing he possessed the same rapid regeneration as Sun Quan and Li Longbao, if not superior. Remaining composed, HOD aimed for the wild man's forehead and fired again, yet the creature continued to advance, its injury mending swiftly. In disbelief, HOD realized the wild man was indeed formidable. The wild man then let out a terrifying cry and charged at HOD, who leaped into the air, delivering a fierce kick to the wild man's head. Yet, the wild man seemed unfazed, while HOD felt a jolt of pain in his kicking foot. The wild man retaliated with a powerful punch, but HOD deftly evaded. HOD landed next to the chainsaw, quickly activating it as the wild man lunged forward. With cold determination, he swung the chainsaw towards the wild man's neck, producing a chilling sound as the blade made contact. The wild man's head rolled away, and a fountain of blood erupted from the severed neck. HOD swiftly retreated several meters, avoiding the spray of blood. The headless body of the wild man collapsed to the ground after a few moments of violent spouting. Realizing that the chainsaw, a tool reminiscent of the cinematic horror in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, had triumphed over a foe impervious to gunfire, HOD took pride in its effectiveness. Nearby, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, witnessing the demise of the wild man, felt a chill run down their spines, grateful for their earlier lives spared by HOD's hand. HOD observed the severed head lying on the ground, confirming that there were no signs of it returning to the body. He then proceeded to heal the injured survivors with the energy of the deserted island, quickly mending their wounds before digging a pit with the chainsaw to bury the wild man. Once he had completed these tasks, he returned leisurely to the three-story villa. The earlier display of his prowess had not gone unnoticed. Chyn and the other beautiful women, including SMI, Yingying, Li Ygo, L Qin Qian, and Miao Ring, had all witnessed the spectacle. Upon his return, he was immediately enveloped by their admiration and praise. HOD settled comfortably into a chair, sipping water with ease. It appears that the wild man has undergone a mutation. Even a bullet to the forehead does not bring him down, commented Yingying. In short, that thing has already been taken care of by my husband Hauda. Louis Jiao replied proudly. Awesome, as expected. Hauda smiled slightly and calmly showed off a little. Oh, with husband Hauda around, I feel so safe. Zhao Yuan said coquettishly, walking over and sitting comfortably on Hauda. Zhao Yuan, you're so shameless. Taking advantage of my husband Hauda in front of so many people. Yingying couldn't help but tease. Humph, Hauda is my husband too. It's only natural for me to sit on him. Zhao Yuan replied proudly and defiantly. Zhao Yuan is so lewd. Louis Jiao also teased. Husband Hauda just likes me being this way. Zhao Yuan retorted triumphantly. Soon, in this entertainment center for beautiful women, some played mahjong, some played poker, some played Chinese chess, and others read magazines or novels. In short, with such a powerful, shared husband Hauda, all the beautiful women enjoyed themselves to the fullest while feeling a strong sense of security. Zhao Yuan, who was beautiful, coquettish, and had long, slender legs, continued to sit comfortably on Hauda while embracing the soft and fragrant her. watched the beautiful women in the room playing mahjong and poker from a certain distance. Husband. Zhao Yuan, sitting on him, suddenly pressed her sexy small mouth close to his right ear and said temptingly, "Sure, let's go to my room." Howda whispered with a mischievous grin. "Right here." "Oh." Zhao Yuan pressed close to his right ear again, breathed softly, and said playfully. He loved such bold and exciting behavior. After a while, Su Mei couldn't help but say. Zhao Yuan replied as calmly as possible. "I declare." Zhao Yuan now takes the throne of the most lewd. Yingying, who was playing mahjong, teased again. "As long as husband Howda likes it, I don't mind being called the most lewd." Zhao Yuan replied with a coquettish laugh. "No way. I'm the most lewd." Lu Yijiao, who was also playing mahjong, said surprisingly. "Haha, Lu Yijiao, I don't admire anyone but you. You even compete for the title of most lewd." Hu Jiaoqian laughed, slightly out of breath. "Okay, since you want it so much, I'll give you the title of most lewd." Zhao Yuan said generously, with a look of rapture on her face. "TCH, I can win the title of most lewd with my own ability. I don't need you to give it to me." Lu Yijiao turned her head to look in Zhao Yuan's direction, then suddenly seemed to notice something and exclaimed, "Oh my God." At her exclamation, all the beautiful women looked towards Howda and Zhao Yuan, who was sitting on him. "Lu Yijiao, what are you talking about? Your imagination is really too rich." Zhao Yuan replied calmly, hearing her words. All the beautiful women also thought that Lu Yijiao was indeed overthinking. "Then stand up and take a look." Lu Yijiao still insisted on her stance. "If I stand up just because you tell me to, I'll lose all my dignity." Zhao Yuan refused immediately. Lu Yijiao said. At this moment, Howda pressed close to Zhao Yuan's right ear and said, "It's okay to stand up." Zhao Yuan hesitated for about a second, then stood up quickly. When all the beautiful women looked, they saw that the zipper of Howda's pants was closed. It seemed that Lu Yijiao had really thought too much. Lu Yijiao, realizing she was wrong, stopped talking. What she didn't know was that. After a while, Howda looked at Zhao Yuan, who was sitting there reading a novel but clearly looking extremely charming and satisfied. Then he walked out of the beautiful women's entertainment center with a mischievous smile, went to a balcony on the 3rd floor, and while enjoying the comfortable breeze, admired the distant sea view. A fishing boat appeared on the distant sea surface. Of course, Howda recognized that boat. It was Yingying and Wang Shan, along with about 30 other women, returning from fishing. The fishing boat docked, and Yingying, Wang Shan, and the others unloaded about 200 medium-sized fish they had caught this time, then walked towards the villa, the 2-story wooden house, and the thatched hut. Since they had rented the fishing boat from Lu Fuguei, after carrying the fish over, they paid Lu Fuguei a 20 commission, about 20 medium-sized fish. Then Lu Fuguei called Howda and gave him about 10 medium-sized fish. Just as Howda finished receiving the fish, Yingying and Wang Shan came over to find him. "What's the matter?" Howda asked with a smile, standing in the small courtyard below the villa, looking at the 2 beautiful women. "Brother Hao, could you help us fetch a bucket of water? We want to take a bath," Yingying and Wang Shan said, their pretty faces blushing slightly. "Where are you going to bathe? In the thatched hut?" Howda asked. "Yes," Yingying and Wang Shan replied. "I have women's underwear, pants, coats, socks, rubber slippers, cotton slippers, and body wash. Do you want any of these?" Howda asked thoughtfully again. "Yes." The 2 beautiful women looked at him with affectionate eyes. "Thank you, Brother Hao." They had just been worried about not having these things. "You're welcome. It's the least I can do." Howda replied with a mischievous smile. "We've taken so many nice things from you. How can we thank you?" He asked on purpose. "How about later? I bring a big bucket of water to the 1st floor of the villa to boil, and you come here to take a bath on the 1st floor?" Howda suggested sincerely. "That sounds good, but how can we thank you?" Wang Shan also asked on purpose. "Later, while you're bathing, I can visit you in the room." Howda replied with a grin. "Ah, Brother Hao, you're so naughty," Jing Shan whispered, her pretty face blushing. "Brother Hao, are you serious?" Wang Shan also asked, her pretty face blushing but her wonderful eyes fixed on him. "I'm just kidding," Howda replied with a slight smile. "Humph, I don't believe you. Brother Hao, you just want to do that." Jing Shan pouted and said coquettishly. "Brother Hao, you're so improper." Wang Shan also teased in a soft voice. "I'll go fetch water," Howda said with a smile, picking up a big bucket and heading to the well to get water. While fetching water, he thought to himself, his 3-story villa was only simply decorated, and there wasn't even a water heater. Tomorrow, he needed to create an electric water heater with a nuclear-powered super-strong power supply, and also a water pump. Then he would use a well drilling machine to dig another well not far from the villa. After that, the villa would have running water, and they could use the electric water heater to get hot water for bathing. The current method of fetching water with a big bucket and then boiling it for a bath was somewhat outdated. After fetching the water, While waiting for the water to heat up in a large iron pot in a room on the first floor of the villa, Howda brought over a big sack of women's underwear, pants, coats, socks, etc. for Yingying and Wang Shan to choose from. During this process, Howda playfully took out a piece of women's underwear and said, "This one is great in terms of style, color, and material. Which one of you wants it?" "I don't want it." "Brother How, you didn't wash your hands," Yingying replied, her pretty face blushing. "I did wash my hands, especially with body wash," Howda said with an innocent look. "Brother How, you're so bad, taking us to choose underwear." Wang Shan said coquettishly, "The underwear I pick will make you feel different when you wear it." Howda smiled. "Get out, you rascal." Yingying laughed and scolded. After a while, the water in the large iron pot heated up to a suitable temperature for bathing. Howda easily lifted the large iron pot and poured the water into the big bucket. After finishing all this, he prepared to go out. "Brother How, didn't you say you wanted to watch us bathe?" Yingying and Wang Shan said in unison, their voices soft and coquettish. "Are you really letting me watch?" Howda turned around and looked at the two beautiful women. They were pretty, delicate, slim, and had attractive figures, which was extremely pleasing to the eye. Chapter 68. The time and space of the deserted island. Yingying and Wang Shan nodded, their pretty faces blushing. Then, while looking at him with affectionate eyes, they slowly began to undress. Howda watched with great pleasure, thinking to himself that this was his artistic appreciation of the beauty of their bodies, elegant, not vulgar. After a while, Yingying and Wang Shan stepped into the big bucket for bathing with their long, slender legs. Howda moved a stool and sat beside the big bucket, continuing to appreciate the artistic beauty of them. "Brother How, you're so naughty," Yingying and Wang Shan said coquettishly. "I'm a decent person," Howda replied with an innocent look. "Only allowed to watch, not to act," Yingying gently reminded. Understanding this, How laughed wickedly. To him, the anticipation of joy that is temporarily unattainable often surpasses the delight of joy already experienced. Thus, How thoroughly enjoyed the sight of Yingying and Wang Shan soaking in the hot bath, before contentedly making his way upstairs. As he ascended, he mused that one day, bringing Yingying and Wang Shan together would surely be a delightful experience. However, there was no need to rush. After all, time was on his side, allowing for a sense of anticipation to build. Su Mei and the other beauties were still engaged in various activities on the third floor, whether playing mahjong, poker, or chess, while How retreated to his bedroom to pass the time with novels and magazines. Just as he became engrossed in his reading, the voice of his deserted island system echoed in his mind, announcing a random reward, a time-space communication device. No sooner had the words left its mouth than an object resembling a mobile phone appeared in his right hand. This time-space communication device was something How had long desired yet had been unable to acquire, so the unexpected reward filled him with excitement. Suppressing his exhilaration, he activated the device as one would a mobile phone, revealing a single search box on the interface. A bit bewildered, he tentatively entered the word Earth into the search box and clicked search. To his dismay, there was no response. After a moment of contemplation, he appended the date June 30th, 2025 to his previous entry and tried again. This time, a reaction ensued. A blue planet materialized on the screen, and above it, a box appeared with a message button to the right, clearly labeled with a recipient's number. How attempted to input his mother's phone number in the designated box and composed a message describing how he had survived a plane crash and had been living on a deserted island with several beautiful women for 4 days, inquiring about the whereabouts of the rescue team. After completing his message, he clicked the send button, and the interface confirmed the successful transmission. In less than a minute, a response from his mother arrived. Stunned, How read her message, in which she expressed her elation at learning he was still alive, along with his father's joy. She continued to explain that the official rescue team had been searching daily for the crashed plane and its occupants, yet had found nothing. After conversing with his mother through the time-space communication device for some time, How began to contemplate the increasing likelihood that this deserted island might exist in an alternate time-space. Upon glancing at the device again, he noticed that the recipient's number had been appended with Earth time-space, June 30th, 2025, while his own number now bore the tag Deserted Island Timespace, June 30th, 2025. The distinction was unmistakable. He was indeed in another timespace, referred to as Deserted Island Timespace, and the device he held was aptly named a timespace communication device. With his earlier hypothesis now validated, How maintained his composure. Yet he was uncertain how the enchanting women would react upon learning this profound revelation. As he pondered this weighty matter, the door to his bedroom, which had been slightly ajar, was gently pushed open. Miao Rong, with her pure appearance and long, graceful legs, entered the room. She flashed a charming smile at How, softly closed the door, locked it, and then elegantly climbed onto his bed, snuggling close to him. For the moment, Hao set aside thoughts of the alternate time-space, focusing instead on Miao Rong. After a while, as he held the alluring and utterly satisfied Miao Rong, he gazed thoughtfully at the air above the room. Once again enveloped in profound joy, he felt a sense of gratitude for his circumstances. Although he was in another time-space, he possessed the deserted island system and was living relatively well among the beautiful women. Moreover, with the time-space communication device, he could still exchange messages with his family and friends back in the Earth time-space. Perhaps one day, the transformative capabilities of his deserted island system would enable him to create a time-traveling spaceship to return to Earth time-space. He and the other survivors still held hope for a return, and even if it took a year or several, it would be worth the wait. "Husband, you make me feel so good," Miao Rong suddenly exclaimed sweetly. "Of course," Hao replied with a wicked grin. Once he comprehended the implications of being in another time-space, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, even more so than when he had been uncertain of his circumstances. "But you can be a bit rough," Miao Rong playfully chided. "Just venting my frustrations on you," Hao teased in return. "How dare you use me to vent?" Miao Rong feigned indignation, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. "Using you to vent only proves how much I adore you, Rong. My love for you drives me to madness." Hao explained. "I love it when you go mad for me," Miao Rong exclaimed joyfully. "I should try spending a day and night with you," Hao playfully suggested. "Haha, no. You'll ruin me." Miao Rong laughed heartily. After indulging in flirtatious banter for a while, Miao Rong, feeling utterly relaxed, soon fell asleep. Observing her slumber, Hao gently lifted her and carried her to her room, ensuring she was comfortable in her own bed. He then stepped out onto the balcony of the third floor, enjoying the breeze and the scenic views of the beach and distant sea. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed an increase in dark clouds, pondering the likelihood of rain. Just as the thought crossed his mind, thunder rumbled, and large raindrops began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Hao returned indoors and made his way to the entertainment center where the beauties were gathered. "Husband, it's pouring outside," Lu Yi exclaimed sweetly upon seeing him. "We're in a 3-story villa, so a downpour won't affect us," Hao replied with a smile, settling into the chair he had previously shared with Zhao Mei. Just as he sat down, Lu Yi gracefully approached, perching herself on his lap. Finding himself once more enveloped by her warmth, he noticed she was wearing a tantalizingly short skirt. Chapter 69. Easing emotions. Lu Yi whispered softly, revealing her lingering suspicions about what had transpired between Zhao Mei and Hao in public. Whether Lu Yi harbored doubts was inconsequential to Hao, so he remained calm and continued their conversation for a moment. "How go? What will we do if the rescue team doesn't arrive?" Lu Qian lamented. "I miss my parents. They must think I'm dead," she cried, her voice breaking. Upon hearing this, the beautiful sophomore student suddenly burst into tears. Feeling a pang of empathy as he enjoyed the tenderness of Lu Yi's company, Hao took out the time-space communication device. "Why don't you send a message to your parents?" he suggested. "How go? Does your phone have a signal?" Lu Qian paused her tears, her voice rising with excitement as she approached to take the device from him. The other beauties ceased their activities to check their own phones, only to discover they still had no signal. Swiftly, they gathered around Lu Qian. "This isn't a phone. What is this page?" she exclaimed in confusion as she opened the device. "You just input your message in the Earth box, enter your dad or mom's phone number above, and click the send button on the right," Hao explained casually. "Okay, let me try," Lu Qian replied, nodding. Surrounded by a multitude of beautiful maidens, she operated the device with unwavering focus, each of them secretly wishing that it could indeed send messages. They were all anxious, fearing that their parents might think they had perished and mourn excessively. After a brief moment, Lu Qian sent a message to her mother, detailing her current situation and inquiring about the delay of the rescue team. Approximately a minute later, she received a response from her mother, which filled her with immense excitement. The other maidens, equally exhilarated, took turns using the device to communicate with their respective parents. Once they had all experienced the device, Yingying was the first to ask her husband about its nature, pointing out that it did not resemble a satellite phone, yet had such strong signal reception while other phones could not connect at all. "This is called a Yingying Ali SHBI, a device I manifested through my ability to transform," Hao revealed. "What does that mean?" Ren Xian pondered, her mind racing with possibilities. "It is a device for cross-dimensional communication," Hao clarified further. "So we are indeed in another dimension," Sume exclaimed. "Correct. This is known as the Yingying Oshking. If you access the detailed page of the device, it will clarify everything," Hao responded, delivering his revelation with a flourish. As Che Yan, who was holding the communication device, quickly navigated to the detailed page. The other maidens watched with rapt attention. They saw that messages were marked as originating from the Yingying, while responses came from the Earth dimension. Upon realizing they were truly in another dimension, the maidens visibly struggled to process the information. Howda chose to remain silent, allowing them time to cope with their emotions, as this was something they had to face on their own. After a while, he returned to his bedroom, and although the rain continued to fall outside, it had lessened in intensity. He thought to himself that it was fortunate the rain had diminished. Otherwise, the makeshift shelter housing approximately 30 women, including Jing Yi and Wang Shan, would be at risk of flooding. The slightly ajar door to his bedroom was pushed open, and LV Hui entered. Locking the door behind her, she immediately unleashed a torrent of emotions toward Howda. He surmised that the revelation of being in another dimension had caused her to lose her composure, yet he refrained from saying much, choosing instead to engage with her in a spirited manner to alleviate her distress. Fortunately, Howda possessed boundless strength. Unbeknownst to them, lunchtime was approaching. Howda and the beautiful maidens prepared a sumptuous meal. The rented fishing boat had yielded a variety of fish, thus enhancing their lunch with delicious fish soup and spicy fried fish. Howda, are you absolutely sure we are in another dimension? Yingying asked, unable to contain her curiosity as they cooked and prepared the meal. The SHK Ali SHBI has confirmed this, Howda replied objectively. Howda, your ability to transform things will surely allow you to create a time-traveling spaceship eventually, enabling everyone to return home, right? Louis Zhao inquired. It should be possible. It's just a matter of time, Howda assured her. The time frame could be as short as a few days, or as long as a month, or even a year. Sume added. It might even take longer, Yin supplemented. In any case, there is hope, Howda reassured them, noting that everyone had successfully communicated with their parents, who at least knew they were alive. Furthermore, until they returned to the Earth dimension, they could continue using the device to chat with their families. Indeed, this device is remarkable. Thank you, Howda. You are truly impressive. Ren Xian exclaimed enthusiastically. It is indeed remarkable. Howda smiled in response. Given that we have confirmed the rescue team cannot reach us, won't it be rather dull to just stay in this villa until you create a time-traveling spaceship? Kong Jing suggested. When the weather is good, we can carry handguns for protection and enjoy the beach, Howda replied cheerfully. Let us set up some sunshades and lounge chairs to bask in the sun on the beach. Su Mei added dreamily. Spending too much time on the beach could lead to aesthetic fatigue, much like how after playing numerous rounds of mahjong and poker these past few days, I feel like I might be sick, Yingying remarked. Once you create a helicopter, we can all take a ride and explore the entire NGDO. Howda laughed in response. A helicopter ride around the island sounds exhilarating, Qin Bu exclaimed. Furthermore, we could also hike across the island together and traverse every corner of this land. Howda continued to imagine. Wow, that sounds even more delightful. Mikai responded, equally enchanted. But how can we avoid being bitten by venomous snakes while hiking the island? Sume interjected, recalling a previous encounter when she and Howda had traversed the forest in search of wild fruits, and she had narrowly escaped a snake bite. This is indeed a crucial concern, Howda said, his gaze deepening as he contemplated solutions. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding his island energy. He extended the island energy within him outward, forming a layer of island energy approximately 2 meters in length and width before him. Then, he unleashed his boundless power, delivering a powerful punch to this island energy layer. To his surprise, the immense force was repelled by the energy layer. Howda, what are you doing? Lu Yijiao asked, intrigued by the sight of him striking the air, seemingly thwarted by an invisible force. Has Brother Hao discovered a new ability? Sume speculated excitedly. You guessed correctly. Howda chuckled. Realizing he had uncovered a new application for the island energy, he felt invigorated. He quickly surrounded himself with the 2-meter layer of island energy, creating an automatic defensive barrier, and cheerfully beckoned the maidens. Come, strike me. Howda, your request is rather peculiar. Kong Jing giggled, envisioning a delightful scene of playfulness between them. Yingying was the first to approach, playfully punching his muscular arm. The punch was immediately deflected by the automatic defense layer surrounding Howda. Having felt the invisible barrier, Yingying playfully teased. Howda, your muscles are quite impressive. Not as impressive as yours, he replied, casting a cheeky glance at her figure. Where are you looking, you rogue? She exclaimed, playfully pinching him. Howda relished her playful assault. How curious. While your punch was deflected, your pinch managed to breach the defense. Yingying pondered aloud. It is more intelligent. It recognizes that your punch was an attack, hence it defended, while your pinch was playful, so it allowed it, Howda explained with pride. Very clever. Qi Yingying praised him. Such a marvelous invention. You should create one for me too. No problem. Howda responded promptly, extending the island energy around Qi Yingying's enchanting form, establishing her own automatic defense layer. The other maidens, quick-witted as they were, grasped the concept and watched with keen interest. All set. In just about a second, Howda had completed the setup. Oh, Howda, come strike me. Qi Yingying called out flirtatiously. Qi Yingying is so bold, Lu Yijiao remarked, unable to contain her amusement. The lively banter between the two enchanting beauties, Lu Yijiao and Qi Yingying, reached a crescendo as they exchanged playful jibes. Qi Yingying retorted, no matter how flirtatious you are, Lu Yijiao, you cannot surpass me. Lu Yijiao countered, when I am with my esteemed husband, Howda, the pleasure is unparalleled. In the midst of their spirited exchange, Howda, perhaps a tad too exuberant, delivered a playful punch to Qi Yingying's striking form. Though the energy barrier surrounding her, powered by the island's mystical forces, absorbed the impact, Qi Yingying seized the moment to feign indignation, exclaiming, Howda, how naughty you are. Hitting me like that is quite exhilarating. Howda, following her lead, remarked on her delightful elasticity, eliciting joyous laughter from Qi Yingying. Ah, it's my turn now, Lu Yijiao exclaimed, a hint of mischief in her voice. Okay, Howda replied with a cheerful tone, swiftly extending the island's energy to envelop Lu Yijiao in a protective barrier. His boundless strength allowed him to effortlessly conjure this shield, which would replenish itself, ensuring a continuous reserve of energy. Howda, I misspoke, hit me, Lu Yijiao playfully urged, prompting Howda to deliver another playful jab, testing the resilience of her protective barrier. Oh, this energy shield is quite formidable. It won't hinder your mischievous intentions towards me, will it? She teased. As long as I am not attempting anything untoward, it will remain passive, Howda explained with a hint of professionalism. Lu Yijiao coyly questioned. But what if I desire such attention? If you wish for that, the barrier will not activate. However, if I am unwilling and you proceed, it will protect you. He patiently clarified. Of course, I want that, dear Howda. She purred, her voice dripping with allure. Ah, no public displays of affection, Qi Yingying interjected, unable to contain her exasperation. Humph. Jealousy rears its head. Lu Yijiao shot back defiantly. Howda, it's my turn now. Su Mei chimed in, gracefully approaching with her long, elegant legs, setting it up for you immediately. Howda replied with a playful grin. Thus, he surrounded each of the 14 beauties, Qi Yingying, Lu Yijiao, Su Mei, Che Yan, El Hui, Huojiao Qian, Lu Qian, Zhao Ai, Rin Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao, with a robust protective barrier. Oh, with this barrier, even venomous snakes will be repelled, Su Mei exclaimed gleefully. Now we can wander this island without fear. Qi Yingying added, her excitement palpable. However, Su Mei admitted, yet, I might still feel uneasy upon encountering those vividly colored snakes, even if they cannot bite me. No worries, I shall carry you then. Howda chuckled. Haha, Howda, you are incorrigible. Su Mei laughed, reminiscing about the delightful experience of being carried by him during their initial adventures on the island. As the enchanting atmosphere lingered, the group prepared a sumptuous feast, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Before indulging, the beauties eagerly captured the moment with their time-space communication device, snapping photos of the lavish spread and their joyful gathering. This device not only allowed them to exchange messages with their families back on Earth, but also to share visual snippets of their current experience on the island. However, Howda pondered the implications. Would the parents of these lovely ladies deduce his role as the shared husband of 14 beauties? In a moment of reflection, Howda considered his striking appearance and remarkable abilities, recognizing that their families should indeed feel proud of their daughter's association with such a charismatic figure. Feeling buoyed by this thought, he glanced outside, where the rain had lessened but continued to fall. The thoughts of the approximately 130 shipwreck survivors on the beach crossed his mind. In this rain, they can only seek shelter in the huts or the two-story wooden house, Su Mei observed. While the huts may be cramped, the two-story house can accommodate many. Howda replied, accurately surmising the situation. Inside that wooden house, all survivors, except those in the huts, had gathered. Although Howda had gifted the house to Lu Fugue and his team, they welcomed the other survivors seeking refuge from the rain, recognizing their shared plight on the island. However, with many people comes conflict, and the darker sides of human nature often surface in times of distress. As the survivors filled the first floor of the wooden house, their initial idle chatter soon turned to envy as they discussed Howda and his 14 enchanting companions residing in the luxurious 3-story villa. We are stuck here in this drafty wooden house. while others enjoy such splendid accommodations. How can there be such disparity? Lamented a gaunt man. Not only do they dwell in a fine villa, but they also have numerous beautiful women by their side. Another robust man chimed in with a smirk. Just imagine, one man with multiple beauties. How delightful that must be. The slender man exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Even if one were to enjoy such fortune, it does not concern you. The strong man retorted. Curse them. The slender man muttered, his frustration palpable. Notably, Zheng Gangpao and his temporary accomplices were also sheltering from the rain in the wooden house. Upon hearing Hao Da's name, Zheng's already sullen expression darkened further. His reputation was well known, and no one dared to provoke him or cast their eyes towards Hao Da and his companions, given Zheng's notorious history. Meanwhile, in a nearby hut, Jing Yi, Wang Shan, and a group of about 30 women found themselves cramped together. They recalled the moment when Hao Da had seen them during their bath in a large wooden tub, leading to a subtle shift in their perceptions. They began to feel as if they were also part of Hao Da's circle and contemplated how to seize an opportunity to formally become his women, thus securing their rightful place in the villa instead of enduring the discomfort of the small hut. After enjoying their sumptuous meal, Hao Da and the beauties resumed their activities, each immersed in their own delightful pursuits. Ascended to the 3rd floor, where his bedroom resided. He stood by the window, momentarily captivated by the rain and the picturesque beach and sea views. Subsequently, he reclined comfortably on his bed, indulging in a novel and a magazine to pass the time. After a while, the slightly ajar door to his bedroom was gently pushed open, revealing the stunning and alluring, with her long, graceful legs. She flashed a charming smile before softly closing the door and locking it. Are you reading, my dear? Inquired sweetly as she elegantly approached him and settled beside him. Why stop reading just because I've arrived? Set aside his magazine, embracing while admiring her delightful visage. What do you wish to do? She teased, her gaze playfully interlocking with his. I've missed you, replied candidly. No, giggled in response, though after a brief moment of modesty, she willingly acquiesced. Approximately 30 minutes later, gazed thoughtfully at the air above the room, contemplating the rain outside, which, though less ferocious than the previous downpour, still posed a threat. If it continued unabated, he surmised that the 2 makeshift shelters would likely be inundated, rendering them uninhabitable. The 1st floor of the wooden cabins would also succumb to flooding, leaving only the 2nd floors capable of accommodating a few individuals. His own 3-story villa would face a similar fate, with only the 2nd and 3rd floors remaining livable. It appeared that he would need to welcome some survivors to stay on the 2nd floor of the villa, primarily prioritizing women from the group of approximately 30, including, and after all, the potential risks associated with multiple women were significantly lesser than those presented by men. Darling, suddenly chimed in with a playful tone. What is it? Glanced down at her, noticing her evident joy, and responded affectionately. You've made me feel wonderful, she exclaimed, her expression filled with bliss. It's only natural, replied with a hint of pride. You naughty boy, playfully chided. I only love you because you're bad, retorted. Rogue, pervert, teased again. I'm a respectable man. Feigned innocence. Get lost. Respectability has nothing to do with you. Laughed while scolding him. You're equally beautiful, remarked with a sly grin. Ah, pervert, exclaimed, slightly exasperated. After exchanging playful banter for a while, the exhausted felt drowsy, prompting to carry her into her bedroom, allowing her to enjoy a comfortable afternoon nap on her bed. Meanwhile, he, still brimming with energy, decided to take a break from reading and sauntered to the entertainment center on the 3rd floor, ready to engage in a game of mahjong, poker, or chess. His popularity was astonishing. As soon as he sat down to play mahjong, approached him with a cheerful demeanor, eager to join. After completing that round, switched tables to play poker, or joined him, equally enthusiastic about playing together. Following that game, he transitioned to a chess table, with also coming over to share in the enjoyment. Thus, this leisurely afternoon was spent in a delightful succession of pleasant encounters and entertainment. As the clock neared 5 in the afternoon, a loud knocking echoed from the main gate of the villa's perimeter. Goodness, so many women are at the door. S. partner called out from the window as she admired the rain. Approached the window, adopting a serious demeanor. Given the prolonged rainfall, those 2 shelters must be flooded. They are here seeking refuge. I shall open the door. With that, he descended the stairs. You're quite the actor. Among those women are several young beauties. Remarked softly as she also approached the window. Chapter 72. The initiative of descended the stairs and opened the large iron gate, revealing an approximately 30 women from S team, all drenched from the rain. Our shelter has been flooded, informed him, her attire slightly wet. Come in quickly. I will arrange for you to stay on the 2nd floor of the villa, assured them. swiftly ushering the group inside and securing the iron gate behind them as he led them to the second floor for accommodation. The layout of the second and third floors was identical, featuring several individual bedrooms along with a spacious common area serving as the living room. First settled the group in the large living room before guiding into their own respective bedrooms. Their prior invitation for him to observe them during their bathing sessions had fostered a deeper bond, justifying his decision to offer them private quarters. However, as conversed within her bedroom, preparing to take his leave, she suddenly embraced him passionately, saying, "I want to be with you." Faced with S' enchanting presence and her tender request, found himself unable to refuse. Thus, after a prolonged moment of intimacy with the alluring, lay back, his gaze lost in thought as he relaxed in the room. He mused that his circle of women had now expanded from 14 to 15 and he anticipated that the equally beautiful and innocent in the adjacent room would soon join his ranks. Additionally, there were several other young and lovely women within and S group, all of whom he wished to cultivate further. "Darling, being with you is incredible." Coot, nestling closely against him, exuding satisfaction. "It's only natural," replied with a mischievous grin. "Now that I am yours," said, gazing up at him with flirtatious eyes. "Indeed," affirmed, tightening his embrace possessively. "The rain shows no signs of stopping. I wonder when the rescue team will arrive?" Mused, quickly contemplated the situation and replied, "The rescue team will not be coming." "What? The rescue team isn't coming? How do you know?" asked, her excitement palpable. Retrieved a device resembling a mobile phone from his pocket, saying, "This is called a time-space communication device, capable of transmitting messages to individuals in the Earth's timeline. It indicates that we are in a space known as." Was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. "Where did you acquire this device, dear?" "I conjured it. I can create 4 items each day, including this villa, which I also manifested," explained. The revelation that the villa had appeared unexpectedly that morning provided with clarity regarding its origins. However, it also made her realize the truth of S' claim about being in a different time-space, which she began to accept. She remained closely nestled against, momentarily silent. "Since you can create objects, when will you conjure a time-traveling spaceship to take me back?" she eventually inquired. "Such complex items are not yet within my capabilities, but I believe it is merely a matter of time," responded with unwavering conviction. "I trust you, darling," said, pressing herself closer to him, causing him to feel slightly breathless. "You mentioned that this device can communicate with people in Earth's timeline?" she suddenly recalled, expressing her excitement. "Yes, you can use it to contact your parents and let them know you're safe," affectionately handed the phone-like time-space communication device to her. Yingying, filled with excitement, eagerly grasped the device and composed a text message detailing her current circumstances, attempting to send it to her mother's mobile number. Approximately a minute later, she joyously discovered a reply from her mother. As Yingying read her mother's message, tears of elation streamed down her face, prompting Hauda to embrace her tenderly. Cherishing her delicate form, the relentless rain outside had caused significant water accumulation in the nearby makeshift shelters, rendering them uninhabitable. Yingying and her team of around 30 women, who had originally resided in the shelter on the right, had now relocated to the second floor of Hauda's 3-story villa. Meanwhile, approximately 30 men had moved from the left shelter to the second floor of the 2-story wooden house, as the first floor had also succumbed to flooding, forcing everyone to crowd into the upper level. It was easy to imagine the high population density in the wooden house's second floor. Lu Fuguei, the current owner of the wooden house, bore no resentment towards the situation, as he was a person of considerable vision. However, his lack of complaints did not imply that others among the crowd were free from animosity. In the largest room on the second floor, previously utilized as an entertainment center for the likes of Su Mei and other beauties, many individuals had gathered. Suddenly, a burly man berated a lanky fellow for encroaching on his space, exclaiming, "Get lost, you idiot." The slender man, infuriated, retorted, "You're the one who's blind. With so many people, where am I supposed to go?" Enraged, the burly man lashed out, delivering a forceful slap to the slender man's face. "I'll kill you," he bellowed. The slender man, humiliated and furious, sprang to his feet and unleashed a flurry of punches upon the burly man. The two quickly became embroiled in a fierce brawl. Despite the crowded room, the brutality of their fight compelled onlookers to step aside and create a space, none daring to intervene, given the ferocity of the altercation. Lu Fuguei approached, exasperated by the scene, shouting for the two to cease their violence. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Before long, both the slender and burly men lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. As the crowd gathered around, shaking their heads in disbelief, they lamented the absence of medical assistance on the deserted island, with both men bleeding from their wounds. They feared that even if they survived the initial injuries, infection would claim them. In such dire circumstances, who would take the initiative to tear their clothing to bandage their wounds? Lu Fuguei observed the two men on the ground, shaking his head. Yet he was not entirely indifferent. He quickly devised a plan and ventured through the rain to the perimeter of Hao Da's villa, shouting, "Mr. Hao." At that moment, Hao Da was comfortably cradling the weary and soft Yingying, who had drifted into slumber. With keen hearing, he vaguely discerned Lu Fuguei's call and reluctantly left the comfort of his sanctuary, securing the bedroom door behind him before descending. Chapter 73. The brawl in the wooden house. Hao Da emerged from the villa, braving the rain as he opened the large iron gate at the perimeter. "Mr. Hao, two individuals in the wooden house are fighting fiercely, and if left unchecked, it could result in fatalities. Do you have any medicine?" Lu Fuguei inquired. "We currently have no medicine, but I believe I can treat those two. Let us proceed at once." Hao Da replied, promptly closing the iron gate and accompanying Lu Fuguei to the second floor of the wooden house. There, he encountered Zheng Gangpao, whose face darkened upon seeing Hao Da. Ignoring Zheng, Hao Da proceeded directly to the room where the two injured men lay on the floor, bloodied and unconscious. Calmly, he knelt beside them and gestured with his right hand, channeling the energy of the island. The onlookers were left bewildered, pondering if Hao Da was some sort of sorcerer. Yet, the truth spoke for itself. After only 5 seconds of transferring energy, both the slender man and the burly man abruptly opened their eyes and sat up. Their injuries miraculously healed. "If anyone else engages in a brawl and gets hurt, I may not come to your aid again," Hao Da stated nonchalantly as he rose and departed downstairs. Although his island energy was remarkably effective in healing and detoxifying, he would grow weary if these individuals continued to let their emotions spiral out of control, necessitating his intervention. Is Mr. Hao a deity? He merely made a gesture, and in about 5 seconds, he revived 2 individuals. Someone whispered on the second floor of the wooden house after Hao Da left. "Do you remember how we were rescued from the sea when we fell from the ship? Mr. Hao pulled about 30 of us to safety in one go, moving faster than a speedboat. At that moment, I believed he was a divine being." Another responded quietly. "It seems that the villa appeared suddenly this morning as well." A third added. Zheng Gangpao, noticing the murmurs of admiration for Hao Da, grew increasingly displeased. Lu Fuguei, who had approached Hao Da with a tentative hope for assistance, now regarded him with newfound respect after witnessing the effortless healing of the two brawlers. He silently rejoiced that he had maintained a favorable relationship with Hao Da from the outset, unlike the foolish Zheng Gangpao, whose repeated confrontations had resulted in his disfigurement. Upon returning to the second floor of the villa, Hao Da spotted Wang Shan standing in the corridor. He offered her a subtle smile before ascending to the third floor. Wang Shan, with her long, graceful legs, followed him closely. Hao Da, recognizing her flirtation, glanced back with a mischievous grin before continuing his ascent. Wang Shan, maintaining her elegance, trailed behind him. Hao Da entered his private bedroom on the third floor, and as he did, Wang Shan followed him inside. He closed and locked the door, cornering the enchanting Wang Shan against the wall. "What are you planning, Brother Hao?" She feigned innocence. "That is a question I should pose to you, Shan. You followed me into my bedroom. What are your intentions?" Hao Da replied with a roguish smile. "I would like you to gaze at me with those enchanting eyes," she suggested playfully. "What a delightful thought." Hao Da complimented before swiftly addressing her. "Hello, my dear, you're quite wicked." Wang Shan cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck. After a considerable time, Hao Da's gaze grew contemplative as he stared at the wall. He mused that while he had used his island energy to revive the two brawlers, it did not imply that he condoned their violent behavior. In fact, he found it quite distasteful. He suspected that neither of them were virtuous individuals, as they had resorted to such lethal aggression against one another. Saving lives was merely his principle, yet he remained wary of such individuals. He contemplated that if the weather permitted in the coming days, he would lead the beautiful women through the woods for a trek on the island. Before embarking, he needed to devise a strategy to ensure that no one could access the villa, nor even the surrounding yard, lest their arsenal of weaponry, including submachine guns, grenades, and rockets, along with various supplies, be pilfered. Hao Da immediately considered employing his island energy to establish an automatic defensive barrier around both the villa and the adjacent yard, preventing any intruders from breaching the premises. Acting on impulse, he embraced Wang Shan, who was languidly leaning against him. While channeling a substantial amount of deserted island energy beyond the villa, he swiftly established a layer of automatic defensive energy surrounding both the villa and the courtyard. Once completed, he revealed a look of satisfaction. Although he had yet to test the resilience of this defense, he was confident of its robustness. It sufficed to verify its strength before departing tomorrow or the day after. Suddenly, Wang Shan spoke. Impressive as expected, replied Howda with a smile. Wang Shan playfully reproached him. Howda chuckled. Indeed, quite unique. Wang Shan softly giggled. But my legs are weak now. Carry me to the bed. Okay. Howda tenderly lifted her, who was radiantly satisfied, and placed her on the bed, continuing their relaxed chat. Darling, Wang Shan cooed. What is it? Howda asked, gazing at her enchanting form. Nothing. I just wanted to call you that. Wang Shan mischievously replied. Whom Howda responded with pleasure. Darling, Wang Shan called again. Shan. Howda affectionately replied. I love you so much. Wang Shan said, her emotions evident. Shan, I love you too. Howda joyfully responded. Darling, you are amazing. I'm almost fainting. Wang Shan flirted. I only exerted about 1/10,000th of my power just now. Howda boasted. Wang Shan, with a look of longing, said, I worry you might not handle it. Let's give it a try. Howda replied objectively. All right. Seeing her sincerity, Howda was naturally inclined to grant her this chance. The two continued their playful banter for a while, and the somewhat fatigued Wang Shan soon fell asleep comfortably against him. Howda relished the moment, holding her close before he gently left this haven of tenderness. He settled into a chair by the window, enjoying the breeze while leisurely perusing magazines and novels. After a while, a knock echoed. Despite Wang Shan's beautiful, pure form resting on the bed, Howda thought little of it and went to open the door, revealing Yingying, who had previously been in his company. Yingying cheerfully entered, and Howda gently closed and locked the door behind her. Chapter 74, Kong Jing's Infidelity. Yingying glanced at the slumbering Wang Shan and naturally deduced what had transpired earlier. She playfully chided Howda. Darling, you're quite the rogue. You've taken in Shan too. Indeed, as expected. Howda replied with a mischievous grin. Dinner time is approaching. Yingying affectionately pinched him, then shifted the subject. Come, let me introduce you to my other 14 women, and we can prepare a lavish dinner together. Howda laughed, somewhat embarrassed, are we? Yingying shyly responded. Think of it this way. Your status is equal to theirs, and there's nothing to feel shy about. Howda reassured her. After considering this perspective, Yingying felt a surge of confidence. Thus, Howda led Yingying to the large room in the third-floor entertainment center, introducing her to Su Mei and the others. This is Yingying. She will be joining us here. Welcome, welcome, Lu Yi said with a smile. Howda, you've taken another concubine. Yingying teased. Indeed. Howda replied with a cheeky grin. During the cooking process, Su Mei, Lu Yi, and Yingying deliberately approached Howda, playfully pinching him several times to express their disapproval of his new acquisition. Howda accepted this punishment with delight. Once the sumptuous feast was prepared and laid out, he brought the newly acquired concubine, Wang Shan, to join the meal. Upon seeing yet another new concubine, Su Mei, Lu Yi, and Yingying had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Nonetheless, they still extended a warm welcome to Wang Shan, as it was essential to show respect to their shared husband. Howda. The group gathered around a large round table, sharing laughter and conversation while dining. As for the 30 women temporarily accommodated on the second floor of the villa, they had brought the fish they caught earlier that day, thus managing their own dinner. Darling, if the rain stops tomorrow, let us explore this deserted island. Yingying exclaimed excitedly between bites. Indeed, Howda nodded with a smile. Haha, if the rain stops, we'll go out and have fun. How delightful. Lu Yi chimed in, equally excited. Now, with the automatic defensive energy layers set around their alluring forms, the women, including Yingying and Wang Shan, felt secure and carefree about their outing. Consequently, they animatedly discussed the myriad joys awaiting them on the deserted island once the rain ceased. Unbeknownst to them, this splendid dinner concluded beautifully. After a brief rest post-dinner, the women engaged in games of mahjong, poker, and chess. By around 9 o'clock, they began to wash up and retire for the night. Notably, that evening, all 16 women not only shared a grand down comforter, but also invited Howda to join them. Given their sincere invitation, he could hardly refuse. Lying there, he could keep watch while allowing his thoughts to wander. Nestled within the fragrant embrace of the comforter, Howda mused, surrounded by the enchanting Su Mei, Che Yan, Lu Yi, Yingying, El Hui, Hui Jiao Qian, Lu Qian Qian, Zhao Ai, Rin Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Yao Yao Jingyi, and Wang Shan, each possessing her own unique beauty. He adored them all. After a while, as the dim light enveloped the room, it seemed the women had drifted into slumber, leaving Howda alert and contemplative. Although the rain continued to fall outside, it had noticeably lessened. After some time, he sensed a slight movement. A woman gently emerged from beneath the covers, using the light from her phone to locate him. He recognized her as Kong Jing. whom he had yet to share intimate moments with. Yingying flashed him a coy smile, and after a while, Howda's gaze remained deep as he allowed his thoughts to wander. He slept soundly until dawn. At around 6 in the morning, the women, having enjoyed a restful night, began to rise, refreshed and ready for the day. Howda, having fulfilled his watchful duty, finally succumbed to sleep. Of course, with his boundless energy, a mere hour of rest was sufficient for him. After awakening and washing up, he found the women had prepared a lavish breakfast, eagerly awaiting his company. Haha, darling. The rain has stopped outside. The sun is shining. It's a splendid day to explore this deserted island. Yingying exclaimed joyfully. Yes, after breakfast. Let us make some preparations and head out together. Howda replied excitedly. Oh, I can't wait to go out and have fun. Sume giggled. I've been cooped up inside for days. It's almost unbearable. Hua Jiaoqian added. Darling, what preparations should we make for our outing? Lu Qianqian inquired with keen interest. What do you think? Howda smiled slightly, tossing the question back to them. Everyone should carry a submachine gun or handgun loaded with ammunition, Che Yin suggested with a grin. Exactly, Howda affirmed. While our automatic defensive energy layers provide substantial protection, mere defense is insufficient. Should we encounter ferocious beasts, we must possess formidable offensive capabilities, making it essential for everyone to bring a submachine gun or handgun. Anything else? Elhui asked playfully. It is prudent to bring along provisions and beverages, as seeking sustenance and hydration during our journey may prove to be somewhat troublesome, potentially impacting our enjoyment, Zhao Ai wisely remarked. We shall carry barbecued meat and cucumbers for sustenance, and cool boiled water for refreshment, each person responsible for their own share. Howda added with a smile. What if it rains during our journey? Miao Rong inquired. We shall find shelter temporarily, Rin Xian replied. It may not be easy to find shelter on short notice, Kong Jing chuckled. Last night, she and Howda had shared a delightful moment, leaving her visibly radiant. Thus, it would be prudent for each of us to bring an umbrella, Che Yin suggested with a smile. There are no umbrellas in this villa, my dear Howda. And the 4 items that can still be transformed have yet to change, Lu Yijiao cheerfully reminded. Indeed, we shall assess what else we may need and transform accordingly. Howda responded with a grin. Although the rain has ceased, yesterday's downpour has left the beach with visible puddles, and the forest is likely quite muddy. Therefore, each of us should wear a pair of knee-high rain boots. Qin Baiyu chimed in with a playful laugh. Yes, knee-high rain boots are also on the list for transformation. Howda nodded in agreement. We must also have lighters, should the temperature drop. We can start a fire for warmth, and with lighters, we need not resort to the arduous task of fire by friction, Yao Yao remarked. Howda contemplated that while his island energy could swiftly heat wood to ignite, having lighters would indeed be beneficial, as it would allow the lovely ladies to easily start a fire without him having to intervene each time. Yes, we shall also transform lighters, he responded with a smile. Chapter 75, Activities on the Deserted Island. If everyone had a dagger, it would be even better for cutting the barbecued meat, Jing Yi sweetly expressed her thoughts. Yes, we shall also transform daggers, Howda concurred. A backpack for each person would be ideal to carry our respective belongings, Wang Shan suggested with a giggle. Indeed, we shall transform some backpacks as well, Howda laughed in reply. If we could also have snacks and drinks for the journey, that would be splendid. Yingying showcased her foodie tendencies. Yes, we shall transform some snacks and beverages too, Howda responded fondly. For now, Howda and the lovely ladies had thought of these essentials. Next, he activated his island system with his thoughts and transformed an ample supply of knee-high rain boots, umbrellas, lighters, and daggers, followed by a substantial assortment of various snacks, bottled beverages, and purified water. Subsequently, he transformed a powerful nuclear-powered water pump he had wished to create yesterday, along with several nuclear-powered electric heaters and some pipes. Taking advantage of the early hour, Howda and the lovely ladies left the villa with the water pump and drilling machine, quickly boring a well not far from the villa and connecting the water pump to it, then linking the pump to the villa with pipes. Thus, the villa was supplied with running well water, and several electric heaters connected to the water pipes could be used to heat water for warm showers. The lovely ladies joyfully took turns enjoying warm showers early in the morning, emerging refreshed and radiant, reminiscent of lotus blooms, which stirred a desire within Howda to indulge in each of them at once. However, he skillfully suppressed this impulse, knowing there would be ample time ahead. Howda also relished a comfortable warm shower using the newly installed electric heater. Once he donned his attire, the lovely ladies had efficiently packed their respective backpacks with provisions, eagerly awaiting the adventure on the deserted island with Howda. They were all well aware that this island existed in a different temporal dimension than Earth, and that rescue teams would not be coming until Howda could transform a time-traveling spaceship they would eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. How to quickly organize the items he intended to carry in his backpack. Then, clad in knee-high rain boots, they exited the villa, locked the heavy iron gate of the courtyard, and officially set off. The 30 or so women who had stayed on the second floor of the villa returned to their shelters early in the morning now that the rain had ceased. Brother Hauda, do you think anyone would sneak into the villa to steal something? Sume whispered to him. Inside the villa, besides a plethora of food and clothing, there are also numerous firearms, grenades, and a rocket launcher. Hauda replied with a slight smile, striking the wall with his palm, only to see his force rebound instantly. Sume and the other ladies understood immediately that Hauda had established a resilient automatic defense layer around the villa's perimeter. There was no cause for concern about anyone breaking in to steal, as it was simply impossible. Hauda, accompanied by Sume, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, Hui Jiao Qian, Lu Qian Qian, Zhao Ai, Rin Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Yao Yao Jingyi, and Wang Shan. A total of 16 enchanting ladies gaily made their way toward the distant edge of the forest, officially commencing their day of exploration on the deserted island. Meanwhile, the survivors in the 2 wooden cabins, having risen early, watched with envy as Hauda and the lovely ladies prepared for their outing, pondering whether they had given up on waiting for the rescue team. How could they venture out to play at such a critical moment without worrying about missing the rescue? They remained unaware that they were in an entirely different temporal dimension and that rescue teams would never arrive. Only Hauda and the lovely ladies were privy to this reality, and he had no intention of revealing it to others, to avoid inciting panic among the other survivors prematurely. After all, when days passed without the arrival of the rescue team, they would inevitably realize the truth. There was no need for him to burden them with a truth they were not prepared to face. Before long, Hauda and the lovely ladies reached the edge of the forest, where he continued to lead the way, stepping into the woods first. As expected, the rain from the previous day had left some puddles and made the paths muddy. Fortunately, everyone was well prepared, wearing knee-high rain boots, so the puddles and mud did not significantly hinder their progress. However, upon suddenly spotting colorful venomous snakes gliding through the waterlogged terrain, the lovely ladies instinctively felt a shiver of apprehension. Our automatic defense layers are quite formidable. Hauda reassured them calmly. With his words, the ladies felt somewhat less anxious, though a hint of fear still lingered. Fortunately, the number of venomous snakes had diminished significantly following the previous fire, and thus, the group encountered them infrequently as they traversed the woods. After walking for a while, the sound of a stream reached their ears, evoking fond memories for Hauda and Sume of their first day stranded on the island, when they had fished together by the stream. Oh, there's the sound of water. Miao Rong exclaimed excitedly. Do you not recall? That is a large stream. When I first arrived on this island, I fished with Brother Hauda there, Sume replied proudly. Her words elicited envy from several other ladies, as they clearly lacked the experiences that Sume and Hauda shared. Once, I ventured alone to that large stream to fish and encountered a black bear. Hauda recounted. Did you have a defense layer then, Brother Hauda? Hui Jiao Qian asked with wide eyes. At that time, I did not. I had to lie still on the ground and pretend to be dead to escape danger. Hauda replied with a smile. That sounds quite perilous, Mi Kai remarked, instinctively adjusting her alluring figure, causing a delightful ripple among the group. As the group strolled leisurely through the forest, engaging in light-hearted conversation, they soon arrived at the babbling brook from which they had previously heard the sound of water. Their surroundings suddenly opened up, leaving everyone feeling invigorated. After walking for a while, they decided to take a break, settling on stones or the grassy ground, enjoying the gentle breeze and the picturesque scenery. Suddenly, Lu Yijiao tugged at Hao Daqiao, leading him toward a larger, elevated stone nearby. Lu Yijiao is truly bold. Qi Yingying couldn't help but exclaim. The other beautiful women, including Su Mei, quickly surmised what Lu Yijiao intended to do behind that stone with Hauda. While some blushed slightly, others remained composed, reasoning that since Hauda was their shared husband, such matters were not particularly scandalous. Before long, joyous exclamations from Lu Yijiao echoed from behind the stone. How could you be so intense, my dear? And then blame me for being loud. Lu Yijiao playfully chided. I'm merely striving for efficiency, aiming to finish within 10 minutes, so as not to keep them waiting too long, Hauda replied with a calculated demeanor. Approximately 9 minutes later, Hauda emerged from behind the stone with an air of calm, accompanied by a visibly satisfied Lu Yijiao, and they made their way back to the grassy bank where Su Mei and the other beautiful women were resting. Humph! A pair of shameless lovers. Qi Yingying was the first to voice her indignation. But Yingying, I am also your husband. How can you liken me to a dog? Howda responded with a magnanimous spirit. I'll make you pay for that. Yingying retorted, intentionally stepping toward the spot where Howda had just sat, pinching him playfully to vent her frustration. Sume also approached, sitting on Howda's other side and pinching him as well. Howda maintained a smile, willingly enduring their playful jabs, recognizing that his earlier escapade behind the stone had understandably ruffled their feathers. What shall we do next? The scenery here is splendid, Howda suggested, decisively shifting the topic. How about we go fishing? Sume's attention was immediately captured, and she giggled in agreement. What a splendid idea. I brought the fishing net I transformed for the first time. Howda laughed as he retrieved the net from his bag. Oh, fishing sounds fun, Sume exclaimed, snatching the net and dashing towards the brook. Yingying, Hui, and Lu Qianqian followed suit, joining Sume in the water around the fishing net. The other women stood nearby, fascinated by the spectacle of their friends at work. Meanwhile, Lu Yijiao relaxed on the grass. Needing to recuperate after her delightful encounter with Howda settled down against a stone, observing the beauty of each woman as they busied themselves, allowing his thoughts to wander. Once the fishing net was set, the women eagerly awaited, and soon a fish came swimming downstream, entangled in the net. Oh, we've caught one. The beautiful women cheered. Yingying, barefoot and with her pants rolled up, rushed into the brook to retrieve the fish from the net, exclaiming, "This fish is mine." The others didn't contest her claim, knowing the net could yield more catches. Yingying produced a dagger from her bag and skillfully prepared the fish by the water's edge, then intentionally sat next to Howda, building a small fire to grill it. Yingying, your grilled fish smells divine, Howda praised as he embraced her warmly. Darling, you say you love me so much. I'll share the grilled fish with you later. Yingying replied sweetly. I love you dearly too. Howda responded, fulfilling her request. I love you as well, Yingying said, her expression blissful as she continued to grill the fish. You two are quite the lovey-dovey pair. Lu Yijiao, still lounging on the grass, could not help but interject. Humph. Lu Yijiao, you're just lying there, yet you're so chatty. Yingying shot back. I'm simply exhausted from my delightful time with Howda, hence the need to rest. Lu Yijiao countered. Suddenly, another cheer erupted from the brook as the women caught another fish. This time, Sume was the quickest, skillfully retrieving the fish from the net. The other women did not contest her, knowing that more opportunities awaited them, and that the joy lay in the fishing process itself. After preparing her fish with her dagger, Sume joined Howda on his other side, grilling her catch over the fire. Howda affectionately embraced both Sume and Yingying, delighting in their warmth. As time passed, the fishing net continued to yield several more fish, and the women joyfully processed their catches by the brook before gathering around the fire with Howda for a communal grilling session. Lu Yijiao, having recovered enough, joined them by the fire. Once the fish were grilled to perfection, Howda and the beautiful women savored their delicious meal. Suddenly, Howda felt a shift in the atmosphere. He abruptly looked up and was startled to see a crocodile crawling along the bank of the brook, making its way toward them. As Howda pointed it out, the women turned to see the crocodile for themselves. Oh my goodness, there's a crocodile in the water, Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Howda quickly drew his pistol, standing to aim at the crocodile, which was approximately 10 meters away. Yingying and Lu Yijiao reacted swiftly, drawing their own pistols to target the creature. The other women followed suit, aiming their firearms at the crocodile, which seemed oblivious to the danger it faced, continuing its approach. Bang! Howda decisively fired, hitting one of the crocodile's eyes. The creature let out a piercing scream, enraged, and charged toward the group. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted as the women fired at the rampaging crocodile. Yet, the bullets barely seemed to have an effect on its thick skin. Bang! Howda fired again, this time striking the other eye. The crocodile let out another anguished cry, momentarily halting before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from its eyes. And it convulsed a few times before lying still. Howda, did we just kill that crocodile? Yingying asked, her voice filled with concern. It appears so, Howda replied with a smile. Does this mean we have crocodile meat for grilling? Lu Yijiao exclaimed excitedly, revealing her inner foodie. Crocodile meat is quite a delicacy. Howda chuckled as he approached the lifeless creature. Howda, be careful, Sume cautioned, her concern evident as she worried the crocodile might be feigning death. Don't worry, I have my defenses, Howda reassured, grinning. Moments later, he successfully dragged the truly deceased crocodile back to the group. Howda's formidable presence remained undiminished, capturing the unwavering gaze of the beautiful sophomore, Lu Qianqian, who contemplated seizing the opportunity to approach him with the same boldness as Lu Yijiao. Yearning to elicit a fervent response from her beloved Howda, she longed to once again experience the profound joy of being a woman. Chapter 77. Lu Qianqian enraptured on the beach, Remnants of yesterday's rain had rendered the sand slightly damp, yet the sun's rays, which had emerged early that morning, gradually restored the beach to its former glory. Outside the three-story villa where Hao Da and the beautiful women resided, Weibo Zheng and his motley crew of temporary lackeys stealthily approached the outer wall. This morning, Zheng had witnessed Hao Da and the women venture into the woods, and since their departure, he had concocted a nefarious plan to infiltrate the villa and pilfer whatever he could: food, drink, and perhaps even a submachine gun. Zheng, with a sinister grin, mused that if he could acquire a submachine gun, it would herald Hao Da's demise. Previously, he had felt the sting of Hao Da's gunfire on his left shoulder and had endured the humiliation of his neck being twisted by him. The crookedness of his neck served as a constant reminder of his humiliation, fueling his desire for revenge. He believed this moment presented an unparalleled opportunity to infiltrate the villa, seize the submachine gun along with provisions, and upon Hao Da's return, eliminate him. The villa and its multitude of beautiful women would then belong to him. Lost in his fantasies, Zheng attempted to scale the wall, but as he prepared to leap into the courtyard, he was abruptly repelled by an invisible yet resilient barrier. Crashing to the ground like a dog, his temporary lackeys stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Zheng, equally confused, scrambled back up the wall, determined to leap into the courtyard once more, only to be thwarted again and sent tumbling to the ground. Undeterred, Zheng shouted and howled, attempting repeatedly to breach the barrier, even prodding it with a wooden stick, yet each time he was met with the same fate. It became evident to Zheng, despite his stubbornness, that the formidable invisible barrier was a security measure set by Hao Da, preventing his entry into the villa. In that moment, Zheng, who had once believed Hao Da was doomed, realized he was the fool in this scenario. Meanwhile, Hao Da and the beautiful women swiftly dealt with the crocodile by the riverbank and gathered around a fire to roast fish, adding crocodile meat to their culinary endeavors. Oh, eating roasted fish and crocodile meat while sipping cola is simply delightful. Yingying exclaimed joyfully. Haha, I love enjoying roasted fish and crocodile meat alongside grape juice. Su Meijiao chimed in with a laugh. Hao Da's ability to transform items is truly miraculous. He conjured so many bottles of beverages. We have an array of drinks even on this deserted island. Lu Qianqian exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it is remarkable. Hao Da replied nonchalantly. While relishing roasted fish and crocodile meat, he preferred pure water over sugary beverages. Having already had breakfast, and with several hours until lunch, Yao Yao innocently inquired. What meal are we having now? We can consider this a barbecue snack, Hao Da affectionately responded. Haha, I adore these snacks. Zhao Yai laughed. Will eating all this make us gain weight? Che Yin worriedly asked, glancing at her slender and admirable figure. Fear not, whenever you have the time. You can join me in maintaining your enviable figures. Hao Da replied with a mischievous grin. Hao Da, you're incorrigible. Always thinking of mischief with us. Hui Jiaoqian playfully chided. I am a gentleman. Hao Da feigned innocence. The more upright you claim to be, the more mischievous you seem. The beautiful women collectively teased. Following their enjoyable feast of roasted fish and crocodile meat, Hao Da and the beautiful women rose, chatting and laughing as they continued their adventure on the deserted island. Crossing a large stream, they found themselves at the foot of a mountain. Everyone hiked upwards, carving a path through the rugged terrain. After spending days confined to the wooden cabin or the villa, the outdoor climb invigorated their spirits. They marveled at the trees, the birdsong, and the sudden darting of a wild rabbit, each moment brimming with novelty. After climbing for a while, Rinqian suddenly exclaimed, Look, there's a cave over there. The group turned to see the cave nestled beneath a nearby rock face. Let us go take a look. Hao Da smiled. Haha, perhaps there are treasures inside that cave. Su Meijiao replied excitedly. What treasures could possibly lie within? Yingying retorted skeptically. There might be fierce beasts. Miao Rong frightened herself with the notion. There could even be snakes as thick as a water barrel. Qin Biyu added, shuddering at the thought. I'll go first. Though we all have automatic defenses, it's always wise to be cautious, Hao Da replied calmly. Seeing his composure, the beautiful women felt considerably reassured. Thus, Hao Da led the way toward the cave, with the women following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the cave's entrance, which was illuminated from within, revealing a spacious interior. Hao Da cautiously stepped inside, and upon entering, he found a natural stone chamber measuring approximately 9 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, the ground strewn with stones. While the walls and ceiling were formed from irregularly shaped rocks, it appears to be a natural cave, Hao Da remarked with a smile. After climbing that mountain, I'm a bit tired. This cave is perfect for a rest, and the breeze blowing in feels delightful. Jing Yi said with a soft voice. Then let us take a break here. how to contentedly settled onto a medium-sized stone. The beautiful women followed suit, positioning themselves to face the cave's entrance where the breeze was strongest. There's a fire pit over there. It seems others have visited this cave, Yin noted, glancing to her right. Everyone's curiosity piqued. They wondered who might have created the fire pit. Survivors? Wild men, with the ever-mighty Howda present, and armed with their own automatic defenses and handguns. The beautiful women felt little apprehension about any wild men making an appearance. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian tugged at Howda, leading him toward a larger rock in the left corner of the cave. What a coincidence that there would be such a large rock in this cave. Lu Yijiao, observing Lu Qianqian's actions, could not help but smirk. Soon, from behind the large rock, muffled yet unmistakable sounds of Lu Qianqian's joyous gasps could be heard. The women seated nearby exhibited a range of reactions, some blushing profusely, while others maintained an air of composure, having grown accustomed to Howda's intimate encounters with various beauties. Do not speak of this. Let us discuss something else, Su Meijiao playfully admonished, despite her awareness that HOD was now the husband of all the beautiful women. Witnessing him with El Qin Qi and still left her feeling somewhat displeased. Haha. Seeing SMI like this, Li Yigao, who had already been embraced by HOD before El Qin Qi couldn't help but laugh heartily, causing SMI to feel the urge to strike her. Let us share some jokes to lighten the atmosphere, HOD suggested with a smile. Sure, HOD, dear husband, you go first. El Hu eagerly agreed, her voice sweet and enticing. All the beautiful women turned their attention to HOD, awaiting his first joke. A cucumber was walking down the road and suddenly remembered it was a cucumber. How could it walk? Then, with a loud thud, it fell. HOD recounted with a smile. After finishing, he asked, why aren't you laughing? What a terrible joke. It's not funny at all. Yingying scoffed at him. Haha. SMI laughed awkwardly and said, not bad, not bad. I'd give that joke a 59 out of 100. Such a low score? HOD feigned innocence. 59 is already generous. I would rate it 53, El Hu teased. Well, I've told one, so it's your turn now. HOD laughed in response. I'll go? The beautiful and charming Yingying announced. There was a little girl who was rather unattractive and was often mocked by her classmates. One day, her father came to pick her up on an electric bike. Crying, she said to him, I'm so ugly. Everyone laughs at me. After a moment of silence, her father comforted her, saying, it's okay. Daddy is ugly too. Haha. HOD burst into laughter first. Is it really that funny? Yingying was taken aback. Yes, I'd rate it a 91 out of 100. HOD praised enthusiastically. I disagree. I'd give it a maximum of 75, Yingying countered. Humph. Yingying, you're just envious. Yingying shot back. Humph. I'll say it, and I assure you it will be funnier than yours. Yingying retorted. Then go ahead. Yingying urged provocatively. Why should I hurry? I'm about to say it. Yingying replied somewhat displeased. One evening in a rural area, a shepherd sought shelter at the home of a beautiful widow. Upon seeing her beauty, he thought about his desires. Although the widow also harbored similar thoughts, she aimed to gain something from the situation. The man, upon realizing the price, was astonished. Yet, he could not resist temptation, and they engaged in an affair. Suddenly, the man froze, and the widow coyly said something. The man replied that he had given away all his sheep. The widow said it was fine, but he disagreed. Eventually, she consented, and thus, he managed to reclaim all the sheep he had sent out. Haha. Upon hearing this, HOD laughed uproariously again. Dear HOD, your laughter is so joyful. Does this joke mean I delivered it well? Yingying looked at him gleefully. Yes, I'd give it a 95 out of 100. HOD replied with a smile. Oh, my score is higher than yours. Yingying provocatively glanced at Yingying. Humph, your joke lacks healthy substance. Yingying shot back. Yet you listened with great interest. Yingying dismissed her with a glare. I was not interested. That was your illusion. Yingying continued to retort. Who will share next? HOD interjected decisively to prevent Yingying and Yingying from clashing again. I will. Miaoring giggled. There was a full-grown elephant casually relieving itself on the road. After finishing, it walked away. A little while later, an ant passed by and was blocked by the elephant's droppings. It looked up at the towering mass and sang a heartfelt tune. Yalasu. This is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Haha. HOD could not hold back his laughter once more. HOD, how many points do you think my joke deserves? Miaoring looked at him with sparkling eyes. 95 points. HOD replied objectively. Oh, I'm so impressive. Miaoring laughed joyfully. It's only 95 points, barely reaching my level. Yingying replied again. You only barely reach my level. Mio or Ying retorted. You're not as tall as I am. Yingying shot back. I stand at 1.7 meters and weigh 45 kilograms. I am also 1.7 meters tall. Mio or Ying responded defiantly. I weigh 44.9 kilograms, slimmer than you. What? I feel like you are shorter than me when you stand next to me. Yingying countered. That's because your heels are higher than mine. Mio or Ying retorted. Who will tell the next joke? HOD interjected once more to avoid another conflict between Yingying and Mio or Ying. I have one. CHYN chimed in cheerfully. A person was walking down the street when they suddenly screamed in distress. Someone nearby informed them that today was the water splashing festival, and the water splashed on them was a blessing. However, the person angrily yelled, "Who the hell splashed boiling water on me?" Haha. Not only did HOD laugh heartily, but SMI and the other beautiful women also couldn't help but giggle. What score would you give my joke? CHYN asked. Her eyes fixed on HOD, 99 points. HOD responded with a laugh. Oh, I'm so incredible. CHYN beamed back. Humph. My joke is clearly better than yours. Yingying protested. That's just your inflated self-esteem. CHYN retorted. It really is good. HOD. I want 99 points too. Yingying said as she lightly pinched him. I'll give you 100 points. HOD replied, a bit exasperated. That's more like it. Yingying said with a smug expression. The other beautiful women looked on in silence. Thus, the activity of sharing jokes while resting in the breeze was successfully completed. HOD and the beautiful women rose from the cave and continued their adventure on the deserted island. Chapter 79. SMI feels delightful. HOD and the beautiful women ascended the mountain. As the mountain was not particularly high, they reached the summit in no time. Upon arriving at the peak, the view opened up considerably. They could see another mountain in the distance, but it was higher, obscuring what lay beyond. Oh, the wind at the mountain top feels so refreshing, Yingying said with an expression of bliss. Just like HOD is doing to me. If we could construct a villa with walls here at the summit, it would be quite delightful to reside here. Our Nshin suggested thoughtfully. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. If we do not return to the beach before tonight, and we have another 4 chances to transform things tomorrow, we could create a villa on this relatively flat area at the summit as another dwelling on this deserted island. HOD replied with a smile. Haha, it sounds like so much fun to live here. We can even see the beach we visited before. SMI exclaimed excitedly. There is an orange tree. Yingying pointed towards a direction on the mountaintop. The group turned their gaze that way, spotting a sparse orange tree with only 2 green oranges hanging from its branches. Let's go have a look. HOD, sensing something, led the way towards the orange tree, and the beautiful women naturally followed. Upon reaching the tree, HOD gazed deeply at the 2 green oranges, as if contemplating something. These 2 oranges should be quite sour, CHYN analyzed. Nothing beats a refreshing drink, QNBY said, savoring a bottle of Coca-Cola she had brought along. Seeing her enjoy her drink, the other beautiful women also began to pull out their beverages. Some had orange juice, others milk, purified water, or energy drinks, and so forth. HOD momentarily refrained from drinking anything. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, striking a cool pose, attempting to quickly channel island energy to the 2 green oranges on the tree. As soon as the energy was transmitted, the 2 oranges began to visibly enlarge. They grew larger and larger. Just about 9 seconds later, they transformed into 2 oranges the size of ripe pomelos, their color shifting from green to orange. At this point, Howda's transmission of the island's energy elicited no further reactions. The beautiful maidens watched, somewhat breathless, as if Howda was performing uniquely for each of them. My heavens! Dear husband, your skills are simply magnificent, Yingying exclaimed with excitement. Let us see how they taste, Howda replied with a smile, reaching for one of the ripe, pomelo-sized oranges, swiftly peeling it, and savoring a segment. Delicious, he exclaimed, showering praises as he enjoyed the fruit. Upon hearing this, the maidens eagerly vied to taste the oranges, each one displaying a rapturous expression, as if collectively reveling in Howda's prowess. In no time, the 2 sizable oranges were consumed entirely by Howda and the beautiful maidens. So tasty. What a pity there were only 2. Not enough to share. Sume pouted playfully. Surely, my husband has more tricks up his sleeve. Mikai chimed in with a giggle. We won't know until we try, Howda chuckled, extending his right hand, striking a rather dashing pose. This time, he directed the island's energy swiftly towards the orange tree. As a result, the previously modest tree grew tall and robust, branching out, blooming, and bearing fruit. In just about a minute, the tree reached a height of approximately 3 meters, laden with an abundance of ripe oranges, each the size of a pomelo. The maidens gasped, their breaths quickening, as if Howda had intensified their excitement even further. Oh, now we can eat to our heart's content, Lu Yi joyfully exclaimed. But the tree is too high. We can't reach the fruit, Yao Yao laughed. Let me give it a try, Howda responded, attempting to extend the island's energy to form an invisible hand. With a firm gesture, a massive orange flew from the lofty branches into his grasp. Dear husband, you are truly incredible. You are capable of anything. Hui Jiaoqian was instantly enamored by his ability to retrieve the fruit from afar. It's quite something, indeed, Howda replied with a mischievous grin. He swiftly summoned 17 colossal oranges, one for each of the beautiful maidens, as they stood atop the mountain, enjoying the refreshing breeze while savoring the delightful fruit. After finishing their tasty treat, Yingying teased, how delightful. Humph. Sume retorted without looking back. Yingying thought to herself that if she hadn't been so bold, she would certainly have secured the first opportunity to enjoy Howda's company each day. Howda, with a playful grin, took Su Mei's delicate hand, and the two leisurely made their way behind a large rock at the mountain's peak. You are quite mischievous, my dear husband, Su Mei replied in a sweet, teasing tone. Approximately 9 minutes later, the swift and decisive Howda, along with the satisfyingly radiant Su Mei, emerged from behind the rock, both laughing and chatting as they returned to the group. Su Mei, you are quite scandalous, Yingying provocatively remarked. Su Mei proudly responded, indeed, quite scandalous. What a delight, Yingying countered. Ignoring her, Su Mei inquired, dear husband, what shall we do next? Let us head down this way and see what lies at the foot of the mountain, Howda replied with a smile. Haha, this sounds fun, Yingying eagerly responded. Thus, Howda led the beautiful maidens down the mountain in grand fashion. It wasn't long before they reached the base, where a river about 5 meters wide appeared before them, its murky waters concealing unknown depths. Surely, there are no crocodiles in this river? Yin speculated. It's possible, Howda replied, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the waters. Just as he finished speaking, a crocodile suddenly leaped from the river, lunging towards Howda, who stood 2 meters from the shore. The maidens gasped, ready to scream, but Howda, with a handgun already in hand, swiftly raised it and fired. Bang! The crocodile was only a meter away when it was struck in the right eye. Arg! It howled in agony, crashing to the ground. Bang! Howda decisively fired again, hitting the creature in its left eye. Thus, the crocodile that had dared to threaten Howda met its end at his hands. Despite the protective barrier of island energy surrounding him, which would have repelled any attack, he opted to shoot, for a counterattack felt far more exhilarating. The maidens, witnessing his prowess in dispatching the crocodile, could not help but fantasize about the thrilling experience he offered. After slaying the crocodile, Howda faced a dilemma regarding its disposal. Leaving it here would undoubtedly be a waste, considering the sizable amount of meat it offered. Additionally, its skin could be fashioned into fine leather goods. However, carrying it away would disrupt their continued enjoyment. Howda contemplated for about 5 seconds, and an idea began to form. He extended his island energy into the air above him, shaping a transparent cube measuring 5 meters in length, width, and height. Then, he summoned another stream of island energy to create an invisible hand, which grasped the crocodile and flung it into the cube he had just formed. The crocodile remained suspended within the transparent cube. The 16 maidens, Su Mei, Yin, Lu Yi, Yingying, El Hui, Hui Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, Ren Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Yao Yao, Jing Yi, and Wang Shan, could hardly contain their admiration as they witnessed Howda's remarkable feat. My husband is truly impressive, they collectively thought. Sensing his discovery of a new function of the island energy, Howda felt a sense of accomplishment. He took a few steps, realizing that the transparent cube moved with him, yet it felt weightless. This was undoubtedly a remarkable asset, though the maidens found it peculiar that they could see the contents of the cube. Thus, Howda concentrated, attempting to grant the cube's island energy the ability to become invisible. Upon succeeding, the maidens gasped in unison, the crocodile has vanished. It's still here, but now only I can see it, Howda replied with a hint of pride. Humph, I don't believe it, Yingying challenged. With a thought, the transparent cube and its occupant reappeared. Let us make it invisible again, Lu Yi exclaimed excitedly. Howda obliged, and once more, only he could see the crocodile within the cube, while the maidens were left in suspense. Haha, how delightful, Su Mei laughed joyfully. After a few more playful manipulations, Howda had gained a preliminary understanding of this newly discovered storage space within the island energy. Dear husband, what shall we do next? Lu Qianqian inquired with keen interest. Let us cross to the other side of the river and then climb the mountain there, Howda responded with a smile. But how do we cross the river? It's so wide, and there are crocodiles. Elhui protested playfully. I can fly over, Howda chuckled. What about us? Zhao Ai asked sweetly. I know. Miao Rong chimed in with a smile. Do tell, Howda encouraged, admiring her graceful form. Dear husband, take us on a grand adventure. Miao Rong suggested insightfully. You guessed correctly. Howda replied with a smile, but we must first give it a try, as I am not yet certain of success. What? If we fail, we fall into the river. Wang Shan exclaimed. First, let us experiment on this riverbank. Secondly, we all possess an automatic defensive layer, which should provide waterproofing and protection against crocodiles should we fall into the river. Howda replied. Well, let's give it a try. Yingying exclaimed eagerly. All right. Everyone stay still, Howda said with a slight smile, swiftly extending his will to harness the energy of the deserted island, enveloping himself and the beautiful ladies in a rather large and complete energy sphere. He then ascended, walking through the air at the riverbank, while all the beautiful ladies within the energy sphere were swept along as he soared majestically. Oh, my husband Howda is so impressive, Yingying exclaimed joyfully. Having done nothing herself but finding herself airborne alongside him, her excitement palpable. This is so fun. Hui Jiaoqian giggled as well. We are crossing the river, Howda declared enthusiastically, and proceeded to traverse the air toward the river. Soon, he guided the beautiful ladies across the somewhat wide river, where several crocodiles could be seen peering up from the water. They safely landed on the opposite bank, and the beautiful ladies cheered in unison. Following that, they began to ascend the mountain before them, chatting and laughing. After climbing for a while, they paused to rest when Elhui suddenly leaned close to Howda's ear, whispering, Husband, there is a tall and large rock over there. Let's go there. With a mischievous grin, Howda glanced toward the large stone, then took Elhui's soft hand, leading her in that direction. The other ladies understood well what Howda and Elhui intended to do. As long as Howda was willing, they had no objections, for everyone would eventually have their chance with him. After a short while, a series of delicate moans emerged from behind the large rock. Howda, you are so bad, Elhui playfully chided in a soft voice. Many people wonder what the meaning of life is. This is one of its meanings, Howda said with a profound gaze. Haha, you are so philosophical, my husband. Elhui giggled softly, her breaths slightly labored. Approximately 9 minutes later, Howda emerged from behind the rock, calm and composed, alongside a very satisfied Elhui. Returning to the group of beautiful ladies, Yingying mischievously asked Howda a question. Howda responded with a peculiar grin. I really want to hit you. Yingying playfully pinched him several times to vent her frustration. I am a serious person, Howda said innocently. Get lost, Yingying exclaimed, slightly exasperated. After resting for a while to regain their strength, the group continued their ascent up the mountain. After some time, they discovered a sizable valley, and upon peering down into it, Yingying exclaimed, Wow, there is actually a village down there, and it's quite large. Many people are moving about. Hui Jiaoqian added with excitement. Their clothing resembles ancient attire, Che Yin observed keenly. Since we have confirmed that this is another dimension, they are either the indigenous people of this place or, like us, have suddenly arrived from Earth's timeline. Albeit their ancestors must have arrived long ago and thrived for many generations, Howda surmised thoughtfully. Look over there, Sume suddenly called out. Following her gaze, the group noticed a number of wild men, clad in branches and leaves, stealthily approaching the village with spears and bows. It seems a fierce battle is imminent, Howda conjectured. True to his prediction, the wild men soon launched a surprise attack on the village, and a group armed with spears and bows charged out from the village, engaging in fierce combat. Should we intervene? Ren Qian couldn't help but ask. Yes. Let us deal with those wild men. Howda decisively drew his pistol and opened fire on the wild men below. The rationale behind targeting these wild men was simple. They intended to invade the village below, marking them as aggressors. Additionally, Howda had spotted a stunning young woman in ancient garb within the village, which stirred his feelings of chivalry and compassion. Chapter 81. A different kind of excitement upon witnessing Howda firing at the wild men in the valley below, supported by his logical reasoning. The beautiful ladies also drew their weapons and joined the fray. Howda and the ladies often practiced shooting during their leisure time, and as a result, each one exhibited remarkable marksmanship. With such formidable firepower, it was no surprise that many of the wild men, intent on invading the village, were swiftly felled, while the remaining few fled into the dense forest of the valley, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, the armed villagers glanced up towards Howda and the others on the hillside, expressing their gratitude with a gesture of respect. The young man leading them shouted, "Thank you for your assistance. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing the man's accent, Hao Da and the beautiful ladies quickly dismissed the possibility of them being indigenous people, as the natives would not possess the ability to articulate in a manner they could understand. Intrigued by the origins of the villagers, who were clearly eager to extend hospitality, Hao Da and the beautiful ladies returned the gesture and calmly descended into the valley. As they reached the valley, the villagers gathered around them, clearly curious about their backgrounds. Given that Su Mei and the others were all stunningly beautiful with long, graceful legs, the villagers initially perceived them as celestial beings descending from the heavens. "Hello. I am Zhu Wuxing, the leader of the armed group." The same young man from earlier greeted them with a smile. "I am Hao?" Hao Da replied with a warm smile. "Mr. Hao, please. Everyone, please." Zhu Wuxing welcomed them enthusiastically. The village consisted of wooden houses, some 2 stories, others single story, and a few 3 stories high. Zhu Wuxing led Hao Da and the beautiful ladies into a rather impressive 3-story wooden house, where 2 smiling young women presented some fruits and pastries. Coincidentally, one of these young women was the beautiful figure in ancient attire that Hao Da had spotted earlier from the hillside. Her name was Zhu Jiuzhen, the youngest sister of Zhu Wuxing, aged 19. After a while, a dignified elder entered with a warm smile. He introduced himself as Zhu Dingtian, the village chief. Hao Da engaged in light conversation with Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wuxing, learning about their origins. Just as he suspected, their ancestors were sailors from a maritime fleet of the Ming dynasty. One day, while at sea, several ships were suddenly caught in an unknown air vortex. When they emerged from the vortex, they found themselves on this island. Their ancestors attempted to sail back, but after numerous attempts, they remained adrift in the vicinity of the island, ultimately settling there temporarily. Over time, their ancestors endeavored to return but could never escape the waters surrounding the island. After repeated failures, they finally abandoned their struggle and chose to establish a village in the valley where hundreds of them thrived, eventually growing into a community of several thousand. Your ancestors must have traversed time and space due to that unknown air vortex. This place now belongs to another dimension. Hao Da analyzed. "Mr. Hao, how do you know this?" Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wuxing gazed at Hao Da in astonishment. "Indeed, we too have come from another timeline for certain reasons." Hao Da confirmed. "Was the Zhu family still in power when you arrived?" Zhu Dingtian asked, visibly excited. "In the era preceding the Ming dynasty. No period exceeded 300 years, and the Ming dynasty itself did not defy this pattern. Over 500 years have elapsed since your ancestors, and following the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty emerged, having been established by the Manchus who supplanted the Ming. The last emperor of the Ming was Chongzhen. Subsequent to the Qing dynasty was the Republic of China, and after that, the People's Republic of China, commonly referred to as New China, which was founded in 1949. We have now entered a modern society characterized by advanced technology." Hao Da spoke eloquently, retrieving his mobile phone to showcase images of contemporary society. Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wuxing were both bewildered yet intrigued by the visuals. Hao Da and the enchanting women present surmised from the Zhu surname that they belonged to the royal lineage of the Ming dynasty. After all, while the Ming dynasty was renowned for its maritime prowess, such technology was monopolized by the royal family, and the vessels of their ancestors likely had royal members leading the expeditions. After conversing for a while, Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wuxing excused themselves to prepare a sumptuous lunch in their honor. Given their warm hospitality, Hao Da and the beautiful women felt it was only proper to accept their kindness, as encountering descendants of those who traversed to this island during the Ming dynasty was a remarkable experience. While contemplating future amicable relations with the village's thousands of inhabitants, Yin leaned in close and whispered to him that there was a room inside. With a mischievous grin, Hao Da glanced at her, who was both beautiful and graceful, and took her soft hand as they entered a room on the first floor, gently closing the door behind them. The other women naturally understood what Hao Da and Yin were up to, thinking how audacious they were to be so flirtatious on another's territory. Soon enough, inside the room, Hao Da spoke softly. Yin replied quietly. "Impressive indeed." Hao Da chuckled with increasing wickedness. "Darling, I adore you." Yin's enchanting face radiated with ecstasy. "Yin, I cherish you dearly as well." Hao Da gazed at her, filled with joy. Approximately 9 minutes later, Hao Da emerged from the room, appearing calm and composed alongside the satisfyingly radiant Yin, and returned to the hall on the first floor. Su Mei and the other women suppressed their laughter as they observed the couple taking their seats again, for Zhu Wuxing's sister, Zhu Jiuzhen, was also present, engaging in an amicable conversation with Su Mei and the others. Zhu Jiuzhen cast a glance at Hao Da and haughtily snorted, evidently having caught wind of the sounds emanating from the room. She now regarded Hao Da as a rogue. Although Hao Da had been captivated by Zhu Jiuzhen's beauty from the valley, He maintained his composure upon her presence and her dismissive sound. Instead of initiating conversation, he relaxed and listened to the dialogue among Zhu Jiuzhan, Su Mei, and the other women. Despite having recently indulged in immense pleasure with Che Yin, his thoughts wandered, contemplating the thrilling prospect of wooing the stunning Zhu Jiuzhan as well. After a while, Zhu Wuxing and his two married sisters brought forth a succession of dishes, including fish soup, boiled fish, fried fish, and stir-fried wild vegetables, with the staple being steamed buns, though only one for each person, accompanied by several plates of oranges for dessert. Our village has limited resources, so we could only offer this modest meal. I hope you won't find it lacking. Zhu Wuxing said courteously. Quite the feast indeed. You are too kind. Howder replied politely, having surmised that the villagers primarily relied on fishing for their sustenance, with the vessels of their ancestors likely still in existence. Thus, the meal prominently featured fish, while vegetables were presumably foraged or cultivated. The main staple, likely wheat, was probably of low yield, given the village's population of several thousand. As everyone settled in, Howda, surrounded by Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Yingying, El Hui, Hu Jiao Qian, Lu Qian, Zhaoan, Rin Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Yao Yao, Jing Yi, and Wang Shan, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Zhu Wuxing, Zhu Dingtian, and Zhu Jiuzhan. After some amiable exchanges, they began to enjoy their meal. Howda sampled a piece of fried fish and immediately noted the saltiness was somewhat lacking, indicating the village's limited salt production capabilities. Upon tasting the dishes, Su Mei and the other women also discerned the mild flavor, yet they remained polite and refrained from voicing their thoughts, recognizing that their hosts were doing their utmost to provide hospitality. The taste may be a bit bland for you. The recent batch of salt has yet to be processed, and we are experiencing a shortage, Zhu Wuxing expressed with some embarrassment. A lighter flavor is healthier, Howda replied with a smile, then shifted the topic to inquire about the wild men who occasionally harass the area. They come around from time to time, Zhu Wuxing responded. Mr. Hao, the weapon you refer to as a firearm, right? Our ancestors also left us some firearms, but we have run out of ammunition over the years, Zhu Dingtian remarked. We call it a handgun. Allow me to gift you one, along with 100 rounds of ammunition, Howda offered generously, standing to retrieve a spare handgun and 100 rounds of ammunition from his bag, presenting them to Zhu Dingtian. Oh my, this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Zhu Dingtian quickly declined. Not at all. I have plenty of handguns and ammunition to spare. This handgun and its accompanying rounds will make it much easier for you to deal with the wild men, Howda insisted, pressing the handgun and ammunition into Zhu Dingtian's hands. Then I shall accept it? Zhu Dingtian, recognizing the sincerity in Howda's offer and understanding that the handgun and ammunition would significantly aid the village in repelling intruders, expressed his gratitude. Rest assured, accepted. Howda chuckled and resumed his seat. He noticed that after gifting the handgun and ammunition to Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Jiuzhan's gaze toward him had noticeably softened. Previously, she regarded him with disdain, having overheard his earlier joyous sounds with Che Yin. Now, however, her perspective had shifted, and she viewed him with newfound appreciation. The group continued to savor the relatively lavish lunch, engaging in casual conversation primarily about the village's fishing and agriculture, as well as Howda and the beautiful women's lives on the beach. Before long, the delightful meal concluded satisfactorily. Zhu Wuxing inquired about the use of the handgun, with Zhu Jiuzhan keenly observing. Howda provided a brief instruction, then allowed Zhu Wuxing and Zhu Jiuzhan to practice firing a shot at a tree in an open space within the valley. They quickly grasped the basics of using the handgun, but were reluctant to expend more precious ammunition, and Howda chose not to press the matter further. Once this was accomplished, Zhu Wuxing warmly invited Howda and the lovely women to rest in the 3-story wooden house. Howda agreed, feeling content after the meal, and welcomed the chance to relax before continuing their exploration of the island. Upon returning to the wooden house, he and the beautiful women ascended to a spacious room on the 2nd floor to rest. The alluring and charming Zhaoan leaned in close, whispering her desires to him, and in light of her sincere request, Howda felt compelled to oblige her. With a mischievous grin, he embraced the soft and fragrant Zhao Ai, and the two ventured into a secluded room on the 2nd floor. The other beauties, aware of what Howda and Zhao Ai were up to, displayed a mix of flushed cheeks and composed expressions. Inside the small room, Zhao Ai retorted teasingly, "You naughty rascal. I'll pinch you," as she playfully endured his antics. Since it was during the afternoon nap time, they had ample leisure, and after approximately 30 minutes, Howda comfortably reclined, allowing his thoughts to roam freely. "Zhao Ai, exhibiting a charming and utterly satisfied demeanor, nestled closer to him. Hao Da's gaze wandered to the 5-meter-long energy storage space of the deserted island above them, which contained only a crocodile he had slain hours ago, still preserved in its original state, demonstrating the impressive freshness capabilities of the space. He mused that if this storage could also facilitate remote storage or retrieval, it would be truly remarkable. Determined to test this, he swiftly extended some island energy to the nearby 3-story villa on the beach, achieving the feat in an instant, with a speed rivaling light itself. He retrieved the large barrel of salt he had previously conjured and tossed it into the energy storage space, watching as it seamlessly appeared in the transparent air above him. Delighted by the successful remote storage operation, Hao Da's joy was palpable. At that moment, the enchanting Zhao AI, who was comfortably nestled against him, suddenly whispered, "What's wrong?" Hao Da looked down at her radiant, blushing face and affectionately replied, "What could possibly be wrong? You're so wicked." Zhao AI playfully scolded. "How so?" Hao Da feigned humility. "I am completely languid and can't even muster the strength to move. And you call that not wicked?" She responded flirtatiously. "Just take a moment to relax." Hao Da chuckled mischievously. Hom. Zhao AI, lost in bliss, pressed closer, almost gasping for breath. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Brother Hao, are you inside?" Came the melodious voice of Zhu Jiuzhen from outside. Startled by the knock, and recognizing it was Zhu Jiuzhen, who possessed a similarly alluring figure he desired, Hao Da felt a rush of excitement. He quickly donned his clothing, tucked the still languid Zhao AI under the covers, and opened the door to see the beautiful and pure Zhu Jiuzhen standing gracefully outside. With a smile, he inquired about her visit. "Did I interrupt something?" she asked, peering into the room and catching a glimpse of Zhao AI's flushed, satisfied face. "Just finished up, not a disturbance at all," Hao Da replied with a sly grin. Zhu Jiuzhen inwardly scolded him, but managed to suppress her fluster as she relayed. "Su Mei mentioned that you have a large barrel of salt. Could we borrow some for our village? We are running low, and it could pose a significant issue." "Not lending," Hao Da replied playfully. "Humph, if you're not lending, then forget it." Zhu Jiuzhen huffed, turning to leave. "What I meant was to give you some salt, not lend," Hao Da clarified, stifling a laugh. "Ah, you're teasing me." Zhu Jiuzhen turned back, glaring at him. "Indeed I am. Don't you find it amusing?" He chuckled. "Not at all," she retorted, glaring again. "How much salt will you give us?" she asked. Hao Da swiftly extended the island energy, retrieving the barrel of salt he had just summoned, which materialized beside him and Zhu Jiuzhen. Amazed by his display of ability, Zhu Jiuzhen exclaimed, "Oh, so much salt. What do you have to hold it?" "Take as much as you need," Hao Da replied grandly. "I'll be right back," she exclaimed, rushing off for a container. A short while later, she returned with a small wooden barrel, accompanied by Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wishing. As Zhu Jiuzhen excitedly poured salt into the small barrel, Zhu Dingtian remarked, "Mr. Hao, you've already given us a pistol and bullets, and now this much salt. I have plenty of firearms, bullets, and salt. Helping you brings me joy as well." Hao Da responded with a smile. "Brother Hao, if you ever need anything, just let us know." Zhu Wishing expressed eagerly. "Certainly," Hao Da replied with a laugh. After Zhu Jiuzhen filled the small wooden barrel with salt, they prepared to leave the valley. Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Wishing, and Zhu Jiuzhen enthusiastically offered to accompany Hao Da and the beauties out of the village as they walked along the main road. Just before exiting the village, Hao Da suddenly halted, gazing at a row of orange trees adorned with green oranges. "Brother Hao, do you want to eat oranges? I'll fetch some." Zhu Wishing offered generously. "Not quite," Hao Da replied with a slight smile. He raised his right hand, striking a dashing pose to transmit island energy. In an instant, the row of orange trees grew taller and sturdier, and the oranges multiplied and enlarged rapidly. Before long, each tree stood over 2 meters tall, each laden with approximately 100 ripe, orange-hued fruits. The onlookers, including Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Wishing, Zhu Jiuzhen, and nearby villagers, were utterly astonished, hardly believing their eyes. In contrast, Su Mei and the other beauties remained composed, accustomed to Hao Da's extraordinary abilities. Hao Da extended the island energy to grasp a giant orange, handing it to Zhu Wishing with a smile, urging him to taste it. "Sure." Zhu Wishing, finally regaining his senses, immediately peeled the giant orange and sampled a segment. "It's delicious," he exclaimed. Soon, Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Jiuzhen, and several curious villagers followed suit, all displaying evident delight. As he revealed yet another remarkable feat, Hao Da bid farewell to Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Wishing, Zhu Jiuzhen, and the villagers with a clasp of his fists, preparing to officially depart the valley. "Come visit us whenever you can," they responded warmly. "Absolutely," Hao Da replied with a laugh. Zhu Jiuzhen exchanged a few words with her father, Zhu Dingtian, and brother, Zhu Wishing, before hurriedly catching up with Hao Da and the other beauties. Brother Hao, may I join you for an outing? Zhu Jiuzhen inquired eagerly as she walked alongside him. Have your father and brother agreed? Hao Da smiled in response. Yes. Zhu Jiuzhen adorably nodded. You are warmly welcomed. Hao Da declared. Thank you. Zhu Jiuzhen joyfully replied, then joined Su Mei and the other beauties, appearing to have grown familiar with them. Hao Da grinned mischievously, contemplating the delightful prospect of winning over the enchanting Zhu Jiuzhen with her long, graceful legs. The group ascended the mountain with laughter and chatter, soon exiting the valley. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, leaving them ample time to continue their mountain excursion. After a while, they faintly heard the sound of water. That's a small waterfall, with a crystal-clear pool beneath perfect for swimming. Zhu Jiuzhen cheerfully explained, being quite familiar with the area. Oh, let us go swim there. Su Mei exclaimed with excitement. It's a perfect way to cool off after our hike. Che Yin added enthusiastically. Haha, I love swimming. Qi Yingying chimed in with delight. I too have a fondness for games. I shall join you all and play shortly, remarked Hao Da with a mischievous smile. We certainly have no objections, yet Ah Zhan is still not your woman, teased Lu Yijiao. Zhu Jiuzhen's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Hao Da, clearly unable to accept the idea of swimming alongside him. At that moment, the charming and lively Yao Yao leaned close to Hao Da's ear and whispered, Darling, while they swim, you and I. Hao Da grinned with a peculiar smile and nodded in agreement, then addressed the beautiful ladies. You may swim first. I have other matters to attend to. Humph. Hao Da, you plan to do something naughty again. Qi Yingying responded playfully. Hao Da, you truly are remarkable. You haven't paused at all. How many have we had? Lu Yijiao giggled teasingly. Fear not. Everyone will have their chance. Hao Da replied nonchalantly. Hao Da go. You are truly wicked. Su Mei said in a soft tone. I am a serious person. Hao Da feigned innocence. Get lost. The ladies collectively scolded. Thus, they made their way toward the sound of the small waterfall. After walking a bit and turning a corner, a refreshing breeze greeted them, revealing a small waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool nearby. The ladies joyfully approached the water's edge, and finding no one else around, they giggled as they began to disrobe in preparation for swimming. Hao Da and Yao Yao retreated behind a sturdy tree not far from the pool, synchronously preparing to swim. Zhu Jiuzhen, slightly bashful, could not help but glance back toward Hao Da. Shall we go swimming as well later? Hao Da suggested cheerfully. Absolutely. It is just the thing to cool off. Yao Yao replied, her expression one of blissful intoxication. Indeed, it is essential. Hao Da laughed with pride. You are quite charming. My dear, Yao Yao remarked with a hint of mischief. As my name suggests, Hao Da retorted with feigned nonchalance. Approximately 9 minutes later, the decisive Hao Da emerged confidently with the radiant and thoroughly satisfied Yao Yao from behind the tree, approaching the pool beneath the waterfall. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, Jiao Qian, Lu Qian, Zhao Ai, Rin Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Jing Mei, Wang Shan, and Zhu Jiuzhen were all frolicking in the pool, which was about 1.6 meters deep, their laughter ringing out continuously. Although the water was quite deep, its clarity allowed Hao Da to see all the beautiful ladies, including Zhu Jiuzhen, who was still not his woman. Do not look this way. Zhu Jiuzhen suddenly exclaimed from the water. Understood. Hao Da chuckled, deliberately casting a few more glances in her direction. Ah, you rascal. Zhu Jiuzhen felt a surge of frustration as she realized that despite his verbal agreement, his eyes were still on her. In her mind, she cursed him as a lecherous scoundrel. The situation escalated when Yao Yao entered the water, prompting Hao Da to swiftly strip and join her in the pool. Zhu Jiuzhen hurriedly moved to the far left, nearly beneath the small waterfall. Oh, the naughty one has entered. Qi Yingying exclaimed playfully as she observed Hao Da making his entrance. Yingying, your audacity will not go unpunished. Hao Da replied jovially, swimming toward her. Oh no. I have not been that way in 2 days. Qi Yingying pleaded with laughter. Fear not. I shall merely embrace you. Hao Da reassured her affectionately. Darling, I want a hug too. Lu Yijiao chimed in with playful reproach. All right, 1 minute with Yingying, then 1 minute with you. Hao Da declared with a plan. Darling, I want a hug as well. Su Mei joyfully exclaimed. Very well, you shall be third in line. Hao Da replied with satisfaction. Zhu Jiuzhen, observing from the far left, felt somewhat speechless, realizing not only was Hao Da a notorious lecher, but so too were the newfound friends she had met today, all displaying a certain wildness. It seemed she had unwittingly boarded a ship of rogues. As the group reveled in the refreshing waters of the pool, a few deer appeared, curiously observing the frolicking individuals before they ventured to drink from a nearby spot. Darling, there are deer, Sume exclaimed. Pay them no mind. Howda replied with a smile. However, shortly thereafter, a few wolves approached to drink as well, instantly raising alarms among the group. The wolves, having quenched their thirst, did not depart but instead advanced toward the pool, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Had the group not been in the water, it was likely that they would have lunged forth. Get lost. Do you hear me? Howda shouted coldly at the wolves. Ah! Zhu Jiuzhen cried out as the wolves seemed incensed by Howda's words, howling defiantly. Suddenly, a submachine gun appeared in Howda's hand, aimed at the encroaching wolves. Yet, the wolves appeared unperturbed by the sight of the weapon, and one leaped toward the pool. Amid the lady's instinctive screams, Howda had intended to shoot the wolf, but suddenly recalled an alternative approach, swiftly trying it out, successfully. The wolf that had jumped vanished into thin air, and the other wolves that followed suit similarly disappeared. What just happened? The ladies, though accustomed to Howda's remarkable abilities, were still intrigued by this latest occurrence. What do you think? Howda smiled enigmatically. At that moment, the submachine gun in his hand also vanished. Oh, I understand now. It was the space that previously contained the crocodile. Yingying quickly deduced. Realizing she had guessed correctly, Howda willed forth the 5-meter cube of energy storage space, revealing the wolves trapped within, along with the crocodile, a barrel of salt, and a large sack filled with various weapons including submachine guns and grenades. How'd it go? Have you remotely brought so many weapons from the villa? Lu Qianqian inquired with keen intelligence. Indeed, Howda chuckled. Remote storage is an extraordinary function. Cheyin praised. Remarkable indeed. Howda beamed with pride. Zhu Jiuzhen gazed at the transparent cube above, observing the trapped wolves, her expression one of bewilderment. Howda willed the energy storage space to vanish again, leaving only himself aware of its existence. With Howda having effortlessly resolved the threat posed by the wolves, the ladies felt an increased sense of safety and joy as they continued to swim and play in the pool. They eagerly took turns being embraced by their shared partner. Howda, and the merriment continued. However, when it was Jingmei's turn, Yingying interjected. Yingying, I am also your husband. How can you use a dog to describe me? Humph, I want to hit you. Yingying playfully retorted, nudging Jingmei in the water. Yet, being as formidable as he was, Howda remained unaffected by her antics. Yingying, what are you doing? I was enjoying myself. Jingmei exclaimed. You are quite bold. Yingying teased. Howda prefers me bold. Jingmei replied with pride. Zhu Jiuzhen, on the far left, had grown somewhat numb to the unfolding scenes. Approximately 9 minutes later, Howda relaxed on a large rock in the pool. His gaze deep and contemplative as his thoughts drifted. He pondered the meaning of life, a question that had lingered in his mind, like an eternal enigma that refused to unravel. What is the true meaning of life? Is it the pursuit of material pleasures or the quest for spiritual fulfillment? Is it striving for fame and fortune, or is it finding inner peace amid the mundane? Howda reminisced about his past dreams and youthful ambitions, pondering whether they could still be realized. He had not relinquished his exploration of life's significance. He understood that this question could not be answered overnight. It demands the sedimentation of time and experience. Perhaps, along the journey of life, he would encounter a myriad of people and events, each serving as a revelation in his contemplation of meaning. Taking a deep breath, Howda resolved not to let this question torment him any longer. He believed that as long as he maintained an optimistic heart and continually sought new experiences, he would one day discover his own unique purpose. Yingying, Chapter 85. Another valley. Howda, are you done? Lu Yijiao swam over to Howda and Yingying, teasingly inquiring. You answer, Howda said, leaning close to Yingying. I feel so content. Yingying replied with a playful smile. What a pair of lovebirds. Lu Yijiao playfully scolded, pinching Howda in a fit of exasperation. Swimming on such a hot day is refreshing, but after so long, I'm a bit dazed. What shall we do next, my dear Howda? Lu Qianqian swam over, her voice sweet. What lies behind that small waterfall? Howda turned to glance at the little waterfall on the far left of the pool, smiling as he responded. Behind the small waterfall is a river that connects to this pool, Zhu Jiuzhen explained from beneath the waterfall. In that case, let us swim behind the small waterfall and see where it leads us, Howda suggested with delight. What a splendid idea. Yingying exclaimed excitedly. Haha, how fun. Sume replied cheerfully. What about our clothes? Cheyin asked, glancing at the shore. That's easy, Howda replied with a smile, using his mind to instantly transfer the clothes of all the beautiful women from the shore into his island energy storage space. Thus, Howda led the way into the river behind the small waterfall, with the beautiful women following, chatting and laughing, clearly intrigued by the adventure ahead. There aren't any crocodiles in this water, right? Zhao Ai could no longer contain her concern after a while. The water here was much darker, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. Upon hearing this, the other women instinctively felt a shiver run down their spines. After all, no one wished to be suddenly devoured by a lurking crocodile. There's no need to worry. We all have an automatic defense layer. Anyone scared can poke themselves to see. How to reassured them. As they tested their defenses, the beautiful women found that the layers repelled their touches, providing them with a sense of security. Notably, although the enchanting and pure Zhu Jiuzhen had not yet officially become Hao Da's woman, she was still part of the team. Thus, he had set an automatic defense layer for her upon her joining. Despite this invisible protection impressing Zhu Jiuzhen, she still perceived Hao Da as a great libertine, especially after witnessing him with Zhao Ai, Yao Yao, and Yingying throughout the day. The beautiful women swam eagerly alongside Hao Da until they suddenly encountered an invisible barrier that prevented their progress. What is going on? Yingying exclaimed in confusion. It seems we can't get through, Yin deduced. Should we head back? Sumei suggested. With such strong resistance, the other side must be quite exciting. Zhao Ai speculated. What do you think, Hao Da? Yao Yao asked sweetly, her previous experience against a sturdy tree still fresh in her mind. Though she had regained her strength. I have an idea. We must try to see if it works, Hao Da said with a deep gaze. You can use me as a test subject. Lu Yijiao giggled in response. Lu Yijiao is being naughty again. Yingying couldn't help but comment. Even if she is, she can't compare to your naughtiness. Lu Yijiao shot back. You're not just naughty, you're lewd. Yingying retorted. With a thought. Hao Da and the beautiful women found themselves in the island energy storage space, with only him able to move freely while the others remained frozen in place. Another thought later, he pointed towards the other side of the invisible barrier, and in the blink of an eye, he and the women vanished from the storage space and reappeared beyond the obstruction. Oh, it seems we made it. What just happened? As they emerged from the storage space into the water, the women regained their senses, with Lu Yijiao being the first to exclaim sweetly. I used a method to bring everyone into the storage space, where you were frozen, and then I transported you all to this side of the barrier. Hao Da explained with a smile. Hao Da, your storage space functions are truly remarkable. Sumei praised with delight. It's just average, third in the galaxy. Hao Da humbly replied. Testing the push against the barrier again, he discovered that there was still significant resistance from this side as well. Fortunately, he had the island energy storage space to return to at any time. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if they couldn't go back. Let us continue swimming forward. Hao Da declared with enthusiasm, leading the way once more. Haha, what an exhilarating experience. Ren Qian laughed in response. It seems the river exit is about 50 meters ahead, Miao Rong said excitedly. Thus, Hao Da and the beautiful women swam eagerly towards the exit. As they quickly reached it, emerging from the water revealed a stunning valley filled with birdsong and fragrant blossoms, with some trees scattered about. Though no other people were in sight, the river appeared to traverse the entire valley. Hao Da stood there, unclothed, taking in the surroundings while turning to admire the towering stone cliffs along the river. Zhu Jiuzhen, witnessing this, felt her cheeks flush as she frowned. This was the second time she had witnessed him live up to his name. She couldn't help but imagine that if she were with him, she would surely experience the same ecstasy as Zhao Ai, Yao Yao, and Yingying. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she quickly forced herself to stop. Scolding herself for entertaining such nonsensical thoughts about the libertine Hao Da, you really shouldn't be parading around without any clothes. Yingying teased with a laugh. I'm just giving you all a feast for the eyes. Hao Da responded with a mischievous grin. Feast for the eyes, my foot. You look ridiculous. Yin laughed, scolding him. Ah, you didn't know how much you liked me when I left you unable to resist. Hao Da chuckled wickedly. Ah, don't say that. You naughty boy. Yin, who was both beautiful and graceful, felt a bit flustered. Haha. Hao Da laughed proudly as he stepped ashore. You bad man. Hurry and return our clothes. The beautiful women in the water scolded playfully. You could just come up like this, Hao Da said, looking at them in the water with keen interest. Hurry up, or I'll flatten you. Yingying warned with mock anger. Flatten me? I'm so scared. Hao Da laughed even more triumphantly. I really want to hit him. Zhu Jiuzhen couldn't hold back any longer. Come hit me then, Hao Da teased, becoming even more excited. Ah, Lu Yijiao, unable to contain herself any longer, dashed ashore without any clothes and fiercely pinched Hao Da. Following her lead, the spirited Yingying, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian also rushed ashore, joining in to pinch Hao Da with fervor. After the four enchanting beauties expressed their dissatisfaction towards the overly arrogant HOD, they finally wore expressions of contentment. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard in the distance. Chapter 86. Yingying's invitation quick. Give us your clothes and pants. Yingying, Li Ygo, Zhoming. And our Yin exclaimed anxiously, crowding behind him while playfully pinching him. Naturally, Hod did not wish for them, or himself, to be seen by others. With a thought, he retrieved the clothes and pants he had previously stored in the energy storage space of the deserted island. As he hurriedly donned his attire, he pondered who the approaching footsteps belonged to. After Hod and the beauties swiftly dressed, the footsteps grew increasingly closer. From around the corner emerged two wild men wielding wooden spears. Upon seeing the stunning beauties standing behind Hod, their eyes gleamed with excitement, and they marched forward with bold strides. Recognizing the hostility in their approach, Hod summoned a submachine gun from the energy storage space of the deserted island, wielding it with confidence as he aimed at the advancing wild men. The wild men disregarded the firearm in Hod's hands, continuing their approach while emitting a series of mocking gibberish. Witnessing their reckless audacity, Hod wasted no time and fired a shot, striking one wild man in the left shoulder and the other in the right. However, much like the wild man Hod had previously encountered on the beach, their wounds healed almost instantaneously. The beauties behind Hod were visibly stunned by the wild men's miraculous recovery. Undeterred, Hod calmly aimed the submachine gun at the heads of the wild men, now merely 3 meters away. Yet, even after multiple shots to the head, their injuries healed rapidly, and their expressions morphed into disdainful smirks, as if silently declaring that Hod was still too inexperienced. Suddenly, the submachine gun vanished from Hod's hands, replaced by a rocket launcher. Boom! The rocket launcher fired swiftly, obliterating the two wild men who were now only 2 meters away. With a flick of his thought, Hod returned the rocket launcher to the energy storage space. Witnessing the destruction of the wild men, the beauties regained their playful spirits, laughing and chatting as they strolled through the valley filled with trees, rivers, birdsong, and floral fragrances. After a brief walk, they encountered a small cave, roughly 2 meters high and a meter wide. The alluring Yingying North leaned close to Hod and whispered, "Darling, I want to be in that little cave." Hod grinned mischievously and walked towards the cave with her. The other beauties, aware of their intentions, settled down to rest and wait. Zhoming blushed and scolded Hod inwardly, calling him a lecher. Inside the cave, facing the enchanting and voluptuous Yingying, Hod playfully inquired if standing was tiring. Yingying responded coyly, and the others outside listened intently. Hod then chuckled, "Let them listen." Yingying giggled in reply. Approximately 9 minutes later, Hod and Yingying emerged from the cave, joining the other beauties to rest on the grassy area, with the river visible nearby. "Hod, since we are out today, make sure to please each of us." Li Ygo teased. "Absolutely necessary." Hod replied nonchalantly. "You lecher." Zhoming couldn't help but exclaim, "I am a respectable man." Hod feigned innocence. "Go away." Zhoming retorted haughtily. "Your voice is truly delightful, Gzhn." Hod grinned mischievously. Zhoming turned away, ignoring him. "Hod, let's get something to eat. I'm starving after swimming and walking." I pouted. "No problem." Hod laughed, summoning a large bag of various snacks and drinks from the 3-story villa on the beach into the energy storage space, and then retrieving a generous assortment of treats and beverages, which appeared on the grass before them. The beauties laughed as they eagerly grabbed the snacks and drinks, indulging happily. Even Zhoming partook without hesitation. Hod settled down on the grass, enjoying spicy tofu and a bottle of purified water. "How about we share some jokes while we eat?" Li Ygo suggested cheerfully. "Sure, who will go first?" Hod smiled in response. "I'll go." Li Ygo chimed, but after several moments of silence, she still hadn't told a joke. "Li Ygo, where's your joke?" Yingying asked while munching on broad beans and sipping cola. "My joke is that silence speaks volumes," Li Ygo declared proudly. "What if I want to hit you?" Yingying retorted. "Hod, Yingying wants to hit me." Li Ygo immediately sought Hod's protection. "It's fine. It's uncertain who would win," Hod chuckled. Just then, both Yingying and Li Ygo pinched him simultaneously. "Let me tell a joke," Yingying exclaimed after releasing her frustration. "There's a big fish in the river." And then, Elhu inquired modestly. "The joke is finished," Yingying replied. "Where's the punchline?" Elhu pressed on. "You have to figure it out yourself," Yingying answered. "I'll tell one too," Elhu said. "Go ahead," Yingying replied. "There's a bird in the tree, very flirtatious," Elhu stated. "Is that it?" Hu Jioqian asked. Yes, Elhu replied with a serious expression. The punchline you figure out yourself? Miaoring asked. Yes, Elhu replied, wearing a look of intelligence. These jokes are quite amusing. Yingying praised. Indeed, so amusing that they invoke no laughter at all. HOD commented. Just as he finished, he was pinched again by Yingying and Elhu. After enjoying snacks and sharing jokes on the grass, they rose to continue their exploration of the expansive valley. After another 30 minutes of walking and turning a corner, they unexpectedly came upon a walled courtyard, within which stood several quaint, low buildings. Such houses exist here? Yingying exclaimed in disbelief. Let us go take a look. It should be quite fun. Suamai laughed. The houses within the walls appear well maintained. Could there be inhabitants? Chyn remarked, gazing into the distance with a deep expression. Let us investigate. HOD replied with a smile. Thus, HOD and the beauties made their way towards the walled courtyard. As they walked, the charming and pure Wing North leaned close to HOD's ear and sweetly whispered, Darling, I want to be in the house in that courtyard later. Naturally, HOD was eager to fulfill her earnest request. Chapter 87. The Marvel of the Courtyard. After approximately 9 minutes, HOD and the beauties arrived at the entrance of the walled courtyard. The surroundings were tranquil, imparting a peculiar sensation as if they had traveled back to ancient times. Yet, the sky remained blue, and the grass and trees were as they had always been. HOD approached the great iron gate calmly and knocked on it with composure. After a brief moment, the door was pulled ajar, revealing a servant-like man who appeared before Hauda and the enchanting ladies, gazing at Hauda with a hint of confusion. I happened to pass by and noticed the beauty of your courtyard. May I enter for a visit? Hauda attempted to speak in an eloquent manner. One moment. I must seek our master's permission, the servant replied before gently closing the door, seemingly to consult his master. After a short while, the door opened once more, this time revealing not only the previous servant, but also a jovial-looking man resembling a local wealthy landowner. I am Shengwan Shengkai. May I ask your esteemed name? The landowner observed Hauda and then glanced at the beautiful ladies behind him. My surname is Hao, and they are all my wives and concubines. Hauda replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the beautiful ladies, including Su Mei, had no objections, but Zhu Jiuzhen clearly felt discontent, pondering when she had become one of Hauda's wives or concubines, perceiving his words as an insult. Mr. Hao is indeed a man of great fortune. Shengwan Shengkai beamed. Your presence truly enhances my humble abode. Please come in. Thus, Hauda and the lovely ladies entered the walled courtyard, where Shengwan Shengkai guided them to admire the trees, flowers, ponds, and bridges within the garden. Subsequently, they were ushered into a grand hall where a servant poured fragrant tea for everyone. After enjoying tea for a while, Shengwan Shengkai smiled and said, I have 5 daughters who are yet to be married, but they are of suitable age to mingle with Mr. Hao's wives and concubines. Would you like them to join you? You may find more common ground for conversation. That sounds delightful, Hauda replied, secretly hoping that Shengwan Shengkai's daughters were all strikingly beautiful. Sitting beside him, Su Mei and Yingying seemed to sense his mischievous thoughts and promptly pinched him with their delicate hands as soon as Shengwan Shengkai stepped out. Meanwhile, Wang Shan, who had previously invited Hauda to the courtyard, caught his eye, seeking temporary solace with a flirtatious glance. As Hauda and the lovely ladies speculated about the appearance of Shengwan Shengkai's daughters, 5 graceful young women entered the hall, radiating beauty and poise. They smiled softly at everyone before elegantly taking their seats at the large table where the group was gathered. Hello, I am Shengwan Yutu. One of the young women introduced herself with a smile. Hello, I am Shengwan Yuhua. The second chimed in with a flirtatious grin. Hello, I am Shengwan Yulu. The third said with a playful laugh. Hello, I am Shengwan Yuqian. The fourth greeted with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Shengwan Yujiao. The fifth introduced herself with a charming smile. Hello, my surname is Hao, and they are all my wives and concubines. Hauda introduced, maintaining a cordial demeanor. Zhu Jiuzhen felt provoked again by Hauda's teasing words, battling the urge to retaliate. In truth, Hauda did not intend to offend her. He simply sought a more concise introduction. To mention that everyone but her was his wife or concubine would only highlight her isolation. Mr. Hao is indeed blessed with such magnificent wives and concubines. Shengwan Yuta giggled. You flatter me, Hauda replied with a sense of pride. Mr. Hao, with so many beautiful wives and concubines, can you really handle them all? Shengwan Yuhua asked with a hint of mischief. Of course, Hauda answered, maintaining a serious facade despite sensing her playful tone. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other ladies had grown increasingly wary of the 5 striking young women. It was evident that each one of them was radiant. It is a necessity, Hauda replied nonchalantly. Allow me to entertain you with a piece on the guqin. Shangguan Yuqian suggested with a flirtatious smile. We shall dance for your enjoyment. The others chimed in unison. That sounds splendid. Howda responded with apparent enthusiasm, prompting Su Mei and Qi Yingying to discreetly pinch him once more. Thus, Shangguan Yuqian began to play the pipa, while Shangguan Yutu, Shangguan Yuhua, Shangguan Yulu, and Shangguan Yujiao gracefully danced in harmony. However, Howda and the lovely ladies soon discerned the lascivious undertones of the pipa melody and the provocative nature of the dance. Yet they chose to remain silent. After the performance concluded, the 5 beautiful young women informed the guests that the rooms within the hall were available for rest before leaving with flirtatious smiles. Once they departed, Wang Shan, who had previously arranged to meet with Howda, blushed and eagerly pulled him into one of the hall's chambers. The alluring music and dance had ignited her desire for a more passionate encounter. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other ladies did not remain idle in the hall, opting to retreat to other rooms for relaxation. Howda and Wang Shan entered a quaintly furnished bedroom, where Howda gently closed the door and secured it. He surveyed the room, noting the antiquated bed, the vintage bedding, the wooden table, and the charmingly aged chairs, all of which evoked a sense of time travel to a bygone era. Sensing Wang Shan's excitement, Howda willingly obliged. However, an unexpected situation arose. Howda found himself momentarily bewildered, though he managed to maintain his composure. Young Master Hao, you are indeed impressive, Shangguan Yutu remarked. Have you been with her? Howda replied, does that matter? To which Shangguan Yutu laughed. Suddenly, as Howda continued to process the situation, he maintained an air of calm. Young Master Hao, you are so formidable. May I become one of your beautiful wives or concubines? Shangguan Yuhua inquired. What are you? Howda felt compelled to ask. Does that matter? Shangguan Yuhua giggled. After some time, as Howda embraced the utterly satisfied Wang Shan, he observed her transformed demeanor, filled with doubt about what had just transpired. Dear husband, that was truly delightful, Wang Shan exclaimed. Indeed, it was quite remarkable, Howda replied with a mischievous grin. However, I found it somewhat peculiar, he added, and a look of confusion crossed Wang Shan's radiant face. What was peculiar? Howda inquired, holding her tenderly. Wang Shan attempted to articulate her thoughts, and Howda analyzed her words. Even though he suspected the truth, he simply replied, perhaps. With Howda's reasoning, Wang Shan dismissed her thoughts and snuggled closer to him. Suddenly, Qi Yingying called from outside, bad husband. Is it not over yet? What is it, Yingying? Howda calmly responded, while still holding Wang Shan. We wish to play poker, mahjong, or chess in the courtyard. Su Mei's melodious voice chimed in from outside. Understood, Howda replied with a chuckle. A mere thought enabled him to summon the poker, mahjong, and chess sets from the beachside villa into his energy storage space on the deserted island, neatly packed into 3 bags. With another thought, he materialized the bags, containing mahjong, poker, and chess, into the hands of Qi Yingying and Su Mei outside the door. Oh, we have mahjong, poker, and chess to play. Qi Yingying and Su Mei exclaimed joyfully, rushing outside to join the other beautiful ladies for entertainment. Husband, you are truly remarkable. You summoned those items remotely just now, didn't you? Wang Shan praised him. Merely a basic skill, Howda replied nonchalantly. You scoundrel. Wang Shanjiao, feeling utterly relaxed, expressed her desire to remain in his embrace. Well then, let us continue in this manner, for we have the luxury of time, Howda replied affectionately. But won't that be inappropriate? We are guests in someone else's home, Wang Shanjiao said with a hint of concern. No worries, listen closely. The 5 daughters of the host are outside in the courtyard, playing mahjong, poker, and chess with Su Mei, Howda reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shanjiao felt a profound joy and nestled even closer to him, allowing herself to relax further. Within the confines of this valley, Howda and the beautiful women enjoyed their time in the courtyard of the house, while other survivors on the beach were leading their own lives. Howda had yet to inform them that this deserted island existed in a different dimension compared to Earth, which explained their ongoing wait for the rescue team. However, as day broke until the afternoon hours, the rescue team had not yet arrived. Naturally, these survivors could not afford to wait idly, as they all needed food, water, and shelter. Lu Fuguei and his team of around 30 ventured out to sea that morning, utilizing fishing nets to catch some fish. Upon their return, although the team of approximately 30 women was missing 2 vital members, Jing Yi and Wang Shanjiao, life must go on. They rented Lu Fuguei's fishing boat and set out to sea to catch fish as well. Other teams also rented Lu Fuguei's boat, heading out to fish and bringing back their own catches. For these survivors, the daily fish catch constituted their primary sustenance, directly impacting their survival, thus making the fishing expeditions crucial. It must be noted that Hao Da's ability to conjure this fishing boat and rent it to the survivors was indeed a commendable act. As a person of high moral character, engaging in good deeds to accumulate virtue was second nature to him. Despite the presence of individuals like Zheng Gangpao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haoan, who were accustomed to repaying kindness with malice, How to endeavored to distance himself from such characters. The wickedness of others did not tarnish his goodness. Yet, those with inherently malevolent dispositions often seized opportunities to cause trouble. For instance, that afternoon, Zheng Gangpao and a group of his temporary followers schemed as they stood before the newly constructed two-story wooden structure built by the team of women, their eyes gleaming with inappropriate intent as they observed the women chopping wood and washing clothes in front of the cabin. Although Jing Yi and Wang Shanjiao were now part of Hao Da's circle and no longer in this team, several young and beautiful women remained, including Shui Meijiao, who was currently washing clothes with a wooden tub. Taking advantage of Hao Da's absence, Zheng Gangpao, with a group of his followers, brazenly approached the wooden cabin, his gaze fixated on the alluring and innocent Shui Meijiao. Earlier that morning, Hao Da had left the beach with the beautiful women for an excursion on the island, leaving Zheng Gangpao feeling emboldened. He stood there admiring Shui Meijiao's captivating figure as she washed clothes, then leered at her with a smirk. "Hey, beauty, you look stunning." Shui Meijiao glanced at Zheng Gangpao with a blank expression. Although she felt a twinge of fear, she maintained her composure and ignored him, continuing her task. She thought to herself that with so many people from her team around, along with members of another team and Lu Fugui's crew, Zheng Gangpao would likely refrain from any overt actions in broad daylight. However, she underestimated his shamelessness and audacity. When Zheng Gangpao perceived her disdain, he became infuriated and stormed over, kicking over the wooden tub she was using to wash clothes. "How dare you, shameless harlot? What are you pretending for? I compliment you, and you ignore me. You're asking for it." Zheng Gangpao roared, his anger palpable. "You." Shui Meijiao stood up, glaring at him, nearly overwhelmed with rage. Several other women from her team, also busy in front of the cabin, shouted in unison, demanding that Zheng Gangpao cease his bullying. "What are you going to do about it? Come at me." Zheng Gangpao retorted with derision, while his temporary followers looked on, mocking the women. Suddenly, Shui Meijiao seized an axe from one of the female team members, fixing a cold stare on Zheng Gangpao and declaring, "Get lost, or else I won't hold back." "Huh? You think brandishing an axe makes you invincible? Come on, give it your best shot." Zheng Gangpao taunted back. Despite her impulse to strike Zheng Gangpao down, Shui Meijiao restrained herself, knowing she lacked the certainty of hitting him, and the potential consequences if the axe fell into his hands were too grave to contemplate. Thus, she maintained a defensive posture, gripping the axe firmly. At that moment, a young man named Ma He, who harbored a secret admiration for Shui Meijiao, approached with a chainsaw in hand, shouting at Zheng Gangpao to leave. "Did you hear me? Get lost." Seeing Shui Meijiao being bullied ignited his fervor. "You think a chainsaw makes you tough? Come on, bring it on." Zheng Gangpao sneered at Ma He, his bravado unyielding. As Ma He could no longer hold back, he advanced towards Zheng Gangpao, revving the chainsaw. Others present watched in a mix of apprehension and disbelief, aware that a chainsaw was no trifling matter. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Zheng Gangpao swiftly sidestepped, sending Ma He crashing to the ground, the chainsaw slipping from his grasp. Zheng Gangpao then placed his foot on Ma He's face, grinding it down as he reprimanded. "How dare you think you can use a chainsaw on me? You're still wet behind the ears. When I was taking on a whole street, you were just a kid in diapers. You think you can challenge me? You're delusional." Ma He struggled on the ground, but with Zheng Gangpao's foot on his face and several of Zheng's followers pinning him down, escape was impossible. "Let him go?" Shui Meijiao shouted angrily. Though she was unaware of Ma He's feelings for her, it was evident he had come to her aid, and she could not stand idly by. "Let him go? What is it to you?" Zheng Gangpao smirked at Shui Meijiao, his expression lewd as he added, "That depends on whether you show some sincerity. Strip. Let me see your goods." Shui Meijiao was nearly driven to faint with rage. "Refusing to strip, are you?" Zheng Gangpao's expression turned menacing as he pointed at the chainsaw, still buzzing on the ground. One of his followers immediately picked it up and handed it to him. Zheng Gangpao took the chainsaw and, in a mocking manner, brought it close to Ma He's neck, not intending to kill him, but rather to frighten him and demonstrate his power to the onlookers. Ma He writhed in desperation on the ground, unable to move. "No." Shui Meijiao cried out in alarm, fearing that if Ma He were to die because of her, she would be haunted by guilt for the rest of her life. "Hurry and take off your clothes." Zheng Gangpao paused the movement of the chainsaw, his face twisted into a lewd grin as he gazed at Shui Meijiao. Shui Meijiao clenched her teeth, swiftly removing her outer garment. "Continue." Zheng Gangpao laughed heartily, while his subordinates echoed with vulgarities. Shui Meijiao's heart was in turmoil. If she stripped further, she would be completely exposed. Yet if she refrained, this beast before her might very well sever Ma He's neck with the chainsaw. This man was utterly deranged. Quickly take it off. 3. Zheng Gangpao urged sternly, commencing a countdown, the chainsaw edging closer to Ma He's neck. Just as Shui Meijiao felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and prepared to remove her remaining clothing, Lu Fugui strode over, imploring Zheng Gangpao, "Do me a favor. Let her go?" Recently, Zheng Gangpao had been subletting Lu Fugui the fishing boat he had rented from Hauda, granting Lu the leverage to make such a request. However, Zheng Gangpao was reveling in his amusement and had no intention of relenting. He shamelessly retorted to Lu, "I advise you not to meddle. Out of consideration for your rental of my fishing boat, I want to hold it against you." Ignoring Lu Fugui, he bellowed once more at Shui Meijiao, "Hurry up." With that, the buzzing chainsaw inched even closer to Ma He's neck. Seeing Lu Fugui's plea go unheeded, he felt powerless, and the other survivors present, who harbored a sense of justice, could only watch, helpless. Notably, Sun Quang, Li Longbao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haoan had also come to witness the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the sight of the stunning and voluptuous Shui Meijiao disrobing publicly. Thus they remained uninvolved. With no options left, Shui Meijiao gritted her teeth and began to remove her remaining undergarment for Ma He's sake. Suddenly, a figure materialized before her. To her astonishment, it was none other than Hauda, the man who had previously knocked Zheng Gangpao off balance. Hauda's timely arrival was partly due to the prophetic insights of Su Mei, who had foreseen the scenario and relayed it to him. Additionally, Hauda had hastily used his mental prowess to enter the energy storage space of the deserted island and then attempted to leap directly onto the beach, succeeding in his endeavor. Upon seeing Hauda appear so mysteriously, Lu Fugui and Shui Meijiao, along with several others who admired him, felt an immense sense of relief. After all, he had become synonymous with omnipotence. Zheng Gangpao, upon witnessing Hauda's sudden emergence, nearly soiled himself, forcing a laugh as he stammered a joke. Yet this time, Hauda had no intention of letting him off the hook. A pistol suddenly appeared in Hauda's hand. Bang! Without hesitation, he fired, the bullet striking Zheng Gangpao squarely in the forehead. Unlike Sun Quang and Li Longbao, who possessed rapid self-healing abilities, Zheng Gangpao was instantly killed, crashing to the ground. Observing the once terrifying Zheng Gangpao felled by Hauda's singular shot, Shui Meijiao, Lu Fugui, Ma He, and many others felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Hauda said little, striding over to retrieve the buzzing chainsaw, carving a sizable hole in the ground, and unceremoniously disposing of Zheng Gangpao's lifeless body within, covering it with earth. This man had repeatedly tested Hauda's limits. There was no choice but to eliminate him, lest he cause further chaos in the future. After all, this was a different realm, unbound by earthly laws. Once finished, Hauda returned the chainsaw to Ma He and cheerfully told the crowd, "Continue as you were." With that, he utilized his ability to vanish into the energy storage space of the deserted island, reappearing in the courtyard of the valley, resuming his enjoyment of the beautiful women playing mahjong, poker, and chess. "Is everything settled?" Su Mei inquired sweetly upon his arrival. Hauda nodded, saying little. Though he had slain an evildoer, the act of taking a life left him with an indescribable feeling. After sitting for a while, he rose and made his way to the room where Wang Shan had been resting, lying back to let his thoughts drift. Although Wang Shan had previously been rendered weak by him, she had since recovered and was now joyously playing poker in the courtyard with Yingying and the others. Thus, the room was momentarily his alone. Soon, however, he was no longer solitary. The slightly ajar door was pushed open, and the alluring and graceful Shangguan Yutu entered, her face radiating youthful allure as she gently closed the door behind her. With elegant poise, she approached Hauda, sitting beside him on the bed, leaning in enticingly as she cooed, "Young Master Hao, I." Chapter 90. Yingying sees through it. Although Shangguan Yutu and her 4 sisters had previously faintly shared Wang Shan's essence, Hauda had begun to harbor doubts about the origins of these 5 sisters. Yet, faced with such a beautiful Shangguan Yutu making such a sincere request, he found it difficult to refuse. Thus, he and Shangguan Yutu engaged passionately. "Yutu, do you feel any difference now compared to before?" he inquired, referencing her prior experience with Wang Shan. "You wicked man. You know perfectly well what you're asking." Shangguan Yutu responded breathlessly. "So, are you human or something else?" Hauda cheekily inquired. "Darling, are you not with me right now? Surely, you can see that I am a very beautiful and youthful woman?" Shangguan Yutu playfully retorted. After a while, Hauda relaxed, gazing into the air above him. his eyes contemplative as his thoughts wandered. Shangguan Yutu, in contrast, appeared utterly satisfied, radiating charm. How amused that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. They had spent nearly an entire day on this deserted island. It was time to return. Darling, are you planning to head back soon? The alluring Shangguan Yutu suddenly asked. Snug against him. When did I become your darling? Howda replied with a mischievous smile, we will return shortly. Humph, you naughty boy. You've already taken me. So am I not your darling? Shangguan Yutu playfully insisted, you must take responsibility. What kind of responsibility? Howda replied, admiring her beauty. I want to go with you and be with you every day. Shangguan Yutu pressed closer, causing him to feel slightly breathless. What a delightful proposition. Howda chuckled joyfully. Haha, darling, I love you so much. Shangguan Yutu exclaimed with laughter. Yutu, I love you too. Howda replied indulgently, just let your father know. No need for a bride price or anything. He asked again. None required, Shangguan Yutu replied, feeling slightly odd about taking such a beautiful daughter from the Shangguan family. Howda considered the situation, yet since Shangguan Yutu had stated so, he felt no need to complicate matters further. The two embraced and chatted leisurely for a while before exiting the room to join the others in the courtyard, where the beautiful women were engaged in mahjong, poker, and chess. Observing Howda and Shangguan Yutu emerge together, Yingying noted that Shangguan Yutu appeared to radiate extreme joy in her femininity, instantly deducing that Howda had indeed taken Shangguan Yutu. Humph, what a lecherous scoundrel. Yingying thought angrily, contemplating that with 16 beautiful women already at his disposal, he had now also taken one of the 5 lovely daughters of the courtyard's owner. If he lingered any longer, the other 4 daughters would likely fall into his grasp as well. Just as Yingying was pondering this, a sudden sensation coursed through her eyes, as if something had changed. Then, she was struck by a startling realization. Seated closely beside HOD, SH Nguyen observed SMI and other beautiful ladies engaged in a game of poker, an unexpected sight as a rabbit's head adorned her neck. Yingying was nearly startled into a scream, but quickly averted her gaze to others, soon spotting another individual with a fox's head atop their neck, seated opposite Li Ygo playing mahjong. She recalled that the seat was previously occupied by SH Nguyen. Following that, she discerned another person with a deer's head, SH Nguyen, and yet another, SH Nguyen, sporting a rabbit's head. There was also SH Nguyen, who bore a fox's head as well. Yingying stifled her urge to scream. She cast another glance at HOD and the other beauties, relieved to find them all appearing normal. The sound of sweeping from the courtyard drew her attention, and to her astonishment, she beheld a servant with a goat's head. Yingying speculated she had suddenly acquired a special ability to see beyond appearances and grasp the essence of things. After a quick contemplation lasting about 5 seconds, she approached HOD and said, HOD, my dear husband, I wish to return. While speaking, she playfully winked at him. The astute HOD, perceiving her gesture, inferred that she had something discreet to communicate, and thus he stood up, taking her soft hand, leading them to a secluded corner of the courtyard. HOD, let us leave swiftly, she whispered urgently as they reached the corner. What is the matter? HOD inquired softly, holding her close. I have suddenly acquired a remarkable ability to perceive what others cannot. Yingying replied in a hushed tone. What did you see, Yingying? HOD inquired, striving to maintain his composure. SH Nguyen is a rabbit. SH Nguyen is a fox. SH Nguyen is a deer. SH Nguyen is also a rabbit. SH Nguyen is likewise a fox. Yingying whispered breathlessly. SH Nguyen is a rabbit. HOD was somewhat bewildered. Having only just engaged with SH Nguyen, Yingying effectively conveyed that he had just enjoyed the company of a rabbit. Let us leave quickly, she urged again. Indeed, HOD nodded, naturally believing she would not jest about such matters. Thus, they returned, feigning normalcy, to inform the gathering of beauties that it was time to depart, bidding farewell to SH Ngci. At that moment, Yingying noticed that SH Ngci, much like the servant, also bore a goat's head. With a smile, SH Ngci greeted HOD and the other beauties with a fist salute, welcoming them to visit often. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, HOD and the beauties exited the courtyard, intending to return to the beach. SH Nguyen did not follow, seemingly aware that Yingying had perceived something unusual. Since SH Nguyen did not accompany them, HOD refrained from further comments. HOD, did you not previously return to the beach instantly using a special method? SMI inquired as they walked through the valley. Indeed. HOD replied with a smile. Then why not use that method to take us back? That way, we need not walk any further. We've already traveled all day. SMI playfully chided. Upon hearing her suggestion, the other beauties looked expectantly at HOD. I shall give it a try. HOD responded with a chuckle. With a mere thought, he and the beauties found themselves in the energy storage space of the deserted island, and with another thought, they appeared in the 3-story villa on the beach in the blink of an eye. Oh, we are home. The feeling of returning home is delightful. Upon finding themselves in the villa, the beauties joyfully exclaimed. Meanwhile, ZHGZHN, who had also arrived, gazed curiously at the modern villa.